Synopsis: while others find themselves in brutal love triangles or intense fights after entering novels, Lu Yuyu finds herself in a notorious green hat scenario. The eldest senior brother, cool and abstinent, you will find someone better in the future. Lu Yuyu: if I can't even keep someone like you, where will I find someone better? The second senior brother, charming and audacious, she needs me more than you. Lu Yuyu: do you mean you'll mourn for her, or just see her through her old age? Chapter 1, The Unluckiest Transmigration in History. Yuyu, your father has chosen only those you admire, so stop throwing a tantrum. Lu Yuyu stood dazed on a vast square made of white marble stones, with no visible end in sight. Surrounding her were ethereal young men and women dressed in flowing robes that seemed to flutter with divine elegance. The middle-aged, refined man who claimed to be her father, after offering his gentle admonishment, affectionately pat her on the head before walking away with a satisfied expression. She was clearly dead, so why was she suddenly caught up in this trend of transmigrating? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several people pointing at her with unfriendly expressions. Lu Yuyu quietly perked up her ears, eager for gossip. Lu Yuyu asked all 5 senior brothers to form a soulmate contract with her. Isn't that a bit too greedy? What can she do? Her father is the sect leader, and even if the 5 senior brothers are unwilling, they have to endure. Exactly. If Lu Yuyu didn't have such an outstanding father, not only would she not be able to get these 5 senior brothers as partners, she'd probably have to line up just to clean their shoes. Noticing that Lu Yuyu was eavesdropping, Lu Yenna rolled her eyes. Let's keep it down. Otherwise, this person will make a scene, crying and throwing a fit. Huh. She's clearly unworthy of the 5 senior brothers, yet she won't let anyone else say it. It's truly laughable. Previously, Lu Yuyu had been known for her rebellious spirit despite weighing only 100 pounds. Finishing her thought, she turned to a rather youthful-looking boy beside her. With such a sarcastic tone, are you living in a gossipy maze? And the 5 senior brothers are unhappy? It's not like they showed their dissatisfaction, it's clearly just you. She then locked eyes with another boy, who had a defiant expression yet was smiling. You think they'd really line up to lick a shoe? Is your obsession that great? With such a fantasy, even a veterinarian couldn't help you. But while you used to love licking me, I won't allow it. Once the 5 senior brothers form a contract with me, you'll have to pay. Some people are born into glory while others are born as cattle or horses. At that moment, Lu Yuyu felt like a fierce llama ready to spray whoever crossed her path, relishing the thrill. As if she had cracked a monumental joke, Lu Yenna was both furious and amused. Other than your identity, what else does Lu Yuyu have to show for herself? The surrounding audience of curious onlookers clapped in approval, clearly siding with Lu Yenna. After all, in the world of cultivation, power was paramount, and while status mattered, it wasn't the most crucial aspect. Lu Yuyu detected the underlying implication in Lu Yenna's remarks, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, though it didn't show on her face. With one hand behind her back, she sighed dramatically. Indeed, the 5 senior brothers are exceptionally talented. However, their willingness to form a bond with me speaks volumes. Faced with the curious glances of the crowd, Lu Yuyu revealed a proud grin, her little white teeth shining as she declared, it clearly indicates that they not only possess remarkable talents but also excellent taste. Onlookers? Isn't this just another way of tooting her own horn? Ignoring the crowd's exasperated expressions, Lu Yuyu turned her gaze elsewhere, hoping to gather more information about this world. Before she could make a move, a deafening cheer and shrill screams erupted around her. Lu Yuyu looked up and saw 5 strikingly handsome men, each with unique styles, slowly advancing toward her. When she got a clear look at their features, a wave of astonishment washed over her. Within that brief moment, she had already mapped out her future bliss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No matter how tired, she wouldn't complain. As Lu Yuyu indulged in her daydreams, a sudden torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind, striking her like a thunderclap and causing her head to spin. Once the memories settled, her previously twinkling eyes dimmed with confusion. She had indeed transmigrated. She found herself in a novel disguised as a martial arts fantasy, embodying a supporting character who shared her name, Lu Yuyu. This novel revolved around the heroine, Song Nuan, and her 9 love interests, a tale filled with love entangled in both heart and body. Song Nuan possessed a rare purine physique sought after by men throughout the cultivation world. Just by pairing with her, they could enjoy remarkable cultivation benefits and unparalleled bliss. Her harem of 9 men were the finest talents of the gods' awakening continent, each falling into a deep obsession with Song Yuan at the slightest provocation, willingly becoming part of her harem. As for the original Lu Yuyu, she was born with a body of misfortune, plagued by calamity, and consistently unlucky. In essence, she was your typical unlucky child, the type who would get food stuck in her teeth even while drinking water. As she grew older, the impact of her ill-fated body became more pronounced, bringing with it the constant threat of death. At this time, a mysterious figure appeared to guide her father. As long as she could gather 5 men with different spiritual roots and form soulmate contracts with them, her misfortune could be quelled, and her life extended. Thus, the 5 senior brothers, also her father's direct disciples, became Lu Yuyu's nominal soulmates. Once the contracts were formed, the negative impacts of her misfortune lessened significantly, leaving the original occupant filled with hope for the future. However, once the senior brothers laid eyes on Song Yuan, who exuded an enchanting aura, one after another, they fell into her love trap, completely neglecting Lu Yuyu's existence. Naturally, the original character was displeased, often throwing petty tantrums. The 5 senior brothers, who had been enduring her due to their master and the contract, grew weary of her unreasonable outbursts. As their feelings for Song Yuan deepened, the 5 senior brothers were intent on proving their love for her, even if it meant going against Lu Yuyu, their supposed soulmate, and the formidable protectors, her own master and mistress, who would have to face dire consequences, leading to their total demise overnight. What sort of feud or grudge warranted such drastic consequences? Before she could ponder further, a voice of immense authority echoed around her. Lu Yuyu, do you wish to form a soulmate bond with Bailey Wuchan, Feng Xiao, Li Cha, Gong Firen, and Su Jinyan, to support each other and navigate the journey together? Lu Yuyu instinctively wanted to refuse, but before she could voice her thoughts, it felt as if her very fate had been seized, nearly choking her. Embracing the mantra of it being better to have a miserable life than to be dead, Lu Yuyu quickly extended 3 fingers, her face adorned with a semblance of happiness as she replied, I am willing. Simultaneously, the other hand clandestinely swiped sideways behind her back, delivering a barrage of curses to the ancestors of the plot-determining heavenly authority.
Chapter 2. The female protagonist's birthmark. This is a world of cultivation, where all oaths and contracts are safeguarded and constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, should one betray such vows. Divine retribution will surely follow. In the next instant, 5 beams of white light descended from the heavens, swiftly embedding themselves into the foreheads of 5 senior brothers, while intricate totems flickered beneath their feet. Vanishing in an instant, the contract has been established. All eyes turned in unison towards an overlooked individual. A fleeting glimmer of joy passed through Lu Yuyu's eyes. Could it be that her heartfelt sentiments had taken effect? Yet, the bond of a Tao partner is inherently mutual. If heaven does not acknowledge one party, how could it possibly be valid? The elder, after a moment of calculation, observed with a flicker in his gaze. Solemnly stating, a woman with multiple men is inherently contrary to propriety. Though there was an unusual phenomenon just now, it is ultimately harmless. Now that the contract is formed, you must remember your vows and must not transgress. Yes, Bai Li Wucheng and the others harbored their doubts, yet the faint sense of the contract within their consciousness was undeniable, leading them to refrain from further inquiries. The surprise on Lu Yuyu's face solidified at the corners of her mouth. It seemed she had no choice but to don these 5 green hats. As all settled, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Yuyu clasped her hands behind her back and sighed as she departed. It was known that Lu Yuyu had once wished to stake her claim beside her senior brothers at all times. Now, with legitimacy on her side, why did she seem, upon a moment's reflection? The group realized that junior sister Lu must be feeling shy upon returning home. What trick was she playing now, taking what she wished for granted? Feng Xiuyu, clad in red, remarked with a teasing tone. It is merely a game of feigned restraint, Su Jinyan retorted dismissively. Then, with a mischievous grin, nudged Bai Li Wucheng, saying, Eldest brother, do take care to protect your virtue tonight. Bai Li Wucheng cast a fleeting glance at him before following the direction in which Lu Yuyu had departed. Watching his retreating figure, Su Jinyan tapped his head in frustration, lamenting, what possessed me to agree to shield Lu Yuyu from calamities? The thought of spending an entire day and night with her made him shudder involuntarily. Feng Xiaoyu appraised him with a knowing smirk. Fear not, you're still lacking in maturity. Little Yuyu isn't so desperate. Second brother, when will you cease your incessant taunts? Su Jinyan gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly launching an attack on Feng Xiaoyu, accustomed to their frequent skirmishes, Li Chai and Gong Firen paid little mind, occasionally joining in when the mood struck them. However, at this moment, their spirits were notably low. As they were equally disinclined to share a space with that lovesick girl, It was then that Lu Yuyu recalled that in the days following the formation of the contract, she would need to spend a full day and night with each of them to optimize its effects. Stealing glances at the men beside her, Lu Yuyu felt that Bai Li Wuqing was indeed a fitting embodiment of the female protagonist's fateful mark. Upon entering the bedroom, Bai Li Wuqing surveyed the room, deliberately ignoring the meditation mat meant for cultivation. He chose a spot as far from the bed as possible, performed the Qingchen technique, and sat on the ground. Closing his eyes. Throughout this process, he completely disregarded Lu Yuyu, treating her as though she were invisible. As the most gifted disciple of the Huaqing sect, Bai Li Wuqing was undoubtedly the object of desire for many women in the sect. Yet he maintained a strict distance from all. Lu Yuyu endeavored to ignore Bai Li Wuqing's presence as well. She sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually closing her eyes, stabilizing her breath, and channeling her energy to cultivate. Concentrating on the surrounding spiritual energy, after sustaining the state for about a minute, she entered a profoundly mystical realm. All around her were vibrant points of light, the blinding yellow signifying the metal element, the crystal-clear blue representing the water element, the vivid red denoting the fire element, the delightful green for the wood element, and the dull gray indicating the earth element. After a while, several small grades sluggishly approached Lu Yuyu's dantian. Appearing most reluctant before finally entering her body after a lengthy delay, Lu Yuyu recognized that the original owner possessed an earth spirit root with rather poor aptitude. Thus, she felt no significant disappointment. Rather relief that she could cultivate just like the original. Talent may be lacking, but she could simply work a little harder. Bai Li Wuqing noticed that Lu Yuyu was not clinging to him as she usually did. Instead, she was pretending to cultivate, causing a flicker of surprise in his gaze. If she could refrain from entangling herself with him, what harm would there be in their fates being intertwined for life? Yet, recalling Lu Yuyu's past persistence, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Should Lu Yuyu dare to act out of line tonight, he would not show her any mercy. Regardless, all that was required was to accompany her for a day and night. Whether she remained conscious or unconscious mattered little. In the room, the two cultivating individuals presented a stark contrast. Bai Li Wuqing, endowed with an exceptional golden spirit root, attracted a multitude of golden orbs that rushed towards him. In stark contrast, Lu Yuyu's gray earth elements meandered leisurely, even circling her several times before reluctantly entering her dantian. Lu Yuyu sensed the vast disparity between them, promptly dispelling her earlier notion of the early bird catching the worm. Lingering distractions are the easiest path to demonic deviation. Thus, she decided to withdraw from her cultivation state altogether. The level of one's talent directly determines the starting point of cultivation. Mere effort would not suffice to surpass it. Given her current qualifications, even a year of relentless training without sustenance might not match Bai Li Wuqing's progress in just 2 or 3 days. Gazing enviously at the golden vortex surrounding him, she mused that if her aptitude were likewise exceptional, she could surely outshine both the male and female protagonists. Once believing herself to be a bird, she thought that even if she were somewhat dull, it mattered not, for as long as she learned to fly, she would one day reach her destination. Yet, she had not anticipated that talent could be a fatal flaw. Lu Yuyu had never been one to impose difficulty upon herself. And talent was not something that could be rushed. As drowsiness overcame her, she yawned and noted that the hour was growing late. Adhering to her life motto of not suffering alone, she decided to rest, leaving all matters for when she awoke. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated through the air, startling Lu Yuyu from the brink of slumber. Almost immediately, a powerful pressure descended upon her, inducing panic, trembling legs, and prickling skin. Could it be that in the world of cultivation, even thunder was this terrifying? Chapter 3. The lightning tribulation that can change direction. As a practitioner, Lu Yuyu, with a slight exertion of her spiritual power, could faintly discern the conversations of those outside. Terms such as second elder, yuaning late stage, and lightning tribulation piqued her curiosity. In a flurry, she scrambled out of bed, hastily slipping on her shoes and rushing towards the door like a gust of wind. To witness a yawning cultivator facing a lightning tribulation upon her arrival in this world was simply extraordinary. Due to Bai Li Wuqing's proximity to the door, Lu Yuyu inadvertently stepped on the hem of his robe. Bai Li Wuqing cast a glance at the faint footprint on his immaculate garment, his expression unchanging as he nonchalantly waved his sleeve, causing the entire outer robe to disintegrate into dust. He retrieved a new robe from his spatial ring and leisurely opened the door, following Lu Yuyu with an indifferent demeanor. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds over the distant back mountain, where a white-haired elder hovered in midair. Amidst the thunderous roars, a bolt of lightning, the size of a bull, struck directly towards the second elder, causing his frail body to shudder, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Shortly thereafter, a bolt even thicker than the last surged toward him, making the elder tremble violently, his complexion paling significantly. Having reached an advanced age, the second elder had prepared for this lightning tribulation during his prolonged seclusion, hoping to successfully transcend it and thereby extend his lifespan by 500 years. However, after enduring 5 bolts, he was already struggling. How could he withstand the remaining 4? The second elder had secluded himself for so long in preparation for this tribulation. May he triumph, for Huaqing's sect would gain another god transformation stage cultivator. As the thunder rolled in a series of relentless strikes, the second elder was left in a pitiable and yet admirable state. Frail yet possessing unyielding spirit, with 8 bolts down, the most formidable 9th bolt loomed ahead, but the second elder appeared to be at the end of his reserves, uncertain if he could endure any longer. If only outsiders could lend their strength to assist, but alas, the lightning tribulation only targets the one undergoing it. One could only hope that the 9th bolt would be weaker, perhaps. You are overestimating. The final bolt is the cumulative force of all preceding bolts. Alas, it seems the second elder's fate is grim. Lu Yuyu, watching the spectacle with fervent eyes, clenched her fists as though she were the one undergoing the tribulation. As a character destined to be a mere supporting role, she yearned to escape the tragic fate of the original. Was it not akin to the elder facing his tribulation, both defying the heavens? At that moment, she wished more than anyone for the elder's survival, almost longing to transform into a formidable being to absorb that final strike on his behalf. As the 9th bolt approached, the skies darkened, enveloping the firmament with roiling black clouds. The thunder roared in fury, as if brewing a tempestuous wrath, poised to obliterate this defiant cultivator below. With bated breath, the onlookers held their collective gaze on the impending doom. As the 9th bolt of lightning, as thick as a coiling dragon pillar, descended towards the elder's crown with an irresistible force, such a powerful bolt of lightning, the second elder evidently lacked the strength to resist. In despair, he closed his murky eyes, and the crowd could bear to watch no longer. Yet, just as the lightning was about to strike the elder, it abruptly halted midair for a moment. Then, an astonishing event transpired. Lu Yuyu was utterly dumbfounded. I briefly empathized with her in my heart, yet you had to take it seriously. Suddenly, a white figure flew fearlessly in front of Lu Yuyu, adopting a stance of absolute protection as it intercepted the oncoming calamity lightning. Although he had completely shielded Lu Yuyu with his towering form, the lightning seemed to possess a mind of its own, separating a small strand of dark purple that curved towards Lu Yuyu's crown. Damn it, it even wants to strike while curving. Did I dig up your ancestors' graves? Lu Yuyu couldn't help but curse. She had barely uttered 4 words when the destructive lightning exploded continuously within her consciousness, causing her to roll on the ground in pain, ultimately rolling her eyes back and fainting. Witnessing such a spectacle, the crowd hurriedly moved the equally unconscious Bai Li Wuqing and Lu Yuyu aside, then went to summon the sect master. Lu Yuyu felt a tingling sensation on her face, as if something was crawling, startling her awake, and she nearly collided with the bedpost. Subsequently, she experienced a searing pain, as if her nerves were being violently stirred, and her limbs felt as though they were being repeatedly struck by high voltage, causing her to grimace in agony. Struggling to open her eyes, she was met with darkness. Had she been struck blind from the pain? Then, a soft and sorrowful voice gradually reached her ears. Whoa, sister, please don't die. If you die, little tortoise won't survive either, and Aoe will have no big tortoise mount left. Sister, please don't die. If worse comes to worst, Aoe will return little tortoise to you. A chubby, adorable little fairy boy with tearful, wide eyes climbed up, ready to seek out their father. Lu Yuyu, disturbed by the noise, felt a dull pain in her temples and reached out to grasp his neck. "Be quiet, you little brat. I'm not dead yet." This little boy was Lu Aowei, Lu Yuyu's 5-year-old younger brother. Seeing that she was fine, Lu Aowei immediately quieted down, staring at his sister with wide, contrasting eyes, terrified that she might actually die whereas father. After all, she had been struck by lightning. How could only a little brat be in the room with her? Remembering that brazen lightning, Lu Yuyu felt a surge of resentment. What grievances did she harbor, that it would seek her out to strike her? "Master has just left to see the eldest senior brother." A cold male voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Lu Yuyu from her reverie. Looking up, she noticed a man dressed in black, with features as sharp as if chiseled from stone, standing not far from her. It was only then that Lu Yuyu remembered that just before the lightning storm, a white figure had shielded her. Was that Bai Li Wuchen? Although Bai Li Wuchen was exceptionally talented, he was merely at the late stage of golden core. Could he truly withstand the tribulation lightning for ascension? Moreover, the cold-faced man before her appeared as if he had just lost his father. Could it be that Bai Li Wuchen had already perished, lying lifeless? Chapter 4. No way, not again. Li Sha leaned against the window, sword in hand, yet his gaze was directed outside, seemingly unwilling to cast even a glance at Lu Yuyu. "The eldest senior brother is still alive." Li Sha turned to look at Lu Yuyu, as if she were an imbecile. After saying that, he self-deprecatingly added, "However, a shattered golden core is hardly different from being dead." "Well, that's even worse." Li Sha tightened his grip on the sword, feeling an impulse to strangle Lu Yuyu. But he could only snort coldly and turn away. Lu Yuyu's eyes deepened in contemplation. And the original storyline, the original host did not emerge to witness the commotion, and Bai Li Wuchen did not shield her from the lightning. Therefore, was it her arrival that triggered a butterfly effect, leading to Bai Li Wuchen's predicament? A shattered golden core. According to the narrative's tendency, Bai Li Wuchen had consistently reaped significant benefits each time he shielded the original host from disaster. Surely this time, his shattered golden core would miraculously restore itself. Furthermore, this lightning strike felt intuitively disconnected from the original host's misfortune. So, did the heavenly law of this world genuinely wish to eliminate her? Sensing Lu Yuyu's gaze upon him, Li Sha felt a surge of irritation. The fate of the eldest senior brother was uncertain, yet he had to constantly guard a lovesick girl who harbored feelings for him. When Li Sha had first arrived at Huaqing sect, he was reclusive and disliked interacting with others. It was the eldest senior brother's patient guidance that allowed him to remain here. Thus, he held great respect for Bai Li Wuchen. The thought that it was Lu Yuyu, this calamity, who caused the eldest senior brother's plight only fueled his disdain for her. Seeing the two in silence, Lu Aowei held up a little green turtle, attempting to dive under the bed, and reported, "Sister, little tortoise misses you. He won tea, let Aowei ride." Gazing at the turtle being held by its neck, tongue out and eyes rolled back, Lu Yuyu fell silent. The original host's cultivation talent was exceedingly poor. While others contracted spirit pets like lions or tigers, she could only bond with a soil-type turtle. Spirit pets were the closest combat partners to their masters, and a good synergy could yield unexpected battle results. Unfortunately, this little turtle, contracted in the secret realm, though highly intelligent, was utterly useless in combat. Relying on it in a fight was out of the question, and it was so slow that she might have to bear the brunt of the attacks while carrying it away. Just thinking about it was stifling. "Master, save little tortoise. He is about to be choked to death." A cute, childlike voice echoed in Lu Yuyu's mind. This was a unique communication method between a master and their pet. Lu Yuyu sighed and rescued the little turtle from Lu Aowei's clutches. "Little turtle? Turtle. Is that its nickname? Let me give you a proper name." The original host had disliked this little turtle, tossing it to Lu Aowei after contracting it without bestowing a name. "Wow. Little tortoise will have a name too." The little turtle joyfully flapped its limbs, appearing quite delighted, its small bean-like eyes looking at Lu Yuyu with a mix of timidity and expectation. Did this mean that the master was willing to accept it? "You are a turtle, green all over, with fine, soft fluff." Lu Yuyu observed the little turtle seriously for the first time, determined to give it a name that was both resonant and meaningful. The little turtle was entirely hopeful. "Well, I shall name you Green Fluff Turtle." Once she said that, she nodded in satisfaction. Simple, vivid, and memorable. The little turtle contemplated for a moment, its eyes growing brighter, and immediately prostrated before Lu Yuyu. "Thank you, master, for the name." Both the girl and the turtle were elated. Although Lu Aowei did not understand what they were quietly communicating, he too was infected by the little turtle's joy, clapping his chubby little hands in excitement. Li Sha coldly observed the duo, especially when he saw Lu Yuyu's face break into a satisfied smile. He wished he could freeze her smile in that moment forever. Eventually, Lu Aowei grew tired from playing and was taken away by a servant who usually cared for him. The room was left with only Li Sha and Lu Yuyu, one calm and composed, the other exuding an air of discomfort, as they ignored each other. A slight awkwardness hung in the air. Lu Yuyu was well aware that Li Sha was indignant on behalf of Bai Li Wuchen. To be honest, she had not anticipated that Bai Li Wuchen would take the risk to shield her from the thunder. One could only say, truly worthy of being the male lead. Aside from his explosive views on romance, his character was indeed commendable. Lu Yuyu stood up, shook her head, and twisted her waist, confirming that she had no lingering aftereffects. Her mood improving, Li Sha let out a cold laugh. Lu Yuyu looked at him in confusion, in an overly refined manner. Why does third senior brother laugh? Li Sha knew that not all the blame could be placed on Lu Yuyu. Yet he couldn't help but mock her. Forcefully blocking the tribulation lightning of the ascension stage led to the eldest senior brother's golden core shattering. It's hardly worth it. Lu Yuyu nodded earnestly. Feeling deeply, indeed, it's not worth it. Li Sha gazed at her expressionlessly, both indifferent and mocking. Lu Yuyu felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, fearing that in a fit of rage he might shed tears for his relatives and friends. She immediately began to reflect deeply. The eldest senior brother was injured because of me. If he truly becomes useless because of this, I will care for him for the rest of his life. Wearing mourning garb, not only that, but she would also bow down to him 999 times to express her gratitude for his heroism in times of crisis. The expression on Li Sha's face rapidly cracked, and the cold aura surrounding him pierced Lu Yuyu's delicate skin. His clenched fists betrayed his extreme inner turmoil at that moment. Lu Yuyu's words had come from the heart. To be fair, if Bai Li were truly rendered incapacitated for shielding her from the lightning, she would undoubtedly arrange his latter years with clarity. As evening approached, Lu Yuyu could no longer sit still. She decided to check on Bai Li Wuchen's condition. Although she still felt apprehensive about the fear of being controlled by the narrative during their bonding, and they were likely to follow the storyline to a tragic end, regardless, he had indeed saved her this time. Arriving at Bai Li Wuchen's door, she found it surrounded by layers of people. Upon seeing Lu Yuyu, everyone's expressions were a mix of unutterable sentiments. Lu Yuyu felt somewhat embarrassed, her little hands clasped behind her back, standing there awkwardly gazing at the sky, waiting with everyone else. Through the murmurs of the crowd, she learned that her adoptive father had taken out the sect's treasured item, the 10,000-year-old jade fungus, and was attempting to repair Bai Li Wuchen's shattered golden core alongside several elders. Lu Yuyu could only sigh in admiration, truly a male protagonist, capable of having noble allies regardless of the challenges he faces. After all, the town's treasured artifact had been presented, and with the assistance of the elders, there was a possibility he might indeed turn peril into safety this time, after waiting for what felt like the duration of an incense stick. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed by a thick, oppressive darkness of storm clouds, creating an atmosphere heavy enough to suffocate. The scene before her felt eerily familiar, prompting Lu Yuyu to lament. Surely not again. Regardless of whose tribulation it was, Lu Yuyu was unwilling to take any more risks and hurried towards the eaves for shelter. Upon her arrival, the gathered crowd parted like the plague. Terrified of being afflicted by her misfortune, fearing they might suffer the same fate as the senior brother who had been struck by lightning, even a nearby dog tucked its tail between its legs and scurried away. Li Sha cast her a disdainful glance, remaining rooted in place, sword in hand, evidently uninterested in her fate. Chapter 5. The more you think, the more agitated you become given the circumstances. It resembled a lightning tribulation of the nascent soul stage. Which of our senior brothers or sisters in the golden core stage was about to ascend to nascent soul? What a cause for celebration, with one more poised to reach the level of transformation. Our Huckingsex's future is indeed promising. How I wish this was the senior brother's advancement tribulation, but alas, his life hangs by a thread. Otherwise, within 3 years, he would undoubtedly attain nascent soul. The moment those words left his lips, all eyes turned in unison towards Lu Yuyu, who stood beneath the eaves. Unfazed, she averted her gaze to the sky and ground, avoiding eye contact with them. After another incense stick's time had passed, the lightning tribulation in the heavens seemed nearly ready, yet the protagonist had yet to make an appearance. That moment, the door swung open without warning, and Lu Yuyu, with her back to it, was forcefully knocked forward several steps by the door. Losing her balance, she found herself face down. Much like a dog eating excrement, the originally precarious Bai Li Wuchan appeared before the crowd, walking past Lu Yuyu with unwavering focus. Even stepping on her skirt as he did so. Lu Yuyu, who am I? Where am I? Is no one going to speak for me? Nevertheless, everyone's attention was fixated on Bai Li Wuchan, completely disregarding whether Lu Yuyu had fallen or had her skirt trampled. Yuyu, why are you lying on the ground? Seeing his daughter kneel in apology to Bai Li Wuchan, the head of the Lu clan felt a pang of guilt. Lamenting that she need not perform such a grand gesture, Lu Yuyu, undeterred by embarrassment, flashed a grin at her adoptive father, quickly rising to join the others in gazing at Bai Li Wuchan. As expected, he would not easily succumb to misfortune. While the crowd only saw Bai Li Wuchan benefiting from adversity, Lu Yuyu perceived within him a tenacity akin to that of a resilient male lead. Brimming with luck, if he could thrive amidst calamity, did that not suggest that the originally intended male lead was destined to survive? Did it also imply that the original character's fate would remain unchanged? After all, she was not merely a simple female cannon fodder, but rather a nefarious supporting character intertwined throughout much of the storyline, primarily entangled with 5 male leads. It was said that in the original plot, several brothers seemed to acquire various opportunities while shielding the original character from disaster, as if fortune and misfortune were intertwined, reinforcing the idea that one must break to rebuild, much like Bai Li Wuchan at present. Observing Bai Li Wuchan beneath the tumultuous thunder, unyielding and even more strikingly handsome, Lu Yuyu felt a pang of bitterness. The lightning tribulation for ascending from golden core to nascent soul consisted of merely 3 strikes. With a high success rate, of course, it would not be overly simple, as the one undergoing the tribulation would need to risk their life. Yet, within the span of an incense stick, Bai Li Wuchan successfully ascended to the nascent soul realm. Officially entering the ranks of formidable peers, heaven evidently favored Bai Li Wuchan. For having just endured the tribulation, he appeared utterly unscathed, his hair slightly tousled, yet he radiated an even more refined and handsome demeanor. In this world, the higher one's cultivation, the more perfect one's appearance, with each lightning tribulation serving as a cleansing rebirth, seeing that the senior brother not only emerged unscathed but also turned calamity into fortune. The crowd once more shifted their gaze towards Lu Yuyu. Instantly, she straightened her posture. What are you looking at? Just a moment ago, you thought I was cursed. Huh. Now you wish to bask in my misfortune. But you missed your chance. The me from before, you looked down upon. The me now you cannot reach. Yuyu, do you have something to say to Wuchan? Lu Dingming hastily brought Lu Yuyu before Bai Li Wuchan. He was immensely satisfied with Bai Li Wuchan. Having initially planned to select one of the 5 disciples as a true partner for Lu Yuyu once her misfortune dissipated, he had even hinted to the 5 that whoever could win Lu Yuyu's heart would inherit his position as the next leader of Hucking Sect. This not only incentivized the 5 to protect Lu Yuyu diligently, but also allowed him to choose a worthy son-in-law and successor, a masterstroke indeed. Lu Yuyu opened her mouth, unsure of whether to express gratitude or congratulations. Under Lu Dingming's eager gaze, she decided to lead with thanks. Thank you, master. Bai Li Wuchan merely cast her a fleeting glance, exuding an air of condescension. Lu Yuyu, must you be so aloof? According to the original plot, Bai Li Wuchan would need to endure another year or 2 of arduous training before reaching nascent soul. Strictly speaking, this opportunity could be seen as indirectly gifted to him by Lu Yuyu. While Bai Li Wuchan remained oblivious, she, aware of the original narrative, felt a twinge of discomfort at his disdain. Enduring a moment of calm, the more she pondered, the more irritated she became. Thus, she gazed at Bai Li Wuchan and cheerfully remarked, It is said that misfortune leans on fortune, and fortune hides within misfortune. It is an undeniable fact that you shielded me from the lightning tribulation, and my father's insistence on bestowing upon you the millennia-old jade fungus was no mere fabrication. You have also advanced to nascent soul 2 to 3 years ahead of schedule. Hence, you saved me, and you benefited immensely as well. If you truly find me unworthy, you may choose not to rescue me in the future. There is no need to appear so unwilling when I express my gratitude. Lastly, congratulations on your ascension to nascent soul, senior brother. With that, Lu Yu turned on her heel, hands behind her back, and strolled away leisurely, leaving a crowd in disarray. Yet, none could pinpoint a flaw in her words. After all, her assertions were indeed factual. Strictly speaking, it was by Li Wuchan who had profited, as the sect leader had even presented the town's treasured artifact. The millennia-old jade fungus. To save him, that was a miraculous healing herb, the only one of its kind across the entire divine enlightenment continent. Moreover, by that logic, had Lu Yu not also indirectly saved the second elder's life? Lu Dingming regarded Lu Yu's retreating figure, lost in thought. By Li Wuchan's gaze flickered, his thoughts inscrutable. Nevertheless, through this incident, Lu Yu's desire to grow stronger intensified, resolving to elevate her cultivation to the golden core stage. Now nearing the mid-stage of foundation building, she knew that reaching golden core would require at least 3 to 5 years of relentless training, even without sustenance. Yet, she was undeterred. With no other options available, she could not remain idle. She must elevate her cultivation. As she entered a meditative state, inspecting her spiritual sea, she was astonished to discover a dark, cloud-like entity leisurely floating within. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu gasped. The faintly visible black threads within the cloud were none other than that purple lightning which had aimed to strike her. No, it had now transformed into a pitch-black entity, devoid of any impurities. Surrounding it were wisps of dark energy, giving an ominous appearance. Chapter 6. The Black Cloud Clan feeds on heavenly thunder. Lu Yu, bewildered, wondered how this had entered her spiritual sea, especially without her noticing. She attempted to communicate with it, yet the little lightning entity paid her no heed, content to frolic about as if the spiritual sea were its personal garden. After she spoke too much, it grew impatient and unleashed 2 bolts of black lightning into the spiritual sea, instantly transforming the once vibrant expanse into a scene of chaos, causing her to clutch her head and roll about on her bed in agony. Unable to endure the pain any longer, Lu Yu narrowed her eyes, focusing all her attention on confronting it. You little rascal, in my mind, you think you can bully me. Lu Yu launched her consciousness at the little lightning entity, startling it into retreat. Seeing it flinch, Lu Yu felt vindicated and pressed on with relentless aggression, determined to pursue it to the end. The little lightning entity was truly intimidated by her fierce approach. A slit resembling a mouth formed in the cloud, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." "Oh, so you can talk. I thought you were mute." With her goal achieved, Lu Yu ceased her assault. "Humph, of course, I can speak. I simply disdain wasting words on mere mortals like you." The little black cloud, lamenting its diminished form due to a lack of lightning power, felt an ache in its heart. After all, it was not easy to cultivate into a small cloud under the heavenly laws. Yet, this little black cloud was nothing if not prideful. With her large, glistening eyes twinkling with mischief, Lu Yu seized the opportunity. "Oh, little cloud, you're nothing more than a trifling tale of heavenly thunder. Black and ugly. Even to strike me, a mere foundation-building mid-stage cultivator, is such a challenge. Clearly, you are a worthless cloud. If I'm not mistaken, you are merely the weakest of the weak, a lowly thundercloud." "Aren't you?" Lu Yu scoffed, embodying a dismissive demeanor. "You lie. I am a renowned member of the Black Cloud Clan. When I grow up, all those lightning bolts, the purple mystic lightning, the 9 heavens mystic lightning, will all be unable to contend with me. You know nothing, you rustic fool." The little black cloud, feeling displeased, raised its voice in rebuttal. Lu Yu was secretly delighted. Indeed, it was still a child, easily provoked into revealing its thoughts. "Oh, of the Black Cloud Clan, is it not even worthy to be called a dark cloud? Pray tell, what does this little weakling intend to achieve by burrowing into my consciousness? I am not a weakling." The little black cloud protested indignantly. "Then you must be an ominous cloud. After all, anything dark is generally not a good omen. Surely, among the clouds, you are the one most despised by the dogs of the sky. Seeing that it bore no intention of harming her, Lu Yuyu grew bolder. This time, however, the little black cloud fell silent. Just as Lu Yuyu's patience was waning, the small cloud manifested two pure golden eyes, opened its mouth wide, and began to cry heart-wrenchingly. It was genuine weeping. As it cried, the entire realm of Lu Yuyu's consciousness was drenched in rain. The tears nourished her mind, alleviating her headache and infusing her with a refreshing sense of purification. However, the little black cloud's dismal wails left Lu Yuyu feeling quite flustered. Was its spirit truly so fragile? Wah wah wah, little cloud is not an ominous cloud. Little cloud is merely slightly less fortunate than others. Why do the other clouds dislike me? They seek to strike me down, wah wah. Little cloud is still just a cub, and my fate is so hard. Now even you, a mere mortal, disdain me. Are we of the black cloud clan so unwelcome? Hiccup. Wah wah wah. I am crying so hard that I have the hiccups. You, wretched woman, cannot even offer a word of comfort to little cloud. Lu Yuyu, her patience fraying, coldly retorted, "Be quiet if you continue to wail. I shall perish for you." The effect was immediate. The little black cloud promptly sealed its mouth. Now, do enlighten me. Why did you burrow into my consciousness? Lu Yuyu was somewhat satisfied with its compliance. The little black cloud squirmed awkwardly, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, yet its tone reverted to a haughty bravado. I said, "Will you take me in, little cloud?" "That depends on your behavior." With such poor acting skills, Lu Yuyu felt she could easily handle it. Little cloud was dodging the pursuit of heavenly thunder yesterday when it accidentally sensed a call and hurried over here. Then, in a moment of carelessness, it entered your consciousness, and afterward, the heavenly thunder ceased its pursuit. By the end of its tale, the little black cloud appeared rather proud. Lu Yuyu's temper flared. "So, it turns out the calamity that befell me was brought upon by you? Struck by lightning in broad daylight, how utterly vexing. However, what do you mean by sensing a call? I felt a similar aura emanating from you. The mortals refer to it as misfortune, bad luck, or calamity. I thought perhaps we are both unfortunate clouds, unfortunate beings, and I wondered if you might lend a hand. I never expected it would lead to this predicament." The little black cloud felt quite aggrieved. For although it could conceal its aura within Lu Yuyu's consciousness to escape the heavenly thunder's pursuit, it was now trapped. Wah wah wah. How can I grow strong and achieve greatness if I cannot escape? How can I take revenge on those self-proclaimed noble clouds? Alas, it seemed it was even more unfortunate than the original owner. Having attracted such an ominous cloud, Lu Yuyu recognized a shared plight with the little black cloud. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "I can allow you to stay, but everything must be at my command. Do you not despise me as an ominous cloud?" The little black cloud, taken aback by Lu Yuyu's kindness, immediately gazed up at her with its golden, glistening eyes. Lu Yuyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "My own misfortune can completely shield you from your ominous aura. How could I, as the elder, disdain you, the junior?" The little black cloud suddenly comprehended. "Indeed. To ensure your compliance, let us sign a master-servant contract." Finally, Lu Yuyu revealed her true intention. She chose to trust it temporarily, for when Bai Li Wuchan had ascended, the heavenly tribulation had indeed not struck her again. It seemed the second elder's thunder had been aimed at this little creature, and she was merely a victim of circumstance. Furthermore, this little black cloud, appearing rather foolish, could attract heavenly punishment, likely out of fear of its potential growth. To her, it represented a delightful surprise. She eagerly anticipated witnessing its development. Upon hearing this, the little black cloud felt utterly humiliated, puffing out its chest and obstinately refusing. "The Black Cloud clan shall never serve." Lu Yuyu regarded it with a sidelong glance and lightly uttered, "Then I shall perish before you." The little black cloud was momentarily stunned, only able to compromise with a pitiful tone, "Unless you provide food and shelter." "What do you consume?" Lu Yuyu inquired with curiosity. "The Black Cloud clan has traditionally fed on dark clouds and heavenly thunder." Lu Yuyu replied, "No wonder those dark clouds want to strike you down. That is precisely a natural enemy. It is only reasonable they would seek your demise while you are weak." She furrowed her brow in contemplation. While accommodations were not an issue, the matter of sustenance was. Where would she procure dark clouds and heavenly thunder? Sigh. Regardless, she decided to finalize the contract with this little foolish cloud first. After completing the master-servant contract, a delicate little black cloud flickered momentarily. Thus, the gears of fate began to turn. Li Cha, dutifully stationed by the window, observed as Lu Yuyu feigned a few agonized cries before falling silent, a cold smile gracing his features. He was not one to be easily swayed. Unlike his senior brother, even if she were to harm herself, he would not flinch. Furthermore, it was evident she was merely pretending. Chapter 7. A few scoldings are a mild offense. Just how unfortunate is one who bears the body of misfortune? Lu Yuyu gazed skyward, only to have an unidentifiable mass of bird droppings land squarely on her forehead. Maintaining her composure, she elegantly retrieved a silk handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe it away. Then defiantly gestured a middle finger towards the heavens, her expression numb. You have some nerve. The little black cloud looked at Lu Yuyu with awe. Master, you are truly impressive. You dare to scold the heavens. Lu Yuyu straightened her spine, boasting, if it treats me so, then scolding it is, but a mild response. By the way, you should jot this down. Henceforth, let scolding the heavens be a regular pastime, a new method of stress relief. The little black cloud inquired, are you serious? Lu Yuyu nodded vigorously, utterly serious. The little black cloud immediately felt a surge of respect, transforming itself into a thumbs-up shape and exclaiming, Master is amazing, gazing at the adorable little black cloud within her mind. Lu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Little black cloud, you still lack a name, do you not? The little black cloud blinked its golden, droopy eyes in confusion. Master, are you going to name me? Though their acquaintance had spanned less than 2 days. It did not hinder the little black cloud's admiration for Lu Yuyu. After all, she could be likened to a goddess of misfortune, her level of bad luck surpassing even that of the most unfortunate of the Black Cloud clan. Well, we both belong to the ranks of the ill-favored by the heavens, and having established a master-servant bond, we are effectively allies. As the saying goes, 2 negatives make a positive. Henceforth, you shall be called Good Fortune. Our lives together will surely flourish. No sooner had Lu Yuyu finished speaking than the once brilliant sunlight suddenly withdrew behind the clouds, casting a shadow over the land. Yet, she was accustomed to such occurrences and felt no disappointment. Instead, she reveled in the splendid name she had chosen. The little black cloud was momentarily stunned. Good fortune, such a delightful term, could it truly be associated with it, ever since it had gained consciousness? It had been the target of disdain from the clouds, not only struck by heavenly thunder, but also shunned by its kin. Even the passing breeze would give it a kick or two. It was practically synonymous with misfortune. Could it truly deserve such a noble name? What is it, do you not like it? Lu Yuyu felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the little black cloud might burst into tears again. Was the name she chose truly so unappealing? The little black cloud joyfully floated about within her consciousness, its electric energy crackling, for now that they had signed the master-servant contract, the thunder no longer posed any threat to her. The lightning coursed through her consciousness, silently transforming her body. Today, accompanying Lu Yuyu was her 5th senior brother, Su Jinyan. He, being the youngest of the 5, possessed a celestial-like appearance and a lively, soft disposition, endearing himself to the older female disciples of the sect. Thus, he resolved to reveal Lu Yuyu's true nature, aiming to force her to show her true self, according to their master. Once her body of misfortune normalized, she would choose a true companion from among them 5. Little junior sister, among us 5 brothers, which one do you favor the most? Lu Yuyu cast a fleeting glance his way. It certainly isn't you, why not? Su Jinyan, still young and unable to contain his curiosity, immediately pressed for an answer. I even need to say. She scrutinized Su Jinyan with disdain, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Among the brothers, he was the most insipid. Did he not have even a modicum of self-awareness? How dare you look down on yourself? Who gives you the right? Su Jinyan protested indignantly. That's because I'm still young. I haven't fully matured. I'm only 16, just 2 months older than you. Before he could finish, Lu Yuyu exaggeratedly covered her mouth, instinctively glancing at places she ought not to, her demeanor betraying her. I never said you were young. You said it yourself. Su Jinyan, having been deprived of maternal affection since a young age and resembling a delicate girl. endured considerable bullying from several younger female cousins during his childhood, which fostered a deep-seated aversion towards girls younger than him. The more intimately his junior sister called him, the more he loathed himself. Conversely, he harbored a slight Oedipal complex, which explained his immediate fondness for Song-Nuan, the female protagonist who, being a few years his senior and possessing a keen understanding, captivated him. Ahem, it is rumored he has peculiar preferences. For instance, he tends to address the female protagonist with an honorific title when emotionally stirred. This is something that can only be hinted at, not explicitly stated. In any case, it is rather unconventional. After a moment, Su Jinyin finally realized that Lu Yuyu was making suggestive remarks. With a bizarre expression, he stared at her intently, and the once gentle and adorable Su Jinyin transformed into a roaring emperor. Lu Yuyu. Are you a devil? Lu Yuyu, showing no signs of shame, proudly replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Su Jinyin's teeth ground in frustration. How exasperating. It felt as though this insufferable woman was becoming increasingly infuriating. However, with his 12 hours yet unfulfilled, he could not simply walk away in a huff. Puffing up his cheeks, he huffed repeatedly, attempting to convey his anger to Lu Yuyu, hoping she would recognize his displeasure and come to console him with an apology. Would Lu Yuyu indulge his bad habits? Absolutely not. She disdainfully glanced at Su Jinyin and quipped, "Are you a pig? Why are you grunting? Enough, Lu Yuyu. Don't take it too far." At his wit's end, Su Jinyin sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "I came to shield you from disaster, not to serve as your punching bag." Lu Yuyu, with a smile, replied, "So, should I be grateful, weeping with gratitude, and kneel to thank you?" Su Jinyin, who had always maintained the image of a well-behaved little boy, felt slightly uncomfortable as Lu Yuyu's words provoked him to curse. Seeing her sincerity, he averted his gaze and said, "That may not be necessary. A simple apology from my benefactor will suffice, and just because I am younger does not mean I am lacking in other aspects. You cannot slander my reputation at will." "What do you mean by benefactor? What do you mean by tarnishing your reputation? Senior brother, think before you speak. I only agreed to be your partner to help you avert calamity, so how could I not be your benefactor? This is an undeniable fact. I am making a significant sacrifice here." Lu Yu decided to give him a thorough lesson. "Senior brother, let us analyze this matter in detail." Chapter 8. This is to accumulate your own fortune. Lu Yu first took a sip of water to clear her throat. Then, with a smile, gazed at Su Jinyin, her lips moving rapidly as she began to explain. "Firstly, regarding this incident, my becoming your partner was a matter of survival for me, while you all did so for the sake of your master's orders. Strictly speaking, had it not been for my father, who is also your master, I doubt any of you would have willingly intertwined your fates with mine. Secondly, senior brother took the initiative to shield me from a calamity. Regardless of whether I would have perished without his intervention, he undeniably provided me with a favor. However, didn't senior brother also reap benefits from this incident? Moreover, it was my father who insisted on granting him the rare Euphiling, allowing him to advance to the nascent soul stage sooner than expected. In a sense, could I not also be considered his benefactor? The causal relationship is somewhat intricate, and it is not necessary to delve too deeply into it for now. In truth, our relationship is quite simple, entirely maintained by my father. I owe my father a debt, while my father owes you all a debt. Each grievance has its source. We should discuss our matters separately. Reflect on whether this reasoning resonates with you. If you still do not understand, you may introspect. Are you truly willing? You are not. Even if I concede a little and take a step back, begrudgingly acknowledging that you acted for my sake, is your attitude of seeking to repay favors truly justified? As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda for 7 levels. Young man, you are also accumulating your own fortune. Do you understand? Therefore, refrain from claiming you are my benefactor. Such words are beneath you. After exhausting her words, Lu Yu took several sips of the fragrant tea on the table. Then, disregarding the dazed Su Jinyin, sat cross-legged to continue her cultivation. This time, she effortlessly entered a meditative state. Whether it was an illusion or not, she sensed that the earth elements around her seemed more vibrant than before. If her previous cultivation had resembled a dying person clinging to life, the current earth elements resembled an inspirational figure striving to crawl forward despite losing their legs. Or perhaps it was merely a perception born from joy. and the cultivation speed had not significantly changed. Su Jinyan was momentarily stunned. Could one analyze it in this way? Yet, he found no fault in her reasoning. They were indeed not willing partners in this arrangement with the willful and infatuated Lu Yuyu. They merely committed to it out of respect for their master, hoping to alleviate his concerns. The one Lu Yuyu should truly be grateful for was her father, Lu Dingming, the sect leader, who had 5 excellent disciples. Discussing matters separately indeed made sense. With his thoughts clarified, Su Jinyan looked at Lu Yuyu with an indescribably complex gaze. Had his earlier attitude of seeking to repay favors been so unseemly that it led her to detest him? Had she lost interest in him, the one who once enjoyed teasing her by pinching her cheeks? For a moment, Su Jinyan found himself uncertain whether this situation was good or bad, though he felt a twinge of discomfort. Regardless, one cannot belittle a man. Such matters are the most difficult for a man to articulate. He deliberately quickened his cultivation pace, drawing all the earth elements around Lu Yuyu toward himself. He was a pure and exceptional earth spirit root. Lu Yuyu, with her ordinary spirit root, could not possibly compete with him. This was the realm of cultivation, where the strong are revered and the weak are oppressed. Lu Yuyu, immersed in her cultivation, soon sensed something amiss and noticed that the earth elements, which were about to enter her body, suddenly swirled away and flew into Su Jinyan instead. Observing his raised eyebrows and triumphant expression, Lu Yuyu realized she had been maliciously deprived of her cultivation elements. How shameless could he be? Was he truly so desperate as to compete for the meager resources? Fine, if he would not allow her to cultivate, then neither shall they. She stood up, cleared her throat, and began to hum a tune that was both anxious and entirely off-key, a cacophony that exuded a carefree and reckless spirit, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Damn it, Lu Yuyu, what madness is this? Su Jinyan gasped, nearly choking on his own saliva. Cultivating, not a chance. All he wanted was for Lu Yuyu to be quiet and to deliver a couple of stern reprimands. Lu Yuyu scoffed. Who has truly gone mad here? You deliberately siphoned off all the earth elements to provoke me, didn't you? Congratulations, you succeeded. I am indeed very angry. With Lu Yuyu bluntly exposing his less than honorable retaliatory actions, Su Jinyan's face flushed with embarrassment. To uphold the slightest shred of dignity, he forced himself to retort, I didn't do it on purpose. It's merely that your cultivation aptitude is too poor and your spirit root is subpar. Unable to compete with mine. How is that my fault? Indeed, it is your fault, Lu Yuyu affirmed, glaring at him. As your partner, you ought to show some consideration for your frail female companion, as a senior brother. You should empathize with your inherently disadvantaged junior sister, as a strong cultivator. You should not bully me, the weakest of all. Su Jinyan, do you have no shame? At this, Su Jinyan felt utterly humiliated, seeing Lu Yuyu's flushed face. He muttered defensively, why must you phrase it so harshly? If I don't cultivate, I can clear the space for you to practice. Having said that, he dared not face the barrage of words from Lu Yuyu and pretended to doze off. Eyes tightly shut, Lu Yuyu, having achieved her goal, was too lazy to waste more breath on him and settled down to focus on her cultivation. The weak must endure the blows of the strong. To grow stronger, she must become stronger. Su Jinyan stealthily opened a slit in his left eye to sneak a glance at Lu Yuyu. Observing her fierce expression even while cultivating, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Why was his junior sister so easily provoked now? In the past, when he had similarly drawn away the earth elements around her, she would take the opportunity to act coy, foolishly believing it was affection that drove him to tease her. Truly, the heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, especially for the more beautiful ones, who are often capricious, much like those cousins who used to torment him in his childhood, arrogant and malicious at their core. Lu Yuyu was unaware of Su Jinyan's current thoughts, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Her. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation, separated by an insurmountable divide of fate. He looked down upon her, and she equally regarded him with disdain. One who would turn against their benefactor for the sake of so-called true love could not possibly be someone she would find appealing. Chapter 9. Forced onto the arena while Lu Yuyu was absorbed in her cultivation. Su Jinyan found a comfortable position leaning against the wall, drifting into a daydream. Casually glancing at Lu Yuyu, he felt that something was amiss. Why did it seem as though her cultivation speed had increased slightly? However, He did not dwell on it. After all, her cultivation speed, no matter how fast, was still merely that of an ordinary spirit root. The disparity in innate talent often dictates the trajectory of one's future. It can be asserted that no matter how diligently Lu Yu strives to cultivate her skills, she will remain ensnared in the depths of mediocrity. In the past, Lu Yu would incessantly cling to herself, catering to her own whims, ensuring that she would not languish in solitude. However, now cast aside, she finds herself rather unaccustomed to this neglect. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she shot a fierce glare at Lu Yu. Her junior sister was undoubtedly the type who, having attained something, fails to cherish it. Once they became companions in the path of cultivation, she ceased to value him. Not only did she verbally humiliate him, but she also subjected him to emotional neglect, which was utterly despicable. Having harbored disdain for Lu Yu, Su Jinyan glanced at her, now engrossed in her practice, with a hint of unrecognized grievance in his eyes. His temperament was not one of quietude. In the stifling stillness of the room, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, merely wishing for time to hasten, so he could pursue his own desires. Every month, the Huaqing sect holds a tournament where disciples may engage in friendly combat and exchange skills. They can challenge specific individuals or spar with acquaintances, and prior to the match, they may even sign a life-and-death agreement. Upon hearing that today's tournament was underway, Lu Yu rose early, eager to witness how the practitioners of the immortal realm engaged in combat, to observe and learn. Wherever Lu Yu went, she was met with adoring gazes and jubilant cheers from clusters of female disciples. She lifted her gaze to behold her second senior brother, Feng Xiao, who was clad in a flowing red robe, holding a jade fan, his countenance brimming with flirtatious charm. What a flirt! Lu Yu mused. My sister's gaze so enamored because the affection from the female disciples is too overt, stirring jealousy. Feng Xiao, with a playful wink, raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of roguish charm. Lu Yu, with a smile, warned him, "Do not attempt to seduce me. I have just memorized Li Sa." The smile on Feng Xiao's face faltered, his expression frozen in a comical manner. It took him a moment to grasp the insinuation of flirtatious. Was she indirectly chastising him for being excessively charming? Narrowing his eyes, Feng Xiao maintained his confident smile, retorting, "Sister, you jest. A man cannot be called flirtatious. He must be referred to as dashing." Rolling her eyes, Lu Yu was disinclined to debate further. "Very well, you are correct. I shall temper my conduct and refrain from jealousy." "All right." Feng Xiao blinked, his amorous eyes radiating affection, as if even a dog would perceive his tenderness. Lu Yu wished to avoid conversing with this overly self-important peacock, continuing on her way. Yet Feng Xiao initiated a conversation. Observing Lu Yu's unwavering focus, he remarked, "Little Yu, did you say something that provoked the fifth junior brother? His behavior today seems rather peculiar." As long as he refrained from narcissism, Lu Yu could engage him in conversation. "What seems unusual?" Feng Xiao recalled Su Jinyan's green-eyed gaze fixated upon him, and he sighed with lingering trepidation. "Today, during our exchange, he invited me to accompany him to the restroom, glancing my way from time to time. Could he possibly have issues with his orientation?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu burst into laughter, surmising that Su Jinyan's pride had been wounded by her remarks. Observing the peacock-like Feng Xiao, she teased, "Then, second senior brother, you must protect your virtue." As they spoke, they arrived at the tournament stage. On the circular platform, two female practitioners were engaged in a sparring match. Both were prudent, striking a balance in their exchanges. And after a few respectful interactions, they gracefully exited the stage like good friends. Then, a familiar figure leapt onto the stage, Lu Yenna, who had scorned Lu Yu upon her arrival. As soon as Lu Yenna ascended the platform, her gaze locked onto Lu Yu, who was watching intently, and with a haughty demeanor, she taunted, "Lu Yu, do you dare to face me in combat?" Lu Yu found Lu Yenna to be rather deluded. As a late-stage foundational practitioner, why would she challenge Lu Yu, who was merely at the mid-stage? Wasn't that a foregone conclusion? "I dare not," Lu Yu declared boldly, feeling no shame whatsoever. How ridiculous, to challenge someone one cannot defeat. "Do I appear foolish?" "Oh, you do not dare, Lu Yu. You must acknowledge that you are indeed a waste," Lu Yenna mocked, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Xiao. her expression betraying a hint of uncharacteristic shyness. I advise you to recognize your place and release the fifth senior brother. You are not worthy of such celestial talent. The reason behind the fifth senior brother's bond with Lu Yuyu was not publicly disclosed. So aside from Lu Dingxing and the fifth senior brother, no one else knew, and they merely assumed that Lu Yuyu was leveraging her father's status to coerce the fifth senior brother into this humiliating and absurd partnership. Little Yenna, how can you speak of my sister in such a manner? She is merely modest. She is more than capable of handling you, Feng Xiao interjected, standing up for his junior sister and partner. Feng's senior brother, you always protect her so. If it were not for her fortunate birth, she would not even merit standing beside you. I am quite indignant. Lu Yenner bit her lip, her expression one of feigned grievance. Feng Xiao could not bear to see a beauty weep, and he gently urged Lu Yuyu. Why not step up and spar with her? Rest assured, second senior brother will protect you. Before Lu Yuyu could shake her head, Feng Xiao waved his hand, sending her onto the platform. Feng Xiao, you rascal! Before Lu Yuyu could finish her protest, an attack came hurtling toward her face, instinctively dodging to the side. She was still struck on the shoulder. Eliciting a sharp intake of breath, Feng Xiao unfurled his fan, encouraging her loudly. Little Yuyu, give it your all. If you win, whatever you desire to do with second senior brother, I shall grant you upon hearing his words. Lu Yenner's disdain for Lu Yuyu intensified, and her attacks grew increasingly fierce. Utilizing her remarkable perception, Lu Yuyu dodged several attacks, yet the disparity in their strengths was evident. Ultimately, she was left to endure the blows. As long as it was the day of the tournament, one could not leave the stage without a victor, and Lu Yuyu, daughter of the sect leader, was no exception. Lu Yenner, possessing a wood spirit root and practicing wood-based spells, summoned her spirit pet, Wisteria, to bind Lu Yuyu, unleashing waves of spiritual energy upon her from all sides, akin to a slow and torturous demise, non-lethal, yet utterly humiliating. However, as Lu Yuyu passively endured the onslaught, a peculiar gleam ignited in her eyes. She realized that the wood-based attacks from Lu Yenner were seeping through her wounds into her body, converging within her limbs and ultimately coalescing in her sea of consciousness. Instantaneously transforming into earth elements, her cultivation had increased, albeit just a fraction. A glimmer of surprise danced in Lu Yuyu's eyes. Could this be the opening of some extraordinary cultivation gateway, strengthening through adversity? Having long struggled with slow progress in her cultivation, Lu Yuyu broke into a wide grin, blood still trickling from her mouth, her expression delightfully foolish. Ah, so this is the door God has opened for me. Though I know not why I possess this peculiar ability to grow stronger from being beaten, it does not dampen my excitement. Fearing that the preceding events were merely a figment of her imagination, she stared at the elevated Lu Yenner. Wiping the blood from her lips, she inquired with genuine concern, Little Yenna, have you not eaten today? Are you merely tickling me? Lu Yenner had intended to keep things light. As long as Lu Yuyu admitted defeat, she would let her off the hook. To her surprise, Lu Yuyu dared to provoke her further, igniting an uncontrollable rage within Lu Yenna. With reckless abandon, she unleashed her spiritual energy upon Lu Yuyu, determined to compel her to kneel and beg for mercy. The spectators below were riveted, watching Lu Yuyu endure a relentless barrage of blows, when suddenly, the scene on the stage shifted dramatically. Lu Yenner, with an air of superiority, wielded her spiritual energy like a whip, relentlessly striking Lu Yuyu. Despite being covered in blood and teetering on the brink of collapse, Lu Yuyu refused to concede. I end that moment. The audience perceived within this willful young lady a profound sense of resilience and spirit. Not only did she refuse to yield, but she also fanned the flames of Lu Yenner's fury, as if she found joy in the act of being beaten. Yet, as the spiritual energy struck her, the pained expression on her face was unmistakably genuine. It is said some individuals possess a masochistic nature, deriving pleasure from suffering, yet Lu Yuyu's expression was not one of enjoyment. Had she descended into madness, heartbroken over the man who forced her onto the stage against her will, spiraling into despair? Feng Zhao's usual roguish smile faded, his gaze fixated on Lu Yuyu, bruised yet defiant, his thoughts a tumultuous mix. Enough, Lu Yuyu, as she once again spat blood, grinning maniacally. Feng Xiao could no longer contain himself. Yield, no one can take me away. Having forged this bond, I shall not easily dissolve it. regardless of whether you triumph or falter today. Lu Yenner, feeling a pang of concern, implored Lu Yuyu in a condescending tone. Lu Yuyu, concede. At that moment, Lu Yuyu felt pain radiating throughout her body, yet her spirit soared. Concede. Huh. That is entirely out of the question. I am now of the type that thrives on punishment, if I am not vanquished. Then unleash your full might upon me. Until I am satisfied, none shall depart. What? Are you afraid? Continue. Have you not always found me insufferable? Should you manage to defeat me today, I shall personally petition my father to replace Feng Xiao. Otherwise, you must concede, and from henceforth, you shall avoid crossing paths with me. Lu Yuyu, clutching her chest, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, her laughter wild and unrestrained, her pully white teeth stained crimson, yet she exuded an air of triumph. Utterly unperturbed by her dire circumstances, the surrounding audience was rendered speechless, shivering with exhilaration. Lu, cease your antics. The veins on Feng Zhao's forehead throbbed violently. She, who was notoriously averse to pain, was desperately seeking a fight. Had she lost her sanity? Lu Yu cast a cold glance at Feng Xiao and retaliated without discrimination. Do not forget who is the one that placed me on the arena, eager to witness my humiliation. Am I not a spectacle of your desires in this wretched state? After her scornful remark, Lu Yu turned her gaze towards the hesitant Lu Yenna, impatience evident in her voice. Will you fight or not? If you choose not to, then concede quickly. Do not waste my time. Lu would not allow her to succeed, gripping the whip tightly and refusing to let go, and no matter how Lu Yenna swung it. She seemed as if she were affixed to the whip itself, bouncing up and down in a comical manner. Lu Yenna, filled with rage, gritted her silver teeth, her eyes aflame with fury, and unleashed her strongest attack with all her spiritual energy. This strike, even if it did not kill Lu Yu, would surely take half her life. Feng Xiao attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Lu Yu was struck by a forceful blow to her dantian. Soaring through the air like a broken doll, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, lying motionless upon it, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Feng Zhao's eyes. Lu Yenner, having exhausted all her spiritual energy and collapsing on the arena floor, regained her senses, believing she had killed Lu Yu. Her eyes filled with horror. What terrified her even more was seeing the fingers of what she presumed was a lifeless corpse twitch, and then, unsteadily, Lu Yu stood up, revealing her blood-stained, ghastly smile. Is that all? Knowing her spiritual energy was depleted, Lu Yu, out of consideration for Lu Yenna, chose not to torment her further. Stretching her sore limbs, she elegantly lifted her leg to kick Lu Yenna off the stage. A triumphant smirk adorning her face. I have emerged victorious. Even the little dark cloud in her sea of consciousness was startled, had it not sensed the bond of their master-servant contract. It too would have believed Lu Yu had just been slain. Master, have you lost your mind? Even if being beaten could enhance one's cultivation, it should not be pursued so recklessly. Lu Yu shot at a disdainful glance. What do you understand? Work hard today, and tomorrow I shall have 8 male models. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Feng Xiao, wiping the blood that continually flowed from her mouth, and raising an eyebrow. Regardless of what I ask of you, must it be according to your wishes? At this moment, she, clad in green, was drenched in blood, yet remained unyielding and dignified, her arched brows and eyes exuding an audacious defiance, akin to an unexpected flash of light. Indelibly etched in Feng Zhao's gaze, coming back to his senses, he waved his bone fan, a charming and mischievous smile playing on his lips. Of course, my second senior brother's words carry weight. However, the very next moment, he regretted speaking too hastily, for Lu Yu had directly put forth her request on the arena. Teach me the art of alchemy. Feng Xiao, having nurtured his own unique insights and understandings of alchemy from a young age, had already ascended to the ranks of a 5th-grade alchemist, whereas the highest-ranking alchemist in Hucking Sect, the Third Elder, was merely a 7th-grade practitioner. For Lu Yu, not only did she wish to improve her cultivation, but she also aspired to dabble in various skills such as alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging, and in terms of alchemy, Feng Xiao, who would eventually become the only 9th-grade alchemist in the Divine Enlightenment continent, was undoubtedly the best mentor. Should she fail to grasp even a fragment of knowledge under his guidance, she could swiftly abandon her aspirations and avoid unnecessary detours. Chapter 11. Strength Through Adversity. pure delight upon hearing Lu Yuyu request his tutelage in alchemy. Any flicker of sympathy Feng Xiao had for her evaporated in an instant. He mused, she merely desires to draw closer to me, wishing to be in my presence at all times. Of course, these were not the crucial matters. The pivotal point was, Lu Yuyu was a calamity in the realm of alchemy. It was rumored that during her aptitude assessment, she had left the evaluating elder dizzy and disoriented. Moreover, Feng Xiao was a veritable paragon among the younger generation of alchemists. Did Lu Yuyu intend to tarnish the illustrious reputation of this prodigy? Yet, given his previous declarations and under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and acquiesce. However, let us clarify beforehand, this is merely guidance and does not confer any formal master-apprentice relationship. Lu Yuyu, eager for this opportunity, raised an eyebrow in agreement. Naturally, she had no intentions of making Feng Xiao her little master. She simply wished to ascertain whether she possessed an aptitude for alchemy. With his promise secured, Lu Yuyu's mood settled, but soon she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and before she knew it, darkness enveloped her consciousness. Feng Xiao, still lamenting his hasty agreement, swiftly rushed forward. Cradling Lu Yuyu in his arms and making his way to Physician Feng's residence, it must be said, this little junior sister had been quite a handful lately, either struck by lightning or beaten by someone. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat sheepish, despite the fact that this latter incident was of his own making. Yet, who could have anticipated that the usually delicate Miss Lu would fight on his behalf? Enduring a near-fatal beating from Lu Yener without conceding, the superficial injuries upon Lu Yuyu's body were mere trifles for the healers of the cultivation world. They required no prescriptions, as a few pills sufficed to mend her wounds. Recently, Feng Xiao had pressing matters and lacked the time to teach Lu Yuyu the art of alchemy, so the next day she eagerly approached the arena once more, seeking opponents for a spar. However, having learned from her previous encounter, she had prudently acquired numerous restorative pills from her doting father, fully prepared for the challenge. As today was not the monthly arena competition, only a sparse few gathered around the platform. She did not discriminate, simply pointing to a passerby whose cultivation was comparable to hers, politely requesting a spar. Following the events of yesterday, the crowd had slightly revised their opinions of Lu Yuyu. Though she was pampered, her refusal to concede even after being nearly beaten to death exhibited a commendable spirit. The passerby, Li Xiao, shook his head vigorously, despite his cultivation being on par with Lu Yener. He had heard that she had not only exhausted her spiritual energy, but had also consumed numerous spirit recovery pills, and had spent the night plagued by nightmares and her dreams. Various demons appeared, each bearing the visage of Lu Yuyu, their faces ghastly and drenched in blood, with teeth bared in a terrifying grin, a nightmarish experience indeed. Lu Yuyu, adept at reading expressions, noticed his reluctance and produced a high-grade spirit stone. Smiling brightly, "If you engage in a spirited duel with me, regardless of the outcome, you shall receive this high-grade spirit stone." Li Xiao was immediately intrigued. It was well known that spirit stones were categorized into ordinary, medium, and high grades, with an ordinary disciple receiving merely 10 medium spirit stones per month, while 100 medium spirit stones equated to a single high-grade stone. The others around them were instantly envious, wishing they could leap forward and shout, "I am late. My apologies." Fearful of losing this opportunity, Li Xiao hastily jumped onto the arena, cupping his fists. "Junior Sister Lu, I beg your pardon in advance." Li Xiao was of the gold spiritual root, and in the late foundation establishment stage, he understood that Lu Yuyu was only in the mid-foundation establishment stage, thus he fought with trepidation. Wary of truly injuring her, Lu Yuyu immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Senior brotherly, this is the arena, so please show me respect." Saying this, she launched a ferocious assault against him, despite her weaker spiritual power. Her techniques were exceptionally cunning, and Li Xiao dared not underestimate her. Engaging earnestly in their spar, the outcome was predictable. For the entire half-hour, it was almost exclusively Lu Yuyu who faced blows, although she was the one being struck. Her growing fighting spirit amidst the duel garnered admiration from the spectators. Today, it was Gong Firen accompanying Lu Yuyu, and as he observed the girl on the arena receiving a pummeling, he felt not a flicker of emotion. When Feng Xiao handed over the responsibility to him, he specifically instructed him to adopt a spectator's attitude towards Lu Yuyu's unusual behavior. for otherwise, with her opportunistic nature, she might very well latch onto him as well. Gong Firen watched Lu Yuyu with great interest, eager to see how long she could sustain her inspirational yet tragic performance. After the first match, Lu Yuyu felt significantly better than the previous day. Although she had endured yet another severe beating and lost considerable blood, it was far superior to her bout with Lu Yenner. Perhaps it was merely her impression, but she sensed that she was becoming increasingly resilient. Not only that, but she also detected the faintest hint of a breakthrough in her formerly stagnant mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Growing stronger through adversity is truly delightful. Upon returning to her room, she suddenly remembered that accompanying her was a future master of talisman crafting, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she looked at Gong Firen. "Fourth senior brother, I have heard that you possess considerable expertise in talisman crafting." Gong Firen, having anticipated this, swiftly extinguished her budding hopes. "Fourth senior brother is busy and has no time." Lu Yuyu, displaying an attitude of seeking favors, promptly lost interest and merely sighed, proceeding to tidy herself up before beginning to consolidate the cultivation she had absorbed today. Gong Firen. He had expected Lu Yuyu to persistently plead for him to teach her. She was indeed perceptive. Although he was not particularly busy, he truly did not wish to waste time playing house with a novice. Would it not be more rewarding to devote his time to studying talisman crafting? Would it not be more gratifying to enhance his cultivation? Lu Yu wishing to occupy his time, not a chance. While he was lost in thought, he keenly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converging, lazily lifting his gaze to see Lu Yuyu, seated cross-legged, directly breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. However, he was only momentarily taken aback. For someone at his mid-golden core stage, this was not a matter worth his attention. As Lu Yuyu advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, she continued her cultivation, joyfully discovering that her speed of progress exceeded fivefold compared to before, and she immersed herself eagerly in the blissful world of cultivation. Gong Firen was delighted that she was not being bothered and sat cross-legged alongside her, engaging in cultivation together. The following day, Lu Yuyu awoke from her meditative state, only to find herself alone in the room. They were not fond of accompanying her, and she, too, had endured a certain torment. Fortunately, after a full 5 days, this ordeal had finally come to an end. Stretching languidly, Lu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. With no one shadowing her, she felt a sense of freedom. Quickly tidied up and dashed towards the arena. Youth does not wait. The time to strive is now. Chapter 12. Self-studying alchemy. Enticed by the allure of high-grade spirit stones, several eager senior brothers and sisters emerged, including both foundation building and core formation cultivators. They complied with Lu Yuyu's requests, adjusting their attack strengths, and sometimes even made various adjustments to better coordinate with her. Their sycophantic demeanor could only be described as that of a devoted follower. After all, who would dare to oppose wealth? Consequently, they faced scorn from envious disciples who had failed to secure a position. The fortunate seniors who had the opportunity to step onto the stage were unyielding to these complaints, flaunting the high-grade spirit stones in their hands, proudly proclaiming, "For the sake of profit, there is no shame." Indeed, those were high-grade spirit stones. What did it matter if they sparred with Lu Yuyu? If it weren't for the rule that each person could only fight her once, they would have gladly become her exclusive sparring partners. They would not only relish striking her, but would even welcome the chance to be struck. Gradually, Lu Yuyu began to discern certain patterns in these battles. She found that while she absorbed the spiritual energy from those significantly more powerful than herself at a slower pace, she could assimilate energy from opponents of comparable strength much more swiftly. To her delight, she discovered that she was able to absorb the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, there was another revelation that filled her with joy. Her cultivation had reached the late foundation building stage, merely a step away from core formation, yet others could not perceive her true level, as she could freely adjust her cultivation rank. Wasn't this the perfect tool for masquerading as a humble beginner while secretly possessing immense power? You thought I was merely at the foundation stage. Apologies, but I am already a formidable spirit transformation master. Lu Yuyu eagerly anticipated the day she could utter such a boastful statement, as the saying goes. Extremes lead to reversals. Lu Yuyu's astonishing method of increasing her cultivation through taking hits soon encountered a bottleneck. Ever since she reached the late foundation building stage, she could no longer gain any cultivation from being struck by anyone. Regardless of their level, sneaking into the library to peruse ancient text on cultivation, she eventually realized through a basic cultivation manual that she had hit a bottleneck. For instance, a bottle has a limited capacity. Once filled with water, it cannot accommodate more. However, this bottle also possesses the potential for expansion. As it upgrades, the space widens and its capacity increases significantly. The key to advancing from one realm to a higher one lies primarily in sudden enlightenment. This concept of enlightenment is rather elusive. Some cultivators achieve it through life and death battles, others through insights into the nature of life, and some even succeed while dreaming. She discussed this issue with Xiao Heiyun overnight, who believed that her rapid advancement had made her foundation unstable, necessitating practical experience and insights from life and death duels in order to advance to core formation. However, those who had fought her previously were cautious and would not truly attempt to kill her. Thus, no matter how fiercely she was beaten, she never felt the imminent danger of battle. Regardless of the reason, Lu Yuyu understood that advancing from foundation to core formation could not be rushed. So, she decided to wait for the trial in the Nine Nether Secret Realm 3 months later. During this trial, she would encounter the protagonist, Song Nuan. Master, your rapid growth in cultivation truly makes Yun envious, Xiao Heiyun said with a hint of jealousy, its golden eyes blinking adorably. Lu Yuyu, of course, understood what Xiao Heiyun was implying. She believed that her remarkable cultivation method was largely attributed to Xiao Heiyun's influence, as its presence had likely altered her physique and aptitude. Naturally, she would not neglect to reward it. However, for Xiao Heiyun to advance in cultivation, it would need to endure heavenly tribulations. Where could she possibly find lightning for it? Moreover, when the time came, would it be Xiao Heiyun or herself who would face the tribulations? Xiao Heiyun whispered in her ear for a while, and Lu Yuyu's eyes brightened as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Good fortune, only you could come up with such a method." Thus, everyone soon noticed that after Lu Yuyu's exuberant display in the arena, she began to act strangely, eagerly asking which senior brothers and sisters or elders were about to undergo tribulation. Appearing quite thrilled, indeed, Xiao Heiyun's suggestion was to see if she could stealthily benefit from the tribulations of others. However, half a month passed with no sign of any impending tribulation. The senior Feng Xiao, who had promised to teach her alchemy, was busier than a spinning top these days, and his absence left her uncertain whether it was intentional or not. Finding it boring, Lu Yuyu decided to immerse herself in the library, voraciously absorbing various knowledge about this world. When she stumbled upon a basic alchemy book, her eyes lit up, fearing that Feng Xiao, the overly flirtatious man, would mock her when she finally studied alchemy. She resolved to practice secretly first. Possessing an almost photographic memory, she was still concerned about miscalculating the amount of herbs and the sequence of their addition, which could lead to an explosion. Thus, she humbly sought permission from the library's steward to borrow the foundational text on alchemy. The steward, an elderly man with a head of white hair, had guarded the library for over a decade. He recognized Lu Yuyu and assumed she had become more diligent. However, upon witnessing her rapid reading, he felt he had misjudged her, seeing that she wished to borrow only a basic alchemy book. The steward casually inquired, "Do you wish to learn alchemy?" Lu Yuyu obediently nodded. "Yes, please register me. Grandpa Baida, a polite young lady," he thought, noting her demeanor was not as arrogant as the rumors suggested. A.S. the daughter of the sect leader. She had her own spacious courtyard, providing her the freedom to engage in any activity without hindrance. Placing the alchemy furnace in the center of the courtyard, she began to follow the potion recipe, igniting the furnace with the borrowed fire while controlling the flame's intensity with her spiritual energy. After preheating, she gradually added the herbs one by one. When it came to the last ingredient, she hastily covered the lid, fearing an explosion, and quickly jumped back several meters. Just as she was about to check the situation, there was a loud bang. The alchemy furnace exploded, having stood too close. Lu Yuyu was inevitably caught in the blast, her appearance now covered in soot, her hair standing on end as if struck by lightning. "What the?" Lu Yuyu exclaimed, smoke billowing from her mouth as she could not help but curse. "Is it a curse to explode only when I am nearby?" Lu Yuyu had intended to keep a low profile, but the explosion drew the attention of passers-by outside her courtyard. Chapter 13. Testing the medicine, Lu Yuyu resolutely refused to give anyone outside the opportunity to laugh at her misfortune. pretending to be dead and not answering the door. However, even if she did not open the door, those outside could easily guess what she was up to. Some who typically looked down on Lu Yuyu remarked sarcastically, "Is Lu Shimi practicing alchemy? It smells burnt. Oh dear, even stings the eyes." Indeed, Lu Shimi had previously tested her alchemical talent, exploding over a dozen furnaces in a single day, nearly causing the teaching elder to faint from fury. Moreover, the potions she exploded were far more pungent than those of others, likely intended not for consumption but rather to assault the senses of sight and taste. I reckon she wants to impress the second senior brother. After all, he's a master of alchemy. Perhaps she's hoping to learn alchemy to have more topics to discuss with him. That moment, Feng Xiao happened to pass by and overheard the conversation. "What is going on?" he mused, silently listening for a while, piecing together the situation. A sense of despair washed over him at the thought of teaching Lu Yuyu alchemy. Does she really like him that much? As he recalled his promise to instruct her in alchemy, he felt life becoming bleak and his head throbbed. Oh well, once this busy period is over, I'll honor my commitment and guide her in alchemy. Hoping to dissuade her early on, after all, someone who constantly explodes furnaces is hardly suited to be an alchemist, especially since her earth-based spiritual root lacks the fire control capability of those with fire roots. It is essential to understand that alchemy is not merely about placing herbs in order. The primary skill lies in controlling the fire. The burnt smell emanating from Lu Yuyu's courtyard clearly indicated that the flames had been too fierce, leading to the explosion. Seeing Lu Yuyu remain unresponsive, the onlookers found it dull and gradually dispersed. In truth, the reason they dared to tease Lu Yuyu was that the sect leader was wise and would not reprimand them for trivial matters. Lu Yuyu had a somewhat rebellious nature and often caused trouble. Sometimes, she would complain to the sect leader, even demanding apologies. Over time, this led to a more casual atmosphere among the disciples, and Lu Yuyu ceased to complain, preferring to argue it out and leave with a few harsh words if she lost. They found it rather entertaining. However, her sudden silence left them feeling somewhat disappointed. Inside the courtyard, Lu Yuyu furrowed her brows, meticulously reviewing the required herbs and steps for the first-grade blood-replenishing elixir. Everything seemed correct. The quantities and sequence were accurate. Where could she have gone wrong? Suddenly, she slapped her forehead in realization. Fire must be related to the fire. Even cooking requires attention to the heat, let alone alchemy. She deduced that the explosion was likely connected to the few seconds she had stepped away, for the flames had spiraled out of control, resulting in the explosion. Once she comprehended this, she confidently set out to retrieve several more alchemy furnaces once the onlookers had dispersed. Following the previous steps, she added the medicinal herbs and other ingredients into the cauldron, all the while braving the peril of another explosion with meticulous care. She controlled the flames. As she glanced at the time, she noticed that there were no signs of an impending detonation, prompting Lu Yuyu to exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. The alchemical process was nearing completion, but she had not detected any fragrance emanating from the elixir. The text indicated that when an elixir is successfully refined, a delightful aroma would waft from it, with higher-grade potions being particularly invigorating to the senses. Was this yet another failure? As she reached the final step, Lu Yuyu halted her actions. The anticipation in her eyes had vanished, and without hesitation, she flung open the cauldron lid. Indeed, there was no scent to be found. She glanced inside nonchalantly, her large eyes widening in astonishment. Lying quietly within were 10 resplendent, round, and plump elixirs. Had she truly succeeded? Moreover, the success rate was an astounding 10 out of 10. Lu Yuyu felt as though she had entered a dreamlike state. It is worth noting that the success rate is a crucial measure of an alchemist's innate talent. The higher the rate, the greater the alchemist's proficiency. Staring at the 10 plump potions in the cauldron, Lu Yuyu found herself at a loss. With no aroma, yet tangible forms, was this deemed a success or a failure? After a brief internal struggle, she cautiously retrieved each elixir from the cauldron. Summoning considerable courage, she closed her eyes and forced herself to consume one. Moments later, a tickling sensation in her nose led to a trickle of warm liquid. Lu Yuyu, is this an overabundance of nourishment or some form of poisoning? To make matters worse, she felt a familiar, cramping pain in her lower abdomen, followed by a discomfiting sense of recognition. Fearful of an untimely demise, She barely had time to assess her condition before hastily seeking a physician. The diagnosis revealed that excessive nourishment had resulted in an early onset of menstruation. But nothing else was amiss. She was advised to consume lighter fare for the time being. Luu's heart was filled with despair. Menstruation? Surely not. Everyone who understands, even amidst the cultivation of immortality, one cannot evade the monthly visitations. It is utterly. After finishing his admonishments, the physician, unable to restrain himself, scolded her for her recklessness, stating that regardless of how potent a third-tier elixir may be, one should not consume it without significant blood loss. With a sigh, he departed. While third-tier elixirs are not exceedingly rare, they are often sought after by those with desperate needs, fetching a high price in the market. They are not to be trifled with. Lu Yu was left utterly bewildered. A third-tier elixir? When she had previously battled and lost considerable blood, she had only consumed a second-tier potion. Could it be impossible? The doubt in her eyes gradually transformed into elation. Could it be that the third-tier elixir the physician spoke of was the very one she had sampled? Yet she had only refined a first-tier blood-replenishing elixir. Elixirs are graded from 1 to 10. With each grade further categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional qualities. Even the exceptional ones barely approach the efficacy of a second-tier elixir. Had her first-tier concoction somehow ascended to the third tier upon returning to her courtyard? Lu Yu's heart remained tumultuous. Fearing it was merely a fluke, she took advantage of the warm cauldron to attempt refining a few more first-tier elixirs. Initially, she struggled, but gradually she found her rhythm. Producing elixirs that were not only large and round but consistently yielded 10 each time. However, the elixirs still emitted no fragrance, with only a faint scent detectable when held to her nose. Gazing at the full bowl of elixirs, Lu Yu rested her chin in her hands, troubled. After all, she was in a unique predicament, and how could she test the effects of other elixirs? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She released the green-haired turtle from her beast pouch, smiling brightly at it. The green-haired turtle, having diligently trained within the pouch, was oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on becoming stronger for its master. Being summoned and gazed upon with such affection, the green-haired turtle shyly inquired, "Master, how may I assist you?" Chapter 14. The green-haired turtle's nosebleed. Lu Yu nodded vigorously and pointed to the small bowl beside her. "These elixirs are highly nourishing. Could you help me test their quality?" The green-haired turtle, encountering so many elixirs for the first time, was both curious and slightly overwhelmed, yet it did not question further. Instead, it patted its hard shell with its front paw, its eyes sparkling with determination. Little turtle can do it. The master had always considered it somewhat useless, rarely acknowledging it, but now, with the master treating it differently and bestowing it with a mighty name, it felt compelled to perform admirably. The humble little turtle, upon receiving the command, scurried toward the bowl of elixirs. To Lu Yu's astonishment, it devoured them in mere bites. After finishing, the green-haired turtle commented, "They dissolve in the mouth." Quite delectable, Lu Yu. It was not that she did not intervene. Rather, the green-haired turtle was simply too formidable. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, it dashed to the elixirs, its small body stretching its neck. Its mouth expanding several times over, consuming all the elixirs in just a few gulps and swallowed. Had it not been for the concern of the bowl, it would have likely devoured that as well. "Master, what's wrong?" Upon finishing, the green-haired turtle felt a warmth enveloping its body, but seeing Lu Yu's astonished expression, it prioritized her well-being. Remembering something, it bashfully lowered its head like a child caught misbehaving. If that little turtle has eaten too much? Young Master Ao has complained before, but little turtles simply cannot resist food. Next time, I shall try to eat more elegantly. Please do not dislike me, Master. Witnessing its humble demeanor, Lu Yu felt a pang of emotion. She approached, squatting before it, and gently patted its shell. "I harbor no disdain for you, merely astonishment. My spirit beast, feel free to eat as you wish, however you wish." The green-haired turtle beamed, its eyes filled with adoration as it gazed at Lu Yu. "Master is so kind. Little turtle loves you." It nuzzled against Lu Yu's hand, delighted to find that she truly bore no ill will, and it blissfully squinted its eyes. Such tender moments between master and beast are rare. Eliciting a sardonic tone from the shadowy entity in her consciousness. "You truly are generous to your spirit beast. rewarding a slap with a sweet date. Ignoring its snide remarks, Lu Yuyu observed the green-haired turtle. Concerned that consuming so many elixirs might affect its health, especially since there were over 100, the saying goes, all medicines carry some poison, and that was without considering the quantity and variety of these elixirs. Should any be incompatible, do you feel any discomfort? Lu Yuyu inquired anxiously. The green-haired turtle shook its head, and oh, discomfort at all. Little turtle feels warm and cozy, even more so than soaking in a hot spring. When accompanying Lu Yao, it had once been tossed into a spiritual spring, and it had enjoyed swimming immensely, even gaining a bit of cultivation thereafter. Lu Yuyu remained unconvinced, gently patting its head. Oh dear. So hot, comfortable. This must be delirium. The next moment, a stream of blood erupted from the turtle's nostrils, quickly followed by the other nostril. Lu Yuyu jumped back in shock. She hurriedly cradled the green-haired turtle and rushed to find a veterinarian. The turtle, feeling dazed, noticed Lu Yuyu's worried expression and clumsily attempted to reassure her. Master, little turtle is fine. I feel great. Please do not cry, as blood gushed from its nose while it clumsily tried to comfort her. It appeared utterly absurd. Lu Yuyu gestured for it to remain silent, and the green-haired turtle obediently fell quiet, its small eyes sparkling with concern for its master. Wow, master is holding me. Master cares for me. It was determined not to worry its master, although it felt no discomfort and could quickly replenish any lost blood. It strove to suppress the flow to avoid distressing her. Ironically, this only exacerbated the situation. After holding back for a moment, the blood gushed even more, alarming Lu Yuyu, who practically sprinted to the veterinarian. In truth, Lu Yuyu had never regarded it merely as a spirit beast. After all, it had a vibrant life and could communicate with her. Moreover, it was her own elixir that had caused this predicament, and she could not simply disregard it. As she rushed, onlookers regarded her with curiosity, wondering what frenzy she might be in upon seeing the bloodied turtle in her arms and the direction she was headed. They grew intrigued. Clearly, her spirit beast was unwell, and the urgency etched on her face was unmistakable as she headed toward the veterinarian's location. Hadn't Lu Yuyu once been dismissive of this turtle when she first contracted it? Why did it seem she cared for it now? Speculation arose that Lu Yuyu's personality had drastically changed after becoming engaged to the fifth senior brother. Perhaps she was striving to improve herself to be worthy of him. Soon, Lu Yuyu arrived at the veterinary clinic, where the veterinarian happened to be present. Noticing the alarming blood on Lu Yuyu's clothes, he swiftly took the still bleeding turtle from her, working to stem the flow while examining its body. Lu Yuyu remained silent, anxiously awaiting the verdict. The veterinarian's expression grew increasingly grave, prompting Lu Yuyu to nervously ask, "Is it okay? I gave it." Before she could finish, the veterinarian's serious demeanor morphed into one of astonishment as he congratulated her. It seems it is about to awaken its bloodline. It is the first time in my life that I have encountered such a lowly spirit beast encountering this situation. I wonder if it can remain here for a few days while I observe." Upon hearing that this peculiar old man intended to take it away from its master, the green-haired turtle flailed its limbs and cried out to Lu Yuyu, "Master, little turtle does not want to stay here. Little turtle wishes to be with master." Previously, Lu Aoyao had thought it amusing to leave for a few days, resulting in the master seemingly forgetting its existence. It was not until over half a year later that it saw its master again. If it truly stayed with this strange old man, would the master completely forget about it? With this thought, the green-haired turtle felt a wave of panic, exerting all its strength to break free from the veterinarian's grasp. Landing with a thud on the ground, its short tail accidentally smacking the veterinarian's face, quickly scrambling on all fours, it dashed towards Lu Yuyu, as if pursued by a ghost. The veterinarian wore an awkward expression. Yet he could see that this young turtle was merely dependent on its master, so he chose not to hold a grudge over the tail incident. Chapter 15, Alchemy. Learned at Lu Yuyu expressed her gratitude to the veterinarian and then asked, "But what should I do if it keeps having a nosebleed? Can its body withstand this?" Seeing her genuine concern, the veterinarian patiently advised, "This is a normal phenomenon and requires no interference. Once its bloodline successfully awakens, everything will return to normal." Not long after returning home, the green-haired turtle ceased its excessive bleeding but fell into a deep slumber. When Lu Yuyu considered seeking the veterinarian again, Xiao Heiyun spoke up. No need to look for the veterinarian. Your little turtle's method of awakening its bloodline is the most effortless, without any pain or discomfort. Once it wakes from its slumber, it will all be over. To be honest, this little turtle is quite fortunate. You understand this too? Lu Yu asked in astonishment. Xiao Heiyun puffed out its chest proudly and declared, the Heiyun clan possesses noble bloodlines, naturally endowed with inherited memories. These are mere commonalities. Lu Yu gazed at Xiao Heiyun in her sea of consciousness with keen interest, her eyes sparkling. Then can you analyze why the green-haired turtle suddenly awakened its bloodline? Is it related to the elixirs I concocted? Xiao Heiyun momentarily stuttered. However, not wanting to lose face before Lu Yu, it fabricated. What does it have to do with your elixirs? It merely possesses an ancient bloodline within its body, which just happened to awaken. Fearing that Lu Yu might be disappointed, Xiao Heiyun pondered how to comfort her. Lu Yu, however, patted her chest and sighed in relief. Good, it's not because of me. Otherwise, if it bled so much, I would feel guilty. Xiao Heiyun rolled its eyes in exasperation. Due to the green-haired turtle's mediocre aptitude, even if it awakened, it would not possess a formidable ancient bloodline. Moreover, as Lu Yu was the daughter of the sect leader, any issues would naturally be addressed by the leader, which is why the veterinarian chose not to report the matter. In the following days, Lu Yu awaited the awakening of the green-haired turtle while diligently attempting to concoct various elixirs. However, the recipes in the library were limited to first to third grades, which were sufficient for her needs. After successfully refining every elixir listed in the texts, she finally felt satisfied and ceased her efforts. Recipes of fourth grade and above were primarily in the hands of high-ranking alchemists, typically passed down only to direct disciples. Whether Lu Yu would have the fortune to encounter such knowledge would depend on fate. Thus, she decided to set aside elixirs for the moment and prepare to learn her next survival skill. Talisman crafting. Learning alchemy had instilled her with immense confidence. If she could master various skills, she could ultimately outshine the male and female leads, which would be truly exhilarating. At that moment, Lu Yu brimmed with confidence, filled with ambition. As the saying goes, with more skills comes more pathways. Tread the paths of others so that they may find themselves with no path to follow. She was determined to push herself to the limit. Observing Lu Yu, who seemed invigorated as if infused with vitality, Xiao Heiyun felt a genuine sense of envy. The Heiyun clan often struggled to find sustenance, and many who sought to conquer the clouds had met their demise. Thus, it often contemplated that enduring quietly and living a mundane life might not be so bad. Yet, witnessing Lu Yu's diligence caused it to question its previous mindset. Little Yu, upon hearing someone call her, Lu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She didn't even need to look to know it was Feng Xiao, for he was the only one who referred to her as Little Yu. Second senior brother, Lu Yu politely greeted him before continuing on her way. The man who had once eyed her with longing now appeared indifferent, and truthfully, Feng Xiao felt quite conflicted. He hurried after her, taking 2 steps for every one of hers on that day at the arena. Did I not promise to teach you alchemy? I have time today. When is it convenient for you? Lu Yu waved her hand dismissively. No need, I've already learned it. 3 large question marks appeared on Feng Xiao's forehead. He recognized each word, but together they left him perplexed. No need. Learned it. Learned what? Alchemy. Is she joking? Lu Yu, having failed to find the books she desired, responded disinterestedly. Oh, Feng Xiao, proud and haughty, grew impatient at her dismissive tone. I only have a few days free. If you wish to learn, seek me out any time, but I will not wait indefinitely. He seldom spoke with such patience. Yet Lu Yu failed to detect it. However, she could sense the slightest hint of annoyance in his tone. She halted and met his gaze. Weren't you unwilling to teach me alchemy, now that I no longer require it? Why are you upset? Feng Xiao's expression turned serious. Alchemy is no trifling matter. Regardless of whether you are upset with me, you should not lie by claiming you have learned. One must understand that learning is an endless journey, and the path of alchemy is vast and profound. Had I known your attitude toward learning was so flippant, I would never have agreed to teach you. Lu Yu chuckled. When have I ever treated it lightly? Or, when have I shown a lack of seriousness? I am immensely grateful for your willingness to teach, but if you choose not to, there is no need for me to harbor resentment. Feng Xiao was both amused and exasperated by Lu Yu's words. He was aware that she had been practicing alchemy in private, Just a few days ago, she had caused an explosion in the furnace. And now she claimed to have learned alchemy. Was she mocking him? Truth be told, if it were any other matter, he would have indulged her playful banter, but in the realm of alchemy, he could not tolerate any hint of carelessness or irreverence. If you no longer wish to learn, just say so. There is no need to provoke me with claims of no need or learned it. Lu Yuyu, recognizing his intent to pick a fight, retorted, I merely wanted to gauge my aptitude for alchemy. It does not necessitate mastering every aspect or concocting high-grade elixirs. I believe what suffices is enough. Moreover, it is not as if I sought you out for instruction. You offered after feeling guilty for sending me to the arena. You have broken your promise time and again. Is it so wrong that I no longer require your teaching? Feng Xiao felt that Lu Yuyu was simply irked that he had been preoccupied with other matters and had not taught her alchemy. With a resigned sigh, he said, regardless, you should not claim to have learned anything. Remember, learning has no bounds. Chapter 16. The beauty falls into the water. The library was filled with scattered groups of people, only able to see the two engaged in a heated argument, though unable to discern their words. However, witnessing Lu Yuyu manage to provoke her usually gentle and considerate second senior brother into such a state garnered her a host of approving thumbs-ups. Impressive, master. Why not just throw the elixirs you refined right in his face? After Feng Xiao left, Xiao Heiyun curiously inquired. It did not understand why Lu Yuyu, with her exceptional aptitude for alchemy, would refrain from showcasing her skills. It seemed too generous of her. Feng Xiao departed with a dark expression, while Lu Yuyu felt quite pleased and began to search for the books she needed, before she possessed absolute strength. She would refrain from exposing herself too much. Bragging was merely a fleeting pleasure and would not significantly aid her future. She sought not only a path to survival but also to become an invincible, unparalleled force. Then why did you claim to have learned it? Xiao Heiyun morphed its form into a small hand and scratched its head in confusion. What is false can be made true, and what is true can be made false. Lu Yuyu replied mysteriously. Sigh, you humans are full of schemes. We are all one family, yet you insist on speaking two languages. Xiao Heiyun, still young, did not grasp the complexities of human thought. Lu Yuyu gazed at Feng Xiao's departing figure, her expression distant. You do not understand. He is not family. He is an adversary. In the near future, including Feng Xiao, 5 senior brothers would inevitably fall for Song Wan, even becoming so infatuated that they would forget their sex honor and mission, manifesting in various competitions where they would give the female lead undue advantage. Originally, the Huaying sect boasted 5 unparalleled talents, promising to elevate their rankings. However, due to the entangled relationships with the female lead, they only succeeded in creating a series of amusing blunders and remained at the bottom among the 5 major sections. Lu Yuyu never believed that her charm could make the 5 male leads fall for her, or that they would spare her and the Huaying sect. After all, despite her gradual transformation, she had not reverted to the spoiled, infatuated, and unreasonable behavior of the past, yet their gazes still held the same enduring disdain. Perhaps this was destiny. She was not only destined to contend with the male and female leads, but also to battle against fate itself. She would not place her hopes on anyone else, but rather strive to become increasingly formidable. As her gaze gradually solidified with determination, Lu Yuyu found the book she desired and proceeded to register it with the steward Bai. She understood his good intentions, and over time, they had become quite familiar with each other. Playfully, she remarked, Thank you, Grandpa Bai, for your guidance. I believe that broadening one's horizons is always beneficial. Who knows, I might just discover what suits me best. In the original narrative, Steward Bai devoted his entire life to guarding the library, seeking nothing else. And the final moments before the Huaying sect was besieged, a man who cherished books above all, did not wish to allow the countless scriptures and techniques within the library to fall into the hands of those 5 treacherous disciples. Resolutely, he chose to perish in the flames alongside the library. Lu Yuyu held a deep respect for this elderly man. Bai stroked his beard thoughtfully, savoring her words, and regarded Lu Yuyu with approval, saying, It seems I have been narrow-minded. As the saying goes, in every profession, there are exceptional talents. Sometimes, knowing when to cut losses can be a form of wisdom. I never expected such profound thoughts from one so young. Well done. Observing this amiable old man, Lu Yuyu fell into silence. Why should such a caring and understanding elder meet such a tragic fate? She chose not to speak further and completed her borrowing process before departing the library. Meanwhile, Bai Li Wuqing arrived at the library, only to find Lu Yuyu had already walked away. As a frequent visitor, Bai Li Wuqing was fond of this talented and hardworking child, and he teased, "What a coincidence, your little companion just left. You still have time to catch up with her." Bai Li Wuqing's typically cool and gentle demeanor bore a hint of helplessness as he replied, "Grandpa Bai, please do not jest, I am merely alleviating my master's worries." Elder Bai chuckled warmly, "Young man, do not speak too definitively. Who can predict what the future holds? I find that young lady quite impressive." Bai Li Wuqing smiled softly and shook his head. "That day will never come. Perhaps one day a woman would indeed enter his heart, but that person would certainly not be Lu Yuyu." Before long, she arrived at the scene. A beautiful female corpse lay sprawled on the ground, her slender waist slightly swollen as if she had swallowed a considerable amount of water. Her chest showed no rise or fall, indicating she had lost her breath. Lu Yuyu approached the body and knelt beside it. Despite the waterlogged woman's pale complexion, her astonishing beauty was undeniable. Not daring to indulge in admiration for too long, Lu Yuyu conducted an inspection and confirmed that the woman was in a state of apparent death. Taking a deep breath, she began administering artificial respiration. The extraordinary scene startled the onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. Good heavens, how could Lu Yuyu be so repulsive, pressing her chest and abdomen? Is she not allowing Sister Song to rest in peace? What are you standing there for? Quickly, let us summon the sect master. Lu Yuyu is causing too much chaos. Did she save her? But Sister Song clearly had no breath just moments ago. Song Ro, believing herself to be dead, opened her eyes to see a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes filled with urgency gazing at her, while soft lips pressed against her own. A blush rapidly spread across Song Ro's face. Instinctively pushing away this unwelcome suitor, she finally recognized who it was. Lu Yuyu. Song Ro knew Lu Yuyu. She had previously been mocked for her overly extravagant appearance, despite her own modest attire, although she had been in a state of apparent death. She still retained some awareness, at least enough to hear the surrounding voices. So, Lu Yuyu had saved her, but why had she kissed her? As she recalled the scene upon waking, Song Ro felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Remembering that she had just pushed Lu Yuyu, fearing she might be angry, she hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry. I was too flustered and lost control of my strength. Did I hurt you?" The beauty's timid voice was truly captivating. Lu Yuyu had a high tolerance for beautiful women. After all, it was just a gentle push, not intentional. She quickly rose, brushed off the dust from her hands, and cheerfully replied, "Not at all. I'm just glad you're okay." Chapter 17. A beautiful woman's offering. What could drive someone to such despair? Lu Yuyu mused, "If I were as beautiful as you, I would cherish life, enjoying the sight of my own reflection every day." Concerned that the waterlogged beauty might still be contemplating despair, Lu Yuyu offered her encouragement. Hearing her praise, Song Ro's cheeks flushed. She had heard whispers that Lu Yuyu had changed recently, but she had not believed it until now. Not only had she saved her, but she was also comforting her, which seemed genuine. "You misunderstand. I did not seek to end my life. I was merely distracted and accidentally fell into the lake, where I was ensnared by spiritual grass at the bottom, which tightly bound my ankle." As she spoke, she bit her lip, finding it hard to articulate. Lu Yuyu flashed a bright smile. "That's a relief." With that, she nonchalantly turned to leave. However, the murmurs behind her caused her to pause, for she caught wind of someone referring to the waterlogged young lady as Song Ro. Suddenly, a realization struck her. In the original story, to justify the protagonist's actions, it was mentioned that her sister, Song Ro, had died at the Huaying sect. Consequently, the protagonist irrationally blamed Song Ro's demise on the Huaying sect and directed her ire towards the haughty young lady. Lu Yuyu, initially, she had felt fondly towards Bai Li Wuqing and others who had assisted her in the secret realm, but following her sister's death, she brazenly began to seduce them, wishing to strip this spoiled and arrogant young lady of everything. As tensions escalated between the two, their conflicts deepened, leading to a bitter enmity between the protagonist and the entire Huaying sect. The 5 senior brothers found themselves caught between their beloved women and their sect. A sly smile crept onto Lu Yuyu's lips. Now that Song Ro was alive and well, she wondered what reasons the protagonist would concoct to continue pursuing Bai Li Wuqing and the others. Why did Lu Yu suspect that even if Song Ro were not dead, the protagonist would still tread the same path laid out in the original story? Because she believed in the overwhelming force of the plot and the tendencies of harem story protagonists. As for Song Ro's death, it was merely a convenient cover for the protagonist. Bai Li Wuching passed by and overheard the conversation about Lu Yuyu's unorthodox method of reviving a drowned sister. His expression remained unchanged, and no matter how Lu Yuyu transformed, it bore no significance to him. Meanwhile, the hurriedly arriving sect master, upon learning that his somewhat willful daughter had saved someone, stroked his beard in satisfaction. Yuyu has grown up. Beside him, Feng Zhao's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. It's merely a fade, who cannot pretend. This mud is forever unfit for the wall. Lu Shimmy, are you in? Lu Yuyu groggily opened her eyes to the sound of knocking at her courtyard door. Who could be seeking her so early in the morning? Since her arrival here, no one had ever come to visit her little courtyard. The original owner had preferred to orbit around a few senior brothers and had little interest in engaging with others, particularly beautiful female cultivators, fearing they sought to utilize her to get closer to her senior brothers. This led to her having few close friends, and even those who were somewhat friendly were not as pretty as she, after forming a contract with Bai Li Wuching and the others. The female cultivators had grown even more distant, with those who had previously been close to her beginning to shy away, clearly feeling that their idol had been tainted and no longer wishing to feign niceties with her. Disliking keeping others waiting, she quickly rose, washed up, and opened the door, revealing a face as radiant as a lotus emerging from the water. It was none other than Song Ro, with a hint of nervousness. She said, I came to thank you. I hope I'm not disturbing you. The luminous beauty was quite a sight, and knowing she had come to express her gratitude melted away the last remnants of Lu Yuyu's morning irritability. With a smile, she replied, Not at all. I was just about to get up. Catching a glimpse of the small basket in Song Ro's hands, Lu Yu felt curious about what lay beneath the silk cloth. Noticing her gaze, Song Ro covered her mouth with a smile and handed her the exquisite little basket. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made some pastries myself, a recipe my mother taught me when I was young. Would you like to try some? Fearing Lu Yuyu might reject her offering, Song Ro's face bore a hint of anxiety. Several close friends had confirmed her death yesterday, and it was Lu Yuyu. Disregarding societal judgment, who had saved her life, remembering the pair of beautiful yet anxious eyes she had seen upon waking warmed Song Ro's heart, since the passing of her parents and the loss of her sister. No one had made her feel cared for again. Feeling hungry, Lu Yuyu had been surviving on fasting pills, and her mouth was nearly parched. As a seasoned foodie, the prospect of indulging in delightful pastries made her heart sing. Especially knowing they were lovingly prepared by a beautiful elder sister. Absolutely. Naturally open and friendly, Lu Yuyu immediately took the small basket, tugging at Song Ro's hand to lead her into the courtyard. Exclaiming, Come in, I absolutely adore these treats. Let us enjoy them together, all right. Observing the girl tugging at her sleeve, Song Ro smiled, realizing that this sect master's daughter was not as terrible as the rumor suggested. In fact, she was quite endearing. Initially thinking Lu Yuyu was merely being polite, Song Ro was pleasantly surprised to see her genuinely enjoying the pastries, even squinting her eyes in satisfaction. This filled Song Ro with joy. She loved experimenting in the kitchen, and having someone appreciate her culinary creations was the greatest affirmation of her passion. Slow down. Don't choke, seeing Lu Yuyu eat like a child, with crumbs at the corners of her mouth. Song Ro instinctively reached out to wipe them away, only to realize afterward how forward she had been. Lu Yuyu chuckled cheerfully. Thank you, it's absolutely delicious. There is not a hint of exaggeration. It is fragrant, crispy, and wonderfully soft, leaving a lingering taste that makes it the finest pastry she has ever tasted. I enjoy it as well. Ever since I began fasting, I occasionally find myself craving food. During my cultivation, I would prepare a few dishes from my earthly days to indulge my palate. This delightful confection is called chestnut cake. If you fancy it, I shall make some for you in the future. Song Ro spoke with a gentle demeanor, her patience evident, clearly delighted that Lu Yuyu enjoyed the dishes she prepared. Wow, really? Lu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wiped her hands on her sleeve, grabbed Song Ro's arm, and flashed a bright smile, saying, Hee, Sister Ro, would you mind taking me along the next time you indulge your palate? I promise not to steal any. I can take care of what you can't finish. Lu Yu had once been a quintessential foodie, always relishing various delicacies during her leisure time. Unfortunately, she possessed a talent for crafting rather dubious culinary creations. Now, with the presence of a beautiful sister who not only excelled in cooking but was also gentle and charming, it was simply magnificent. Chapter 18. Flying with a sword. Sometimes, the friendship between girls is wonderfully simple. Merely sharing a passion for food can swiftly bridge the gap between them. As they chatted and savored their treats, the atmosphere was harmonious. Song Ro, after tidying up the small basket, looked at Lu Yu and asked, I am about to go to the square to teach the newly established disciples the art of sword flight. Would you like to join? At an age eager for play, Lu Yu, having faced misunderstandings from others, found few companions willing to engage with her. However, despite their brief interaction, Song Ro sensed that Lu Yu was a delightful young lady and extended an invitation. Foundation establishment. Sword flight? Lu Yu exclaimed, smacking her forehead as she remembered she had yet to learn the skill. Hee, I haven't learned it yet. If a lovely girl like you, Sister Ro, teaches me, I am sure I will grasp it quickly. Song Ro, taken aback, replied, You are already in the mid-stage of foundation establishment and still haven't learned sword flight. Yes, I didn't manage to learn earlier. If I have someone as beautiful as Sister Ro to teach me, I am certain I will master it swiftly. Lu Yu said playfully. The original owner had studied sword flight after reaching foundation establishment, but after a fall from her sword that resulted in mockery from others, she had thrown a tantrum and ceased her studies. In any case, she had the spirit boat gifted by her sect leader father to travel, and she could conveniently borrow the flying tools of her 5 senior brothers. So she had abandoned her lessons. Hearing Lu Yu praise her, Song Ro blushed and smiled. All right, I will teach you. Lu Yu gazed curiously at the floating spiritual sword, and as she focused, the sword gradually expanded in size. After receiving a signal, she eagerly climbed onto the massive sword, standing just behind Song Ro. Take off, commanded Lu Yu. With a smile, Song Ro complied, guiding Sun Wan into the air, before Lu Yu could react. They zipped off into the distance. Almost losing her balance, Lu Yu was steadied by Song Ro's timely grip on her arm, who spoke apologetically. Are you all right? Lu Yu waved her hand dismissively, grinning. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just take me for a few more spins, Sister Song. Higher, faster, Lu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she watched the buildings and people below shrink into insignificance. For the first time, she felt the beauty of the world of cultivation. After she had her fill of fun, Song Ro gently brought Sun Wan back down to the square. Several junior sisters, already waiting for Song Ro, cast disapproving glances at Lu Yu's presence. Why is she everywhere? They thought. Isn't Lu Yu too proud to mingle with us ordinary disciples? Perhaps she thinks she can cling to Sister Song just because she saved her. Hi, Lu Yu greeted them enthusiastically, while discreetly sizing them up. Most of them were at the early to mid-stage of foundation establishment, their faces displaying clear disdain towards her. Song Ro, being perceptive, easily noticed their discontent. She turned to Lu Yu and introduced her. Sister Lu is here to learn sword flight just like you. Please prepare. We will begin shortly. Upon hearing that Lu Yu was also there to learn sword flight, the atmosphere shifted. Having someone at the bottom of the hierarchy was rather comforting. Despite her gentle facade, Song Ro was quite serious and stern while teaching the junior disciples. If they failed to grasp the material, they would face her strict reprimands. With Lu Yu, a so-called cultivation failure, present, they might catch a break from her criticisms. As expected, once the teaching commenced, Song Ro's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression as she took her responsibility earnestly. To accommodate Lu Yu, she elaborated on the basic principles and key points of sword flight once more. Initially, Song Ro assumed Lu Yu would be disinterested or impatient, but to her surprise, Lu Yu exhibited no signs of temper. Instead, she actively asked questions when she encountered difficulties. After grasping the fundamental concepts, Lu Yu produced a beautifully adorned small sword embedded with gems from her spatial pouch, infused it with spiritual energy, and made it hover in the air. Then she climbed onto the sword, adjusting her center of gravity while mentally reciting the incantation to control it. However, with a bit too much force, she fell off the sword, landing heavily on the hard, white marble ground. Laughter erupted around them, as her fall was undeniably comical. Flailing her limbs, she struggled to rise, and after a considerable effort, she managed to get back on her feet. Yet, as she chased after the beautiful sword, she climbed back on only to lose her balance and tumble down once more. This cycle continued, and after numerous attempts, she finally began to master the technique. At least managing to fly at low altitudes on her spiritual sword, after a while, she decided to increase the difficulty, elevating both height and speed. Haha, I can fly, little sword, fly a bit higher and faster. Haha, this is exhilarating. The junior sisters who had initially laughed at Lu Yuyu were now silent. It was evident that Lu Yuyu was a novice at sword flight. She even needed to ask about basic theories. Her clumsy attempts to mount the sword were indicative of a beginner. However, no one anticipated that she would progress to flying freely so quickly. Wasn't that a bit too extraordinary? They had spent 3 whole days learning theory and mastering the control of spiritual energy to manipulate the sword's speed and height took considerable time. Today was their first real practice in sword flight. Song Ro, astonished by Lu Yuyu's remarkable aptitude, turned to her, using her as a teaching example for the wide-eyed junior sisters, stating seriously, "Never mock someone who works hard despite others' opinions. Today, anyone unable to stand steadily on their sword shall not leave." The sisters, as if jolted awake, scrambled to climb onto their swords, discarding any sense of dignity. Falling from the sword was of no consequence. If Lu Yuyu, who was of noble birth, was unashamed, why should they? Mere ordinary individuals feel embarrassed? Seeing that some of the others were still hesitant, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing, "Weren't you the one laughing the loudest just now? Turns out your fall made a louder noise than mine." "Oh dear, don't be afraid. Failure is the mother of success. Keep trying and use your hands and feet," she encouraged. "That's right. Who cares about appearances? Practicality is what truly matters." Faced with Lu Yuyu's playful jeers and occasional encouragement, the junior sisters, grappling with their own unruly swords, dared not utter a word. They had just mocked Lu Yuyu, so receiving her ridicule was well-deserved. Lu Yuyu's infectious laughter spread across the square, prompting Song Ro to join her in laughter as well. Chapter 19. Lu Yuyu did not want to be near her. Su Jinyan, with her cherubic face still bearing traces of baby fat, appeared quite adorable, yet her expression was one of evident disdain. "What is Lu Yuyu up to now?" she scoffed. Feng Xiao shrugged. "Who knows?" Having spent considerable time with Feng Xiao, Su Jinyan could detect even the slightest nuances in his tone. She scrutinized him and inquired, "You used to call her little Yuyu quite affectionately. Why the coldness today? Have you fallen out of love?" Feng Xiao playfully tapped Su Jinyan's head with his fan, chiding, "Love you, you big-headed fool. I treat every beautiful female cultivator the same." "All right," Su Jinyan rolled her eyes. "How can Lu Yuyu be considered a beautiful female cultivator? She's just a scruffy-haired girl. It's the curvaceous older sisters who are truly appealing. Hee. She may be a scruffy-haired girl, but you haven't even fully grown up yet, making you a perfect match." Since beginning her cultivation journey, Lu Yuyu's hearing had become remarkably acute. Even distant dog barks were clear as day. Casting a glance at the pair gossiping behind her, she marched over with an imposing demeanor. Su Jinyan stepped back, seeking refuge behind Feng Xiao, and gleefully remarked, "Here she comes, here she comes. She's definitely going to cling to you again." As she spoke, there was a hint of envy in her tone that she herself did not realize. Lu Yuyu indeed held a fondness for the 5 of them, but this fondness was ranked. When her elder brother Bai Li Wuqing was around, she would often cling to him. In his absence, she would turn to the second brother, Feng Xiao. If Feng Xiao was unavailable, she would seek the company of the 4th brother Gong Firen. Only when those 3 were unavailable would she settle for the 3rd brother Li Cha. And lastly, him. Despite his strong dislike for Lu Yuyu, being regarded as the last resort left a bitter taste in anyone's mouth. Thus, his aversion towards her only deepened. Whenever an opportunity arises, one must seize it to make a few jests, ensuring that she never has the chance to speak well of herself. Lu Yuyu approached the 2, her expression one of disdain directed at the man below her, and offered a friendly piece of advice. "When speaking ill of others, please do so in hushed tones. Otherwise, should word get out, the divine enlightenment continent will soon be rife with infamous names." Feng Xiao raised an eyebrow, feeling that Lu Yuyu had become rather explosive lately. Ready to detonate at anyone, Su Jinyan curiously inquired, "What names?" Lu Yuyu shot them both a glance of contempt, listing her assessments of them with the familiarity of reciting a well-known tale. Gossipmonger, inferior man, narcissist, Fantasist, shameless, and so on. With that, she afforded them no opportunity for retort and turned to leave. Setting aside their appearances, these two were undeniably self-absorbed and prone to wild imaginations, relishing in trampling on others' self-esteem through their own affections. While the original owner indeed held them in high regard, since forming a bond with them, had she ever exhibited even a modicum of infatuation? Still clinging to him. Let those who wish to cling do so. Do not involve me. Lu Yuyu, are you out of your mind? Su Jinyan belatedly realized that Lu Yuyu was insulting him and called out loudly. Unfortunately, Lu Yuyu did not even pause, completely ignoring him. The two brothers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in unison, nearly dripping with ink. Song Ro, while instructing her junior sisters in swordplay, occasionally glanced over in their direction, although the combination of these two statements felt somewhat peculiar. Lu Yuyu nevertheless felt a warmth in her heart. When she uttered these words, she deliberately amplified her voice. Sure enough, upon hearing her, their faces grew even darker, and not wishing to be the subject of ridicule, they departed with foul expressions. After today's initial acquaintance with Lu Yuyu, Song Ro concluded that she was not one to suffer losses or grievances easily, and thus refrained from pressing further. Turning back to instruct her junior sisters in swordplay, it was only after they had left the square far behind that Su Jinyan finally broke the silence. Second brother, do you not think that Lu Yuyu has changed a great deal? Feng Xiao had resumed his carefree demeanor, glancing at Su Jinyan nonchalantly. Changed? She remains as willful and self-indulgent as ever, indifferent to the plight of others, but she clearly adores all five of us. Just look at her now. She seems to wish she could drown us in her spit. I suspect she has swapped her core for a different one. Su Jinyan lamented his thoughts, with the bone fan open. The revelry knows no bounds. It's merely a game of desire and restraint. Only a naive child like you would fall for it. Su Jinyan retorted defiantly. I have not fallen for anything. I simply feel that since we became her companions, she has increasingly disregarded us. Does she presume we shall be her companions for eternity? How blissful she must think. I have decided that if Lu Yuyu does not take the initiative to speak to me, I shall not engage with her either. Feng Xiao scoffed. Such childishness. He, Su Jinyan replied. The two quickly forgot about the brief encounter with Lu Yuyu, and soon enough, a quarrel broke out between them, fists flying. Having learned swordplay, Lu Yuyu, upon parting with Song Ro, gleefully leapt onto her sword, heading back to her courtyard. In midair, an unidentified object suddenly collided with her, and though she tried to dodge, it was already too late. The unexpected turn of events caused Lu Yuyu a moment of panic. Her first solo flight ended with a crash, tumbling head over heels towards the ground. In midair, the two who were engaged in battle paused. Did we just collide with something? Feng Xiao resignedly ceased his movements and dove down. A white figure, however, was swifter, attempting to seize her collar just as Lu Yuyu neared the ground, not wanting to owe Bai Li Wuqing any favors. Lu Yuyu exerted all her effort to twist away from him. Yet, she could not evade his grasp, and he caught her collar firmly. Lu Yuyu, are you mad? Why must you save me? Bai Li Wuqing's gaze flickered slightly. Had Lu Yuyu, earlier, not wished to be touched by him and been incensed by his neglect of her gratitude upon her ascension to the nascent soul, senior brother, Su Jinyan landed obediently, his voice feeble. Feng Xiao, usually wearing a carefree grin, now joined Su Jinyan in calling out, senior brother. Bai Li Wuqing strictly forbade them from sparring in crowded areas, as the risks of collateral damage to bystanders were too great. Previously, they had become so engrossed in a match that they nearly incapacitated a passing junior brother, resulting in them being confined in a small dark room for an entire month, preceded by a thorough reprimand from their senior brother. Chapter 20. You might as well just rob it. Seeing the stern expression on their senior brother's face, it was clear he would not let them off lightly this time either. Cough, cough. I'm being choked. Let go, cough, cough. Are you here to save me or to kill me? Lu Yuyu gasped, her collar constricting painfully, drawing the attention of the three men. Bai Li Wuqing. He released his grip on her collar. With a thud, Lu Yuyu fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it. Covered in dirt, Lu Yuyu instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, but there was no rush. There would be plenty of time for that later. Su Jinyan lowered his gaze, obediently admitting his fault. Senior brother, I was wrong. Feng Xiao shot a glance at Bai Li Wuqing, his attitude of contrition equally commendable. Typically, he might have spoken freely, but when their senior brother was angry, he truly dared not utter a word. Bai Li Wuqing regarded the two of them with a calm demeanor, his tone equally placid. "Follow me." Su Jinyan and Feng Xiao obediently trailed after him. Ugh. Lu Yuyu felt utterly bewildered in the wind. Did no one wish to address her, the victim? She was the one who had been wronged. Out of curiosity regarding their intentions, Lu Yuyu followed along, preparing to demand some compensation for her emotional distress at an opportune moment. Bai Li Wuqing made no objections to her actions, allowing her to accompany them. The four arrived at the edge of a cliff, where Bai Li Wuqing stood, hands clasped behind his back. "Fight." Su Jinyan, in a soft and pleading tone, whined. "Senior brother." Bai Li Wuqing cast him a fleeting glance. That single syllable seemed to inject Su Jinyan with newfound vigor, as he charged at Feng Xiao like a firecracker. "Second brother, let us battle." Feng Xiao was of the fire element, while Su Jinyan was of the earth element. Initially, neither used their spiritual energy, opting instead to engage in hand-to-hand combat. After watching for a while, Lu Yuyu grew bored and, relishing the chaos, shouted, "You two can't possibly kill each other like this. Use your weapons, second brother. Burn him. Little junior brother. Bury him." The mention of little caused Su Jinyan to freeze, recalling how Lu Yuyu had teased him about his size. Shooting her a furious glare. In that moment of distraction, Feng Xiao swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a kick to his rear, nearly sending him tumbling off the cliff. Little Jinyan, to be distracted during a fight shows a lack of respect. The term Little Jinyan struck a nerve, and without any regard for his life, Su Jinyan launched a fierce attack on Feng Xiao. Small orbs of condensed spiritual energy rained down upon Feng Xiao, as he aimed to leave him covered in dirt and shame, even if he could not win. "What the hell? Are you serious? Our senior brother isn't even in yet, and you're already exhausting yourself." Feng Xiao narrowly dodged an orb that struck him squarely in the face, leaving a mark. "Is that all you've got? Come at me." Feng Xiao shed his earlier nonchalance, conjuring small fireballs to counter the earth orbs while still sending several directly at Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan's hair singed, and his clothes were left in tatters from the flames. Lu Yuyu watched with great amusement, occasionally chiming in, "Oh dear, second brother, why are you resorting to sneak attacks? What about martial ethics? What about boundaries? What about brotherly camaraderie? Wow, little junior brother is gearing up. Go, little junior brother." Realizing that Su Jinyan was clearly no match for Feng Xiao, Lu Yu sighed. "Alas, little junior brother, do not be disheartened, even if you cannot win. It is of little consequence since you are small." Since discovering how much Su Jinyan minded being called little, she had ceased referring to him by any other name, instead affectionately calling him little junior brother. Bai Li Wuqing cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yuyu, who was relishing the chaos. Sensing his gaze, Lu Yuyu instinctively looked over, meeting his eyes. However, she seemed indifferent to his opinion of her, nonchalantly returning her focus to the duel between Feng Xiao and Su Jinyan. Carefully observing their techniques and movements, at that moment, Su Jinyan appeared to unleash a hidden potential, his strikes fierce and targeting Feng Xiao's vulnerabilities. Feng Xiao, having sparred with Su Jinyan frequently, quickly discerned that he had been concealing his true strength. "Well done, little Jinyan, did not expect you to have been hiding your power," he exclaimed with a laugh. "Come, brother, let us have some fun." As he spoke, a flurry of small fireballs surged towards Su Jinyan's face. Fueled by youthful vigor and a surge of competitive spirit, Su Jinyan successfully defended against all the fireballs, only to be blindsided by a particularly inconspicuous one that ignited his hair. "Little Jinyan," Feng Xiao declared triumphantly, having won the bout, and with a flourish of his bone fan, he believed himself to be quite the picture of elegance. After extinguishing the flames from his hair, Su Jinyan felt somewhat more lucid. He shot a resentful glare at Lu Yuyu, who had stirred the pot, and then turned his gaze, filled with pitiful appeal, towards Bai Li Wuqing. "Senior brother, look at my plight. Can we just practice on second brother?" Each time their fights caused collateral damage, Bai Li Wuqing would take them to a secluded area and let them battle it out, afterward personally stepping in to provide guidance. However, after each session, they were left feeling as though they had shed a layer of skin. Su Jinyan could scarcely believe his ears. Had they truly been so easily let off? Fearing that Bai Li Wuqing might have a change of heart, Su Jinyan prepared to flee. "As long as I run fast enough," He won't be able to reconsider. Wait. Lu Yuyu's voice rang out. Su Jinyan, along with Bailey Wuching and Feng Xiao, turned in unison to regard Lu Yuyu. With a smile that was both playful and mocking, Lu Yuyu addressed Su Jinyan and Feng Xiao. You two have made me, an innocent victim, suffer greatly. Surely, you must offer some form of compensation? We've already faced punishment from our senior brother. What more do you want? Su Jinyan's anger flared at the sight of Lu Yu. If it weren't for her, they would never have been dragged here by their senior brother to duke it out with Feng Xiao. If not for her, he would not have lost his composure and foolishly engaged Feng Xiao, only to be ruthlessly crushed if Lu Yu hadn't claimed to be small, as this thought crossed his mind. Su Jinyan glanced at Feng Xiao and then at Bailey Wuching, for the first time questioning himself. Could it be that he truly was the youngest among the five? What more do you want? Lu Yu chimed in cheerfully, extending a hand and declaring fiercely, Of course, you must pay compensation for mental anguish, payment for emotional trauma, fees for this unwarranted disaster, and an apology as well. A total of 100 superior spirit stones. 50 each. Little Yu, my second senior brother has put in considerable effort to teach your fifth junior brother a lesson. How about we split the 100 superior spirit stones evenly? Feng Xiao proposed to Lu Yu. Seeing Feng Xiao joining in the ruckus and shifting the blame onto him, Su Jinyan immediately felt disgruntled. Second senior brother, it was clearly because of you that I inadvertently bumped into Lu Yu. If anyone should pay, it ought to be you, the instigator. Feng Xiao shot him a knowing glance. Little Jinyan, you don't quite understand. What I mean is, in an instant, Su Jinyan grasped his meaning. The two began to bicker back and forth, attempting to divert Lu Yuyu's attention. Stop. Lu Yu interrupted their clumsy performance. Decide whether you'll pay or not. If you refuse, I'll go tell my father. After all, it's not I who violated the sex rules by fighting in public and dragging innocent bystanders into it. Exchanging glances, Su Jinyan and Feng Xiao ultimately opted for compromise. While they might face little consequence if someone else reported them to their master, the outcome would be far less favorable if Lu Yu chose to complain. After all, their master was known for being overly indulgent with his daughter. With pained expressions, both handed over 100 superior spirit stones to Lu Yu. Their faces darkened as they departed, observing the 200 superior spirit stones now resting in her spatial ring. Lu Yu couldn't help but beam with delight. The joy of earning her own spirit stones felt distinctly different. The more she looked at them, the more they seemed to sparkle. Lu Yu felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world. Ready to earn more and rely less on her family, it was worth noting that among the five of them, only the third senior brother, Li Sha, was an orphan. The other four had significant family backgrounds. To them, 100 superior spirit stones were merely a drop in the bucket, as their families provided them with far greater treasures. Bailey Wuching towered at around 186 centimeters, making Lu Yu appear quite petite and adorable in comparison. Lowering his gaze upon her, he wondered why she felt the need to incite trouble. Lu Yu shrugged. I was merely trying to create an encouraging atmosphere for my two senior brothers. If you perceive that as incitement, then so be it. Over Bailey Wuching's shoulder, Lu Yu summoned her spirit sword, mounting it and whimsically flew off into the distance. Only after a considerable distance had been covered did the prickling sensation behind her fade away. She patted her chest, sighing in relief. Master, why are you so afraid of that arrogant fellow? The sudden voice of Xiao Heiyun startled Lu Yu, nearly causing her to fall off her sword. Who taught you to speak like that? The term arrogant fellow coming from Xiao Heiyun's adorable voice struck her as particularly humorous. What did I say? Xiao Heiyun asked, bewildered. Arrogant fellow, who taught you that? Lu Yu pondered. Had her resentment towards Bailey Wuching truly become so profound? Was she even dreaming of cursing him? Among her 5 senior brothers, she believed Bailey Wuching not only possessed the strongest abilities, but also the most inscrutable mind, recalling the way he had looked at her today. With eyes that seemed to see through her very being, she felt a sense of unease. Was he doubting her? Lu Yu nodded, feeling a sense of resonance. Indeed, he was an arrogant fellow. Xiao Heiyun swam about in her consciousness, gleefully repeating, Bailey Wuching is an arrogant fellow. Bailey Wuching is an arrogant fellow. Bailey Wuching is an arrogant fellow. The phrase was nearly worn out from overuse. Clearing her throat, Lu Yu cautioned, be discreet. Xiao Heiyun giggled. Suddenly, Lu Yu inquired, since you possess inherited memories from birth, Do you have any information regarding the body of misfortune? Xiao Heiyan searched its memory diligently for a while before finding what it could about the body of misfortune. The body of misfortune, as the name suggests, is a cursed physique. Those who possess it often do not live past 20, as they are fated to endure endless suffering and die a tragic death. As Lu Yu listened, her heart sank further. What about a solution? Is there any way to counteract this? Xiao Heiyan shook its head. There is no remedy. The body of misfortune resembles a very ancient curse upon an individual. Once afflicted, one cannot escape it. A chill ran through Lu Yu's heart. Isn't it said that one cannot survive past 20? If I were to live beyond 20, would that mean the body of misfortune would no longer affect me? In the narrative, the original host was killed at the age of 19, indeed not reaching 20. Xiao Heiyan scrutinized the memories once more and shook its head. There is no record of anyone with the body of misfortune living to 20. Even if they were to survive, the heavenly Tao would rain down retribution, determined to eradicate them at all costs. Its gaze towards Lu Yu was filled with unspoken sympathy. It could relate to the feeling of being unwelcome in the world. The master, like it, was equally pitiable. As it pondered, Xiao Heiyan couldn't help but shed a few sorrowful tears. Wowu, master is 16 this year. In just 4 short years. If fortune does not come, neither master nor family will remain. Wowu, Lu Yu was at a loss, unsure whether to feel pity for herself or to console Xiao Heiyan. She could only scold, "You silly thing. Your master is still alive, and here you are wailing. Quick, say something auspicious." Xiao Heiyan quickly conjured 2 tiny hands to cover its mouth, but in its eagerness, it let out a burp. However, it struggled to utter any auspicious words, as the stark reality was clear. The body of misfortune meant certain death. Seeing it return to normal, Lu Yu pressed on with her inquiries. Then, if Bailey Wucheng and Feng Xiao form a bond with me, can that suppress the body of misfortune? Is that true? The last 2 words went unspoken. But they were understood by all. Sighing deeply, Lu Yu lamented, "Alas, my fate is truly unfortunate." Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Heiyan felt equally disheartened. "Do not fear, master. Fortune will always accompany you. When I was given this name, wasn't it said that negative multiplied by negative yields positive? Perhaps a miracle may occur. Yes, never give up. If anyone dares to take my life, I shall claim theirs first. Master, soar bravely, and I shall always accompany you." Hee, such sweet words. On a certain day, the long-awaited tribulation lightning finally arrived as an elder brother in his 50s prepared to advance to the nascent soul stage, standing not far from a middle-aged elder. Lu Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Fortune, will everything truly be all right? What if the heavenly lightning strikes me instead? Or if it strikes my crown and you fail to catch me, won't I be doomed? Her heart raced with trepidation. Surely, she too was on the heavenly Tao's blacklist. Was she truly an innocent victim? No, she was one of the targets. Yet, having promised Xiao Heiyan that she would ensure it had a hearty meal whenever possible, Lu Yu steeled herself. Before taking the stage, Lu Yu couldn't help but confirm once more. "Are you sure?" Xiao Heiyan nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. Are you serious?" Xiao Heiyan replied earnestly. "Extremely serious. Then I will trust you just this once." Lu Yu gazed at the roiling thunderclouds, feeling a mix of dread and exhilaration. Battling the heavens promised to be exhilarating, provided she remained unscathed. Not far away, Bailey Wucheng observed Lu Yu stealthily approaching the elder brother, who was about to face the lightning tribulation. His brow furrowing in concern. What sort of mischief was she up to now? Soon, the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the formidable lightning. Her heart racing with a blend of fear and excitement. Xiao Heiyan, upon witnessing the crackling bolts above, had its adorable eyes glowing with eagerness, a hint of drool escaping its lips. "Food, I'm so hungry." It did not intend to gorge itself, but merely sought to share in the remnants of the feast. Releasing a trace of the Heiyan clan's aura, it endeavored to attract the attention of the dark clouds above. Unbeknownst to whether it was due to Lu Yu's heavy misfortune aura or not, even after Xiao Heiyan had released its essence, the dark clouds above remained oblivious to its presence. What should we do now? This is the second bolt of tribulation lightning, and if the third strikes, they will disperse. Wowu, I'm so hungry, Xiao Heiyan fretted, realizing it might miss this rare opportunity. Lu Yu shared in the urgency. She had promised Xiao Heiyan a hearty meal. And if she didn't get struck by lightning, how disappointed would it be? Gazing at the ominous clouds looming overhead, Lu Yuyu fervently prayed within her heart, strike me, with an elaborate plea for a lightning bolt. After the final bolt of calamity descended, Lu Yuyu grew increasingly anxious, unable to restrain herself from cursing aloud. You pathetic thunder, are you blind? Can't you see your esteemed elder here, eagerly awaiting your arrival? Why strike that uncle who is impervious to your wrath? If you have the audacity, come and strike me instead. Bai Li Wuchen, who heard her words clearly, was about to retreat when the leading cloud seemed to sense the disrespect emanating from the ground below. Before departing, it casually unleashed a bolt of thunder, as thick as a wrist, directed straight at the insolent ant. Then, it arrogantly vanished into the distance. That insignificant ant, possessing minimal cultivation, was but a mere flick of the wrist away from death. Lu Yuyu, exhilarated by the impending thunder, signaled to her little black cloud to prepare for battle. However, unexpectedly, a white figure interposed itself before her, obstructing her view and even blocking her pet's treats. The child, longing for sustenance, had finally scrounged together a meager meal, only for an unwelcome interruption to appear. Lu Yuyu, unwilling to concede, swiftly seized Bai Li Wuchen's arm and forcefully shoved him aside. Get out of the way. Do you not realize you are obstructing my impending strike? However, she did not have the chance to utter those words, for in an instant, the thunder surged into her consciousness. A searing pain akin to being torn asunder gripped her mind. Yet Lu Yuyu persevered through the agony, urging her little black cloud to act decisively. Bai Li Wuchen, taken aback by Lu Yuyu's unexpected shove, could only watch helplessly as that formidable bolt of thunder descended towards her crown. At the very moment the thunder penetrated Lu Yuyu's consciousness, the little black cloud swiftly devoured the approaching lightning, curling up contentedly in a corner of her mind to digest its meal. Still a mere infant, it could not relish its feast like a proper meal but had to assimilate the lightning bit by bit, a process undoubtedly painful, yet it reveled in its burgeoning strength. Dreaming of instilling fear in the haughty clouds above, as for Lu Yuyu, the force of the impact rendered her unconscious. Bai Li Wuchen, observing her closed eyelids, noted the flicker of life within her depths. He approached slowly, lifting her in his arms and soaring towards the healer's residence on his sword. The onlookers, including the newly ascended Yu Mao, were left dumbfounded. How could junior sister Lu be struck by lightning again? Just moments ago, she had pushed Bai Li Wuchen away, clearly unwilling to see him harmed. The surrounding spectators felt a mix of emotions, realizing that Lu Yuyu's true affection lay with her senior brother. To shield him from harm, she had risked her own life. Alas, that bolt of lightning had been aimed squarely at her crown, and with her cultivation at merely the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The consequences could be dire. However, should Lu Yuyu truly perish as a result, it would also bring relief to Bai Li Wuchen and the others. The crowd exchanged glances, evidently sharing this sentiment, though Li Sha's expression remained cold. Concern lurked beneath. Senior brother bore a heavy sense of responsibility and would undoubtedly feel that he had failed to protect Lu Yu. If given the choice, I would rather Lu Yuyu live than have senior brother burdened by guilt. Foam Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, otherwise, senior brother would not have risked his life to shield Lu Yuyu from the divine tribulation's lightning. Gong Firen remained silent, his gaze penetrating as he watched Bai Li Wuchen's receding figure. Lost in contemplation, within the medicinal-scented room, Lu Yuyu lay still, devoid of her usual vivacity. Her eyes were tightly shut, breath faint, and her long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her pale cheeks. Her skin was as fair as an infant's. Tender and delicate, her once rosy complexion now devoid of color. Her lips had lost their luster, resembling a finely crafted doll, exuding a hauntingly beautiful fragility. She had faced countless adversities since childhood, living a life more arduous than others, requiring far more care and love. Liu Dingming, before departing, had repeatedly cautioned, "You are responsible for caring for my precious daughter." Qin Mingyue felt a pang of heartache. This was the child she had painstakingly nurtured. In but a brief absence, her beloved daughter had transformed into this wretched state, not to mention the fact that, unbeknownst to her, her daughter had been bound in partnership with 5 undesirable men. Was this not sheer madness? Chapter 23. The life of the original owner faced with his wife's reproach. Lu Dingming stood rigidly, not daring to utter a word. Lu Yu was their firstborn child from the moment she was born. Qin Mingyue had doted upon her, truly cradling her in her hands for fear of dropping her, and cherishing her in her mouth for fear of melting her away. However, this child had exhibited peculiarities from an early age. She frequently choked while nursing. A mere sneeze could nearly lead to suffocation, and intermittent chills and fevers had become commonplace. Were it not for the aid of rare and precious herbs, Lu Yu may have long since perished. Qin Mingyue was a remarkably resilient woman, yet the trials faced by this unfortunate child often brought her to tears. She even believed it was her inadequacy as a mother that had resulted in Lu Yu's constant misfortunes. Eventually, Lu Dingming discovered that his eldest daughter was fated to a life of misfortune, unlikely to survive past 20. Not wishing to burden Qin Mingyue with this knowledge, he concealed it from her. Fortunately, under his careful care, Lu Yu had thus far lived a relatively healthy life until the age of 16. However, as she grew older, a series of mishaps left him with a foreboding sense that he could lose her at any moment. Lu Dingming was not without wariness towards the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared. He merely saw Lu Yu's life as a gamble, treating it as a dying horse masquerading as a live one. Thus, he permitted his 5 disciples to bind themselves to Lu Yu in partnership. Reflecting on this, Lu Dingming sighed deeply, fearing that Qin Mingyue's fury would harm her health. He approached her, placing a comforting hand upon her shoulder, saying, "Yu has always faced adversity, but she is remarkably strong. She will surely pull through this time." That moment, Bai Li Wuchen was also present in the room. He pressed his thin lips together, gazing at the frail girl lying on the bed, her eyes tightly shut and her breath almost imperceptible, as a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. Why had she pushed him away? The healer with the finest skills in the sect, Dr. Feng, had arrived. From the moment he began to take Lu Yu's pulse, his expression remained grave. Gently lowering her wrist, he could not help but sigh. Alas, why must this child endure such suffering? Lu Yu had faced numerous ailments since childhood, almost all of which Dr. Feng had treated. He had watched her grow up, considering her a part of his own family. Lu Dingming's heart sank. Dr. Feng is Lu Yu. If she does not awaken tonight, brace yourselves, he added. Alas, her high fever shows no sign of abating. Even if she awakens, it is likely she will be left in a state of stupor. Qin Mingyue immediately leaned over Lu Yu's bedside, her gaze fixed upon her unconscious daughter as she wept silently. Her poor child, Lu Dingming, the leader of the sect, found himself utterly powerless, suddenly, as if struck by inspiration. Qin Mingyue looked at Lu Dingming with intensity. The 10,000-year-old jade fungus. Go fetch the 10,000-year-old jade fungus. It will undoubtedly save Yu's life. Even if she becomes foolish, I will accept it. I only want her to live. As long as she lives, there is hope. Hurry and speak with the elders. Lu Dingming embraced Qin Mingyue, soothing her trembling shoulders. The 10,000-year-old jade fungus is no more. Yu is destined to face this tribulation. Yu, we have done our utmost. Bai Li Wuchen stood not far away, wishing for the first time that he lay on that bed instead of Lu Yu. Qin Mingyue's silent tears finally overflowed. Scalding droplets fell upon Lu Yu's fingers, causing the immobile body, yet still aware, to feel a tightening in her heart. She envied Lu Yu immensely, for her parents loved her so dearly. Meanwhile, the little black cloud continued to accelerate its absorption of the consumed lightning. Still a mere infant, it could only digest slowly, and as it did so, Lu Yu's body underwent a continuous transformation. Lu Yu regained consciousness momentarily before slipping back into a deep slumber, and her dreams. She found herself in an unfamiliar place, shrouded in darkness, as if submerged in water. Upon catching sight of the light, her first glimpse revealed Lu Dingming's face, wrinkled with a smile. Is that a youthful Lu Dingming? Then, she relived Lu Yu's early years. Though plagued with minor ailments, she had experienced a blissful childhood, enveloped in the love and care of her parent. As she grew, she entered a phase rife with unrequited love and youthful pride. Though she held affection for all 5 of her senior brothers, the one she secretly cherished, to the point of self-doubt, was none other than senior brother Bai Li Wuchen. She concealed the overwhelming love swelling within her chest. Terrified that he would distance himself further upon discovering her feelings, to better mask her emotions, she treated her second, third, fourth, and fifth senior brothers with the same regard and infatuation later, during an incident where she nearly succumbed to a mere fever. Her father made a surprising decision that filled her with joy. She could bind herself to Bai Li Wuchen, though it also meant being partnered with the other four senior brothers and facing potential scorn from many. She accepted with delight. Her father had explained that she was fated for misfortune and had little time left, desperate to live. She selfishly agreed, brimming with hope. However, despite their bond as partners in the path of cultivation, the senior brother showed no special regard for her. On the contrary, he grew increasingly indifferent. When she witnessed him smiling tenderly at a woman she had never met before, jealousy consumed her. That woman unmistakably intended to snatch away her senior brother. And not just him, but several other brothers as well. She warned her senior brother that Song Nuan harbored ill intentions, yet her words fell on deaf ears, as they all became hopelessly enamored with the enchanting woman. In fact, they turned against her, blaming her, and ultimately abandoned her. Many events transpired thereafter, and she ultimately failed to survive past the age of 20, meeting her untimely end at the hands of the man she loved most, who pierced her with a sword. As her soul dissipated, she beheld her parents, who had perished tragically due to her recklessness, and her fellow disciples, as well as her younger brother, who had been stripped of his memories and forced to serve that woman's newborn child. Helplessness enveloped her, for she was on the brink of vanishing. Lu Yuyu seemed to have lived through the tragic life of the original owner, feeling acutely the sorrow, powerlessness, and despair that accompanied her soul's dissolution. Upon regaining consciousness, her mind felt foggy, making it nearly impossible to discern whether the version of herself in the dream or the one in the present was the true her. Nevertheless, she held steadfast in her belief that there are no coincidences without reason. And perhaps her arrival was part of a greater design. Regardless, she was profoundly grateful for this dream, for it had granted her a complete childhood. Chapter 24. Becoming a fool. Your mother will not disdain you on the first night. Lu Yuyu did not awaken, but she did not perish immediately either. She remained in a coma for a full 7 days and nights, finally opening her eyes just as everyone was losing hope. Yuyu, a gentle voice filled with surprise reached her ears. Lu Yuyu turned her gaze towards the charming woman, grinning widely. Mother. Qin Mingyue's eyes were tinged with bitterness. Had this child truly been burned to the point of foolishness? She pulled Lu Yuyu into her embrace, gently stroking her little head. As long as you're alive, that is enough. Even if you have become a fool, your mother will not forsake you. Not just her, but Lu Diming and the ever-watchful Bai Li Wuchen shared the same sentiment, for Lu Yuyu's smile was indeed exceedingly foolish, radiating an endearing simplicity. I'm not foolish, Lu Yuyu corrected, her small face slightly wrinkled. Qin Mingyue looked at her pale daughter with a doting smile. All right, our Yuyu is not foolish. It is your father who is the fool. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some nourishing medicinal cuisine for you? Mother, I truly am not foolish. I am quite normal. It is all your fault for speaking incorrectly. Seeing that she had comprehended her condition and was still being coddled like a child, Lu Yuyu nestled into her mother's embrace. Feeling utterly content, I asked this what it feels like to have a mother. How wonderful. She too was now a cherished child. Upon seeing Lu Yuyu awake, Lu Diming felt a profound sense of relief as he gazed at his wife and daughter. Nearly moved to tears, he approached Bai Li Wuchen and patted his shoulder. Do not blame yourself for not being able to shield her from the heavenly thunder. This is her fate, perhaps even her fortune. Even Physician Feng had deemed Lu Yuyu beyond saving, yet she had miraculously recovered, and not only that, her cultivation had advanced to the later stage of foundation establishment. Lu Diming speculated that the mysterious intricacies behind this might be related to the harmonious interplay of the 5 elements. As mentioned by the enigmatic figure, Bai Li Wuchen remained silent for a moment, casting another glance at Lu Yuyu before quietly departing the room. Outside the door, a remarkably beautiful and gentle woman awaited anxiously. Her heart filled with anticipation. It was Song Ro, Bai Li Shixiang. As Yuyu awakened, upon learning that Lu Yuyu had been struck by lightning and was unlikely to awaken, Song Ro frequently came to check on her. However, outsiders were not permitted to enter the room, leaving her to wait outside. During these days of interaction, she had grown accustomed to having such a lively and delightful friend by her side. And she was genuinely fearful that something might happen to Lu Yuyu, though she did not necessarily need to see Lu Yuyu. Knowing that she had awakened brought her relief. She thanked Bailey Wuchen and departed to prepare some delicacies. After such an extended period of unconsciousness, Lu Yuyu would undoubtedly crave something delicious during their next meeting. Physician Feng meticulously examined Lu Yuyu, exclaiming in astonishment at the miracle. She had not only escaped the fate of becoming a fool but had also fortuitously advanced her cultivation to the later stage of foundation establishment. Just one step away from breaking through to the golden core stage, reflecting on how Bailey Wuchen had similarly advanced to the nascent soul stage after being struck by lightning, one might wonder, could it be that surviving great calamity brings subsequent blessings? Lu Yuyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Physician Feng's praises. She must have been in a deep coma, failing to consciously suppress her cultivation, inadvertently revealing her true strength. For this time, being struck by lightning had not increased her cultivation, even by a fraction. Nevertheless, upon awakening, she distinctly felt invigorated, capable of enduring 3 days and nights of training without issue, not to mention being able to effortlessly defeat an old ox with a single punch, Diane short. She felt remarkably energetic and ready to eat anything. The thought of food made her mouth water. During her days in bed, she had occasionally overheard sounds from the outside world. It seemed that Senior Sister Song had visited her. After repeatedly assuring Qin Mingyue that she had fully recovered, Lu Yuyu was finally permitted to leave. Before she departed, Qin Mingyue cautioned her to take cover during thunderstorms and not to recklessly approach. Lu Yuyu did not find this nagging bothersome. Rather, it warmed her heart, and she cheerfully replied, "Mother, I'm merely unlucky, not foolish. I know to run home when it rains. As for thunder, if there were to be another instance." She would boldly charge ahead again. The small black cloud in the stone sea had noticeably gained weight, its form becoming less translucent. It playfully patted its belly with a tiny hand, letting out a satisfied burp. Overwhelmed with emotion, "Master, little Yunyun can finally eat to its heart's content. How delightful!" Previously, when struck by lightning, it had never had the opportunity to consume anything, having to rely solely on the slowly accumulating lightning energy from the wounds it sustained. It never expected that merely consuming this half-sized bolt of heavenly thunder would significantly enhance its strength. He. Seeing little Yunyun so joyous, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but be influenced. Boldly declaring, "Stick with me, and you can eat as much as you want in the future." Remembering that she had a spirit pet, Lu Yuyu delved into her beast pouch, discovering that the green-haired turtle was still in slumber. It was said that the longer the awakening of the bloodline took, the purer the awakened bloodline would be, igniting her anticipation for its eventual transformation on her way to find Song Ro. Lu Yuyu encountered Bailey Wuchen and Li Cha. Bailey Wuchen instructed Li Cha to wait in place while he approached Lu Yuyu. Observing the lively Lu Yuyu, Bailey Wuchen found her much more pleasing to the eye than when she lay in bed with her eyes shut. Appearing lifeless, was this person unwell, blocking her path without a word? Did he have some serious illness? Lu Yuyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, inquiring, "Senior brother, do you have something to say?" Not accustomed to expressing concern for others, after a moment of hesitation, Bailey Wuchen finally asked, "Are you feeling better?" The concern from the male lead left Lu Yuyu startled. Was the sun rising from the west? Such care was like a knife to her, for she was but a soft soul, unable to withstand it. Bailey Wuchen ignored her dismissive attitude, ultimately voicing the question that had lingered in his heart. At that moment, "Why did you push me away?" Lu Yuyu narrowed her eyes, replying with irritation, "Because there is only one piece of the Millennium Jade Fu Ling from Hucking Sect." Humph. Even if he shielded her from the heavenly thunder again, her father would not produce a second piece. Assuming Lu Yuyu was afraid he would suffer the same fate as last time, with his golden core shattered by lightning, Bailey Wuchen spoke gently. "That bolt of heavenly thunder poses no significant harm to me. Should we encounter such a situation again, you need not." Lu Yuyu interrupted him. "There won't be a next time." Chapter 25, trying to draw talismans ever since dreaming of the original owner's life. Lu Yuyu felt a sense of discomfort whenever she looked at Bailey Wuchen. After all, her ultimate fate and his were intertwined in a deadly dance, aside from the contract that ensured her safety. She wished to avoid further entanglements with him. Most importantly, that bolt of heavenly thunder was something she longed for. No one else could lay claim to it. Having said that, upon noticing that he remained rooted in place, she circumvented him and departed without hesitation. As the saying goes, with no thoughts of men in her heart, She wielded her sword with divine precision, especially since he was the male lead. "Thank you. But keep your distance." Had it not been for her unfortunate constitution, Lu Yuyu would have preferred to distance herself from them as much as possible. Song Ro, who cherished tranquility, resided in a rather secluded area. Due to its remoteness, she had been assigned a charming independent courtyard. Upon arriving outside Song Ro's little courtyard, Lu Yuyu was greeted by the delightful aroma of osmanthus cake, instantly awakening her appetite. "Sister Ro, I have come." During their daily interactions, Lu Yuyu typically referred to her as Senior Sister Song, but when she sought food, she would sweetly call her Sister Ro. Sounds of activity emerged from within. And after a brief moment, Song Ro opened the courtyard door. Gazing at the vibrant Lu Yuyu, she appraised her from head to toe and asked, "Have you recovered so quickly to come out and play?" She playfully poked Lu Yuyu's nose, chiding, "You little drama queen and greedy cat. Come inside. I just made some, and it's still warmed. I specially added spiritual spring water." I end her quest for companionship. Song Ro had taken to experimenting with culinary creations during her free time. Cultivators typically did not indulge in gluttony, as excessive consumption of grains could hinder their cultivation. She had racked her brain to devise such a method. In the future, should Lu Yuyu find herself craving meat, she would venture to hunt high-tier spirit beasts, satiating her culinary desires while simultaneously enhancing her cultivation, a twofold benefit, oblivious to Song Ro's thoughts. Lu Yuyu indulged in the soft, glutinous sweetness of osmanthus cake, occasionally sipping on fragrant flower tea, her eyes narrowing in delight, resembling a mischievous little fox. Lu Yuyu possessed a pure yet alluring beauty. Her smile was akin to a tiny hook, compelling onlookers to steal another glance. Indeed, whether male or female, anything beautiful effortlessly drew the gaze. Song Ro, shyly lowering her eyes, couldn't help but smile gently. "Wow, Sister Ro. You are so beautiful," Lu Yuyu exclaimed, having inadvertently caught sight of Song Ro's bashful demeanor. In that moment, Song Ro reminded Lu Yuyu of a line of poetry. "The most enchanting is that gentle lowering of the head. Like a water lily shyly resisting the cool breeze." Clearly, few had ever praised Song Ro so openly. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Lu Yuyu a glance filled with helplessness. "You always seek to amuse me." Evidently, Lu Yuyu had complimented her beauty more than once. With a playful grin, Lu Yuyu remarked, "Isn't it a bit harsh to deny compliments to a beautiful sister like you, my little junior?" Song Ro laughed lightly. "Stop teasing. And eat quickly. Hee hee. A beauty is indeed a beauty. Every frown and smile is irresistible." Lu Yuyu quipped, "In a few days, I shall embark on a journey outside the sect," Song Ro suddenly announced, upon hearing this. Lu Yuyu hesitated, unsure whether to divulge that Song Ro's sister, Song Nuan, was still alive. Primarily, Song Ro had never mentioned Song Nuan, making it difficult for Lu Yuyu to bring it up. After some contemplation, she resolved that it would be best for Song Ro to meet Song Nuan herself. "You always thinking about food," Song Ro chuckled, covering her mouth. That moment, Lu Yuyu pondered how wonderful it would be if Song Ro were her own sister. After Song Ro departed, Lu Yuyu returned to her monotonous, solitary life. With little to occupy her mind, she recalled a book on talismans she had borrowed from the library that she had yet to read. And she retrieved it. The book contained various talismans, including auspicious charms for blessings, marriage talismans, and protective amulets. Lu Yuyu skimmed past these auxiliary types and flipped directly to the more aggressive, explosive talismans. Diamond talismans, speed talismans, and teleportation talismans. As she perused the descriptions of these talismans, the spark in her eyes grew brighter. These items were indeed lifesavers in critical moments, taking out a wolf hair brush specially for drawing talismans. She infused her spiritual energy into the brush, dipped it in vermilion powder, and began to trace the design of the explosive talisman. The key to drawing talismans lay in fluidity. One must complete the entire design in a single stroke without interruption. After several failed attempts due to uneven distribution of spiritual power, she finally succeeded on her 9th try. Gazing at her completed work, Lu Yuyu felt a surge of excitement, channeling her spiritual energy into the explosive talisman. She threw it into the large water vat in the courtyard. With a resounding bang, the vat shattered, sending water splashing everywhere. Lu Yuyu beamed at her achievement and spent the night creating numerous explosive talismans. diamond talismans, and speed talismans for future emergencies. In truth, she was most intrigued by the teleportation talisman. However, it would spontaneously combust whenever she reached the halfway point of drawing it, indicating that she currently lacked the qualifications to create such a talisman, as it required an understanding of certain spatial laws. With her current abilities, she could only temporarily set that ambition aside. Days passed, and finally, the announcement of the impending opening of the Nine-Nether Secret Realm arrived. Normally, individuals like Lu Yuyu, who had yet to reach the Golden Core stage, were not required to undergo trials in the Secret Realm, yet her persistent enthusiasm for participation could not be ignored. Although Qin Mingyue doted on her, she did not wish for her to become a sheltered flower, and with Bailey Wuchen and the others looking after her, she felt reassured, with her mother's consent. Her father, Lu Dingming, naturally wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, Lu Yuyu set off with Bailey Wuchen and the others towards the Nine-Nether Secret Realm, under the clear blue sky, with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant flowers surrounding her. Lu Yuyu, having left Hucking Sect, felt like a joyous little bird, merrily exploring the mountains and waters. Her happiness multiplied. Since arriving in this world, she had never ventured beyond Hucking Sect, so she was quite curious about the scenery along the way, which led to much teasing from Su Jinyan. Little junior sister, when we reach a more populated area, try to tone it down, otherwise, people might think our Hucking Sect is uncultured, Su Jinyan jested, having taken to teasing Lu Yuyu since she had referred to herself as little. Chapter 26. The big mouth of Feng Xiao. Lu Yuyu cast a light glance at Su Jinyan, quipping, "I hope you don't go around claiming to be a disciple of Hucking Sect. Otherwise, we will lose face completely." Su Jinyan scoffed. "I haven't done anything unbecoming." With a playful tone, Lu Yuyu mimicked, "Family, who understands? What respectable disciple spies on their senior brother in the restroom?" Without a doubt, it was Feng Xiao, the big mouth, who had blabbed. She shot a fierce glare at Feng Xiao, her frustration evident. "Second brother, that was merely an accident. Why do you have to spread it everywhere?" Bailey Wuchen, Li Sha, and Gong Firen exchanged knowing glances towards Su Jinyan, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding, likely having encountered similar situations. Lu Yuyu, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the implications behind their expressions. Pointing at the blushing Su Jinyan, she burst into laughter. "No way, you even spied on Master Brother, Third Brother, and Fourth Brother? Haha, you're such a fool." With genuine admiration, she gave him a thumbs up. Su Jinyan wished he could stitch Lu Yuyu's mouth shut, glaring at her before turning away, determined to ignore her. If it weren't for Lu Yuyu, would he have ever done something so foolish? Truly mortifying. The group hurriedly made their way to a nearby town just days before the opening of the Nine-Nether Secret Realm. Clearly, they had arrived early, as many rooms in the town's inns remained unoccupied. With a wave of her hand, Lu Yuyu, exhibiting her financial prowess, booked the most luxurious inn in town. "Little Yuyu, are we being a bit too ostentatious?" Feng Xiao remarked, taken aback by this display. "Where's the ostentation? Since we have the means, we should stay in the best." Lu Yuyu replied confidently, "After all, I'm not short on money, think about it. The Long Feng Inn has a total of 20 rooms, and with our group of over 10, each person can have their own room. The remaining rooms can be offered to any friends you might have. So it's not a waste at all." Lu Yuyu enumerated the benefits. "Moreover, most of us are familiar with each other, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles while ensuring everyone enjoys a comfortable stay." Noticing Lu Yuyu was about to launch into a lengthy explanation again, Feng Xiao quickly raised her folding fan above her head in surrender, saying, all right, you're right." Su Jinyan, now harboring significant grievances against Lu Yuyu, couldn't help but complain softly to Bailey Wuchen, "Master Brother, are you really going to let her behave this way?" Bailey Wuchen shot him a glance. "I think she makes some valid points." Su Jinyan, "It's over. Master Brother has gone mad, actually defending Lu Yuyu." After settling the room payment, Lu Yuyu chose the room with the best view. The others, who were not very familiar with Lu Yuyu, expressed their gratitude before selecting their preferred rooms. However, they all consciously avoided choosing the room next to Lu Yuyu, as it was reserved for Bailey Wuchen and the others. Given that it was Lu Yuyu's first outing for training, her senior brothers naturally wanted to stay close by in case anything arose, ensuring her protection. The Long Feng Inn was the finest in town, providing excellent accommodations and meals. Lu Yuyu ordered several signature dishes from the menu, but after a few bites, she found her appetite waning. The food was decent, but felt somewhat bland compared to the culinary delights prepared by Sister Song. Perhaps having grown accustomed to sharing meals with Song Ro, Lu Yu felt something was missing when dining alone. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at this late hour? With a lackluster expression, Lu Yu opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of her master brother. Bailey Wuchen observed the grain of rice stuck to Lu Yu's face. A faint smile gracing his features as he pointed out, "You have something on your mouth." Lu Yu hastily wiped her face, only to find the grain still there. With a resigned gesture, Bailey Wuchen extended his finger, gently brushing it away, saying, "Right here." Lu Yu's expression stiffened, taken aback by his unexpected action. "How utterly embarrassing. Is there something you need, master brother?" she inquired, feeling the awkwardness linger. Bailey Wuchen maintained a facade of coolness, adopting a businesslike demeanor. "Before departing, the master instructed me to broaden your horizons. Since it's your first time leaving the sect, I assume you haven to experience the night market of the town. Would you like to take a stroll?" Lu Yu, feeling a bit bored, was apprehensive about venturing out alone in a town filled with both good and bad characters, especially given her unfortunate luck. Bailey Wuchen's suggestion was just what she needed. As they approached the NS entrance, Su Jinyan happened to descend from the upper floor, perhaps due to youthful exuberance. He seemed to have forgotten the earlier tension between him and Lu Yu. Eagerly inquiring, "Master brother, little junior sister, are you going to the night market? Take me along." He quickened his pace to join them. Although Lu Yu found this clingy behavior annoying, it was certainly preferable to being alone with Bailey Wuchen. As the secret realm was about to open, people from all directions began to arrive, and the night market in the town was bustling with activity, populated by disciples from various sects and loose cultivators alike. Lu Yu displayed her financial flair, purchasing anything she fancied, prompting Su Jinyan to roll his eyes. What a spoiled young lady. She has no understanding of the struggles of ordinary folk. If she continues to squander like this, one day, Hucking sect will be completely drained by her. Noticing Su Jinyan's expression, Lu Yu remarked with disdain, "Have you had a stroke or something? That crooked look is genuinely frightening. Please keep your distance from me, lest others believe I, too, am not quite sane." Su Jinyan's tolerance for Lu Yu was nearly non-existent, yet he dared not act too recklessly in front of the senior brother, resorting instead to shouting with his mouth agape. "Lu Yu, could you please speak properly?" Lu Yu shot him a glare. "I am merely stating the truth. Your expression has been anything but normal since we set foot outside, especially when I was purchasing items. Is this a case of envy towards the affluent?" Su Jinyan acknowledged that his demeanor was indeed problematic, his gaze evasive as he retorted, "It is clearly your extravagant spending that is the issue. First, you rented out the entire inn, and now you are indulging in all manner of shopping." Lu Yu, exasperated, replied, "Then do not stay at the inn I rented tonight, with an increasing number of cultivators arriving." The inns were already overflowing with guests, leaving him no alternative for accommodation. Realizing this, Su Jinyan softened his tone, feigning remorse. "Junior sister, I was in the wrong. Please do not cast me out. Are you tired?" "Junior sister, allow me to assist you with your belongings. What is the use of storing them? Your fifth senior brother possesses ample strength. Let me carry them, as I am but your devoted little follower." Observing the bickering pair, Bailey Wuchen shook his head in exasperation. Chapter 27. First encounter with a female protagonist. Song Nuan in the inn's ground floor hall. Lu Yu was enjoying breakfast with several senior brothers and sisters, listening attentively as they discussed the precautions necessary for entering the secret realm. "Benefactor, is it you?" A sweet voice suddenly rang in their ears. Lu Yu turned towards the sound, spotting a stunning young woman clad in a white dress, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Feng Xiao. The girl appeared to be around 19, her features exquisite, with eyes like autumn waters and lips resembling pearls. Her smile was so enchanting it felt as if one's heart might melt. Not to mention her alluring figure, even Lu Yu could not help but glance at her more than once. Feng Xiao, however, had no recollection of the young woman who had approached him, yet beautiful maidens always received preferential treatment. He unfurled his folding fan and, with an air of nonchalance, introduced himself. "I am Feng Xiao. May I inquire your name?" Song Nuan stepped forward. "I am Song Nuan. 10 years ago, I was nearly sold by human traffickers, and you saved me. I have always remembered the jade pendant at your waist." Feng Xiao had no recollection of this incident, but he did not wish to hurt the young woman's feelings. He pretended to remember and smiled. Ah, so it is sister-in-law that I end the blink of an eye. You have blossomed into such a graceful beauty. Liu Yu assessed the enchanting maiden beside Feng Xiao. This was indeed the female protagonist, Song Yuan. Unlike her sister Song Ro, whose beauty was gentle and demure, Song Yuan possessed a sweetness laced with a hint of allure. However, her every gesture exuded a captivating charm that compelled one's gaze to linger upon her. Growing more entranced with each glance, perhaps this was partly due to her pure constitution, Liu Yu discreetly observed the few senior brothers beside her. Su Jinyan was the most exaggerated, his attention glued to Song Yuan as if he had never seen a woman before. Taking advantage of his good rapport with Feng Xiao, he approached her for a closer view. Ling Sha Gongfei, on the other hand, merely cast a glance before returning to his meal, as for by Li Wuchen. When Liu Yu looked his way, she caught his gaze, which seemed to silently inquire if she had any issues. Liu Yu remained silent. Before long, Song Yuan had seamlessly integrated herself with Feng Xiao and Su Jinyan. Referring to them as Brother Xiao, remembering her purpose for being here, Song Yuan asked, Brother Xiao, does this inn still have available rooms? The inns in the town are all fully booked, and my fellow disciples and I currently have no place to stay. During their conversation, Feng Xiao recalled indeed having met her before. It had been a casual encounter, yet she had remembered it for so long. It was evident that she was a girl who valued gratitude. And his fondness for her grew. Upon hearing her inquiry, Feng Xiao elegantly replied, This inn has been reserved by my junior sister. There are currently 3 rooms available. Last night, there were 9 vacant rooms. But a few cultivators known to my senior brother arrived in the early hours. Song Yuan, counting on her fingers, realized, we have a total of 30 individuals. More than half have already secured accommodations. Leaving approximately 13 without 0.3 rooms may not be sufficient. Her expression as she counted was adorably perplexed, and once she arrived at a conclusion, she reassured herself, however, having 3 rooms is still quite good. We can just squeeze together. Turning to the innkeeper, she sweetly inquired, Innkeeper, I would like to take the remaining 3 rooms. How much will that be? The innkeeper, who had been secretly admiring her beauty, momentarily wore an awkward expression. This charming young woman seemed oblivious. The previously mentioned red-clad gentleman had stated that the inn was reserved by his junior sister. He was essentially just a gatekeeper now, and whether she could stay would depend on that generous junior sister. As for whether she would be charged, that too was at the discretion of the young lady. Maintaining a basic standard of service, the innkeeper smiled and gestured towards Liu Yu. The inn has been booked by that young lady over there. Perhaps you could inquire with her. The individuals who checked in at dawn appeared to be friends of the cool young man beside the girl. They had only been allowed to stay after receiving her consent. It seemed that the young lady held a significant position. Song Yuan glanced at Liu Yu, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. Before departing, she had asked her master, Chong Heng, to help her divine a fortune. As she sought to use this opportunity to find her long-lost sister, the fortune indicated a direction towards Huaqing sect. However, it also revealed that her familial ties had been severed, suggesting that her sister was no longer alive. She had perished within Huaqing sect, and Feng Zhao's junior sister must be the daughter of the sect's leader, Liu Yu. Rumors suggested that Liu Yu was notoriously willful and took pleasure in humiliating female cultivators who were more beautiful than herself. Thus, she couldn't help but wonder if her sister's demise was connected. With this thought in mind, Song Yuan approached Liu Yu with a charming smile, politely nodding to the 3 striking men beside her before finally addressing Liu Yu. Her voice soft, Hello, I am Song Yuan, a disciple of Tianyan sect. May I inquire if the remaining 3 rooms could be made available to us? Liu Yu's face broke into a broad smile. Of course. She had expected Liu Yu to refuse outright, considering her earlier actions could be perceived as provocative. Had Liu Yu truly changed for the better over the years? In truth, she had encountered Liu Yu when Feng Xiao rescued her from the clutches of human traffickers. At that time, Liu Yu had looked down upon her as if she were nothing more than a beggar. Song Yuan dismissed the increasingly distant thoughts and kindly inquired how much the 3 rooms would cost. Assuring Liu Yu that her senior brothers would arrive shortly to settle the payment, Liu Yu appeared exceedingly warm. Since you are a friend of Brother Feng, feel free to stay. Discussing money would be rather ungracious. She must be allowed to stay. The main characters needed to develop their romantic storyline, and anyone who interfered would be in for misfortune. unintentionally spoken. The words resonated with Song Nuan, who heard it as, "You are immediately ingratiating yourself with Feng Shao, seeking free accommodation, are you not?" A hint of embarrassment and humiliation flickered in Song Nuan's eyes. Initially, she believed Lu Yuyu had softened, but now it seemed she had only grown worse. This insulting charity was intolerable. One must draw the line. It was already embarrassing enough to impose upon them, and she would still pay what was due. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu burst into laughter. A fool who turns down money, especially when it comes from a woman of such strong self-esteem. Song Nuan widened her eyes, seemingly perplexed by why a discount could be perceived in such a manner. Moreover, 5 top-grade spiritual stones for a single room was an outrageous price. Su Jinyan regarded Lu Yuyu with discontent, coming to the defense of the beautiful young woman. "Junior sister, do not jest. Renting the entire and only cost 10 top-grade spiritual stones. And now you demand 20 from her." Chapter 28. Su Jinyan, are you trying to be clever? Lu Yuyu did not overly embarrass him but retorted with equally unkind words. "Senior brother, Miss Song hasn't even complained. Yet you seem to be overstepping. Starting off by allowing her to stay for free would feel as if I were humiliating her. Now that I am charging, it is only to show full respect for her personal wishes." Song Nuan. She wished to pay, yet she was no fool. It was clear that Lu Yuyu intended to swindle her. Heaven knows how much she longed to toss 20 top-grade spiritual stones at Lu Yuyu's face. But alas, her funds were scarce. Typically, when she ventured out, her senior brothers would compete to cover her expenses, leaving her with no worries regarding food, shelter, or transportation, though she desired to stay in those 3 rooms. She simply could not afford the exorbitant price. Regretting not bringing more spiritual stones, she found herself wishing her fellow disciples would arrive soon, for they would surely come to her aid upon learning of her predicament. At that moment, the 2 women in the inn presented a stark contrast. One exuded calm confidence while the other bit her lip, on the verge of tears. To anyone with discernment, it was clear who the true victim was. After a short while, a striking young man with sharp eyebrows approached. Upon seeing Song Nuan's distressed expression, he immediately frowned. "Sister Song, has someone bullied you?" Following her gaze, Shun Xingqian turned his attention to Lu Yuyu, who had just finished her meal and was preparing to rise. He demanded, "Did you bully Sister Song?" Shun Xingqian, a disciple under the esteemed Master Chonghang of the Tianyan sect, is known as Song Nuan's most devoted admirer, harboring such intense affection for her that he would willingly lay down his life, and ultimately did. When confronted by the questions of this fervent admirer, Lu Yuyu dismissively retorted, "Who knows the reason behind her expression?" Originally, she was offered 3 rooms at no cost, yet she insisted on paying. When I quoted the price, she seemed to find it exorbitant, standing there in silence, as if she had been wronged. With a wry smile, Lu Yuyu stated, 20 superior spirit stones. Instantly, the smile on Shun Xingqian's face turned somewhat rigid, and oh wonder Junior Sister Song's expression was unsightly. Was there truly a difference between this and a robbery? However, having already spoken, and with the name of his sect on the line, he could not allow himself to become a subject of ridicule, so he reluctantly produced 20 superior spirit stones and handed them to Lu Yuyu. Appreciating his sense of responsibility, Lu Yuyu formed a favorable impression of him and instructed the innkeeper to prepare the 3 rooms for their esteemed guests, generously rewarding him with a superior spirit stone as a tip. The innkeeper, beaming with delight, showered her with compliments as if they were free of charge. He held no envy towards Lu Yuyu's profit. After all, her shrewdness in business and her precise philanthropy were well-deserved. Lu Yuyu's ostentatious demeanor was quite irksome to Song Nuan, yet what could she do? As a dignified disciple of the Tianyan sect, she could not very well sleep on the streets. Observing Lu Yuyu's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, Song Nuan felt a twinge of disdain, thinking to herself that they would see who would prevail in the secret realm. The innkeeper, perceptive enough to recognize the significance of the Tianyan sect, yielded his own room, providing a total of 4 rooms for the 13 of them, even adding a few simple beds, as for the distribution, that was left to their discretion. Shun Xingqian was quite satisfied with the innkeeper's acumen, and the discomfort of being swindled out of 20 superior spirit stones eased considerably. Song Nuan refrained from selecting a room, opting to wait for her 2 senior sisters to arrive together. Noticing her sullen demeanor, Shun Xingqian endeavored to cheer her up. When he saw her still frowning, He had a sudden inspiration and decided to divert her attention. Junior sister Song, don't be upset. How about I accompany you for a stroll? After all the hustle to find lodging, now we can enjoy ourselves. Shall we go by candied hawthorn or osmanthus cake? Upon hearing the mention of osmanthus cake, Song Wan's face lit up with a smile, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. My mother made the best osmanthus cake when I was little. I wonder how it tastes here. Seizing the moment, Shin Xingqian urged. Let us go take a look. Thank you, senior brother Shin. Luyu, observing Shin Xingqian's earnest attempts to amuse Song Wan, couldn't he help but remark, your uncle dotes on her father, after discreetly transmitting the name of the inn to her fellow disciples. The two left in high spirits. Su Jinyan also wished to join in the fun, but Bai Li Wuchen cast him a dispassionate glance, and he dared not follow. About a stick of incense later, the Tianyan sect members arrived. Bai Li Wuchen addressed the others. Come to my room for a moment. Inside the room, Bai Li Wuchen expressed his thoughts. This is merely a minor secret realm. Yet our esteemed sect has sent so many disciples, including 2 elders. It seems this expedition is not as simple as it appears. Su Jinyan, however, remained unconvinced. Senior brother, are you being overly alarmist? The Tianyan sect is known for its protective nature. Perhaps they are merely ensuring the safety of their own disciples. Bai Li Wuchen interrupted. Immediately, Su Jinyan fell silent. Luyu, seizing the moment, remarked, 5th senior brother, it seems you have quite the fondness for the Tianyan sect. Should I speak to my father and find a way for you to join their ranks? In the unfolding narrative, after falling completely in love with Song Wan, Su Jinyan genuinely contemplated leaving his sect to join the Tianyan sect, even taking steps toward that end. Unfortunately, within the Tianyan sect resided a formidable rival, making it impossible for any love rival to approach Song Wan closely, thus thwarting Su Jinyan's attempts. Nevertheless, he ultimately did sever ties with the Huaqing sect. Becoming the first among the 5 to do so, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Luyu, 5th junior brother, stand down. Bai Li Wuchen's brows furrowed in displeasure. Su Jinyan's behavior today was rather out of character. He must not let one person's actions disrupt the group. With Bai Li Wuchen's admonition, Su Jinyan quelled his anger, glaring at Luyu before storming out. Feng Sha, being closest to Su Jinyan, couldn't he help but defend her little brother. Little Yuyu, your temper seems rather flared lately. Poor Jinyan is almost in tears from your targeting. Luyu, her smile not reaching her eyes, replied, no cause without effect. Let your little Jinyan reflect on his own actions. Chapter 29. Bai Li Wuchen makes a vow against his inner demons after Su Jinyan's departure. The remaining members voiced their opinions regarding the influx of Tianyan sect disciples. Bai Li Wuchen concluded, perhaps a significant opportunity is upon us. Once we enter the secret realm, let us all find a way to regroup swiftly to avoid being caught off guard. Luyu couldn't he help but admire Bai Li Wuchen a bit. The Juyo secret realm was merely a minor locale, one that typically wouldn't he attract the attention of disciples above the nascent soul stage. However, this year, something momentous was indeed about to unfold. A dragon cub, having slumbered for millennia, was set to reveal itself within the realm. The Tianyan sect was privy to this information due to the foresight of Master Chongheng, who, being a high-ranking figure within the sect, sought to benefit his disciples by informing several elders to escort Song Wan, who was destined for a significant encounter with a divine beast. Meanwhile, Bai Li Wuchen, with his keen intuition, almost deduced the true nature of the situation. Truly, he was the cleverest among the harem of the female protagonists. As the group departed Bai Li Wuchen's room, Luyu found herself singled out to stay behind. She bluntly stated, I cannot abide him fawning over a pretty girl like a lovesick puppy. It utterly undermines the dignity of our Huaqing sect. Bai Li Wuchen looked at Luyu with a calm gaze and replied, Su Jinyan is merely your nominal partner. Whom he chooses to admire is his prerogative. Yet everyone knows he is my partner. To curry favor with another girl right before my eyes is akin to a slap in the face. Luyu retorted. She didn't care about the relationship between Su Jinyan and Song Wan. But if he sought out trouble, she would certainly oblige him. Perhaps recognizing that Su Jinyan's behavior today was indeed inappropriate, Bai Li Wuchen sighed, you are too sensitive. 5th junior brother is merely curious about new experiences. He knows how to conduct himself. Luyu was disinclined to debate this point with him, for fundamentally, Bai Li Wuchen and Su Jinyan were alike. Both would be drawn to Song Nuan. Both would fall deeply in love with her. And both would choose to forsake everything for love. This was a bias that was ingrained in Lu Yuyu's very bones, and it was, unfortunately, true. Her gaze locked onto Bai Li Wuchen. She half-jokingly, half-warned, "There's truly no need for us to discuss these trivial matters. I merely hope that when you undertake any actions, you will consider the interests of the sect and not be blinded by desire." Bai Li Wuchen's expression darkened. "You? Blinded by desire? Do you think I harbor any feelings for that young girl?" Lu Yuyu wore an inscrutable expression. "Who can say what the future holds? I see her ambitions are quite clear. And she's not merely interested in senior brother Feng Xiao. You may think I'm being alarmist, but let us wait and see if our esteemed senior brother, who is as cool and aloof as an immortal, succumbs to worldly affections." Bai Li Wuchen gazed into Lu Yuyu's eyes, finding himself unable to decipher her. When he first encountered that girl from the Tianyan sect, he indeed had looked at her a moment longer. For the desire for beauty is a universal trait. However, it hardly meant he would lose his clarity of thought. Moreover, he was wholly devoted to his cultivation, with no thoughts of romance, that moment. He felt a strange sense of humiliation at Lu Yuyu's words, seeing the displeasure on his face. Lu Yuyu leaned forward, resting her hands on the table, meeting his gaze with a mischievous grin. "Senior brother, how about we make a bet?" At such close quarters, Bai Li Wuchen could even see the fine hairs on Lu Yuyu's delicate skin, causing him to feel slightly uneasy, though his demeanor remained frosty. "What do you propose?" Lu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with confidence as she declared, "I bet you will gradually fall for Song Nuan, that you will break many of your own principles for her, and that you will become increasingly unlike yourself." Bai Li Wuchen chuckled lightly. "And what are the stakes if you lose, and what if I win?" Lu Yuyu replied, "If your heart remains steadfast and unaffected by Song Nuan, I shall risk my life to dissolve this bond of partnership and grant you your freedom. Conversely, if I am correct, you must agree to fulfill a request of mine, the specifics of which I have yet to determine. But I assure you it will not involve any immoral deeds." Bai Li Wuchen observed Lu Yuyu silently for a few seconds before inquiring, "What is the time frame?" Lu Yuyu extended 3 fingers. 3 years. Regardless of whether Bai Li Wuchen would ever fall for Song Nuan, she would emerge victorious. Uncertain of what Lu Yuyu had in mind, he found himself drawn to the idea of freedom. For some reason, being one of her partners among the other 4 only fueled his discontent. If Lu Yuyu willingly agreed to relinquish this relationship, it would be a win-win situation. 3 years, in the eyes of a cultivator, was but a fleeting moment and not a difficult duration to endure. "Very well, I accept this wager." With Bai Li Wuchen's promise, Lu Yuyu felt a greater sense of assurance that she could safeguard the Huaqing sect while allowing events to unfold along their natural course. Even if Bai Li Wuchen were to become one of Song Nuan's suitors, he would still maintain his status as the elder brother in the eyes of the other 4. And as long as he did not harm the Huaqing sect, the others would not dare to act against it. Simultaneously, it could be considered as granting herself 3 years to grow and strengthen. Entering into this wager with Bai Li Wuchen serves as a form of double assurance. Lu Yuyu feared that a verbal agreement could be easily rescinded, thus she smiled brightly and declared, "You must swear the Heart Demon Oath. Only by invoking the Heart Demon Oath would they be safeguarded and bound by the laws of heaven and earth. A mere verbal promise would rely solely on one's character." Bai Li Wuchen found Lu Yuyu increasingly inscrutable. He immediately raised 3 fingers and swore the Heart Demon Oath. "I, Bai Li Wuchen, hereby establish a bet with Lu Yuyu, should I fall in love with Song Nuan of the Tianyan sect within 3 years. I shall assist Lu Yuyu in performing an act that does not harm heaven or earth. If I violate this oath, my heart shall shatter, and my cultivation shall not progress even a fraction." It must be said, Bai Li Wuchen's Heart Demon Oath was indeed rather severe. Lu Yuyu promptly extended 3 fingers in response. "I, Lu Yuyu, hereby establish a bet with Bai Li Wuchen. If Bai Li Wuchen does not fall in love with Song Nuan within 3 years, I shall personally dissolve the Dao companion contracts with Bai Li Wuchen, Feng Xiao, Li Cha, Gong Firen, and Su Jinmian, bearing all repercussions alone. Should I breach this oath, I shall face divine retribution, and my soul shall scatter. Divine retribution, scattering of the soul." Bai Li Wuchen was taken aback by the revelation that she was wagering her very life. The next moment, intricate totems illuminated beneath their feet, marking the formation of the contract. In truth, Lu Yuyu had contemplated the heavenly punishment that would arise from dissolving the Tao companion relationship. It would merely involve being struck by lightning. However, she possessed a cheating artifact, the little black cloud, which, once it grew powerful, would render all lightning punishments mere blessings and boons. Chapter 30. One of the female lead's harem, Chong Hung Song Wan cast her a provocative glance before continuing her lively conversation with several young men beside her. Among them, two particularly conspicuous figures, dressed in stark contrast to the others, were Feng Xiao and Su Jinyan. In this lifetime, Song Ro did not perish, and she held no desire to act as a stumbling block in the affections shared between her and her senior brothers. Rather, she was curious to see how Song Wan would obliterate the Huaqing sect and whether the outcome would be altered. Upon witnessing this, Song Wan, feeling guilty, remarked, "Feng Shixiang, I just saw Lu Yu glance over here. She won't be angry, will she? After all, you are her nominal. You are currently so close to me." The top sycophant, Xin Xingchen, immediately sprang into action, reassuring his goddess, "Your thoughts are pure, as white and flawless as jade. You should keep your distance from Lu Yuyu in the future. I've heard she possesses a notoriously spoiled and domineering nature. If she inadvertently harms you, how will I explain it to Master?" He then turned to Feng Xiao and Su Jinyan, warning, "You'd best keep a tight rein on your junior sister. If she dares to harm Song Shimi, I will show her no mercy," reflecting on the 20 high-grade spirit stones lost to Lu Yuyu. He felt a surge of anger. Su Jinyan also harbored a dislike for Lu Yuyu and chimed in, "I dislike her as well. Xin Shixiang, please do not hold back." Feng Zhao's expression was somewhat awkward. Was he to stand by as they berated his junior sister? Although the Tianyan sect was the foremost sect, it was still rather dismissive of the Huaqing sect, observing Su Jinyan's foolishness in pandering to the sentiment. Feng Xiao felt an urge to kick him over. Simultaneously, he empathized with Lu Yuyu's feelings at that moment. Su Jinyan truly fawned over Song Wan to the extent of disregarding the reputation of their own sect. Noticing Feng Zhao's displeasure, Song Wan hurriedly interjected, "Please do not misunderstand. Xin Shixiang is simply uncomfortable because Lu Yu tricked him out of spirit stones. He is merely speaking out of frustration and would never truly act against her." Feng Zhao's expression softened slightly, yet he no longer had the desire to continue the conversation. Pulling Su Jinyan, who still wished to linger, away, Su Jinyan was quite dissatisfied with Feng Zhao's forceful departure. Only when they were alone did he complain, "Second Shixiang, why did you do that? I was enjoying the conversation." Feng Xiao looked at Su Jinyan with disappointment, increasingly convinced that Lu Yuyu's words held merit. "Enjoying it? Xin Xingchen openly insulted our Huaqing sect in front of you and me, and you find joy in that?" Su Jinyan looked at Feng Xiao in astonishment and retorted, "Second Shixiang, are you overthinking? Xin Shixiang merely mentioned Lu Yuyu. What does that have to do with our sect?" The disappointment in Feng Zhao's eyes deepened. "Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, you cannot deny that Lu Yuyu is the daughter of the sect leader. And her presence represents the face of the Huaqing sect. Just now, Xin Xingchen was shouting and causing a scene. Was he not trampling on our dignity and that of the Huaqing sect? You are young and playful, which is understandable, but sometimes it is best to grasp the nuances. Not only Lu Yuyu, but even you and I represent the dignity of our sect. We must not be too excessive." Su Jinyan wished to refute him, but upon seeing that Feng Xiao was genuinely angry, he could only offer a perfunctory response, promising not to behave this way again. Outside the room, Lu Yuyu listened intently. Fully aware that Feng Xiao had deliberately allowed her to overhear, it served as a declaration, indicating that if Su Jinyan erred, he would naturally discipline him, sparing Lu Yuyu the need to intervene and preventing outsiders from witnessing their farce. It must be said, Bai Li Wuchen's rationality was commendable. Even in the absence of affection for Song Wan, the following days passed in tranquility until the Nine-Nether secret realm finally opened. This was a trial reserved for the youth, allowing only those under the age of 20 to enter. The two elders of the Tianyan sect remained at the inn, preparing to return 6 months later to collect their disciples. Song Wan stood among her peers, akin to a moon surrounded by stars, and truth. Song Wan's cultivation was merely at the early stage of the golden core, while several of her senior sisters had already reached the mid-stage. The reason she enjoyed such treatment was not only due to her likable personality, but primarily because she was the sole female disciple of the esteemed Chongheng. the one most likely to ascend in the god's awakening continent. She was also the only one permitted to reside on Xuanji Mountain alongside Chongheng. Such an arrangement between a solitary male and female was not deemed inappropriate by the others. As Chongheng had long held a formidable reputation, and none dared to think ill of it. However, Lu Yuyu was aware that Chongheng was one of the men in Song Wan's harem and by Li Wuchen's fiercest rival for her affections. In Song Wan's heart, both men were evenly matched, neither superior to the other. Upon entering the secret realm, a blinding white light compelled Lu Yuyu to instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself amidst a dense thicket. She was utterly alone, with no sign of her senior brothers or sisters. It seemed they had not been teleported to the same location. Yet, Lu Yuyu felt no trepidation as she gently caressed the myriad treasures within her spatial ring. Even alone, she was confident in her ability to navigate the secret realm safely. The little black cloud sensed the abundant spiritual energy in this realm and comfortably squinted its eyes. Master, the spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. If you are not in a hurry to reunite with your brothers, perhaps you could attempt to hunt some magical beasts. The process of battle might even help you break through your bottleneck. In truth, after the little black cloud devoured the heavenly lightning, Lu Yuyu had sensed a loosening in her cultivation. It felt as though she could ascend to the golden core stage at any moment. However, she had been holding back from doing so. The little black cloud was correct. She lacked genuine combat experience. Lu Yuyu glanced at the green-haired turtle in her beast pouch and noted that it remained peacefully asleep. Blissfully unaware how wonderful it was that one could cultivate and awaken their bloodlines simply by sleeping. The secret realm was rich in resources, and although Lu Yuyu had no shortage of them, she still paused to gather useful herbs whenever she encountered them. After all, useful items are never too many, and one never knows when they might come in handy. After all, her parents had provided her with numerous life-saving items before she left the sect, as well as several mustard seed bags, perfect for collecting herbs that other disciples overlooked but were highly sought after in the outside world. The little black cloud watched as she bent over, diligently uprooting a patch of 9 nether grass, and sighed in exasperation. Master, this common 9 nether grass is only suitable for the most basic alchemical materials. What use do you have for gathering these? Lu Yuyu shot at a glance. Is it wrong to have personal preferences? Chapter 31. Slaying the Qi-Ming wolf. Achieving the golden core. Observing her surroundings, Lu Yuyu narrowed her eyes dangerously. This was a tangible world, where she could feel pain and even meet her demise. Although she understood the future trajectory of this world's plot, the information she possessed was limited to what had appeared in the original text, leaving her uncertain about any unforeseen twists or crises that could arise. For instance, the 9 nether secret realm appeared annually in the book, yet its origins were never mentioned, regardless of how those entering the realm transformed it. It would return to its original state when it re-emerged the following year. She could comprehend the renewal of herbs aged for hundreds of years, but what of those that were 1,000 or even 10,000 years old? How could they be replenished in the span of just 1 year? This bore an uncanny resemblance to modern vending machines, as if the secret realm had an inexhaustible supply chain behind it. For reasons unknown, a bold notion suddenly seized Lu Yuyu's mind. She suspected that someone was manipulating the secret realm from behind the scenes. Moreover, there was the mysterious figure who had only appeared once in Lu Dingming's memory within the original text, never to be mentioned again. Who was that person? Why did they suddenly appear and propose a method to alter the fate of the cursed body? For some reason, Lu Yuyu often felt as though she were being watched. Though she could not discern whether the observer was the heavenly Tao or someone else entirely, sharpening her focus, Lu Yuyu had already harvested a vast expanse of 9 nether grass, leaving the ground bare, an eyesore against the surrounding scenery. The little black cloud swallowed hard and urged, "That's enough. You're about to strip this area bare." Lu Yuyu raised her eyes and felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, it was not a particularly aesthetic sight. However, she would never admit it, exclaiming, "What do you know? This is called the aesthetics of violence." Xiao Heiyun curled her lip and retorted, "I would call it the ruthless destruction of beauty." As they were to remain in the secret realm for 3 months, Lu Yuyu was in no hurry. She calmly made her way to a nearby hill adorned with jiuyu grass and began to toil diligently. In truth, the medicinal value of jiuyu grass was rather minimal, and there were substitutes available in the outside world. I end this realm brimming with rare treasures. Few paid it heed, however, after wandering around. Lu Yuyu found nothing better and had no choice but to harvest the ubiquitous Jiuyu grass. Xiao Heiyun was utterly speechless. Standing up, Lu Yuyu surveyed the vast expanse of Jiuyu grass and boldly declared, "This hill is now under my jurisdiction." With that, she bent down and resumed her work. Initially, one might have thought Lu Yuyu was merely whimsically inspired, but she astonishingly labored for 3 days and nights without pause. Once her bag was filled to the brim, she turned to admire her handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. The once lush hill had become barren, with a small circle of Jiuyu grass intentionally left behind. Resembling a balding middle-aged man, even at the very top, she had left a tiny patch, adjusted to evoke the unmistakable gesture of raising a middle finger. After Lu Yuyu departed, a green, club-like creature wobbled over, its body twisting as it approached. Upon witnessing the desolation of the Jiuyu grass, the creature, resembling a majestic eagle, couldn't help but shed 2 streams of tears, howling to the heavens. Who on earth did this? At that moment, Lu Yuyu had already ventured far away, completely oblivious to the commotion. After spending 3 days and nights there, she had not encountered a single cultivator, judging by the vastness of the secret realm. It was possible she had been transported to a deserted area. Lu Yuyu believed the likelihood of being in an uninhabited zone was high, as her 5 senior brothers would undoubtedly be busy cultivating feelings with the female lead in the secret realm. If she, the glaring third wheel, illuminated too brightly, how could they endure various trials and deepen their understanding of each other? As she walked, Lu Yuyu felt a chill run down her spine. She sensed a pair of eyes lurking behind her, watching intently with a ferocity that was both bloodthirsty and unrestrained. And the next moment, a foul wind swept in, and a massive black figure lunged at her. Lu Yuyu, already mentally prepared, swiftly dodged to the side at the sound of the rushing wind. Upon focusing her gaze, she found herself facing an enormous red wolf. The two, one human and one wolf, stood in a tense standoff, eyes locked. Xiao Heiyun hurriedly informed Lu Yuyu of the wolf's prowess. "This is a second-tier red wolf, equivalent to a cultivator in the early stages of core formation." With a smile, Lu Yuyu replied, "This is just perfect." She then gathered her spiritual energy in her palms and launched an attack at the red wolf. The wolf was no pushover. It deftly evaded her strike and charged towards Lu Yuyu, ready to engage in close combat. Lu Yuyu understood that, in this moment, she resembled a mage, lacking any advantage in a brawl with the red wolf, who excelled in close-range combat. Thus, she maintained her distance, occasionally landing a hit. Seeing her play it safe, Xiao Heiyun felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Hiding is not a solution. Go on, crush it. Feeling a bit fatigued, Lu Yuyu clenched her fist, enveloping it with thick layers of spiritual energy, and when the moment was right, she struck the red wolf with tremendous force, sending it flying 2 meters away. Surprised by her own strength, Lu Yuyu marveled at her fist's might. The wolf's ferocity was fully awakened. It disregarded all caution and charged at Lu Yuyu, and no longer adhering to her mage-like strategy. She met the wolf head-on, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Lu Yuyu relentlessly pounded the wolf's head while keeping a vigilant eye to avoid its biting jaws. However, human stamina, like spiritual energy, was finite. As she sensed her energy waning, Lu Yuyu's gaze hardened, exposing a moment of vulnerability. The wolf's sharp teeth sank deeply into her shoulder, nearly severing her neck. After a few struggles, the red wolf lay still. Lu Yuyu, now drenched in blood, both hers and the wolf's, licked the warm blood from her lips, her expression one of satisfaction. Indeed, she would eliminate any foe seeking her demise, be they beast or human. After collecting the red wolf's corpse as a trophy, Lu Yuyu found a secluded spot and sat cross-legged. The moment she made her choice, the barrier to her cultivation violently surged. The rich spiritual energy, coupled with a surge of courage, heralded an opportune moment to break through to foundational establishment. Spiritual energy surged toward Lu Yuyu from all directions, coalescing into a smooth golden orb within her dantian. Chapter 32. Week all over, strong words, golden core stage. Opening her eyes, Lu Yuyu observed her surroundings with newfound clarity. Her vision expanded, and her hearing sharpened. Even the wound in her shoulder from the red wolf had completely healed, her skin appearing even more delicate. Wow. Master, you're amazing, Xiao Heiyun praised at just the right moment, manifesting two tiny paws to clap in applause. The breakthrough that had troubled her for 2 to 3 months had finally occurred. Leaving Lu Yuyu in high spirits, gazing at the small golden core within her dantian, she felt increasingly pleased. Closing her eyes, she entered a state of meditation, eager to test the cultivation speed at the golden core stage. The surrounding earth elements became lively, playfully bouncing into her dantian. Some even stealthily infiltrated her meridians. When Lu Yu discovered that these earth elements could not only exist within her dantian, but also store spiritual energy throughout her limbs and bones. She was utterly astonished. What was happening? Wasn't it only the dantian that could store spiritual energy? Why did it seem that other areas could as well? Xiao Heiyun had never encountered such a situation either, and found no records of it in the inheritance. Master, do you feel any discomfort? Lu Yuyu assessed her state and shook her head. I feel perfectly fine. Even invigorated, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Heiyun ventured a bold hypothesis. Could it be that my presence has caused you to undergo a transformation? Cleansing your marrow and reshaping your very being? After all, it inherently possessed lightning power and resided within Lu Yuyu's consciousness, effectively purifying and altering her constitution and talent at every moment. While it was typical for individuals to store spiritual energy in their dantian, Lu Yuyu was no ordinary person. She possessed a body of misfortune, augmented by her ominous cloud, perhaps just as she suggested, where negative led to positive. Previously, her ability to absorb the cultivation of those who attacked her was a prime example. Carefully choosing her words, Xiao Heiyun shared this theory with Lu Yuyu. Upon hearing it, Lu Yuyu found it quite reasonable and began to regard Xiao Heiyun with increasing fondness. Unable to resist, she affectionately patted its little head. Praising, good luck has come. You've done a great job. One day, I'll let you feast on some heavenly thunder. Xiao Heiyun's eyes squinted with delight. Hee, you're the best, master. Smacking its lips, it admitted to feeling a bit hungry. If only you could reach the nascent soul stage quickly, then I could bask in your glory and enjoy a hearty meal. Lu Yuyu's gaze turned contemplative. That day is not far off. Raising her eyes to the bald hill she had left behind, she instinctively narrowed her pupils and became vigilant of her surroundings. Earlier, she had marked the highest point of the hill with a gesture. But now that area was entirely bare, clearly tampered with by someone. Who could that person be? She feigned nonchalance as she walked forward. Upon reaching another hill of similar size, she resumed her grass harvesting. Perhaps it was due to her increased cultivation or simply becoming more adept. Her speed in plucking Juyu grass accelerated dramatically. This time, it only took her 2 days to render the hill nearly identical to the previous one. Xiao Heiyun was left in a state of bewilderment. Had she truly become addicted to harvesting grass? Lu Yuyu did not elaborate much. After completing her task, she found a very concealed spot to lie in wait. To mask her scent, she crushed Juyu grass into a juice and applied it to her face and body. Half a day passed without a single disturbance. Lu Yuyu felt herself growing drowsy and, adhering to the principle that if one must suffer, they should not suffer alone, decided to take a brief nap. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the distance, followed by a string of exclamations. Damn it. Who did this? My perfectly lovely little green hill has been turned into this sorry state. Accompanying the voice was a green, club-shaped creature, bouncing along, appearing comical as it cursed while its mouth opened and closed. Had a club come to life? Xiao Heiyun, do you know what that is? Lu Yuyu inquired, genuinely eager to learn. Xiao Heiyun quickly searched its memories but found nothing. Lu Yuyu felt troubled, not even knowing what it was made her hesitant to act. The club-like creature hopped onto the hill and, upon seeing the conspicuous "Who are you?" inscribed there, panicked. Oh no, has someone discovered me? Is this a trap to catch me? It exclaimed, hastily retreating without a care for how it looked on the hill. Hopping away in a frenzy. Hearing this, Lu Yuyu's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a weakling. The club spirit, in its exuberance, suddenly collided with a wall, and before it could discern the obstinate object obstructing its path, it was sent soaring into the heavens. The dear, Yuyu, grasped this uniquely vibrant green club, scrutinizing it closely. The texture beneath her fingers was not that of rigid wood but rather soft, akin to the skin of an animal. What are you? She inquired with wide, curious eyes. You are the one who should be questioned, and your entire family too. I am the secret. Let go of me at once, so whoa, I'm telling you. I am incredibly fierce. If you don't release me, I'll surely hammer 2 large holes in your forehead. The club sprouted 2 eyes and a mouth, abruptly falling silent mid-threat before menacingly brandishing its appendages. Yu flashed a grin, revealing her small white teeth, for the green club spirit seemed rather dim-witted. Come now, let us see how you intend to strike my forehead with 2 great holes. Finding amusement in the situation, Yu playfully leaned closer. With a resounding thwack, the club spirit struck her forehead with a hefty blow. Why, Yu? What the heck? You really hit me, although it didn't hurt. It did elicit a rather twisted smile upon her face. Initial assessment suggests that this little creature possesses negligible lethality. The club spirit continued to struggle, almost evading her grasp. A decisive move. She retrieved a rope from her spatial pouch, binding the club spirit tightly before securing it to a tree trunk, wielding a small whip in her hand. Behave yourself, and I shall ask you a few questions. The club spirit, caught in a state of humiliation by its binding, erupted in a tirade. You wicked woman, I shall not divulge anything. I am a club of feminine prowess, soft all over, but tough in spirit. Chapter 33. A master-servant bond, a club of feminine prowess, soft all over, but tough in spirit. Yu was thoroughly amused by the club spirit's words. How delightfully comical. The club spirit straightened its posture, puffing with pride. Indeed, since I became aware, I have witnessed a man wielding a club with great ferocity, defeating countless foes who sought to bully him. Thus, I subconsciously took on the shape of a club to navigate the world, camouflaging myself with a splendid shade of green to blend in with the foliage. Yet, despite my caution, why was I still captured by a human? The club spirit was puzzled internally, though it maintained a facade of defiance. Searching for potent retorts to intimidate this human, I warn you, it would be wise to release me now, or you shall rue the day. The club spirit attempted to sound menacing, but alas, its small voice lacked the capacity to instill fear. Instead, rendering it rather endearing, as you observed the club spirit, she engaged in a discussion with the little black cloud. Good fortune. Do all non-humans speak in such adorable tones? I find it rather difficult to act against them. The little black cloud replied, This club spirit indeed resembles a club, but it may be older than your grandfather, so there's no need for tenderness. Curiously, Yu turned her gaze back to the club spirit, feigning fear as she clutched her heart, exclaiming, Please, do not frighten me. I am truly afraid. Believing its threats to be effective, the club spirit raised its head with an air of arrogance. I, the esteemed one, am magnanimous. Release me now, and bow to me 100 times, and I shall grant you forgiveness. Yu smiled sweetly, exuding an air of negotiation, yet the whip in her hand cracked ominously. In the club spirit's bewildered gaze, she struck the tree trunk beside it, leaving a deep mark. Planting a foot beside the club spirit, she exerted a commanding presence. What pretentiousness! If you were truly formidable, would you have found yourself bound here? I warn you, should you fail to adjust your demeanor, this whip may very well find its mark upon you next. Now, you shall answer my questions without any unnecessary chatter, or I shall truly strike you. Seeing this, the club spirit could not help but shiver. This woman is quite fierce. Yu pondered for a moment before asking, Who are you, and why do you appear here? Clearly, the first question was flawed. The first statement was a facade, while the second held truth. Why Yu's tone was airy, yet her words left the club spirit wide-eyed in astonishment, as if asking how she knew. Wielding the whip with a crack, she reiterated, If you don't speak the truth, do you wish to feel the sting of the whip? The club spirit quickly shook its head. Actually, I am a cucumber spirit. False. All right, I confess that I am a spirit cultivated from the 9 nether grass. False. This time, I speak the truth. I am the spirit of the 9 nether secret realm. What is a realm spirit? The club spirit gaped in astonishment. Why are you no longer calling it false? Yu smiled slyly, brimming with confidence, because what you just said is indeed true. While she conversed with the club spirit, the little black cloud had already relayed the information Yu sought. A realm spirit, formed through the eons within a secret realm, emerges only from those with formidable self-healing abilities. Simply put, the realm spirit is the master of the realm, governing its entirety. The spirit before her evidently had only recently gained sentience. Appearing rather innocent and harmless, Yu, perceiving its naivety, decided to tease it a bit. adopting an enigmatic demeanor. I have come here specifically to seek you. The realm spirit gazed at Yu with a dazed expression, instinctively asking, "Seek me for what purpose?" Yu blinked her eyes, gazing deeply into the club spirit's essence, her tone brimming with youthful exuberance. "Naturally, to forge a contract with you. Previously, I encountered a divine testament that proclaimed I have a master-servant bond with the spirit of the Nine Nether secret realm across 3 lifetimes. In the future, I shall rise as the supreme conqueror of the divine continent, and you will be my closest companion and ally on this journey to the pinnacle. Furthermore, you shall become the most exalted realm spirit of this land." Ruling over all realms? Ruling over all realms? The club spirit was taken aback, its mind struggling to grasp the enormity of the proposition, bewildered as it stammered, "But I am merely an unarmed little realm spirit." Yu mused, "It is precisely because you appear to be a defenseless and simple-minded little realm spirit that I can so audaciously play this part. Before meeting me, you were defenseless, but after this encounter, you shall possess indomitable armor and unparalleled courage. You will become extraordinarily powerful." The club spirit scrutinized Yu skeptically, its mouth agape as it protested, "I don't believe you, unless you release me." The club spirit suspected Yu to be a villain, yet uncertainty lingered within. Would she truly let it go? "You may ask your questions. I resolved to give you a chance." Why Yu reached out to stroke its head, praising, "Good spirit. First question, why does the Nine Nether secret realm manifest here at this time every year? Since I can remember, there's always been a voice in my mind urging me to open the secret realm at this time each year. So, I simply complied. Second question, why is it that every year, a plethora of rare materials are extracted from the secret realm, yet the following year, they are replenished in full, even featuring many novel items?" Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Indeed, this little realm spirit seemed to have some backing. However, it appeared not to know much, seemingly rather dazed. Last question, where exactly is the newly emerged creature, the divine beast cub? The club spirit abruptly lifted its head, exclaiming in disbelief, "How does she know?" Chapter 34. Roasting dragon eggs. The club spirit now genuinely questioned Yu's earlier claims about their master-servant bond. Yet it remained vigilant, unwilling to fully trust. "Aren't you the spirit of this secret realm? Can't you directly transport me there?" As Yu spoke, she began to untie it, seeing her truly honor her word. The club spirit leaped back, seeking a position of both offense and defense. It had been careless before, and should Yu retract her offer, capturing it would not be as easy this time. "I can traverse the secret realm freely, but I lack the ability to instantaneously teleport humans." Why Yu frowned in disappointment, pouting, "You are rather weak, aren't you?" The club spirit refrained from arguing, for her words rang true. It possessed no formidable abilities, merely some control over the secret realm. Yet, it was not to be underestimated. Had Yu harbored even a fleeting malicious thought, it would have shown her no mercy. After all, this was its territory. Though weak, it wielded enough influence to ensure its own safety. Perhaps it was merely the loneliness that drove it to play along with Yu's antics. Every individual it encountered sought to possess it greedily. While Yu also wished to form a contract, she did not exude any sense of greed, merely a playful banter. Noticing its dejection, Yu assumed her words had bruised its pride, and she consoled, "In truth, you are not weak. You merely possess strengths that are not overtly apparent. However, you must learn to hide yourself well, for there are many wicked individuals outside who relish consuming spirits like you to bolster their own strength." The club-wielding spirit, "Thank you. I feel somewhat comforted." Yu inquired once more about the location of the divine dragon egg and, as a token of gratitude, gifted it a piece of osmanthus cake. "It was made by my dear sister, and it is absolutely delectable. I only have 2 pieces left, so I'll give you one." How generous of me, right? The club-wielding spirit stared blankly at the fragrant osmanthus cake. Was that human truly leaving just like that? Wasn't it said they shared a bond of master and servant across 3 lifetimes? Why not make a further effort? After tasting a piece of the cake, tears involuntarily welled in its eyes. It didn't desire the osmanthus cake. It longed for companionship. As long as there was no substantial harm, even a little deception would suffice. Alas, it seems yet another spirit of the realm has emerged. In the dead of night, Yu decided against continuing her journey. Instead, she sought an open space, retrieved a makeshift tent she had prepared in advance, and resolved to rest for the night, resuming her travels by day. The secret realm is a world unto itself, with both day and night. This moment, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, a sight most delightful. Master, it seems that spirit is quite gullible. Why not attempt to contract it once more? If it wishes to end my life, I might find myself utterly powerless to resist. At the very least, it is the ruler of this realm. Breaking free from the constraints of that rope is a trivial feat for it. Even simply kicking me out of the realm would suffice to eliminate the threat. The reason it has played with me for so long must be its overwhelming loneliness. As for the master-servant contract, I merely spoke in jest. I never truly intended to bind it to me. Upon hearing Lu Yuyu's analysis, the little black cloud broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that beneath her carefree and boisterous exterior lay such a delicate heart? It appears there is much for the little black cloud to learn, like a curious child. It yearned to ask everything. What about that divine beast cub? How did you know? Lu Yuyu shot it an exasperated glance. Didn't Bai Li Wuchen mention it during the meeting that day? I took a bold guess that it must be a divine beast cub, and lo and behold, I was correct. In truth, Lu Yuyu was well aware of the origin of that EGG. It was a divine dragon egg that had lain dormant for a millennium. Fortuitously discovered and successfully hatched by Song Nuan, the moment the divine dragon cub laid eyes on Song Nuan, it regarded her as its mother and was subsequently contracted by her, later, by a twist of fate. The divine dragon cub evolved into a graceful young man and was welcomed into Song Nuan's harem as one of her consorts. Indeed, that divine dragon cub, who had called her mother since childhood, was now hers. It was because she once witnessed it frolicking with a female divine dragon that jealousy had taken root. Jealousy, moreover, knowing that Bai Li Wuchen and his companions had partners, yet still indulging in uncontrollable desires. The narrative reeked of moral decay, blurring the lines between human and beast. One cannot help but wonder what state of mind the author was in while penning this tale. Lu Yuyu continued her search for the cave concealing the dragon egg. Encountering no one along the way, the entrance was thick with underbrush, and without a keen eye, one would not discern the presence of a cave, had it not been for Song Nuan's unfortunate stumble while passing through. The dragon egg might have remained undiscovered for ages. Cautiously, Lu Yuyu parted the underbrush and crouched as she entered. Though the entrance was narrow, the interior space was vast. In the center lay a bed of dried grass, upon which rested a giant egg, larger than an ostrich egg, radiating an ethereal glow. Until the divine dragon hatched, it would remain a fragile egg. One wonders what kind of person placed the egg here. So unconcerned with the possibility of wild beasts entering and devouring it, the thought of eating made Lu Yuyu swallow hard. Could the dragon egg be edible? In a whimsical moment, she stepped closer, discovering it emitted no sign of life. In the story, Song Nuan had revived it using a special method, which merely involved her tears falling upon the egg after she had hurt herself. She placed the egg aside, stacking a few stones together and setting the egg atop them. Then stuffed the dried grass beneath the egg and ignited it. The grass caught fire quickly, and Lu Yuyu, undeterred by fatigue, hurriedly added more, fearful the flames might extinguish. Master, though the egg bears the aura of a divine beast, it is clearly a lifeless egg. Are you attempting to awaken it with fire, hoping to hasten its hatching? Lu Yuyu shot at a glance. After following me for so long, you possess no discernment. I am hungry. I intend to eat the egg. Chapter 35. I've eaten the male lead. The little black cloud was utterly petrified by Lu Yuyu's intentions and audacious actions. This woman truly dared to consume anything. Initially, it had worried that if Lu Yuyu contracted the divine beast cub, it would lose its status as the first spirit pet. However, it was now astonished to find she had no intention of reviving the divine beast egg. She merely wished to devour it, should it inform her that divine beast eggs cannot be cooked through mere fire. Lu Yuyu clearly had an inkling of this. Thus, she attempted to infuse a hint of her spiritual energy into the flames. Curious to see if it would yield any results, the club-wielding spirit, which had been stealthily following Lu Yuyu, was likewise dumbfounded. The quest for the divine beast egg was not for a contract but for consumption. That was a divine beast, a legendary creature that everyone yearned to possess. Even if it were a lifeless egg, it still held the essence of a divine beast. Perhaps, with the right opportunity, it could yet come to life. Witnessing her dismiss the divine beast egg so nonchalantly, the club-wielding spirit recalled Lu Yuyu's words about their bond across 3 lifetimes. Surely, it could not compare to the divine beast egg, especially one that belonged to a divine dragon cub. Yet, Lu Yuyu, who was so earnestly wishing to contract it, was treating the divine beast egg as mere fodder for roasting. Could it be true? Was there genuinely a bond between them, and would following her lead indeed elevate it to the status of a spirit capable of commanding realms? After a while, a faint aroma of egg wafted to its nose. Lu Yuyu's eyes lit up as she accelerated the infusion of her energy. Little black cloud, assessing that the egg was nearly done. Lu Yuyu extinguished the flames and carefully removed the divine beast egg from the stone pedestal. Once its temperature had cooled, she struck it against the hard ground twice. With a crack, the shell shattered. Peeling away the broken shell revealed glistening white egg white. Lu Yuyu was taken aback at how easily she had vanquished one of the male leads, promptly tearing off a piece of egg white and savoring it with delight. One must say, it was truly delicious. As she munched, Lu Yuyu commented, eliciting salivation from the club-wielding spirit hidden in the shadows. It had never tasted a divine beast egg and yearned to experience the flavor of such a rare delicacy. Yet, it hesitated to reveal itself, fearing Lu Yuyu would mock it for secretly following her. The egg was so large that Lu Yuyu could not discern the yolk before she had filled her stomach. Just as she prepared to store the remaining substantial portion in her ring space, the darkness before her suddenly dimmed, and a woman clad in a flowing white dress tumbled down from the cave's entrance. Lu Yuyu focused her gaze, finding herself locking eyes with Song Nuan. "What are you doing here?" As Song Nuan beheld Lu Yuyu, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She sensed the divine beast cub her master had mentioned was nearby. Initially uncertain, a sudden wave of anxiety surged within her, leading her to stumble into this cave. Lu Yuyu found her question amusing. "Why can't I be here?" The pursuit of the divine beast cub was urgent. Song Nuan had no time for idle chatter, her eyes scanning the surroundings in search of the divine beast cub with which she had a telepathic connection. However, since entering the cave, that connection seemed to have vanished. Leaving her feeling disoriented, redirecting her gaze to Lu Yuyu, she finally noticed the dark, broken eggshell at her feet. Had the divine dragon cub already hatched? Had Lu Yuyu contracted it before her? The unease within her escalated as she trembled. Her voice quivering as she asked, "What is this?" With a beaming smile, Lu Yuyu replied, "Eggshell, of course." She gestured with her hands to indicate its size. Such a large egg, both delicious and beautiful. Song Nuan's voice suddenly rose. "Sharp and piercing, what? You ate it?" Sister Song, by Li Wuchen, following the sound, leaped down into the cave. Upon seeing Lu Yuyu and Song Nuan facing each other, he noted that Song Nuan's expression seemed somewhat off. "What is wrong?" he inquired, glancing at Song Nuan. He instinctively moved closer to Lu Yuyu, scrutinizing her for any signs of harm, and only then did he fully relax. Tears quickly gathered in Song Nuan's eyes as she bent down. Trembling hands picking up the broken eggshell, It had been cruelly destroyed before it even had the chance to hatch. It must have felt immense pain and despair. It was but a divine beast cub. Why must one be so merciless? Casting a resentful glare at the perpetrator, Song Nuan's expression twisted in anguish as she questioned, "Do you realize this is a divine beast egg? It is a divine dragon cub. How could you roast it as if it were mere food? Did you not notice the faint aura of a divine beast emanating from it?" Lu Yuyu countered, "Why can't I eat it? I'm hungry, craving it. I wanted to eat the roasted egg." Song Nuan's eyes reddened, her expression a mix of fury and sorrow. That was a divine beast cub, a living creature. How could you be so cruel? Lu Yuyu mimicked her tone, dramatically exclaiming, "What am I supposed to do? I haven't eaten in 3 days. If I don't consume it, I might starve to death. I am also a living being. Can you bear to see me starve? You dare to call me cruel. Yet it is you who embodies true cruelty. I detest you, and with little fists, I shall strike upon your chest." Sobbing in despair, Bai Li Wuchen cast a glance at Lu Yuyu, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Not only has she not perished from hunger, but she has also grown increasingly eccentric. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu's exaggerated antics compelled the heartbroken Song Nuan to awkwardly fidget with her feet. Realizing her emotions were spiraling out of control and fearing it might tarnish Bai Li Wuchen's impression of her, she quickly turned to him, her eyes brimming with feigned sorrow, and lamented, "Bai Li Shixiang, This creature is the divine dragon cub my master prophesied to be fated to me, yet it has been devoured by your junior sister. How shall I report to my master? Lu Yu interjected in a ghostly tone. Asking my senior brother is futile. He cannot lay eggs. Bai Li Wuchen shot a sidelong glance at Lu Yu. Do not speak carelessly. Then he turned to Song Wan and remarked, Song Shimmy must be mistaken. A genuine divine dragon cub would not so easily succumb to mortal flames. As for the aura of the divine beast upon this eggshell, it may merely be a result of close proximity to the divine dragon cub. Upon hearing his skepticism, Song Wan grew anxious. Bai Li Shixiang, you must believe me. I can truly sense an intricate connection with this eggshell. My heart shatters to see it in such a state. It is indeed the divine dragon cub I seek. Lu Yu had finally witnessed Song Wan's audacity and interjected sharply. Wait a moment, I find your words unpalatable. Why must my senior brother believe you? Clearly, I am his companion and junior sister. Why should he trust you over me? Chapter 36. The heavens are wrathful. Song Wan glared at Lu Yu. Humiliated. How can you humiliate me so? Lu Yu retorted. What have I said that is incorrect? Otherwise, how could you both have appeared one after the other? It must be said, such a partnership is not to be retained. Only the vision is somewhat lacking. Bai Li Wu Chen, exasperated, explained, Little junior sister, you are mistaken. Upon entering the secret realm, I have been searching for you. I fortuitously encountered Song Shimmy in peril and extended my assistance. Upon learning she was heading in this direction, I decided to accompany her. He had made a wager with Lu Yu, vowing not to develop feelings for Song Wan. His agreement to her proposal stemmed from a desire to discern the nature of the woman who could provoke jealousy in Lu Yu, as well as curiosity regarding the important object she was tasked to seek by her master, Zhang Heng. After several days of interaction, he indeed harbored some affection for Song Wan, yet it was far from the level of genuine emotion. Ultimately, Lu Yu had been worrying for naught. Covering her ears, Lu Yu shook her head vehemently. I will not listen, I will not listen, I will not listen. Then, she dashed past the two towards the cave's entrance. She wished to avoid the romantic entanglements of the main characters, fearing it would hinder their burgeoning affections. Unexpectedly, Bai Li Wuchen pursued her, with Song Wan trailing closely behind, showing no signs of discretion. Lu Yu felt a pang of distress. How could she roam freely under such circumstances? At that moment, a tempest suddenly erupted around them. The skies above the secret realm were shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning crackling violently amidst the gloom, with thunderous roars echoing as if in furious rage. Who is attempting to undergo tribulation? Her companion, Xiao He Yun, exclaimed excitedly, eager to seize a bolt of heavenly lightning. Observing the wrathful skies that seemed poised to rend something asunder, Lu Yu's heart raced with unease. Why did it seem as if the thunderbolts were aimed directly at her, regardless of her frantic flight? The clouds followed her relentlessly, growing denser and more ominous, as if brewing an unprecedented divine retribution. Even Xiao He Yun, despite its usual dullness, sensed the looming danger. Master, could it be that they have discovered me? So many ominous clouds. Do they intend to strike me dead? The little cloud's voice trembled with fear, seeking comfort from Lu Yu. Observing the tempest above, spoke with a heavy heart. They must be seeking me. Xiao He Yun, puzzled, inquired, Master, the gravity of Lu Yu's expression deepened. It was likely her consumption of the divine dragon led to a shift in the main storyline, incurring the wrath of the heavens and resulting in this tempestuous punishment. Bai Li Wuchen, sensing that the impending tribulation was clearly directed at Lu Yu, surmised it was related to her actions with the divine beast's egg. He pursed his lips and glanced at Lu Yu. His gaze flickering with concern, yet ultimately chose to step forward resolutely. Standing beside her, Song Wan, who had been following closely, felt a surge of satisfaction at the sight. Witnessing Bai Li Wuchen's willingness to face the divine punishment alongside Lu Yu stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. After spending several days in each other's company, she had grown quite fond of him and could not bear to see him sacrifice himself needlessly. Bai Li Shixiang, Lu Yu's consumption of the divine dragon cub has summoned this punishment. It is entirely her own doing. You must not endanger yourself due to another's folly. Step away from her. Bai Li Wuchen understood Song Wan's good intentions, feeling warmth in his heart as he gently replied, She is my master's daughter. I cannot abandon her. regardless of the circumstances. You must leave quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Song Wan, exasperated, stamped her foot. If you do not leave, then neither shall I, Bai Li Shixiang. I do not hold your previous disbelief against you. Can you heed my counsel now? Do not devalue your own life for the sake of another. Come with me. Let us depart together. Bai Li Wu Chen. Resolute, responded. My mind is made up. Song Shimmy. You must leave. He was willing to bear the brunt of the divine punishment for Lu Yuyu, but he would not allow the innocent to be ensnared in his decision. Lu Yuyu, coldly observing the two's flirtation, scoffed. Bai Li Wu Chen, I do not require your protection from divine retribution. You both should leave at once. Do not disgust me with your romantic entanglements. This time, Bai Li Wu Chen was genuinely angered, his expression grave as he looked down at her. Lu Yuyu, my choice to accompany you through this tribulation is my own. Others are innocent. Even now, you still have the audacity to indulge in jealousy. I am gravely disappointed in you, Song Wan, defending Bai Li Wu Chen, interjected. Lu Yuyu, how can you be so ungrateful, Bai Li Shixiang? Lu Yuyu shot her a frosty glance. You too leave. I find your presence repulsive. She was uncertain whether she would survive this divine punishment, yet she would not show mercy to anyone who dared to provoke her at this moment. Tears welled in Song Wan's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. How can you treat me so? Even the heavens are punishing you. Do you not yet realize your errors? To have consumed her divine dragon cub. Lu Yuyu, your demise would not suffice to atone. Bai Li Wu Chen closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, filled with reproach. I had thought you had changed, yet you remain as willful and unruly as ever. Lu Yuyu interrupted his words, a wicked smile gracing her lips. If I am so despicable, then why not let me perish? Bai Li Wu Chen, do you not leave? Very well, I shall depart. She declared, raising her middle finger towards the heavens, mocking. Oh, heavenly Tao, if you possess the courage, strike me down, otherwise I shall repay you 1,000-fold. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously, the dark clouds coalescing as if they were about to unleash their fury upon Lu Yuyu. Bai Li Wu Chen's eyes widened in rare fear as he beheld her fierce determination. Lu, before he could utter another word, Lu Yuyu sprinted away with all her might, and Bai Li Wu Chen instinctively attempted to follow, only to be held back by a delicate pair of hands encircling his waist, as Song Wan's gentle voice pleaded, Bai Li Shixiang, please do not go, with Lu Yuyu having consumed the divine beast cub and provoked the wrath of the heavens. Her fate was sealed. This was entirely her own doing. Do not throw your life away for her sake. In the brief span of their exchange, Lu Yuyu had vanished from sight. Bai Li Wu Chen stood frozen, staring in the direction she had disappeared, the echoes of her harsh words lingering in his ears. I am going to die. Do not follow me. Chapter 37. Do not strike my master. He broke free from Song Wan's grasp, his demeanor icy as he stated. I kindly ask Miss Song to respect herself. I end that moment. Song Wan felt a pang of envy for Lu Yuyu, who had such an exceptional man willing to risk everything for her. The oppressive clouds loomed above. The thunder roared, as if brewing a more terrifying tribulation. The atmosphere felt thick, as if the storm were imminent. As Lu Yuyu ran, she sensed something was amiss. Why did the scenery seem so familiar? Upon spotting two recognizable bald hills, she abruptly halted her flight and, addressing the void, uttered a cryptic thank you. Her intent in fleeing was merely to evade Bai Li Wu Chen. She did not require his self-righteous sacrifice. The clouds above appeared to have locked onto her. The storm was relentless, refusing to relent. Uncertain of how long she would have to endure before the lightning struck, Lu Yuyu felt a chilling sense of foreboding. Xiao He Yun, let us dissolve our master-servant contract. Lu Yuyu did not initiate communication with her mind. Her brow furrowed deeply, her voice laden with gravity. The bond between her and Xiao He Yun was somewhat unique, and she was unsure how to sever it. After a moment, she added, quickly tell me how to dissolve the contract. Or you can initiate it yourself. I will cooperate. Xiao He Yun, trembling in the corner as it watched the tempest above, shook with fright. Oh my, so many bolts of lightning. Is it determined to leave not a trace of its master? Upon hearing the voice of Lu Yuyu, the little black cloud deduced her thoughts and, disregarding its fear, cried out loudly, Little Yun Yun shall not leave, nor shall the contract be dissolved. Without you, little Yun Yun would have perished long ago in that thunderstorm. If we must die, Let us die together. It was not an ungrateful cloud. Though the Black Cloud clan had historically been regarded as ominous omens, they valued loyalty, in the past. Lu Yuyu had accepted it without hesitation. Now, when her life was on the line, it would not abandon her. Although it was still a baby, it was determined to uphold the fundamental morals expected of a cloud, wailing, it thought, since heaven would not spare it. At least it could die alongside Lu Yuyu. Sensing its resolve, Lu Yuyu laughed heartily. Very well, then let us live together and die together. When the thunder strikes, do not move at first. I will see if I can withstand it. If I cannot, then you may come. The little black cloud shed tears in large drops. It was not foolish. It could tell that Lu Yuyu wished to sacrifice herself before it. How could her mortal body endure the might of the thunder? Did you not say that my body has been transformed by you? You possess the ability to devour lightning. Perhaps I can as well. Please, let me try first. The little black cloud fell silent. It realized that such words were merely a ploy to gain favor. In truth, it did not understand why Lu Yuyu's gifts and constitution had changed, only sensing that it might somehow be related to itself. Yet, it was uncertain and the next moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a wrist, descended with great fury toward Lu Yuyu. She had prepared herself for the strike, but faced with the terrifying lightning, she hesitated, rolling to the side to evade it. The little black cloud. The club spirit. Ahem, I wasn't quite ready for that. Let's try again. Lu Yuyu rubbed her nose sheepishly, standing tall to await the second bolt. Shortly after, a second, slightly larger bolt roared down, as if enraged that the ants below dared to evade its divine punishment. This bolt was faster and more urgent. Lu Yuyu had no chance to dodge, and was struck. Leaving her covered in soot, aside from feeling a bit dazed, she experienced no other sensations, not even moving an inch. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. She was unharmed. How could this be? With this realization, Lu Yuyu grew bold. She stood tall, head held high, and challenged the dark clouds above. Is that all you've got? Did you not wish to strike down your auntie? A bunch of weaklings. Come and try to strike me. The clouds above seemed momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why the ant below remained lively after being struck. However, angered by Lu Yuyu's provocation, the clouds unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts toward her. By the time the seventh bolt struck, Lu Yuyu felt herself growing weary and quickly called for the little black cloud. Good luck, it's your turn now, all right. Seeing Lu Yuyu withstand so many strikes invigorated the little black cloud, which eagerly prepared for its turn. After digesting the previous bolt, it felt slightly stronger and hungrier, ready to feast again. When the next bolt arrived, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the roaring lightning whole. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts for bolts, until the 10th. The thunder in the little black cloud's belly crackled and popped, leaving it feeling dazed and unable to keep its mouth open any longer, ultimately forced to endure a strike. Realizing that the little black cloud was nearing its limit, Lu Yuyu, with a splitting headache, forcibly drew it into her consciousness. The clouds above finally sensed the ominous presence of the black cloud and became agitated. However, they too were running low on their electrical power. Thus, the leading cloud issued a command to concentrate all remaining lightning energy to eliminate the ominous cloud. As they gathered their power, they found the ominous cloud's presence had vanished. In frustration, they redirected their fury toward the ant below. The thunderous might, laden with divine wrath, descended upon Lu Yuyu with unrelenting force. In this moment of rage, the ant below was doomed. Lu Yuyu gazed at the impending storm. The brilliant sparks reflected in her beautiful eyes. She knew she could not withstand this onslaught, yet could only watch as it approached. The little black cloud shook its head, forcing itself to awaken. Upon witnessing the scene, it was left dumbfounded. The dark clouds were expending their very essence to obliterate it, and its master, struggled to emerge and shield Lu Yuyu from this catastrophic fate. But under the immense pressure, it was completely immobilized, utterly powerless. Even the club spirit, observing Lu Yuyu from the shadows, was in a frenzy, abandoning its concealment and shouting angrily at the clouds above. You wicked clouds! Can't you see? You dare to strike in my domain, and what of this human? What wrong has she committed? When she was bound by me, I never let lightning strike her. You are utterly vile. In this critical moment, the beast pouch at Lu Yuyu's waist suddenly emitted a blinding light. Instantly, The surrounding area was enveloped in radiance. Aside from the thunder's explosions, one could vaguely hear the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground, accompanied by a fierce, childish voice. "No striking, my master?" Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Green-Haired Tortoise. The spirit recognizes its master. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and in an instant, sunlight flooded the earth. Were it not for the charred remnants below, one might think the fury of the thunder was merely an illusion. The club spirit hopped over to a large pit, the result of the final bolt's power. Surely that humans' bones had been reduced to ashes. Looking down, it spotted a massive tortoise shell firmly lodged in the pit's bottom, its four limbs straining as if to protect something beneath. The club spirit. What is this? A giant turtle? Or is it black? Perhaps it was struck by lightning. Under its gaze, the enormous turtle began to visibly shrink, revealing Lu Yuyu at the center of the pit. She lay there, eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious, yet her chest still rose and fell, indicating she was alive. "Master, don't die, boo-hoo. The little tortoise only has you. How can it survive without you?" Tears streamed down its face as Lu Yuyu, feeling the warm droplets, reached out to rub her temples, slowly opening her eyes. Green-haired tortoise. She had been knocked unconscious by a tremendous force, and before losing consciousness, she had seen a massive figure descending upon her. It must have been the enlarged green-haired tortoise. "Wow. Master, you're awake. I am the green-haired tortoise, and I have awakened. I can become very large now. To protect you," the green-haired tortoise exclaimed joyfully, its little eyes widening as it slapped its shell proudly. Lu sat up, cradling it in her hands and kissing its head. "You're amazing, green-haired tortoise." Then, upon seeing its scorched flesh, she felt a pang of sorrow and blew on it several times, taking out some burn ointment from her spatial ring. She applied it around the affected areas. The green-haired tortoise was moved to tears. "Master is so wonderful. She cares for me and even applies medicine, although it still hurts. I feel so happy. Hee. Next time if bad lightning strikes Master, I will help block it. The green-haired tortoise will achieve great merit." After praising the green-haired tortoise for its heroic deeds and sharing a heartfelt moment, she placed it back into the beast pouch to recuperate. Glancing into her consciousness, she saw the little black cloud with its eyes closed, struggling against the electrical energy within. Unsure if it could hear her, Lu Yuyu softly encouraged, "Good luck, keep fighting." Raising her gaze to the clear sky, she defiantly raised her middle finger. "You wish for my demise. I refuse to die. Just you wait, heaven. As long as I live another day, I will make your life difficult." As for how to make it difficult, of course it involved a male and female leads. Lu Yuyu stood up, feeling invigorated. The thunder truly was the best way to cleanse and strengthen her. She felt absolutely marvelous, just as she was preparing to tidy up and move to another location. The club spirit bounced over. It was thanks to the club spirit that she had been transported from the Dragon Egg Cave to this place, and Lu Yuyu sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for bringing me here." Remembering that it had previously claimed it could not teleport anyone, the club spirit shyly wriggled. After pondering for a moment, it looked up at Lu Yuyu and asked, "May I ask you a question?" Lu Yuyu nodded. "Yes, go ahead." The club spirit carefully chose its words and inquired, "You knew all along that it was a dragon egg. Why did you not choose to contract with it, instead opting to roast and eat it? You must know that the dragon race possesses unparalleled combat strength. Successfully contracting it would ensure a smooth path for you in the future." Lu Yuyu shrugged. "Because I didn't like it. If I force myself to endure my aversion and contract with it, I would feel uncomfortable. It was better to just eat it and be done with it. As if recalling something, Lu Yu took the green-haired tortoise out from the beast pouch. The green-haired tortoise looked up at its master with joy, thinking, "Master, did you miss me so soon? Greetings to the master, who adores it so dearly. Hee. Before I could express my heartfelt admiration to Lu Yuyu, a half-roasted egg suddenly appeared before me. Lu Yuyu gently patted its head and smiled, saying, "Hurry and eat it. It's very nourishing." The green-haired turtle had already caught a whiff of the delectable aroma and eagerly opened its mouth, swallowing the dragon egg in one gulp. "Hee. Thank you, master. It's delicious." Lu Yuyu responded, "Big brother, you didn't even chew. Did you truly taste it?" "Master, little turtle feels quite sleepy and wishes to take a nap." Lu Yuyu quickly placed it back into the beast pet bag. Noticing the scars on its body miraculously healing little by little, She surmised that it must be the effect of the dragon EGG. It wouldn't be long before the green-haired turtle's injuries were fully healed. The club spirit, observing Lu Yuyu's affection towards her spirit pet, felt a glimmer of hope. Remembering her words about their fateful connection across 3 lifetimes, the club spirit tentatively inquired, does what you said before still hold true? Lu Yuyu looked perplexed and asked, what? The club spirit patiently reminded her, you mentioned that we share a bond of 3 lifetimes. Lu Yuyu narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of mystery, and replied, of course it holds true. However, if you disagree, I shall not force you. If we cannot be master and servant, we can still be friends. After all, the 9 Nether secret realm opens once a year, and I shall come to visit you. Bringing along some delicious food and sharing tales of the vast world outside, that would be quite delightful. The club spirit, touched by Lu Yuyu's consideration, felt increasingly resolute, shyly bounding a few steps forward. It looked up at her and bashfully asked, if I were to regret now, would you still be willing to contract with me? Lu Yuyu gazed at the club spirit in surprise. Why do you wish to contract with me now? Her expression then shifted to a hint of melancholy as she advised, perhaps you should remain in the secret realm. The outside world is far too perilous. With my current abilities, I might even need you to protect me. The club spirit, believing Lu Yuyu was reluctant to accept it, grew frantic and exclaimed, I want to contract with you. You are my master with whom I share a 3-lifetime bond. I do not mind your weaknesses. Together, we shall be united in purpose and achieve greatness. A smile tugged at Lu Yuyu's lips, amused by the spirit's self-affirmation. She sighed, affectionately saying, I truly cannot help you. The club spirit, fearing that delay might alter circumstances, quickly initiated the master-servant contract with Lu Yu. The moment the contract succeeded, the club spirit transformed from a green club into a fluffy white ball of fur, with sparkling eyes and a tiny mouth. Looking exceedingly delightful. Chapter 39. The 3 little ones compete for affection with the signing of the master-servant contract. A connection was established in their souls. It turned out that the true form of the 9 Nether spirit was such an adorable little fluff ball. Given its charming appearance, why had it chosen to manifest as a club? The little fluff ball relished being petted by Lu Yuyu, finding the sensation ticklish yet utterly enjoyable as it blissfully closed its eyes. I only take on a fearsome appearance to deter those who would bully me, it giggled. Hee, aren't you a spirit? Who could possibly bully you? When I first gained consciousness, many beasts bullied me. Later, human cultivators came into the secret realm, seeking to capture me as a spirit pet. Only after I transformed into a club did they sometimes overlook me or keep their distance, greatly reducing my troubles. Fear not. You can now be yourself. You are now my little baby, and I shall protect you. I am quite formidable as well. Those who sought to bully me have been struck down by heavenly lightning. Realizing I may have spoken too hastily, the little fluff ball quickly clarified, Master, please do not misunderstand. I am not allied with those evildoers. This secret realm is under my control. If anyone seeks to harm me, I can summon heavenly lightning to strike them. I never intended to strike you. Such a display of survival instinct. Watching its adorable and soft demeanor, Lu Yuyu felt her heart melt. Shall I give you a name? Yes please. You shall be called Little Tuanzi, for it is cute, melodious, and easy to remember. Little Tuanzi? I have a name now. Thank you, Master, for the gift. Little Tuanzi joyfully leaped across the 9 nether grass, as if to announce its new name to all its little friends. Lu Yuyu found a spot, closed her eyes, and began her cultivation. She aimed to grow stronger, to the extent that she could disregard all threats. Not yet, still not found. Where could she possibly be? By Li Wucheng's gaze dimmed. He searched numerous locations but found no trace of Lu Yuyu. The thunder in the sky roared relentlessly, more terrifying and oppressive than when he faced the tribulation of his nascent soul. Was she still alive? Refusing to give up, Bai Li Wucheng flew toward the dark, stormy clouds. However, the location where the thunder struck seemed near yet remained unreachable. The usually composed and aloof man experienced a surge of violent emotions. Song Wan genuinely felt for the man. Despite his cold reprimands, she could not help but follow him. Observing him standing tall with hands behind his back, gazing into the void, she sensed an overwhelming loneliness and despair emanating from him. The spoiled and willful Lu Yuyu, who had devoured her dragon hatchling's egg, hardly deserved such concern from Bai Li Wucheng. Stepping forward, Song Wan attempted to comfort him. Bai Li Shixiang, do not be too hard on yourself. Everyone has their own fate. Bai Li Wuqing appeared not to hear her, not even sparing her a glance. Bai Li Shixiang, please don't act this way. Song Wan's eyes grew misty, regardless of whether Lu Yuyu deserved her fate. She felt that a man like Bai Li Wuqing, with his calm demeanor, should not be swayed or changed by anyone. You should leave. After a long pause, Bai Li Wuqing finally spoke. Song Wan wished to say something, but he continued, my junior sister does not like you. Seeing you would make her unhappy. So, do not follow me. With that, he turned and walked toward the dissipating storm clouds. Song Wan, possessing her own pride, felt that after such heartless words, it would be beneath her to continue pursuing him. A dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's heart, she resolved never to engage with the lumbering Bai Li Wuqing again. Song Wan's indignant departure did not stir any emotion in Bai Li Wuqing. His sole desire was to find Lu Yuyu swiftly, even if it meant merely locating her lifeless body. The thought of how heartbroken his master and mistress would be upon hearing such dreadful news filled him with self-loathing for having hesitated, watching her disappear before his eyes. When Yu Mao Shixiang faced the lightning tribulation, a single bolt had caused Lu Yuyu to faint for 7 days and nights, and this time, he could scarcely fathom the terrifying outcome that might await her. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Bai Li Wuqing's mind. Yet his pace remained unyielding. Just as Lu Yuyu concluded her cultivation, a cacophony of voices erupted in her mind. I am the master's first spirit pet. Thus I am the foremost spirit pet. Aside from enduring strikes with that big shell, what else are you good for? A first spirit pet should be knowledgeable and clever. I am fully deserving. You are all in my domain now. You must heed my command. Little Tuanzi, am the master's foremost spirit pet. Oh, please. When the master was struck, where were you? Only after did you come prancing about, feigning a deep bond. Exactly. You are the youngest among us. Just go find a cool corner to stay in. I refuse to accept this. While Lu Yuyu was engrossed in her cultivation, the 3 little ones introduced themselves through their connections as spirit pets, quickly forming a bond. Initially, they were quite friendly, but when the issue arose concerning who would be the leader, they began to bicker. Soon, the adorable little voices grew increasingly agitated. Lu Yuyu cleared her throat twice, and the 3 little ones quieted down. The green-haired turtle gazed at Lu Yuyu with pleading eyes, its little eyes reflecting a hint of affection and deep emotion. The little black cloud blinked its golden, adorable eyes, seemingly saying, Master, choose me. I am your foremost spirit pet. Little Tuanzi sat obediently, its watery eyes and fluffy soft fur making it irresistibly endearing. Lu Yuyu's eyes darted thoughtfully. It was a good thing for spirit pets to be ambitious, for ambition breeds motivation. She could seize this opportunity to encourage them to work harder for their master's benefit. Thus, she waved her hand, her expression grave, and declared, the position of the foremost spirit pet is exceptional. All 3 of you are indispensable little cuties and companions to me, regardless of who came first. Since you all aspire to be the foremost spirit pet, how about this? In the time to come, let us see who performs best and makes significant contributions. I shall promote the one who excels to the throne of the foremost spirit pet. The 3 little ones had not yet determined who was superior, and fearing that Lu Yuyu might become upset over their squabbling, they immediately agreed. Lu Yuyu turned to little Tuanzi and inquired, how long until the secret realm closes its passage? After speaking, she playfully stuck out her pink tongue at the green-haired turtle and the little black cloud, displaying a sense of pride. Little Tuanzi is undoubtedly the most useful to master. Chapter 40. Lu Yuyu and the Raven's Tongue. I have a little donkey, and I never ride it. The cheerful melody seemed utterly out of place in this perilous environment, and the singer was none other than Lu Yuyu. At this moment, she was in exceptionally high spirits. Not only had she acquired a spirit pet, but following that incident with the thunder punishment, her cultivation speed had accelerated significantly. Moreover, beyond her dantian, the areas within her body capable of storing spiritual energy were multiplying. This also meant that her cultivation would not only advance at an astonishing rate, but her reserves of spiritual power would far exceed those of ordinary individuals. For instance, during a skirmish, even after exhausting her spiritual energy at the same level as her opponents, she would still have a substantial stockpile left. Imagine their frustration. Her little life was evidently filled with promise. How could she not be joyful? As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. Lu Yuyu instructed her little companion to teleport her to a bountiful location rich in heavenly treasures for extensive gathering. Initially intending to sweep the place clean as before, she reconsidered and realized that these treasures now belonged to her spirit pet, which, by extension, meant they belonged to Lu Yuyu as well. Thus, adhering to the principles of sustainable development, when she encountered valuable medicinal herbs, she only harvested the mature ones, leaving the smaller ones to grow gradually. Although these heavenly treasures would regrow if completely harvested, Lu Yuyu had an intuition that, due to her bond with her little companion, there might be changes. Previously, her little friend had mentioned that someone would sneak in without anyone knowing to add a few items. Yet now that the secret realm had an owner, could that mysterious individual still come and go freely? To put it another way, the ability to grow treasures that usually take 100 or 1,000 years within a single year must surely rely on the realm's inherent spiritual richness and self-healing capabilities, rather than the mysterious person's influence and acceleration, right? After a long day of foraging for spiritual mushrooms and herbs, Lu Yu decided to treat herself to a well-deserved reward. She gazed at the plump rabbit sizzling and oozing with juices over the fire, and tears of happiness unwittingly streamed from the corners of her mouth. Culinary skills were not her forte, but roasting simple dishes posed no challenge for her. Soon, the delectable aroma of rabbit meat wafted through the air, prompting Lu Yuyu to hastily brush on another layer of oil. No spicy rabbit heads. Then she would feast on crispy roasted rabbit. The skin must be crunchy. The meat must be tender. Lu Yuyu? You're not dead. Just as Lu Yuyu snapped off a rabbit leg, a disgruntled voice interrupted her. Little junior sister. There you are, we've been searching for you everywhere. Su Jinyan followed Song Wan's gaze, and indeed spotted Lu Yuyu. The elder brother had been looking for her everywhere, while she, on the other hand, leisurely savored her rabbit meat, causing Su Jinyan to feel a twinge of dissatisfaction, not wanting to engage in lengthy discussions. He sent a message to the elder brother via a sound transmission talisman, notifying him of Lu Yuyu's whereabouts, regardless of whether the elder brother was within range. He then rushed to Lu Yuyu's side, eager to snag a bite. It was unavoidable. The aroma of her roasted rabbit was simply irresistible. Lu Yuyu extended her arm to block his grasp, much like a protective puppy. If you want to eat, go roast your own. Noticing the rabbit fur nearby, Song Wan exclaimed incredulously, "Is that a rabbit? Rabbits are so adorable. How can you bear to eat it?" As she pretended to wipe non-existent tears from her eyes, she added with a sense of satisfaction, "So, I took its parents and siblings, placed them in my ring space, to enjoy them slowly." With that, she took another hearty bite of rabbit leg and mused, "A family should be together. It counts as a reunion if they all end up in my belly." Song Wan had never encountered such twisted logic before, and pointing a finger at Lu Yuyu, her face flushed with indignation, she stammered. Su Jinyan, however, had no time for the childish bickering. He was far too hungry and, thus, caught another rabbit from elsewhere. Yet, under Song Wan's disapproving gaze, he reluctantly released the rabbit. Watching as Lu Yuyu devoured an entire rabbit, salivating with envy, observing his sacrifice for her, Song Wan retrieved some pastries she had purchased in town from her mustard seed space and offered them to him. "Osmanthus cake. It's delicious. Would you like to try?" Su Jinyan, not fond of sweets, felt compelled to eat a few bites, given the expectant look in her eyes. Alas, not only did he miss out on the meat, but he also had to consume his least favorite pastries, which would mean spending time expelling the impurities accumulated from eating grains. How unfortunate his fate was. In that moment, Su Jinyan felt like a wretched little bitter melon in the human realm. He shot an irritated glare at Lu Yuyu, blaming her for his misfortune. If she hadn't consumed the rabbit meat, none of this would have happened. Bai Li Wuqing happened to be nearby, upon receiving Su Jinyan's message. He hurried over. Upon seeing Lu Yuyu unscathed, his eyes flickered as he stood before her, speechless. "Have you had your fill of staring?" Lu Yuyu felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and shot him a fierce glance. "Big brother, your little sweet cake is right here. Are you afraid she doesn't hate me enough?" Seeing Lu Yuyu full of vitality, Bai Li Wuqing finally believed in the reality before him. "As long as you're alive, that's good." Those words were music to Lu Yuyu's ears. Of course, Not only am I alive, but I will also live long and prosper for reasons unknown. Song Wan was suddenly reminded of her divine dragon offspring, and her heart ached unexpectedly. Witnessing Bai Li Wuqing's concern for Lu Yuyu made her quite uncomfortable. When alone with her, hadn't he claimed that their relationship was merely nominal? Yet, his behavior along the way seemed far from that of simple siblings. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't resist taunting. You ate my divine beast egg, and didn't he get struck by lightning? Lu Yuyu. You truly have extraordinary luck. Lu Yuyu, unashamed, chuckled. My apologies, but I am indeed fortunate. If it were you, struck by lightning, you would likely perish, so refrain from committing wicked deeds. Otherwise, heaven may take notice and send a bolt of lightning your way. In the next moment, a thunderous clap echoed across the sky, striking a branch right next to Song Wan. Lu Yu quickly covered her mouth. Su Jinyan rushed over to comfort the clearly startled Song Wan, shooting Lu Yu a fierce glare. You have the mouth of a raven. Lu Yu, undeterred, retorted, if I have the mouth of a raven, I would have the heavens strike you first. With that, she genuinely called out to the heavens. Which deity is on duty today? If you are listening, please send down 2 bolts of lightning to strike this big fool Su Jinyan. I beg you, I implore you, Amitba. Su Jinyan was taken aback by her nonsensical ramblings. Cursing under his breath, Lu Yu, are you out of your mind? Do you really think the heavens will heed your words? Chapter 41. Reaping benefits while playing the innocent after waiting for a considerable time. The sky remained still and silent. During this interval, her little companion had even inquired if Lu Yu needed assistance, which she declined. Her intention was never to harm anyone. She merely wished to ascertain whether that recent thunder was a mere coincidence. Indeed, it was just that, a coincidence. After resting for a moment, she continued exploring the secret realm alongside Bai Li Wuqing and the others. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a small dark cloud drifted lazily over, symbolically striking a bolt of lightning right where Su Jinyan had stood. Song Wan wanted to converse with Bai Li Wuqing, but he seemed reluctant to be alone with her, brusquely instructing her to speak her mind without needing to be so close. This treatment left the usually well-liked Song Wan feeling somewhat aggrieved, prompting her gaze to shift toward Lu Yu, if it weren't for Lu Yu consuming her divine dragon offspring's egg. And if Lu Yu hadn't provoked her relationship with Bai Li Wuqing at the time of the lightning strike, he would not have treated her this way. Previously, when she first encountered Bai Li Wuqing in the secret realm, although he was somewhat aloof, his demeanor toward her had been quite amiable. He didn't shun her as he did now. Moreover, she felt that Lu Yu's miraculous survival was far from simple. Such thunder could easily have claimed the life of 100 Lu Yus, so how could she possibly still be alive? Contemplating this, she turned to Lu Yu and innocently remarked, Lu Junior sister. It's truly enviable that you returned unscathed. After all, the sky was overcast and the thunder roared, creating such a formidable atmosphere that even a Yuanying-level cultivator would struggle to escape. If you had any fortuitous encounters, please do not keep them to yourself. Share them with us, so we may broaden our horizons. Lu Yu appeared to ignore her words, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she replied. What is there to share about being struck by lightning? The taste of the divine dragon egg is what truly lingers in my memory. Would you like me to elaborate, Song Wan? Who asked you about that? Mentioning the divine dragon egg made her feel both frustrated and pained, yet she couldn't constantly use it to blame Lu Yu, since the divine beast offspring had not been contracted. It was considered a free-for-all. Everyone had the right to seize it. Furthermore, Lu Yu had discovered the divine dragon egg first, but she had chosen to roast and consume it rather than wait for it to hatch and form a bond. Song Wan had a strong premonition that had Lu Yu not roasted the divine dragon egg, it would have undoubtedly chosen her as its master. Her master's divination technique never failed. And her intuition was infallible. She was even certain that Lu Yu could never have contracted the divine dragon egg, which was why, in a fit of anger, she had roasted it instead. The more she contemplated, the more her anger surged. Coupled with Lu Yu's deliberate provocation regarding the divine dragon egg, the tension that had long been building in Song Wan snapped, and her tone shifted from sarcastic to accusatory. Lu Yu, don't you go too far. You seized my divine dragon egg without cherishing it, squandered it, and now you're here reveling in your good fortune. It's only right that heaven sends down lightning to punish you. Lu Yu made a face at her. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. I'm still alive, and well, if I come across such a divine dragon egg again, I shall cook it and enjoy it in various ways. Hee. Song Wan felt her face flush with embarrassment. She regarded Lu Yuyu as a scoundrel, truly incorrigible. Bai Li Wuchen cast a glance at Lu Yuyu, a fleeting look of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Yet he remained silent. Su Jinyan, witnessing the goddess on the verge of tears, promptly defended her. Junior sister, please refrain from provoking senior sister Song any further. She came to the secret realm under the master's orders to seek the divine dragon egg that is fated to be her servant. It's already pitiable enough that you consumed it. What if she becomes despondent due to your words? Lu Yuyu had always possessed zero tolerance for Su Jinyan's patience, and certainly did not intend to spare him any courtesy. Squinting her eyes, she retorted without hesitation, "Am I being too accommodating to you all? Everything within the secret realm belongs to no one. Anyone can claim it. There's not even a need to adhere to the order of arrival. As instances of killing for treasures are commonplace in the secret realm, you must understand that I was the one who found that divine dragon egg first. There's no talk of me snatching anyone's fortune. As for that divine dragon egg, whether I wish to form a contract with it or roast it for consumption is my prerogative. No one has the right to criticize me, including Song Wan and you. Do you comprehend?" Su Jinyan restrained his anger. "However, you cannot take advantage and then play the victim." Lu Yu shot him a glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Pray tell, whose advantage have I taken? And who have I wronged?" Su Jinyan initially wished to cease the discussion, but upon seeing Song Wan's tearful eyes, he summoned great courage. Who doesn't know that the esteemed Chongheng of Tianyan sect possesses unparalleled skills in divination? Since he claims that the divine dragon egg is fated with senior sister Song, it must be true, aren't you? In fact, taking advantage of senior sister Song, Lu Yu crossed her arms and watched Su Jinyan with amusement, saying, "You keep mentioning Tianyan sect and senior sister Song. Very well, Su Jinyan. Once we exit the secret realm, I shall disclose your affections to my parents and see if they can persuade you to apprentice under Chongheng." Under Bai Li Wuchen's displeased gaze, Su Jinyan argued vigorously, "That's not what I meant. Don't make baseless accusations, nor continually use this to provoke me." "Oh, then what do you mean? If the esteemed Chongheng of Tianyan sect says something, it must be so. If he were to declare the annihilation of Hucking sect, would you also heed his command and turn to obliterate them?" The last remark from Lu Yuyu was pronounced with great gravity, her expression exceedingly serious. Su Jinyan widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lu Yuyu would dare utter such audacious words. "Lu Yuyu, what are you barking about?" Seeing the argument escalate between Su Jinyan and Lu Yuyu, Song Wan tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Su Shitty, please stop. It's all right for me to endure a bit of grievance. Don't let this affect the bond between you siblings." Yet, her words only served to ignite the flames of anger within Su Jinyan, who boldly declared, "Lu Yuyu, what exactly do you mean? No matter what I say, you oppose me. Your possessiveness prevents you from tolerating my interactions with other women, doesn't it? Do you truly believe that by becoming my partner, you possess me? I'll tell you. My willingness to be your partner and shield you from calamities is solely out of respect for our master. Were it not for your father being my master, who would care about your well-being, I never anticipated your audacity would increase. I refuse to shield you any longer. I shall sever our partnership contract right now. If you're so capable, have the master find you another calamity protector." Chapter 42. Song Wan's beautiful thoughts. Lu Yuyu's gaze flickered slightly, her heart stirred by Su Jinyan's words. If Su Jinyan were to take the initiative to dissolve the contract, would the remaining 4 contracts also be simultaneously annulled? What implications would that have for her? One must understand that the direst consequence of breaking an oath is being struck by lightning, and for her current self, being struck by lightning might not be such a bad fate. As for the adverse effects of being a vessel of misfortune, she was uncertain what fatal repercussions awaited. However, if Su Jinyan truly wished to dissolve their partner contract, she would be willing to give it a try. Of course, if it required her to take the initiative, it was out of the question. She wouldn't risk her life without a foolproof method. Ahem. If someone else were to force the dissolution, that would be a different story. From a distance, Feng Xiao approached, having observed the tension between them. Upon seeing Su Jinyan, he rushed over to recount Lu Yuyu's unreasonable behavior and the insults he had endured. Feng Xiao glanced toward Song Wan, his brow furrowed. Why is it her again? Pulling Su Jinyan aside, He looked at this troublesome junior and could not help but tap his head with a folding fan. Didn't I tell you to keep your distance from that girl from Tianyan sect for the time being? How did you end up in a quarrel with Lu Yuyu because of her? Su Jinyan felt utterly wronged. Second brother, I'm about to be driven mad by Lu Yu. It feels as though she looks upon me with disdain, constantly trying to provoke me, showing no mercy in front of senior sister Song. I genuinely do not wish to serve as her calamity shield any longer. Feng Xiao had always regarded Su Jinyan as a little brother and chuckled upon hearing this. What nonsense are you spouting? Although our fates are intertwined with Lu Yuyu, she has never been in any danger because of you. There is no such thing as a calamity shield, feeling as though he had found a confidant. Su Jinyan poured out all the details of the recent events. After listening, Feng Xiao could hardly suppress the urge to kick him. You're being so obvious in your affections, and Lu Yuyu is certainly one to hold a grudge. Her words were entirely justified. Dio, you truly have such a fondness for senior sister Song from Tianyan sect. Feng Xiao had initially held a favorable impression of Song Wan, but after these two incidents, he felt inexplicably uneasy. When Su Jinyan's face flushed, he evasively replied, No, I just found her a bit pitiful and kept her company along the way. Second brother, please don't overthink this, Feng Xiao scoffed, with that lovesick expression. Who wouldn't he see through it? Su Jinyan scratched his head, reluctantly admitting, Indeed, I harbor some fondness. She is exceptionally understanding. Although her cultivation is inferior to mine, she cares for me like an elder sister. Have you considered why Lu Yuyu is angry? Why she said those things to you? Feng Xiao sighed. Su Jinyan confidently replied, Of course, she is jealous that I like another woman. She sees me as her true partner and cannot bear to see me speak well of another. Feng Xiao's expression grew serious. Fifth junior brother, first and foremost, you must understand that you are a disciple of Hucking sect. Every action you take in public must prioritize the preservation of our sect's reputation. Setting aside whether junior sister's words were right or wrong, do you think it wise to criticize her in front of members of other sects? The treasures in the secret realm rightfully belong to those who can claim them. And the divine dragon egg was first discovered by junior sister. Whether she chooses to form a contract or roast it is her choice. What gives you the right to condemn her? Are you suggesting that the esteemed Changheng of Tianyan sect divined that the divine dragon egg was fated to be with Song Wan? If that is the case, why would he allow junior sister to consume it? It only proves that Changheng's words cannot be taken at face value. Or perhaps, you cannot fully trust senior sister Song's words either. You, my friend, are still inexperienced and too naive in your dealings. Don't you think that just because Lu Yuyu is upset, I wouldn't he also be tempted to give you a kick in the future? Think through your words and actions before letting them escape your lips. Understand, moreover, pray that our master remains unaware of these matters. Otherwise, even I may not be able to shield you. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan appeared somewhat sheepish. Is it truly that serious? Feng Xiao shrugged. I cannot say how serious it is. But your recent behavior has indeed been unusual for now. It would be wise to maintain some distance from Song Wan. Her influence on you is too great. Upon reflection, Su Jinyan broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that his recent words and actions had indeed been rather thoughtless, whenever he encountered Song Wan, he felt an overwhelming urge to shower her with kindness and could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. It was as if he were under a spell. He believed this was love, yet when love begins to dictate one's emotions and actions, it becomes rather frightening. Su Jinyan vowed repeatedly not to revolve around Song Wan until the conclusion of the secret realm. Prompting Feng Xiao to cease his admonishments, Lu shot him a glance. Oh, you're not going to dissolve our partnership. Su Jinyan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and grinned. I was merely jesting. You are my junior sister, and I would never joke about your life. Lu let out a couple of uninterested chuckles. Until she became powerful, she preferred to avoid risks. Otherwise, she would not have made a 3-year pact with Bai Li Wuchen. While Lu Yuyu had managed to soothe her own feelings, Song Wan's expression had grown rigid. Su Jinyan's admission of guilt indirectly implied that she had erred, yet she was the one most wronged. Was she not? The failure to contract the divine dragon cub and the humiliation she endured had brought disgrace upon Tianyan sect and her master. As she wallowed in her self-pity, Feng Xiao approached her. Song Wan believed that Feng Xiao had come to comfort her, displaying a pitiful expression. I have encountered such situations before. They are busy gathering the resources required by the sect, I thought. With Su Shidi accompanying me, I would let them attend to their own matters first, Feng Xiao. This is quite clearly treating Su Jinyan as a free bodyguard, allowing her fellow disciples to feel at ease while they seize rare treasures. Are there any babies watching? It feels like there are so few viewers. Hee hee for those little ones here. Come and receive a big kiss. Chapter 43. The green-haired turtle with big eyes. Staring him down, Song Wan glanced at Su Jinyan, who was standing at a distance, nervously peeking over. She bit her lip, feeling troubled. All right then, I shall trouble you. Brother Feng. Liu observed the departing figures of the two and couldn't help but admire Feng Xiao a few more times. Before Feng Xiao engaged in dual cultivation with Song Wan, he had always been the most clear-headed one, as he interacted with many people, had the most insightful thoughts, and could see that Song Wan was not as innocent and harmless as she appeared. However, after their dual cultivation, he seemed to have developed an inexplicable infatuation with Song Wan's body, akin to a silkworm's obsession. Perhaps he had developed a taste for it. In any case, he was gradually getting ensnared. Bailey Wuchen noticed Lu Yu gazing at Song Wan and said in a calm tone, "She will not pose a threat. You need not pay her too much attention." Liu Yu understood the implication behind Bailey Wuchen's words and raised an eyebrow. "So confident in yourself?" Bailey Wuchen's eyes showed no sign of disturbance. "I am solely focused on my cultivation, indifferent to romantic feelings. I shall not fall in love with you, nor with her." Su Jinyan remained oblivious to the cryptic exchange between the two, but felt reluctant to interject further. He had always held deep respect for his master. How could he utter words that disregarded his master's daughter's well-being? Nevertheless, he truly liked senior sister Song, and wished to be around her constantly. Unable to bear the sight of her suffering even the slightest grievance, he thought to himself that he had genuinely fallen hard this time, and just a few short days of interaction. He had developed affection for this kind-hearted, simple, and unpretentious young lady. When he reached the Yuanying stage, he would have his master advocate for him to propose marriage to senior sister Song from the Tianyan sect. As for Lu Yu, he would find a substitute with Earth-type spiritual roots for her later. Upon returning, he found that Song Wan was no longer by his side. The implication was clear. Were their disciples willing to hand Song Wan over to the Tianyan sect? Feng Xiao shot him a glance and nodded. He was merely Su Jinyan's senior brother, not his father, and could only assist him to this extent. What would happen between him and Song Wan thereafter would depend on his own fortune. At present, only the four of them had successfully reunited. The whereabouts of the others remained unknown. As the day for the Secret Realm's conclusion drew closer, Bailey Wuchen decided it was best to locate the others first. Whether it be Lu Yu or the rest, the group briefly discussed the places they had previously visited and then set off towards an unexplored direction. Feng Xiao approached Lu Yu, fanning her with a fan, and curiously inquired, "Junior sister, I heard you consumed a dragon egg. Is there any truth to this?" Lu Yu, at this moment, did not find Feng Xiao disagreeable and nodded. "I indeed ate a very large egg." As for whether it was a dragon egg, I cannot be certain upon hearing this. Su Jinyan instinctively retorted, "Senior sister Song has already claimed it was a dragon egg. Could there be any falsehood in that?" Feng Xiao shot him an exasperated glare, warning through gritted teeth, "Little Jinyan, have you forgotten my words so soon?" Su Jinyan pouted and fell silent. Feng Xiao turned his gaze back to Lu Yu, asking with a hint of perplexity, "When you roasted that egg, did anything unusual happen? After all, if it truly was a dragon egg, it should not have been so easily cooked." Bailey Wuchen too looked at Lu Yu. Intrigued by this point, he had been present at the time, and there had indeed been an aura of divine beasts surrounding the egg. Even if it were not a dragon egg, it surely was not an ordinary item. In truth, Lu Yu was somewhat perplexed as well. At that time, I used some dry grass beneath the egg as kindling. It wasn't long before the egg began to emit a delightful aroma. The issue likely lies with the dry grass, Feng Xiao speculated. Liu. However, she did not quite believe that the dry grass could not have possibly cooked a dragon egg. It was her infusion of spiritual power that gradually cooked the egg. The dry grass should not have played a significant role. Feng Xiao smiled at Lu Yu, speaking in a tone that was slightly flattering. "I heard that you only took a few bites before placing it into your ring space. And your ring space is a treasured heirloom of the Masteress, where time flows almost to a standstill. I presume that egg is still warm, is it not?" Then, he gave Lu Yu a knowing look and continued, "Little Yu, you know that second senior brother is not a greedy person. He is merely curious about the flavor of the dragon egg, not that. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan disregarded any displeasure he held towards Lu Yuyu and looked at her eagerly. He too wished to know the taste of the dragon egg. Even Bailey Wuchen, usually composed and indifferent, seemed to harbor a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Lu Yuyu spread her small hands. There's none left. I fed the remainder to my green-haired turtle. Green-haired turtle? Feng Xiao inquired, puzzled. Lu Yuyu explained, it is my spiritual pet, a little turtle whom I have affectionately named Green-haired Turtle. She shot him a glare. It was merely a roasted egg. My green-haired turtle is doing just fine. Aside from being delicious, it warmed her body after consumption and quickly healed the injuries on her turtle. She did not perceive any extraordinary effects from the dragon egg. Oh, you treat your green-haired turtle better than you do second senior brother. Feng Xiao suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Lu Yuyu's seemingly useless little spiritual pet. Indeed, when good things arise. You never think of us in this group. Su Jinyan emphatically nodded, joining Feng Xiao in ridiculing Lu Yu. Lu Yu rolled her eyes. My green-haired turtle would never take the side of others when I am in a dispute. Su Jinyan retorted angrily. You. Just as it seemed the two were about to bicker again, Feng Xiao quickly pulled Su Jinyan aside, warning, if you keep babbling nonsense, Master Brother will deal with you later. Ever since witnessing Senior Sister Song's gentle and considerate nature, he found it increasingly hard to tolerate Lu Yuyu's willfulness and unreasonable behavior. The two resembled children, glaring at each other, prompting Feng Xiao to shake his head in dismay. The green-haired turtle within the beast pouch heard Lu Yuyu's words and immediately burst into tears. Master, let the little turtle come. The little turtle has big eyes and will stare him down. Lu Yuyu looked at the turtle's big eyes. Seriously? Chapter 44. Is she here to amuse us? Feng Xiao, unable to obtain a dragon egg, felt restless and contemplated asking Lu Yuyu to bring out her green-haired turtle for examination. Lu Yuyu firmly refused. The green-haired turtle was her spiritual pet, a little darling whose heart and eyes were filled with her. It was not a toy for just anyone to play with. At that moment, the usually silent Bailey Wuchen finally spoke. He looked at Lu Yuyu and asked, what happened after you disappeared that day? The thunderous storm had clearly been directed at Lu Yuyu. Without some fortuitous encounter, she would have faced dire consequences. Having outsiders present earlier had prevented him from asking, but now that they were gone, he posed the question he had been concerned about all along. Lu Yuyu could not reveal the truth, so she fabricated a story. At that moment, I saw the heavenly lightning aimed at me and thought to confront it. Later, when the flashes and roars became too terrifying, I decided to flee for my life. My panic, my foot slipped, and I tumbled into a landslide, losing consciousness. When I awoke, the sky was clear, and where was the heavenly lightning? As she spoke, she pouted, suggesting that perhaps the heavenly lightning had not been directed at her at all, but rather someone else. After all, her ill-fated constitution had led her to be struck by lightning more than once. Though Lu Yuyu's account was riddled with flaws, her final words resonated with Bailey Wuchen. The last strike of lightning had fallen far away. Given Lu Yuyu's abilities, she could not have reached that place in such a short time. Moreover, it was merely a matter of consuming a dragon egg. How could it invoke such a terrifying punishment? There had been predecessors who had slain divine beasts without any repercussions, let alone divine retribution from above. Thus, Bailey Wuchen's feelings towards Song Nuan began to sour. It was she who had claimed that the lightning punishment was aimed at Lu Yuyu, which had created a rift between him and his junior sister. Fortunately, Lu Yuyu's nature was childlike and carefree. Otherwise, she might still harbor resentment toward him now. Realizing this, Bailey Wuchen's expression stiffened. When had he become so concerned about Lu Yuyu's opinion of him, seeing that he seemed to believe her? Lu Yuyu felt relieved, for now. She did not wish to reveal her lack of fear towards heavenly lightning or her bond with the spirit realm. The group had not traveled far when they encountered Li Sha. Covered in blood, he clearly had just endured a fierce battle. Upon spotting Bailey Wuchen, he rushed over as if he had found his anchor, urgently stating, Master Brother, I and Fourth Shitty have discovered a 1,000-year-old Buddha lotus. But it is guarded by a bloodthirsty python, and we are no match for it. Please come with me quickly. Fourth Shitty is still guarding it. Lu Yuyu's eyes flickered. The 1,000-year-old Buddha lotus was an exceptional treasure. The more profound a cultivator's abilities, the more prone they were to inner demons, and the 1,000-year-old Buddha lotus was known for its calming effects, making it a coveted item for many advanced practitioners. In the storyline, this thousand-year-old Buddha lotus was obtained by Song Nuan, who presented it as a treasure to the esteemed Chongheng. It can be said that the gift of this Millennium Buddha lotus arrived most opportune. For Chongheng found himself ensnared by an irresistible obsession for his disciple, an inner demon that relentlessly haunted him each night, preventing his cultivation from advancing even a fraction. Only after acquiring this lotus could he gradually suppress the haunting specter of his desires. With a mere turn, he transformed back into the profound and sagacious Chongheng. Liu cast a glance at Bailey Wuching, pondering whether he would once again relinquish the Millennium Buddha lotus so readily. Leading the way, Li Cha guided them swiftly to the vicinity of the lake. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a throng of people, among whom were Song Nuan and Xin Xingqian. Upon spotting them, Song Nuan waved enthusiastically, exuding an air of familiarity. Feng Xiao rubbed her temples, feeling the weight of embarrassment wash over her, as various synonyms for disgrace paraded through her mind. Only under Feng Xiao's warning gaze did Su Jinyan reign in his exuberance. Suddenly recalling Lu Yuyu's presence, he anticipated another round of jibes, but to his surprise, she spared him even a glance. Stealing a few furtive glances at Lu Yuyu, he noticed she distanced herself, using her elder brother's towering figure as a shield. As if being observed by him was a source of shame. Was it really necessary? The Millennium Buddha lotus in the center of the lake was nearing maturity, and all were poised, ready to seize at the moment it ripened. Bailey Wuching glanced down at Lu Yuyu and said, "In a moment, you should stay behind me. No need to venture too far forward." Liu Yuyu beamed and replied, "Elder brother, dear best, I won't be a hindrance. I'll just wait here for you." Bailey Wuching nodded. "Take care of yourself." Liu Yuyu vigorously nodded in agreement, waving her hand to urge them, "Hurry up, or you'll miss your chance." She was genuinely curious whether Bailey Wuching would, like in the narrative, hand over the lotus to Song Nuan, especially since, according to the story, he had already shared an intimate moment with her. Now, perhaps due to her interference, a butterfly effect had taken place. The two had yet to even reach the stage of flirtation. Observing the crowd of cultivators gathered by the lakeside and the mustard seed bags at their waists, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. Though treasures would respawn in the secret realm a year hence, watching others excavate her territory for treasures made her heart ache intensely. If all those treasures were bestowed upon the disciples of Hua Qing sect, their overall strength would undoubtedly surge, especially the disciples of Tianyan sect. Every little advantage they gained felt like a persistent assault on her heart. "Little Dumpling, may I ask you something?" Lu Yu whispered with Little Dumpling, and upon reaching a satisfactory conclusion, nodded approvingly. "Well done, Little Dumpling, hee. Little Dumpling will strive hard." Since following Lu Yu, Little Dumpling had resumed its original innocent appearance. With a master, it no longer needed to masquerade as a fierce eagle. With such a perceptive master, it surely would be well protected. Indeed, it certainly would. Just after finishing her conversation with Little Dumpling, the Buddha lotus began to bloom slowly. Golden light radiated from its heart, cascading outward in a manner that appeared exceedingly pure and beautiful. Now is the moment. Beware of the bloodthirsty python. After giving his instructions, Bailey Wucheng was the first to soar toward the center of the lake. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd surged toward the central position en masse. Liu Yu stood there, utterly bored, and turned her gaze towards Song Nuan. To her surprise, the sight brought her amusement. At least 4 disciples from Tianyan sect were surrounding Song Nuan, who was frantically dashing through the crowd, while her protectors formed a barrier around her to fend off any impediments. Was this a comedy act? Chapter 45. It's been a while since I heard a dog bark. Could you indulge my personal preference? Lu Yu couldn't help but give Song Nuan a thumbs up. With such status, she was undoubtedly the quintessential Mary Sue protagonist. Noticing Lu Yu's gaze, Song Nuan glanced over, shooting her a disdainful look before continuing her charge forward. Just a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Had she not a sect leader for a father, she would amount to nothing. Unlike her, Lu Yu dared to contend and take risks. Watching the crowd scramble for the Millennium Buddha lotus, Song Nuan's eyes gleamed with determination. She had not secured the dragon egg, but this lotus she intended to personally present to her master. Lu Yu certainly noted Song Nuan's scornful gaze and couldn't help but pout. Day in and day out, she wondered what made Song Nuan so proud, oblivious to the burdens she imposed on her brothers. At that moment, one of Song Nuan's brothers, in an effort to shield her from others, forcefully shoved away someone who had accidentally elbowed past. The individual, clutching his chest, spat blood as he landed in the water. Utterly bewildered as to why he had been attacked, "Master, shall we not compete for it?" Little Black Cloud looked at the Millennium Buddha lotus, its golden eyes brimming with eagerness. The lotus was indeed a valuable treasure for Lu Yuyu. With her hands clasped behind her back, Lu Yuyu feigned an enigmatic demeanor. "No rush." Little Dumpling chimed in. "Exactly. The Emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuchs are, to defend its position as first spirit pet," Little Black Cloud retorted firmly. "Shut up, you Lu Yuyu." Little Dumpling innocently inquired. "Who is shut up?" Little Dumpling suddenly realized. Oh, Lu Yuyu found herself unable to suppress her laughter at the term shut up, especially when associating it with Bailey Wuqing's name. Watching Bailey Wuqing navigate the crowd with grace and ease, she ultimately couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha! Detecting Lu Yuyu's laughter, Bailey Wuqing glanced over. Su Jinyan, too, heard her but had no time to scorn Lu Yuyu, who was laughing like a fool. Instead, he focused on pushing back those encroaching on his space. The Millennium Buddha lotus must belong to Huaqing sect. In an effort to showcase his valor to Song Nuan, he performed a stylish aerial flip and kicked another cultivator into the water. When he saw Song Nuan personally join the fray and approach the Millennium Buddha lotus, Su Jinyan felt a surge of anxiety. He could be ruthless toward others, but what should he do if it was Song Nuan? Song Nuan greeted him with a bright smile, and while Su Jinyan stood there grinning foolishly, one of her brothers swiftly struck from behind, sending him sprawling out of the combat zone. Song Nuan's eyes widened in surprise, and she flashed Su Jinyan an apologetic smile before turning to rejoin the fray for the Millennium Buddha lotus. As Su Jinyan splashed into the water, he flailed about, realizing the water was not very deep, and slammed his hand on the surface in frustration, muttering, "Despicable scoundrel." Lu Yuyu, seeing him still gazing at Song Nuan with a foolish grin, couldn't resist mocking, still grinning after being played by a beauty. No one else could manage that. As Su Jinyan dried his clothes, he noticed his second brother was distracted and retorted defiantly, "You're just jealous that Sister Song is more popular than you." With a smile, Lu Yuyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I envy her having a devoted dog like you. It's been a while since I heard a dog bark. Could you satisfy my personal taste? I'm not a dog." You're a dog, I am not." I'm too lazy to argue with you, you hindrance. Look at how Sister Song dares to challenge herself." Lu shot him a disdainful glance. "Please stop making baseless claims. Is she challenging herself, or is she merely surrounded by 4 brothers whose primary role is to protect her? Please think critically before you speak. What difference does it make that she effortlessly made it to the finals?" Unable to counter Lu Yuyu's points, Su Jinyan sulkily turned his head away. Lu Yuyu had no time for him, her gaze fixed on the lotus. At that moment, only Bailey Wuqing, Feng Xiao, Li Cha, Gong Firen, Shen Xingchen, Song Nuan, and her 4 brothers remained in the center, along with a stranger who also appeared to be from Tianyan sect. The rest had been knocked out of the competition and could only watch from the shore, having forfeited their chance to claim the lotus. Now, only the disciples of Huaqing sect and Tianyan sect remained on the field. Both sides were on high alert, appraising each other and calculating their odds. Song Nuan, feeling quite self-satisfied, looked at Bailey Wuqing and said, "Bailey Wuqing, I truly need this Millennium Buddha lotus. Might you consider parting with it?" At that moment, she stood tall and proud, as she was the sole female present, the undeniable standout among the female cultivators. Moreover, her rapport with Bailey Wuqing and his companions was amicable. Fearing conflict might sour relationships, she thought it best to negotiate amicably. Li Cha, evidently unaware of Song Nuan's familiarity with his elder brother, scoffed with a cold expression. "What do you think you are?" Song Nuan's expression froze instantly. Aside from Lu Yuyu, it was the first time someone had been so dismissive of her, especially a male. Lu Yuyu exclaimed, "What a brave soul." Li Cha was indeed exceptionally bold, showing disdain for everyone except his elder brother, including the Song Nuan he had not yet fallen for. Ha! This was too amusing. She could already foresee Li Cha's attempts at wooing her would be futile. Shen Xingchen promptly pointed his spirit sword at Li Cha, exclaiming, "A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Take this." With that, he charged at Li Cha, simultaneously signaling to Song Nuan to seize the opportunity to claim the Millennium Buddha Lotus. Song Nuan, disregarding her grievances, resolutely positioned herself in front of Bai Li Wuchuan and addressed the remaining 5 individuals, saying, "You all go and retrieve the Buddha Lotus. I will hold them off, Bai Li Wuchuan." Feng Xiao. Even the few behind Song Nuan fell into an unspeakable silence. The air was thick with an awkwardness that struck them head-on. Had it not been for the interference of Lu Yuyu in the original plot, perhaps Bai Li Wuchuan would have willingly relinquished the Buddha Lotus to her after successfully engaging with Song Nuan in the secret realm. Yet at this moment, Bai Li Wuchuan found the situation utterly absurd. Even questioning the meaning of life itself for reasons unknown, a strange fury welled up within him. He channeled his spiritual energy into his palm and forcefully shoved Song Nuan aside. His gaze fixed on the Millennium Buddha Lotus. Today, he was determined to possess that Buddha Lotus at all costs. Chapter 46. All are her Dao companions seeing this. Feng Xiao and Gong Firen immediately joined forces to restrain the 3 disciples of Tianyan sect, leaving the remaining 2 for Bai Li Wuchuan to deal with. Among the 2 left, one was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while the other was at the late stage of the golden core realm. Yet, Bai Li Wuchuan faced them with no hint of embarrassment, instead displaying a remarkable ease in the midst of battling the early nascent soul disciple. He effortlessly sent the golden core cultivator flying out of the combat circle with a single strike, and then focused his attention on the opponent of equal prowess. Feng Xiao and Gong Firen swiftly dispatched the 3, and as Bai Li Wuchuan engaged with the nascent soul disciple, they made their way towards the Buddha Lotus from either side. Ultimately, Feng Xiao secured the Millennium Buddha Lotus in her grasp. With victory apparent, Bai Li Wuchuan saw no need to continue the fight and took a few steps back, offering a courteous, "Thank you for the match." In the water, Song Nuan wore a completely bewildered expression. Even after the battle concluded, she could hardly believe that Bai Li Wuchuan would turn against her, leaving her in such a disheveled state. Were they not friends? Shen Xingchen, aware of the significant blow to Song Nuan, could only join her in the water and comfort her, saying, "Junior sister Song, let's head back. A loss is a loss. There's nothing more to say." It was truly unfortunate for his junior sister, who had suffered such a tremendous embarrassment. In truth, Shen Xingchen had not anticipated Song Nuan to utter such a statement. They were all there to seize the Buddha Lotus. Relying on their strength, her sudden plea for the disciples of Huaqing sect to relinquish it genuinely caught him off guard. Furthermore, her declaration of "I will hold them off" left him, as her senior brother, feeling somewhat ashamed. Perhaps junior sister Song was being overly confident in herself. Naturally, he did not dare to voice this thought to Song Nuan, nor would he wish to humiliate her in such a manner. He could only lament his own lack of strength, wishing he could shield her completely from harm. Song Nuan bit her lip, staring intently at Bai Li Wuchuan, defiantly standing in the water as if awaiting an apology from him. Bai Li Wuchuan, holding the Buddha Lotus, casually handed it to Lu Yuyu. Lu Yuyu was taken aback that he would bestow the Buddha Lotus upon her, her expression filled with confusion, observing her reaction. Bai Li Wuchuan added, "You possess a spatial ring, enabling you to better preserve the vitality of the Buddha Lotus." Only then did Lu Yuyu accept the Buddha Lotus. The onlookers regarded Lu Yuyu with envy, whispering amongst themselves, "She must be Lu Yuyu, the daughter of the sect master of Huaqing sect, right? I've heard of her, but today is the first time I've had the pleasure of seeing her in person. How fortunate she is to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Lu Yuyu truly lives a fulfilling life." Reluctantly, Song Nuan was persuaded by Shen Xingchen to leave the water, her anger causing her nails to dig painfully into her palm. The Millennium Buddha Lotus should have belonged to their Tianyan sect. What merit did Lu Yuyu possess to obtain it effortlessly? Bai Li Wuchuan was truly incorrigible. She resolved never to associate with him again. Shen Xingchen regarded Bai Li Wuchuan with deep-seated trepidation. The disciples sent by their Tianyan sect were all exceptional individuals under 20 years of age, including senior brother Hong Gang of the nascent soul stage. They had expected to dominate the secret realm, only to find themselves bested by the 5th disciple of Huaqing sect. Their cooperation and individual combat capabilities were remarkably outstanding, particularly that of Bai Li Wuchuan, who seemed to have recently ascended to the nascent soul stage, yet could stand toe-to-toe with senior brother Hong Gang, who was on the verge of entering mid-nascent soul. It was indeed impressive. At that moment, the previously tranquil lake surface suddenly erupted with the emergence of a massive bloodthirsty python. Lunging towards the unsuspecting Lu Yuyu, its gaping maw poised to bite down on her shoulder and drag her into the depths. Lu Yuyu's eyes lit up. It was here, in a heartbeat. Bai Li Wuchuan extended his hand, attempting to grasp Lu Yuyu's ankle, but instead, he only caught hold of her skirt, as her skirt threatened to be yanked over her shoulders. Lu Yuyu, enduring the sharp pain, retrieved a large pair of scissors from her spatial ring and severed the fabric Bai Li Wuchuan held. "Protect the others. Do not concern yourself with me." With a tremendous splash, the lake erupted as the bloodthirsty python and Lu Yuyu vanished beneath the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Wuchuan plunged into the water, with Li Cha following closely behind, bloodied yet determined. Feng Zhao's eyes darkened as she restrained her impulse to dive in. Bai Li Wuchuan had gone under, and as the second senior brother, he needed to remain and watch over the other disciples of their sect. Then, he witnessed Lu Yuyu grimacing in pain as she desperately worked to sever the skirt that Bai Li Wuchuan had grasped. In that moment, he found it difficult to harbor any animosity toward Lu Yuyu. Suddenly recalling that she was his little junior sister, summoning his courage, he intended to plunge into the water to pursue her, but Feng Zhao stopped him, shaking her head and softly saying, "It's too late." Not long after, Bai Li Wuchuan and Li Cha resurfaced. Seeing them return empty-handed, it was clear that Lu Yuyu had not been rescued, even if she had not been devoured by the bloodthirsty python. She would likely perish from suffocation after being submerged for an extended period. There are hidden rivers beneath this lake. "We cannot enter," Li Cha stated solemnly. "Little junior sister is likely in grave danger." Bai Li Wuchuan gazed at the lake surface, his mind consumed by the image of Lu Yuyu resolutely cutting her skirt. Undeterred, he turned and re-entered the lake. "Senior brother," Li Cha called out, resignedly following him. This little junior sister, was she a bane or a trial? Alas, if she were to perish, senior brother would likely blame himself for a lifetime. With unwavering confidence, they had entered the Jiuyo's secret realm to bond with their first divine beast companion. Only for Lu Yuyu to consume the divine beast egg. Next, she aimed to procure the Millennium Buddha lotus to please her master, only to have her efforts overshadowed by Lu Yuyu. She even began to suspect that Lu Yuyu was her nemesis. Otherwise, how could it be that every time she was present, she always found herself at a disadvantage? Now, it seemed, Lu Yuyu had been captured by the vicious bloodthirsty python, and it was likely that this time she could not escape her fate. Truly, good deeds are rewarded and evil met with consequences. It is not that retribution is delayed, but rather that the time has not yet come. Song Wan clutched a small fragment of eggshell in her palm. Silently mourning, divine dragon cub, those who harmed you shall have no chance of survival. As your master, I have avenged you. And to the sister who perished in Huaqing sect, if you have any spirit in the heavens, you must be pleased to witness Lu Yuyu's demise. Chapter 47. The Tears of a Mermaid. The water-avoiding pearl before being dragged into the lake by the bloodthirsty python. Lu Yuyu quickly held her breath. "Master, have you lost your mind? Why would you allow the bloodthirsty python to capture you?" Little Black Cloud exclaimed in shock. Given Lu Yuyu's abilities, she could have escaped. Yet she chose to surrender passively. Lu Yuyu cryptically replied, "You will know soon enough." Underwater, her eyes wide open, she observed everything rapidly retreating behind her. In the original plot, the protagonist had also been dragged into the water by the bloodthirsty python, which had been lurking for an opportune moment to exact revenge after everyone contended for the Buddha lotus. At that time, Bai Li Wuchuan had seized the protagonist's ankle, and together they were pulled into a natural hot spring hidden within the currents, where he obtained a rare treasure. This treasure was like a boon to the already extraordinarily gifted Bai Li Wuchuan, allowing him to stand out in numerous specific combat scenarios and swiftly become a leading figure in the divine enlightenment continent. Now, Lu Yuyu required no rescue. The treasure would naturally belong to her. With this thought, a mocking smile crept onto Lu Yuyu's lips, as the five of them had ultimately severed ties with the protagonist. How could they dare to label her a calamity? Every time the protagonist encountered misfortune, their assistance had only yielded them abundant rewards. The bloodthirsty python moved swiftly through the water, navigating through a narrow opening. Just when Lu Yuyu began to feel breathless, the python emerged from the dark current, leaping into a breathtakingly beautiful water moon cave. This place resembled a paradise on earth, flourishing with flowers and greenery. The air fresh and the spiritual energy exceptionally dense. Not far away, a steaming hot spring was prominently displayed before Lu Yuyu. Her eyes brightened. This was it. The bloodthirsty python had come here because this hot spring not only had the effect of cleansing and refining but also facilitated rapid healing of wounds. Given Lu Yuyu's abilities, she could never have reached this place on her own. Hence, she followed the original plot, allowing the bloodthirsty python to bring her here. As the python opened its gaping maw to swallow Lu Yuyu. Seeking retribution for the stolen Buddha lotus, it was unexpected that the seemingly defenseless girl would throw a talisman into its mouth. The explosive talisman detonated with her spiritual energy, shredding its tongue into a bloody mess. Seizing the moment of the python's shock, Lu Yuyu quickly freed herself from its grasp, tossed out several more explosive talismans to divert its attention, and then took advantage of its moment of vulnerability to stab fiercely at its vital point with her spiritual sword. The bloodthirsty python let out a furious roar, thrashing its enormous body in a frenzy, until it finally succumbed, dying slowly. Lu Yuyu patted its massive head, beginning the process of utilizing every part of it. Skinning and extracting its valuable resources, all of which she stored in her spatial ring. Xiao He Yun, green hair turtle, fluffy ball. It is the first time I have seen the master so ferocious. The three little one's eyes sparkled with a bright glimmer. Green hair turtle. Ah, the master is so handsome. Fluffy ball. Indeed, as expected of the master of this realm, swift and decisive, Fluffy ball's future is promising. Xiao He Yun. Even little sheep has moments of ferocity. Xiao He Yun, shall strive to become the most formidable cloud cub after dealing with the bloodthirsty python. Lu Yuyu turned her gaze towards the hot spring. She removed her shoes and socks, slowly stepping into the warm water. After a comfortable soak, she noticed that the wounds caused by the bloodthirsty python were beginning to heal. This is truly a wondrous thing. Thus, Lu Yuyu summoned Green Hair Turtle and Fluffy Ball to join her. Green Hair Turtle swam joyfully in the water. Since the awakening of its bloodline, its shell had become increasingly verdant, a translucent emerald hue. Smooth and lovely, utterly adorable, Fluffy Ball, needless to say, with its big eyes and tiny mouth, its fluffy fur floating on the water's surface, frantically paddling with its 4 small paws, was simply irresistible. Green Hair Turtle was very considerate. Not wanting Lu Yuyu to worry, and enthusiastically swam over to teach Fluffy Ball how to swim. In the sea of consciousness, Xiao He Yun's eyes turned green with envy. It longed to join in the fun. However, if it revealed itself, it would attract divine retribution. Sensing its despondency, Lu Yuyu comforted it, gently patting its head. Be good, there will surely be opportunities in the future. Once I grow stronger, you can come out whenever you wish. Do whatever you desire. Do you believe in me? Xiao He Yun nodded vigorously, encouraging itself. Xiao Yun believes. Xiao Yun will also work hard to become powerful, and at that time, all the dark clouds will bow to the master. Lu Yuyu patted its head. Where there is a will, there is a way. Let us, master and servant, strive together. Xiao He Yun's eyes sparkled. The master is so good. Initially, it merely sought a temporary residence, intending to wander once Lu Yuyu succumbed to her fate. Now, however, Xiao He Yun genuinely felt having a master was quite delightful. If she could survive past 20, perhaps being her lifelong servant wouldn't be so difficult to accept, once Lu Yuyu's injuries had healed sufficiently. She slowly rose. You all wait for me here. I will be back shortly. With that, she dove into the water, swimming towards the deepest part of the hot spring. After approximately 2 minutes, she reached the bottom, where a softly glowing pearl lay quietly in a corner, its light flickering softly. That moment, Lu Yuyu's eyes shone brighter than the pearl itself, her face flushed, yet she persevered to swim to it. Cradling it in her hands, the instant she grasped the pearl, the sense of suffocation from the water dissipated, and she felt as if her skin could breathe. This was the function of the water-repelling pearl, allowing one to breathe freely underwater as if on land. In the story, it had provided considerable convenience to Bai Li Wuchen, and now it finally belonged to Lu Yuyu. Holding the water-repelling pearl. Lu Yuyu found herself increasingly enamored with it. After toying with it for a while, she stowed it away and swam towards the surface. The water-repelling pearl, Xiao He Yun, indeed well informed, recognized it as Lu Yuyu presented it to the 3 little ones. Have you seen one before? Lu Yu asked curiously. Where can I find more? I want to get one for my parents and little brother too. Xiao Heiyan couldn't help but roll its eyes. The water-repelling pearl is formed from the tears of a mermaid, and mermaids have long vanished from this continent, rendering the pearl a mere legend. To acquire one is already a stroke of luck. Wishing for more for your family is simply unrealistic. Lu pouted. They say where there's a will, there's a way. If I don't wish for good things, how can they come true? Maybe one day I will encounter a mermaid, and with just a few tears, my parents and brother will have their own water-repelling pearls. Xiao Heiyan rolled its eyes dramatically, patiently explaining. The water-repelling pearl ISNT just formed by shedding a few tears. It can only materialize when a mermaid experiences extreme joy or sorrow. Not to mention the existence of mermaids. Convincing one to cry is no small feat, considering they are cold-blooded and vicious beings. Just getting them to produce a water-repelling pearl without devouring you is already quite a challenge. Chapter 48. Such a large lotus has disappeared. Xiao Heiyan, reveling in its happiness, doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Lu Yu remained unfazed, her spirits high. People should learn to be content. If something exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's no need to force it. Yet, she firmly believed that beautiful dreams must not be abandoned. What if they come true? With the water-repelling pearl in hand, Lu Yu had achieved her goal. However, she gazed at the hot spring before her, feeling a pang of regret, although she now possessed the water-repelling pearl. Fluffy Ball could also navigate the secret realm with ease. Thus, she looked at Fluffy Ball, wondering if there was a way to move it elsewhere, perhaps to her home at Huaqing Sect. Fluffy Ball sincerely shook its head. Fluffy Ball can't do it either, though it was the guardian of this secret realm. It wasn't omnipotent. Lu felt a tinge of disappointment, but decided to leave it at that. Bai Li Wuchen had not left, remaining vigilant near the lake. Occasionally, he would dive into the water, searching for traces of the bloodthirsty python, intent on avenging Lu Yu. Yes, everyone believed Lu Yu was already deceased. After spending so long underwater, not even fishermen with breath-holding skills could survive. After all, they were mere mortals, and prolonged absence of air would lead to death. Master, it has been 3 days and nights. The little junior sister has no chance of survival. We should leave this place, Feng Xiao suggested, having sensed that the already faint bond of their Dao companions was now completely non-existent. This bond was peculiar. Unless one actively sensed it, it was undetectable, and if one moved away, it was utterly lost, almost like a joke. Bai Li Wuchen gazed at the tranquil lake surface, his voice cold and resolute. I will kill the bloodthirsty python. Only by obtaining its corpse can I provide my master with an explanation. Li Cha's lips pressed together lightly. At that time, the bloodthirsty python was gravely injured. It likely will not last much longer. If it dies in the undercurrent, who knows where it will be swept away? Master, this is not your fault. You should not bear such guilt. Gong Firen added. Everyone has their fate. Life and death are in the hands of heaven. R5 cannot alter her destiny. Master, this is fate, and it is not your concern. Silence enveloped them. The scene of Lu Yu resolutely cutting off her garment remained etched in their minds, their little junior sister. It seemed, was not without merit. The effort she put forth to protect Bai Li Wuchen, even at the cost of her own life, was undeniably genuine. They had perhaps long misunderstood Lu Yu. She was merely a child spoiled by her parents. Yet her heart remained soft, at least unwilling to let her master accompany her to death. After Song Nuan departed with her senior brothers, she felt uneasy about Bai Li Wuchen, although he had treated her poorly. Lu Yu's demise overshadowed all grievances. Concerned that Bai Li Wuchen might brood over not saving Lu Yu, Song Nuan decided to check on him. She instructed her brothers to seek rare herbs while she wandered by the lake. Hoping to find another chance to acquire the Buddha lotus, Shen Xingchen, well aware of her intentions, could only helplessly remind her to take care of herself and to contact him if anything arose. Song Nuan was not far from the lakeside and soon spotted Bai Li Wuchen and Feng Zhao's group. Su Shidi, Song Nuan, closest to Su Jinyan, greeted him from a distance. Indeed, Lu Yu was her nemesis. With Lu Yu gone, she once again became the center of attention. Song Nuan feigned nonchalance. I got separated from my senior brothers and ended up here. What about you? Have you all been here the entire time? Such expressions on Su Jinyan's youthful face appeared adorably innocent. instantly bringing laughter to Song Nuan, who covered her mouth and giggled. This, of course, caught Bai Li Wuchen's attention. He cast a fleeting glance her way before rising and addressing the others. Let us go. He had come to terms with things, and everyone was relieved. After hastily gathering their belongings, they prepared to leave. Song Nuan mistakenly believed that Bai Li Wuchen's willingness to leave stemmed from her presence. With a charming smile, she approached him. Bai Li Shixiang, I can't find my brothers. May I accompany you for a while? Bai Li Wuchen didn't even spare her a glance, striding ahead with an indifferent and cold tone. Inconvenient. Song Nuan's expression soured immediately. She genuinely hadn't anticipated that Bai Li Wuchen would once again humiliate her in front of everyone. Li Cha followed Bai Li Wuchen. He shot a glance at Song Nuan. He couldn't understand why this woman was so thick-skinned. First, she wanted the master to give her the Buddha lotus, and now she was intrusively seeking to tag along. He simply could not fathom what rubbish filled her mind. Seeing his goddess sister being wronged, Su Jinyan hurriedly consoled her. Master is saddened by the little junior sister's death. Don't think too much. Originally, tears were merely brimming in her eyes, but upon hearing Su Jinyan's words, they flooded forth uncontrollably, and no one had ever dared to repeatedly hurt her. Why did Bai Li Wuchen think he could? Song Nuan wiped away her tears and cried out to the receding figure of Bai Li Wuchen. Bai Li Wuchen, what have I done to deserve your coldness and harshness towards me? Weren't our previous interactions quite pleasant? Why are you so capricious? I detest you. With that, she dashed deeper into the forest, her tears still fresh on her cheeks. Meanwhile, Bai Li Wuchen's silhouette showed no sign of pause, his eyes reflecting only annoyance and self-mockery. Concerned for Song Nuan's safety, Su Jinyan followed her. Prompted by Feng Zhao's gaze. 2 months later, the Secret Realm trial concluded, and everyone was transported out. Upon their exit, they beheld 2 elders from Tianyan sect standing confidently outside the Secret Realm, drawing envious glances from all. Such is the grandeur of a major sect. Under the admiring gaze of her peers, Song Nuan approached the 2 elders, although she had failed to contract a divine beast cub. She did not leave empty-handed. She had acquired numerous rare treasures. Most importantly, her luck had led her to discover a 1,000-year-old Buddha lotus. A confident smile crept upon her lips at the thought. She intended to present the ancient lotus to the elders in front of everyone. However, as she probed her mustard seed space, disbelief and shock filled her eyes. Where was her 1,000-year Buddha lotus? The sizable lotus was gone. Not just the lotus, but all the rare treasures she had obtained in the Secret Realm had vanished without a trace. Where are my adorable readers? Seeking a bookshelf. Yearning for 5-star reviews, dear readers. Oh, author sending love. Chapter 49. Who the hell stole it? When Song Nuan discovered that her mustard seed space, which was supposed to contain the treasures from the Secret Realm, was utterly empty, she was left dumbfounded. In her frantic searching, she repeatedly withdrew and re-entered her consciousness, scouring every corner, yet found nothing related to the Secret Realm. Observing her distressed expression, Shen Xingchen approached her and asked, Song junior sister, what troubles you? With a look of bewilderment, Song Nuan replied, everything I obtained from the Secret Realm has disappeared. When I exited, I specifically checked. How could it all vanish? Do not panic, Shen Xingchen reassured her. Perhaps it's merely an illusion. Look, mine is still here. But before he could finish, he fell silent, for a significant portion of his own treasures was also missing, particularly those acquired in the Secret Realm. Glancing at the other disciples, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. Please check your mustard seed spaces for the items obtained in the Secret Realm. Everyone hurriedly probed their mustard seed spaces, and soon, confusion reigned. Nothing remained. Even a half-eaten sword boar from a gluttonous junior was nowhere to be found. If not for the lingering aroma of roasted piglet in the space, he would have thought it all a dream. The disciples from other sects gasped in shock, hastily opening their own mustard seed spaces, while those without urged their peers to check swiftly. What? The disciples of Tianyan sect have lost everything they obtained in the Secret Realm? What the hell? Hurry, and see if my hard-earned treasures are still here. Calm down, you're making me anxious. Let me check my mustard seed space first. Wow, they're still here. I was terrified. Mine too. Thank heavens, what luck. At that moment, Su Jinyan had no time to worry about the goddess Song Nuan and quickly opened his mustard seed bag, internally lamenting, which scoundrel stole everything from me. Bai Li Wuchen. Feng Shao, Li Sha. Gong Fei ran. The expressions of the four were identical, for the contents of their spaces had also vanished. Soon after, they heard a voice from a fellow disciple nearby. Relieved? Thank goodness. Mine is still here. Hee hee. The five turned their gazes in unison toward this usually inconspicuous disciple. Other junior sisters also expressed their relief, declaring their treasures intact. Bai Li Wuchen and his companions fell into a profound silence. So it seemed they were the only five among all the disciples of Tianyan sect to be unilaterally punished. The two elders of Tianyan sect exchanged solemn glances, both focusing on Song Wan. One elder inquired, "Did you contract the divine beast cub divined by the esteemed Long Chong?" Song Wan's embarrassment was palpable. "And no, I failed to contract it." Biting her lip, she glanced awkwardly towards Bai Li Wuchen and the others. Lu Yuyu was already dead. Though the deceased should be honored, she still needed to provide an explanation to the two elders who had diligently protected her. As the elders grew impatient waiting for her response. She finally revealed the truth. "When I found the dragon egg, it had already been roasted by Lu Yuyu." Elder Wen erupted in fury. Utter nonsense. How could a dragon egg be roasted? And who is Lu Yuyu? His voice, authoritative and commanding, caused those of lower cultivation to kneel under the pressure. Bai Li Wuchen's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced into Song Nuan, then shifted to Elder Wen, narrowing his eyes as he stood tall and composed. "Lu Yuyu is my junior sister. May I ask what guidance the elder seeks?" Fearing a conflict between the two parties, Song Nuan hastily explained to Elder Wen, "Please calm your anger. Lu Yuyu was dragged to the lake's depths by a bloodthirsty python. She has perished. As for how she roasted the dragon egg, I do not know." Elder Wen scrutinized Bai Li Wuchen for a moment, a glimmer of appreciation in his keen eyes, before reverting to his inscrutable demeanor. Smiling, "Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Choosing not to dwell on the matter of Lu Yuyu, given her demise, would make him seem overly petty as an elder of Tianyan sect." Bai Li Wuchen watched the exit of the secret realm slowly close. A rare flicker of unease crossed his usually cold eyes. Elisha, standing behind him, remarked, "Master brother, every life has its destiny." And the next instant, the exit of the secret realm sealed completely, and the Juyo secret realm vanished from sight. Within the Juyo secret realm, Lu Yuyu was savoring a piece of golden, crispy sword boar meat with delight. The little round creature and the green turtle each held a small piece, their mouths glistening with grease. The little round creature, with a plump belly, stuffed the last bite of sword boar meat into its mouth, patting its belly in satisfaction. "Master, this meat is far tastier than what you roast." The green turtle, no longer chewing slowly, swallowed the last piece and retorted, "Having something to eat is good enough. Little round one, you're too picky. Unlike me, who is easy to please, I love the meat master roasts. And I adore the pills master concocts." Hee little black cloud. It felt the most pitiful, lacking even the right to speak. "It too long for meat." Little round one immediately made a pitiful face. Sincerely apologizing, "Master, little round one was wrong. Please give me another piece of meat." Lu Yuyu, fiercely protective of her food, finished the last piece of sword boar meat before smiling and saying, "Little ones, eating too much can lead to indigestion. Be good, and next time I will certainly provide more." The green turtle and little round one chimed in unison, "Master, the green turtle little round one is not a wild boar." Lu Yuyu rolled her eyes. "It's a metaphor. Do you know what a metaphor is?" The two little creatures, only half comprehending, replied with an "oh," relieved that their master did not view them as ugly wild boars. Hee, when are we leaving?" Little round one asked with bright, expectant eyes. If master could exit the secret realm, then it could follow along, eagerly anticipating. Lu Yuyu stood up, stretched lazily, and struck a pose filled with flair, exclaiming, "Little round one, quickly open the secret realm. Your master is ready to make the grandest entrance." Chapter 50. Lu Yuyu returns with abundance outside the Juyo secret realm. What had initially been a sealed exit gradually opened. Lu Yuyu, with her hands clasped behind her back, emerged slowly, expecting to hear gasps of astonishment and cries of joy from her senior brothers and sisters. Instead, she was met with an eerie silence. The surroundings were void of any presence, leaving Lu Yuyu feeling rather embarrassed. Peering around, she realized she was utterly alone. "Is this not the exit? Little round one, are you certain everyone came out from here?" Little round one nodded vigorously. Lu Yuyu, feeling perplexed, asked, Then where is everyone? She had been so engrossed in her feasting that she had forgotten to mention the time dilation issue, though the discrepancy wasn't vast. It was evident that those who had exited the secret realm had lost their patience and rushed away. Luyu. She understood that Bai Li Wuqian and the others would think she had perished. But did they have to leave so hastily? Could they not wait a moment for her? What if her body were to be expelled from the secret realm? At least she could present her remains to her parents. Right? Lu Yu felt troubled. She didn't know the way back, but thankfully, she could fly with her sword, asking passers-by as she clumsily made her way towards Huaqing sect. Meanwhile, Bai Li Wuqian and the others, just arriving at Huaqing sect, shared the grim news of Lu Yuyu's fate under the questioning gazes of Lu Dingming and Qin Mingyu. Upon hearing the account, Qin Mingyu felt as if darkness enveloped her. Nearly fainting, Lu Dingming, noticing her instability, quickly supported her. Maintaining his composure, Lu Dingming urged Bai Li Wuqian to recount the events in detail. Bai Li Wuqian obliged, narrating the entire situation. And afterward, he knelt before Lu Dingming. It is my fault for failing to protect my junior sister. Please punish me, master. As the group knelt down, Li Sha also followed suit, pleading, Master, senior brother has already done his utmost. Feng Xiao gracefully knelt as well, adding, Alas, the junior sister could not bear to drag senior brother down with her in such perilous circumstances. Gong Firen remained silent, allowing the others to express themselves fully before he too reluctantly knelt down. Hey, why are you all kneeling at the door? Lu Yu hurriedly arrived at Huaqing sect, only to find Bai Li Wuqian and his companions kneeling in unison at the entrance. While her dear parents wore grim expressions, Bai Li Wuqian suddenly looked back and saw Lu Yu approaching, guiding her spiritual sword with a gentle sway. Qin Mingyu rushed to embrace Lu Yu tightly, as if she had recovered a precious treasure, continuously stroking her hair and face. It was only when she felt the warmth of Lu Yu's presence, confirming she was not a figment of her imagination, that tears of joy streamed down her face. You scared your mother to death. Lu Yu quickly wiped her mother's tears, saying, If you're happy, why are you crying? Look, I'm perfectly fine. Qin Mingyu looked at Lu Yu with relief, reiterating, As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Lu Dingming posed the question on everyone's minds. Yu, how did you escape? The secret realm was already closed, with his wife having spoken. Lu Dingming had no choice but to comply. Qin Mingyu pointed a finger at Lu Yu's fair and plump forehead, chiding, still smiling, and your mother is nearly on the verge of illness from worry. You certainly do not make it easy for me. In the future, you should refrain from leaving the sect. Lu Yu merely smiled foolishly, refraining from arguing with her mother, though she knew she would venture out when necessary. With Lu Yu's safe return, the heavy burden in Bai Li Wuqian's heart was lifted, allowing him to discuss the peculiar events of this secret trial with Lu Dingming. Master, some rather strange occurrences transpired during this secret realm trial. Lu Dingming's expression turned serious. What happened? Bai Li Wuqian replied gravely. Upon exiting the realm, all the items obtained by the disciples of Tianyan sect and our 5 brothers vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's heart swelled with joy. Not a single strand of hair from Tianyan sect could be claimed, and Bai Li Wuqian's group met with the same fate, as for the other senior brothers and sisters. Lu Yu could not bring herself to act against them, for apart from the main leads, the rest were akin to family. As for the other sects, they had merely acquired some trifles, which Lu Yu allowed to be. Lu Dingming turned to the other disciples, asking, Do you still have yours? The disciples stood tall with pride, declaring, We do. How could they not feel proud? They had surpassed the assigned tasks of the sect. While Bai Li Wuqian and his companions returned empty-handed, Lu Yu, with a playful grin, addressed her father, Daddy, extend your hand. I have a delightful gift for you. Despite the gravity of the moment, Lu Dingming's expression softened as he kindly extended his palm. In an instant, a pristine specimen of jade fungus appeared in his hand. 10,000-year jade fungus? Even the usually composed Lu Dingming could not suppress his astonishment, hardly believing he could behold a second specimen of such rarity in his lifetime. Chapter 51. Gratitude for nature's bounty. Lu Yu beamed, nodding her head eagerly as she explained, Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. I spotted this 10,000-year jade fungus upon entering the Shuiwei cave. Originally, The jade fungus was a unique treasure of our Huaqing sect, and I had given it to senior brother due to unforeseen circumstances. Heh, it seems heaven could not bear for us to lose it, and has bestowed it upon us once more. The moment she laid eyes on the jade fungus, Lu Yuyu had already envisioned its rightful place. The jade fungus represented not only a miraculous healing remedy for Huaqing sect, but also a symbol of status. The reason she had given it to Bai Li Wuchan was closely tied to her. Without her, the jade fungus would have remained until the day Huaqing sect met its demise. Indeed, as Lu Dingming clutched the jade fungus, his face radiated with joy. After all, it was a treasure passed down from their ancestors. He had faced great internal struggle when he had insisted on using it for Bai Li Wuchan. Looking at Lu Yuyu, Lu Dingming generously praised her. "Well done, my precious daughter. You've truly grown and brought honor to your father." This time, he wondered if those who had opposed his decision to use the jade fungus to save Bai Li Wuchan would dare to criticize him again. Lu Yuyu then turned to Qin Mingyue, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Mother, I have a gift for you as well. Please extend both hands." Qin Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to receive anything. After all, her daughter had never gifted her anything since she had grown up. Compliantly, she extended her hands, her eyes filled with anticipation as she regarded Lu Yuyu. In an instant, 2 golden lotus flowers appeared in her palms. 1,000-year Buddha lotus. How could there be 2? The first remark came from Qin Mingyue, while the latter came from Su Jinyan, who recalled that Lu Yuyu had possessed 1 Buddha lotus, but where had the other one come from? He remembered that senior sister Song had also fortuitously acquired 1,000-year Buddha lotus. Lu Yuyu flashed her pearly white teeth, teasing with a mischievous tone, just as I was about to be expelled from the secret realm. A plethora of heavenly treasures fell from the sky, one of which was 1,000-year Buddha lotus. Let us just say, thank you, nature, for your generous gift. Su Jinyan was left utterly speechless. A multitude of heavenly treasures. Could it be? Lu Yuyu, uninterested in elaborating further, turned to Qin Mingyue, seeking her affection. "I gave Daddy a 10,000-year jade fungus. Without any other treasures of such age, I could only give you double, Mother. Please don't despise it." Qin Mingyue stored the 1,000-year Buddha lotus away and gently stroked Lu Yuyu's head, saying warmly, "How could your mother ever despise it? Even if you brought me a mere stone, I would cherish it as a treasure." Lu Dingming, witnessing the harmonious scene of maternal love and filial piety, felt a profound sense of fulfillment in life. Sister, look at Ao's new mount. Big Bunny, hurry up, let us go." Lu Ao rode in on a large white rabbit, which was roughly the size of a full-grown bear, its sturdy hind legs bounding energetically, adorned with an adorable saddle, while Lu Ao gleefully perched atop. Lu Yu searched through her spatial ring but found nothing suitable for a child's plaything. So she could only offer him a polite smile typical of a caring sister. "Sister, come ride with me. It's so much fun." Big Bunny jumped so high, Ao feels like flying. Lu Ao enthusiastically invited Lu Yuyu to join him atop the majestic mount. To be honest, Lu Yuyu felt a twinge of temptation. After all, who wouldn't he want to experience the thrill of riding such a large and adorable creature? However, she realized that if she sat on that small saddle, there would be no room left for Lu Ao. Yet, considering the tears that would surely follow if her brother lost his mount, she graciously declined with a smile. In any case, the family of 4 enjoyed a blissful reunion. Su Jinyan observed Lu Yuyu's radiant smile, feeling a sense of hesitation flicker across his face. He genuinely wanted to inquire whether any of the heavenly treasures she had collected included those he had been tirelessly searching for. However, he hesitated to interrupt the rare gathering of Master and his family. Most importantly, given his actions within the secret realm, Lu Yuyu would undoubtedly refuse to return anything she had found. He reflected on the past. Su Jinyan lamented, feeling a pang of regret, unable to fathom why he had quarreled with Lu Yuyu so unpleasantly, especially now that she had reached the early stage of Golden Core. She was no longer the weakling she once was. When asked how her cultivation had progressed so rapidly, Lu Yuyu launched into an enthusiastic discourse about perseverance and determination, inspiring her fellow disciples to embark on their own rigorous training. Lu Dingming observed the unprecedented surge of diligence among the disciples in the sect and felt both satisfied and gratified. If all the disciples could channel such effort, how could Huaqing sect fail to secure a commendable position during the sect competition? It seemed that the mysterious individual had been correct. After finding several companions for Yu Yu, her luck had indeed improved, leading not only to her rapid cultivation but also to her newfound maturity. If she continued to grow in this manner, entrusting Huaqing sect to her stewardship in the future would be a prudent decision. Senior Sister Liu, Junior Sister Song is looking for you, a cheerful young disciple approached with the message. Yu Yu had just finished recounting her thrilling encounter with a bloodthirsty python for the younger disciples. Her mouth dry from the storytelling, today's self-narration would conclude here. The children could now disperse to play. After sipping some tea, Lu Yu assumed a leadership demeanor, waving her hand at the eager listeners. Signaling them to scatter, Song Ro cast her a helpless glance, remarking, "You're just craving attention, aren't you?" Once everything settled, Lu Yu eagerly followed Song Ro to her dwelling. During her travels, Song Ro had captured a particularly tender and delectable beast, which was now simmering in a pot. After enjoying a hearty meal, Song Ro even prepared some snacks for Lu Yu to take with her upon leaving. Lu Yu felt that her actions of both taking and eating were rather unscrupulous. After some contemplation, she resolved to share a fragment of information about her sister, Song Nuan, with Song Ro. Senior Sister Song, you have no idea, there is a remarkably beautiful woman in the Tianyan sect. Upon closer inspection, she bears some resemblance to you. Oh, by the way, she also shares the surname Song. A glimmer of hope flickered in Song Ro's eyes as she inquired, "What is her name?" Upon hearing the name Song Nuan, Song Ro's pupils constricted sharply, and her gaze turned complex as she fixed her eyes on Lu Yu. After a long pause, she asked, Is she in the secret realm? How does her fellow disciples treat her?" The intricate emotions in Song Ro's eyes gradually subsided. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to confide in someone, and evidently, Lu Yu was the person she sought, gazing into the distant void. Her eyes appeared hollow as she spoke. "Yu, did you know? I actually have a sister. When we were young, our parents passed away unexpectedly. Not only did our relatives seize our inheritance, but they also intended to sell my sister and me to a brothel for entertainment. Consequently, I fled with my sister, and being so young, we had to survive by begging. At that time, she was merely 7 years old and often cried out from hunger, yet I was only 9. Unable to consider every aspect of our plight, over the years, I have never ceased searching for my sister, but it feels as though all traces of her have vanished into the abyss. Yu, my sister's name is Song Nuan. Even though she is grown up now, just a glance at her would reveal whether she is indeed my sister." Feigning surprise, Lu Yu responded, "Ah, perhaps the Song Nuan of Tianyan sect is your sister. Do you wish to find her? She should have arrived at Tianyan sect by now. If you wish to seek her, that is the only place to go." Lu Yu nodded. As she exited Song Ro's residence, a heaviness settled upon her heart. According to the original narrative, her relationship with Song Nuan was one of absolute antagonism, a conflict that could only end in mutual destruction. Even now, Song Nuan harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. And with the involvement of 5 senior brothers, the possibility of reconciliation between them was virtually non-existent. Surely, Song Ro would side with her sister, wouldn't she? A sense of despondency washed over Lu Yu. Alas, it seemed that the protagonist effortlessly obtained what others yearned for: familial bonds, love, friendship. With her thoughts clouded, Lu Yu kept her head down in contemplation, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain on her forehead as she collided with a solid wall. She distinctly remembered this path being devoid of any obstacles, which was why she had dared to walk while lost in thought. Raising her head, she encountered the ethereal and strikingly handsome visage of a man. "By Master Brother," Lu Yu nearly blurted out his full name but quickly corrected her gaffe. "You appear restless. What occupies your mind so intensely?" As the eldest disciple, Bai Li Wuchen was relatively caring towards his junior brothers and sisters. After traversing the 9 nether secret realm, he wished to embrace the once-dismissed Lu Yu as a genuine sister and protect her. His usual aloof demeanor softened as he noticed her unease. Leaving Lu Yu both surprised and flattered, Bai Li Wuchen had yet to harm her, so she refrained from adopting a negative attitude and replied with vague words, "Nothing much, just contemplating the unpredictability of life." "It's like a sausage wrapped in a larger one." Bai Li Wuchen paused for a moment, unable to decipher the meaning behind Lu Yu's words. If you have any troubles, you may share them with me. Dear junior sister, while I may not resolve your inner turmoil, I can offer you some comfort. This time, Lu Yu truly regarded Bai Li Wuchen, realizing he was acting rather out of character. No, something was very amiss. Master brother, have you taken the wrong medicine today? Bai Li Wuchen furrowed his brow slightly. I am in perfect health. I have not taken any medicine. Lu Yu glanced at the sky and murmured. The sun hasn't risen in the west. How could you suddenly be concerned for others? It's simply incredible, seeing her talking to herself. A flicker of amusement sparked in Bai Li Wuchen's eyes. Ask my junior sister. It is only natural for me to care for you. Henceforth, how I treat Feng Xiao and the others will be how I treat you. Lu Yu regarded him with skepticism. Is that true? Bai Li Wuchen's eyes twinkled with warmth. Of course, it is true. Instantly, Lu Yu's face lit up with joy, and she extended her hand towards Bai Li Wuchen. I heard you gifted each of the 4 senior brothers a protective treasure when they joined our father's sect. Shouldn't you give me something as well? After all, I've never received anything from you, and it feels quite disjointed compared to the other 4 senior brothers. Bai Li Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. He had never realized that Lu Yu harbored a penchant for wealth. As the daughter of the sect leader, what treasures had she not encountered? Yet here she was, asking him for a welcome gift. Despite his thoughts, Bai Li Wuchen searched through his storage space but found nothing suitable for a girl. His typically cool demeanor blushed slightly as he admitted, I have nothing appropriate for you. Shall I wait until I find a suitable protective treasure for girls before presenting it to you? Though a twinge of disappointment coursed through her, Lu Yu remained hopeful and urged, Master brother. Do find something soon. Bai Li Wuchen's standards were exceptionally high. Anything he would offer would be a rare treasure. She did not wish to accept his gifts, yet she could not refuse a life-saving treasure in a critical moment. Bai Li Wuchen chuckled in response. This little junior sister of his was, after all, just a child at heart. As he pondered how to broach the topic he intended to discuss, a hint of hesitation crossed his expression. Yet he was acutely aware that no matter how many sacrifices Lu Yu made for him, he would never fall in love with her. After carefully selecting his words, Bai Li Wuchen finally spoke. Actually, I sought you out today because I wanted to discuss something. Having just received a promise of a treasure, Lu Yu's spirits were high as she cheerfully replied, Go ahead. Bai Li Wuchen took a deep breath and slowly continued. It is well known that I am wholly devoted to my cultivation, and I have no interest in romance. Regardless of how many times you sacrifice for me, it will ultimately be in vain. I hope you will refrain from investing your affections in me. You are still young and deserve better, and you will find better. Lu Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Was she being issued a good person card? When had she ever expressed her fondness for Bai Li Wuchen? How humiliating. The words you can find better felt like a blatant insult. Bai Li Wuchen's expression turned serious as he took a moment to comprehend the implications of Lu Yu's words. He chuckled helplessly, finding her somewhat endearing. After a brief hesitation, Bai Li Wuchen reached out and gently ruffled Lu Yu's hair, saying, You will always be my junior sister, and I shall always protect you. Lu Yu quickly stepped back several paces, a shiver running down her spine. Was Bai Li Wuchen incapable of understanding human sentiment? How could he remain unfazed by her words and engage in such sentimental gestures? Little junior sister, at that moment, Su Jinyan approached at a brisk pace, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lu Yu. Little junior sister, did you happen to find a plump pink bug in the water moon cave? One with large eyes that can spin silk. From the supplies Lu Yu submitted to the sect, it seemed that what she had found was indeed the same as the items the 5 senior brothers and all disciples of the Tianyan sect had obtained from the secret realm. During his time in the secret realm, he had discovered a delightful little bug that spun pink silk. It was the epitome of cuteness. Moreover, the silk it produced was remarkably resilient and possessed strong defensive capabilities. He had planned to create a beautiful dress for Song when once he accumulated enough silk, as he had noticed a pink bracelet on her wrist when they were together, which was a gift from her master. The Longyan Elder, that bracelet, said to have been found in an ancient immortal's cave, provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, along with defensive properties, something she cherished dearly. Later, while wandering through a field of flowers, he stumbled upon the bug and noticed that the silk it spun bore a striking resemblance to the material of Song Nuan's bracelet. Thus, he had taken it under his care. A mere bracelet had brought such joy to Sister Song. Surely, A dress crafted from this silk would delight her even more. While he could forego the other items obtained from the secret realm, he had been fixated on that little bug once he completed the tasks assigned by his master. He hurried over to seek out Lu Yu. Su Jinyan eagerly asked, "Could you possibly part with it? I would trade you some other treasures in exchange." Lu Yu shook her head regretfully, continuing, "I was startled when I first saw it. So I accidentally kicked it to the ground, and it died." She then anxiously patted her chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. Even now, just hearing the sound it made sends shivers down my spine. It was terrifying. Su Jinyan's expression transformed into one of horror. "My bug," he wailed. "Lu, how could you be so cruel? That adorable little bug, how could you bear to crush it?" Noticing his distress, Lu Yu feigned ignorance and asked, "Little senior brother, what's wrong with your face? Is it twisted? Have you had a stroke?" Su Jinyan shot her a glare, clenched his fists, and turned away, stomping off in a huff, eating dragon eggs, crushing bugs. Lu Yu is simply not a normal girl. I shouldn't have any expectations of her. Despairing over the fate of his beloved little bug, he lamented that it might have been some extraordinary rare species, lost before he had a chance to study it. He felt that if he were to delay his departure by just a few moments longer, he would undoubtedly succumb to the urge to take action against Lu Yu. Li Wuchen imparted a few more words of advice to Lu Yu, urging her to diligently cultivate and reminding her that she could always seek him out if she encountered any issues, before he departed alongside Su Jinyan. Watching Su Jinyan's retreating figure, Lu Yu's face lit up with a knowing smile. Indeed, she had caught sight of that little pink worm that in the narrative. This little pink worm was no ordinary creature. It was known as the mutated celestial silkworm, a particularly rare species from ancient times. The silk it produced not only possessed defensive properties, but also provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, making it highly coveted by women of noble status who cherished beauty. Eventually, the celestial silkworm faded into obscurity, becoming a mere legend, with the remaining silks being exceptionally rare. Therefore, when Song Yuan received a bracelet crafted from the silk of a mutated celestial silkworm, she was the envy of many female cultivators. Often donning the bracelet on significant occasions in the story, Su Jinyan also came into possession of this mutated celestial silkworm, but it soon perished under his care. The reason being, the mutated celestial silkworm fed on the 9 nether grass and a common pink flower found within the 9 nether secret realm. Once he left the secret realm, he had nothing suitable to feed it. Thus, it could be said that the mutated celestial silkworm met its demise due to Su Jinyan's negligence. At this moment, within the 9 nether secret realm, a fluffy white ball and a vibrant green turtle were huddled around a plump pink worm, incessantly urging it on. The little ball threatened fiercely, "Hurry up and produce silk, or I shall roast you for dinner." The green turtle, wielding a makeshift whip made of 9 nether grass, crackled it in the air while mockingly saying, "There are plenty of flowers here. You must eat and produce silk simultaneously. If you fail to yield a pound of silk today, beware of your skin." Clearly, the 2 spirit pets had been assigned to supervise the silkworm's silk production. The mutated celestial silkworm had grown considerably since Lu Yu's last encounter, now producing silk swiftly and smoothly. Lu thought to herself, they were merely meant to ensure the little silkworm didn't slack off, yet she hadn't anticipated their adeptness in feeding it. Upon noticing Lu Yu's arrival, the green turtle immediately dropped its whip and joyfully scurried over. "Master, you've come to see Little Turtle. Little Turtle has been diligently helping Master." The fluffy ball, not to be outdone, shot a stern glare at the silkworm to discourage any laziness before bouncing over to Lu Yu's feet. Master. Little Ball has been keeping a watchful eye on the silkworm too." Lu Yu crouched down, first patting the green turtle's head, then ruffling the little ball's soft fur, smiling brightly. "Well done." The green turtle and the little ball chimed in unison. "Little turtle, little ball will continue to strive hard." Observing the silkworm struggling with its flour meal, Lu Yu's expression softened momentarily. Clearing her throat, she advised, "That's enough. We wouldn't want to overstuff it." The little ball immediately assured her, "Don't worry, Master, we want tea." The green turtle nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu lavished praise upon her 2 little companions before contentedly departing with her hands clasped behind her back, in her sea of consciousness. The little black cloud, witnessing their carefree interaction with Lu Yu, remarked sourly, "What use are these little tricks? The throne of the first spirit pet is reserved for the clever. Chapter 54. Look at how anxious the child is. Oh, please, you noisy cloud, be quiet. My little ball not only provides master with access to the entire 9 nether secret realm, but also helps supervise the silkworm, while you, on the other hand, can go nowhere and can only rage uselessly. The little ball, hands on hips, stuck out its tongue at the little black cloud. The green turtle chuckled quietly, always calling others foolish, yet some clouds lack even the freedom to move. He he he. The little black cloud was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. It resolved to work diligently, fervently absorbing the residual lightning power within its body. It would grow stronger, breathe the air of freedom, and then, when it felt displeased with them, it would strike them down, putting an end to their arrogance. Lu Yu found their silent rivalry quite amusing, as long as no significant trouble arose. She would not interfere. With the upcoming sect competition looming, Lu Yu realized she had to keep herself occupied. Thus, she retrieved her nearly dusty alchemy furnace, fearing her skills might dull, and prepared to refine the pills she had previously concocted, while also researching how to better control her spiritual energy and heat. For instance, she wanted to be able to produce as many pills as she desired in a single refining session and achieve the desired potency with precision. Furthermore, she needed to make additional preparations. In summary, there was much to attend to, but one cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. She would take it one step at a time. Second senior brother, what has junior sister been busy with lately? She seems to have vanished without a trace, inquired Su Jinyan as he practiced techniques with the other 4 senior brothers. Feng Xiao frowned, seemingly at a loss for an answer, and turned to Bai Li Wuchen. Senior brother, have you seen Lu Yu recently? It seems I haven't laid eyes on her in quite some time. Bai Li Wuchen shook his head, ever since he had rejected Lu Yu. He had not seen her again. Gong Firen, who typically had a low profile, unexpectedly spoke up. I happened to see her once recently. As I passed by Sister Song's courtyard, junior sister emerged with great enthusiasm. Holding a small basket that seemed to contain pastries, Su Jinyan curled his lips, mumbling, always either causing trouble or eating. At that moment Li Cha, who usually spoke little, also chimed in. Feng Xiao tapped his fan against his head. Chuckling, I never imagined Lu Yu would be so persistent. She previously pleaded with me to teach her alchemy, and fearing she would ruin my reputation, I delayed for several days. She must have sensed my reluctance and argued with me briefly. But the matter eventually faded away. It seems she truly wishes to learn alchemy, as she has been secretly practicing on her own. Feng Xiao wore a bitter smile. Senior brother, Lu Yu has been such a handful that she drove her teachers to quit. Even now, she still struggles with explosions, proving she is simply not cut out for this. If you want me to teach her, are you not deliberately tormenting me? Then, with a glimmer in his eye, he added, cough, cough. I recall you have quite a bit of insight into alchemy, senior brother. Surely you could give it a shot? Bai Li Wuchen. He had spoken so harshly that day, even urging Lu Yu to seek out other men. It was likely she had no desire to see him anymore. He ultimately shook his head. Since he had cleared the air with Lu Yu, it was best not to let her harbor any false hopes. Feng Xiao nodded vigorously, his expression earnest. 4th junior brother, how noble. In the end, after a unanimous vote, they decided that Gong Firen would check in on Lu Yu's current situation. Knock, 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 a sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Lu Yu, taking a brief respite to nibble on some pastries, was preparing to resume her cultivation when she heard the commotion and walked towards the courtyard gate. 4th senior brother, upon recognizing the visitor as Gong Firen, Lu Yu felt somewhat surprised. Gong Firen was known for his solitary nature, rarely socializing with Bai Li Wuchen or the others, nor showing much concern for his junior sister. He maintained a perfect distance from everyone, neither distant nor overly familiar. What could have prompted him to visit her little courtyard today? With the sect competition approaching, do you wish to participate as a representative? Gong Firen wasted no time. Addressing the matter directly, Lu Yu regarded him with cautious curiosity, unsure of his intentions. Nonetheless, she nodded. Of course I want to, which is why I'm diligently cultivating. If you have no pressing matters, I'll return to my practice. Gong Firen. He suddenly felt the same sense of exasperation he had experienced when he had interrupted Lu Yu's conversation earlier. What should he say next? However, from their brief exchange, he could discern that Lu Yu was in good spirits. After a moment's hesitation, Gong Firen ventured, I recall you once asked me if I had expertise in talisman crafting. At the time, I was too busy to give you my full attention. If you have any questions regarding talisman crafting, feel free to ask me anytime. Luu's eyes lit up with excitement, her previous impression of Gong Firen as an unwelcome visitor now replaced with eager anticipation. Really? Gong Firen, caught off guard by her intense gaze, nodded slightly. Luu beamed. I do have a question I'd like to ask you. Would you care to step in for a cup of tea while we discuss it? Gong Firen thought that a single question did not warrant stepping into the courtyard, so he smiled nonchalantly. No need. You can just ask directly. Luu, feeling no need for formality, promptly inquired, I want to know how to successfully craft a teleportation talisman. For example, how does one comprehend spatial power? What is its principle? Are there any shortcuts or quick methods? This question left Gong Firen utterly baffled. A teleportation talisman. The principles of spatial power, shortcuts, quick methods. It was one thing to ask. But to bombard him with such questions was overwhelming. The fact was, he was currently unable to craft a teleportation talisman. Truth. No one in the entire Huaqing sect could create one. After stammering for a while, his face flushed. Gong Firen still couldn't find the right words. Luu's expression faltered. Could it be that Gong Firen had yet to grasp spatial power and could not draw a teleportation talisman? It was all the fault of the scan information regarding Gong Firen's talisman crafting skills in the books, which had led her to pose such an advanced question. Look how anxious the child has become. Her neck all flushed. I casually seek your collections and 5-star reviews, wishing everyone a joyous National Day. Chapter 55. One might fear that even a passing dog would be the subject of discussion. Luu is not the type to intentionally make things difficult for others. Noticing that Gong Firen has a thin skin, she proactively remarked, I was merely jesting. You wouldn't take it to heart. Would you? Fourth senior brother? Only then did Gong Firen release a sigh of relief, though his expression still bore a hint of confusion. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Luu before making a hasty retreat. Alas, he had intended to offer some guidance to Luu, but instead found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. How embarrassing! The following day, the 5 senior brothers gathered once more. Su Jinyan, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, turned to Gong Firen and inquired, Did you seek out Luu? What has she been busy with lately? Su Jinyan clicked his tongue. With her level of talent, no amount of effort will suffice. Bailey Wuchen shot him a glance, correcting him nonchalantly. The junior sister has already reached the initial stage of the Golden Core, and she accomplished this remarkable feat in just a year. Progressing from the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment to the initial stage of Golden Core, Su Jinyan scoffed, asserting that it was merely luck. After all, being struck by lightning had inadvertently elevated her cultivation. The reason she reached the initial stage of Golden Core was likely due to hoarding all the treasures obtained by us in the secret realm to enhance herself. Bailey Wuchen shot him a sidelong glance. You could always give it a try and see if being struck by lightning would enhance your cultivation. Su Jinyan glanced at Bailey Wuchen, who had been defending Luu, inwardly mocking, silence is golden. Perhaps remaining silent will prevent one from being struck by lightning in the future. Feng Xiao recalled Gong Firen's intention to teach Luu the art of talisman crafting and asked, Fourth junior brother, has little Yu been learning talisman crafting from you? Upon hearing this, Gong Firen's expression stiffened slightly as he shook his head. With a wry smile, he replied, Second senior brother, please do not jest. The junior sister indeed wishes to consult me regarding talisman crafting, but alas, my skills are lacking, and I cannot provide her with the answers she seeks. Su Jinyan, intrigued, leaned in closer. What questions did she pose that left you so flustered? It is well known that fourth senior brother possesses talent in talisman crafting that even the elders within the sect praise. How could a mere Luu confound him? He simply could not believe it. Gong Firen hesitated, unsure if he should reveal the details, but under the collective gaze of his peers, he recounted Luu's inquiries word for word. The expressions of the group varied, yet none could shake the feeling that, with Luu's capabilities, it was improbable for her to pose such profound questions, unless, of course, she had no genuine desire to learn and was intentionally making things difficult for Gong Firen. Su Jinyan, ever the commentator, remarked, I see Luu is deliberately trying to vex you. No one in the entire Huqing sect can draw a teleportation talisman, yet she chooses to challenge you with it. How wicked of her. It is just like the situation with second senior brother. Luu is undoubtedly seeking revenge for your refusal to assist her. Oh, I must say, she holds a grudge quite well, as he concluded. He shook his head, reflecting on the nature of women and petty individuals. Just then, Feng Sha, recalling Gong Firen's mention of teaching Lu Yuyu alchemy, interjected, "Fourth junior brother, has little Yuyu been learning alchemy from you?" Upon hearing this, Gong Firen's face stiffened, and he shook his head once more. With a bitter smile, he continued, "Second senior brother, please do not jest. The junior sister genuinely wishes to learn from me regarding alchemy. But I am not skilled enough to enlighten her." Su Jinyan, now fully engaged, leaned in. "What questions did she ask that left you so befuddled?" The narrative unfolds with the group exchanging banter, revealing Lu Yuyu's unexpected prowess and her ability to challenge even the most adept among them, culminating in a humorous confrontation that showcases their camaraderie and the trials of mentorship. Gong Firen touched his nose, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. 200 high-grade spiritual stones had bought him a vague and ambiguous compliment. Immediately after, Lu Yuyu turned her gaze toward Li Chai. Under Lu Yuyu's intense scrutiny, Li Chai nearly jumped. "Lu Yuyu, have you gone mad from poverty?" "I have said nothing," with a smile on her face. Lu Yuyu replied, "Indeed, you have said nothing. However, as my senior brother, you chose to remain silent while they slandered me, instead relishing the spectacle. Your inaction has only emboldened them. Noting that you might struggle to comprehend this, let me share a story. Once, there was a man who owned a camel. He yearned to discover how much straw his camel could carry. So, he began placing straw upon its back. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. He piled on an immense amount, and the camel stood tall. Then, he added 1 more piece, and guess what? That additional straw crushed the camel to death. In a snowstorm, no single snowflake is innocent. Just as in this tale, the camel's demise cannot be attributed to a single piece of straw. Thus, your silence and inaction not only encouraged their arrogance, but also indirectly harmed me." For the first time, a crack appeared in Li Chai's indifferent expression, hastily interrupting her lengthy discourse. "Stop, I'll give it." With that, he handed Lu Yuyu 200 high-grade spiritual stones. Lu Yuyu, her lips parched from speaking, intended to take a sip of water before questioning Bailey Wuchen about the negligence of his underlings, but to her surprise, he proactively offered her 500 high-grade spiritual stones. Looking at Lu Yuyu, a hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes. "As their senior brother, I failed to set a proper example, so I shall punish myself with 500. Lu Yuyu gave him a thumbs up, generously praising, "Such awareness is truly commendable. Indeed, he was worthy of being called a powerhouse among male protagonists, rich and generous, quick to adapt." At that moment, Su Jinyan expressed a cheeky lament. "I didn't expect my junior sister to show me such mercy. Losing 100 high-grade spiritual stones feels less like a loss and more like a gain. What a delightful sensation." Lu Yuyu shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Among us, you are the poorest. I asked for 200 high-grade spiritual stones from you. Shouldn't you be fighting back? How about this? Since you've spent money, I'll give you a lesson for free. This is called fishing with a long line. You are the bait, and they are the big fish. Understand?" With that, she gathered her small stool and cheerfully sought out Song Ro, warmly inquiring, "Senior sister Song, are you tired? Here, take 100. Su Jinyan's mood plummeted. He longed to strangle Lu Yuyu. How could such a sweet and adorable little mouth utter such infuriating words? Feng Shao, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. "The misfortunes of our senior brothers primarily stem from you. Weren't you just relishing their plight, little bait?" Su Jinyan, infuriated, sought to vent his pent-up frustration by striking at Feng Shao. This is driving me mad." Feng Shao, noticing that Bailey Wuchen seemed to be in good spirits, decided to take on Su Jinyan's attack, intending to teach this tongue-tied junior brother a lesson. The unfortunate Li Chai cracked his knuckles and joined in, forming a mixed doubles team with Feng Shao. Gong Firen, observing Su Jinyan's cries for help and his frantic escape, found the situation amusing, adding to Su Jinyan's woes. Bailey Wuchen, watching the lively scene, shifted his gaze toward Lu Yuyu as she departed, his eyes lingering for an extended moment. Song Ro watched Lu Yuyu counting her spiritual stones with delight, resembling a little money-obsessed child, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you afraid they will harbor resentment against you?" Lu Yuyu paused for a moment. In truth, she hadn't given it much thought. Her relationship with Bailey Wuchen and the others was one of life and death. Taking advantage of them was merely compensation for the potential demise she might face in the future. Whether they would feel resentment was far from her consideration. The original owner had loved them to distraction, vying for their attention and jealous of one another, yet she still ended up betrayed. The original owner's parents treated them as their own and provided careful guidance, yet they were still killed. The sect had nurtured them, only to be met with extermination in return, if ignorance of the outcome might have excused her. She was painfully aware of the finale. Then let them not blame her for seizing the opportunity to abandon her humanity. In pursuit of more readers and 5-star reviews, the author, though not eloquent, will continue to love you all daily, sending heartfelt kisses. Chapter 57. The Tianyan sect returns empty-handed, their faces aflame with shame. Song Wan and her group arrived at the Nine-Nether secret realm with great fanfare. Accompanied by 2 elders, they traveled by spiritual boat, flying low to allow the world to witness the grandeur of the Tianyan sect's disciples. Now, however, the 2 elders maneuvering the boat wished they could ascend to the highest heights, nearly disappearing into the clouds as they returned empty-handed, a source of immense embarrassment. They had anticipated that once Song Wan contracted the divine beast, they would be able to enhance their prestige by escorting the divine beast's cub. Instead, they felt like the butt of a joke. Throughout the journey, the expressions of the 2 elders were sour. The dozens of disciples dared not utter a word, fearing that the elders would fixate on them and bring down their misfortune. In a corner of the spiritual boat, Song Wan cradled her face in her hands, appearing utterly dejected, tears brimming in her eyes as she lamented, "It's all my fault for not protecting the Buddha lotus and for failing to find the dragon egg sooner." Shen Xingchen placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself." Song Wan lifted her tear-filled eyes, gazing at Shen Xingchen with a pitiful expression, her voice quivering. "Why is it only the disciples of our Tianyan sect who returned empty-handed from the secret realm? The other sects, including those rogue cultivators, managed to keep their treasures. If everything had vanished, it might have been easier to accept. But the fact that only their Tianyan sect was left with nothing was particularly humiliating." Shen Xingchen fell silent, equally perplexed. After all, such occurrences had never happened in previous years. They had always managed to bring treasures out of the secret realm with their skills. Moreover, he had participated in last year's Nine-Nether secret realm expedition, and such a situation had never arisen. So, where did the problem lie? Suddenly, his eyes brightened as if recalling something. He leaned closer to Song Wan and whispered, "At that time, I noticed that several disciples from the Huaqing sect also appeared somewhat unusual. Perhaps their situation is similar to ours." Song Wan's eyes lit up with hope as she turned to Shen Xingchen. "Really?" Shen Xingchen, unsure, scratched his head. "I think so, but they probably kept a low profile, afraid of embarrassment." Remembering that she had exchanged communication tools with Su Jinyan, Song Wan took out a transmission talisman, infused it with spiritual power, and communicated with her consciousness. "Su Shidi, may I ask you a question?" Su Jinyan was currently moping over having been tricked out of 100 high-grade spiritual stones by Lu Yuyu. Feeling humiliated, upon seeing Song Wan's message, he instantly brightened. After carefully considering her wording, Song Wan asked, "All the items obtained by the disciples of our Tianyan sect from the secret realm have mysteriously vanished. Did you experience something similar?" Su Jinyan's expression momentarily froze. He did not understand why Song Wan would ask such a question. Given that they belonged to different sections, such inquiries were considered a breach of privacy, a serious taboo. Moreover, at the secret realm's exit, their senior brother had instructed them not to disclose the loss of their items, wishing to keep it under wraps. Su Jinyan instinctively wanted to reveal Lu Yuyu's situation. Certain that the items she had acquired were undoubtedly the treasures lost by their 5 senior brothers and the disciples of the Tianyan sect. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he hesitated, realizing that he was indeed somewhat muddled when it came to Song Wan, and no matter what, Lu Yuyu was still his dear junior sister. How could he betray her, for reasons he could not quite fathom? He felt a sense of frustration. Why did she have such an effortless ability to influence his mood and actions? Could it be that, as Lu Yuyu claimed, he was indeed a natural-born licker? Or perhaps a grand licker? Song Wan, having received no useful information, felt somewhat dispirited. Shen Xingchen attempted to lighten the mood with various jokes, and after some time, she finally managed to smile through her tears. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the Tianyan sect's mountain, where the sect leader had prepared to personally welcome the returning disciples, laden with resources. More importantly, he was eager to see what kind of divine beast Song Nuan had contracted and what abilities it possessed. Since the elder in charge of the expedition had not mentioned any details during the transmission, the sect leader remained unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding their trip upon witnessing the grand reception prepared by the sect leader and Chongheng. The two elders felt their faces flush with embarrassment, for the first time experiencing a sense of humiliation. Initially, they had feared that their younger counterparts might acquire something too remarkable in the secret realm, leading them to escort them all the way back, only to return empty-handed. Alas, this was a bitter pill to swallow, as their entire reputations hung in the balance. Sect leader Fu Tingfeng stroked his beard, gazing with satisfaction at the spiritual boat adorned with the three characters of the Tianyan sect as it slowly descended. Upon seeing elders Wen and Yun, he stepped forward with a hearty smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed elders." Elders Wen and Yun exchanged a glance, their faces growing more awkward. Not hard work, but heartache. Sect leader Fu remained blissfully unaware of their discomfort, instead looking past them to the approaching Song Nuan. "Dear child, come here quickly and allow me a glimpse of your newly contracted divine dragon hatchling, so that your fellow disciples who are unable to venture into the Nine Nether secret realm may have their eyes opened." As Song Nuan disembarked from the spirit vessel, she immediately spotted her master and waved at him, her eyes inadvertently shimmering with a hint of grievance. Before her master could respond, the sect leader, Fu Zongzhu, preemptively called out to Song Nuan. The initially joyful yet wronged expression on her face gradually faded, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Where was she supposed to showcase the divine dragon hatchling? She hadn't successfully contracted one at all. Realizing that Elder Wen had not yet conveyed this information to Fu Zongzhu, Song Nuan found herself at a loss as to whether she should disclose the matter herself or wait for Elder Wen to report it. Although Fu Tingfeng was the leader of the sect, he held great respect for Chongheng and did not feel that it would undermine his authority. He readily agreed, "Chongheng is right. Let us proceed within the sect. After all, wealth should not be flaunted. Ha ha ha." Elder Wen, Elder Yun, the assembled disciples. In that moment, silence spoke volumes, leaving everyone feeling rather awkward, and as for wealth not being flaunted, they had already lost face at the entrance of the Nine Nether secret realm. Upon returning to the council hall, Fu Zongzhu sat confidently in his elevated position, smiling benevolently at Song Nuan. "Come here, dear child, and showcase it." Song Nuan glanced at Elder Wen, who, receiving her pleading look, sighed and stepped forward. "Sect leader, during our expedition to the Nine Nether secret realm, some unforeseen circumstances occurred." Fu Tingfeng paused for a moment before responding, "There are no outsiders here. Elder Wen, please speak freely." Thus, Elder Wen recounted everything that had transpired at the entrance of the secret realm. Upon concluding, he cast a glance at Song Nuan, mentioning that even this girl's divine dragon egg had been roasted and consumed by the daughter of the Huaqing sect. Lu Yud, Fu Zongzhu's face was a picture of confusion. Is a divine dragon egg something that can be simply roasted? Upon hearing the name Lu Yu, Chongheng's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to calmness. At that time, I picked up a small piece of eggshell, but after exiting the secret realm, it disappeared along with it. However, it is fortunate that Lu Yu met a dire fate, being devoured by a bloodthirsty python. Otherwise, I would not let her off so easily. As Song Nuan looked at her master with a sense of grievance, her voice trembled with unspoken sorrow. "Master, I failed to contract the divine dragon hatchling and have brought shame upon you." Chongheng, noticing her distress, furrowed his brows, seemingly caught off guard by the numerous unexpected developments. Fu Zongzhu, uncertain as to why the Nine Nether secret realm had exclusively confiscated the belongings of their Tianyan sect disciples, turned his gaze toward Chongheng. "Chongheng, what do you think about this?" Fu Zongzhu nodded repeatedly. "Then I shall trouble you, Chongheng." Chongheng prepared to depart, observing his little disciple's adorably dazed expression, and helplessly remarked, "Aren't you coming along?" "Oh, Master, I'm on my way." Song Nuan's face brightened as she hurriedly followed Chongheng, soaring toward Tianji Mountain on his enormous sword. Throughout the journey, Chongheng remained deep in thought. Upon reaching Tianji Mountain, he produced a tortoise shell to begin divination. After a brief moment, he glanced at the shell, which was now riddled with cracks, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and seriousness. Noticing Changheng's solemn demeanor, Song Nuan approached, unhesitatingly smoothing out the furrows on his brow. Pouting as she complained, "Master, you're frowning again." Normally, she would receive a reprimand for such actions, but today he remained unresponsive, his gaze deepening. Pondering, Song Nuan touched her own face, questioning, "Master, is there something on my face?" Changheng sighed and shook his head. "Tell me in detail about the people and events you encountered in the Nine Nether Secret Realm." Thus, Song Nuan recounted everything that had transpired, piece by piece. When mentioning Bai Li Wuchen, Changheng suddenly interjected. "What do you think of Bai Li Wuchen?" Taken aback by her master's inquiry, Song Nuan's cheeks flushed, and her gaze wandered as she replied, "I think he is quite admirable, highly gifted and deeply skilled. Though perhaps a bit too aloof, and he dotes excessively on that little junior sister of his." Changheng's expression turned inscrutable. That little junior sister must be his destined partner. Song Nuan gazed at Changheng in admiration. "Master, you know about this too? That's truly impressive. Unfortunately, Lu Yuyu does not have that fortune. She has already fallen into eternal slumber at the bottom of the lake." Changheng, disregarding his inner discomfort, recalled the earlier divination and inquired, "How did you determine that Lu Yuyu is indeed dead?" He lifted his gaze to the distant starry sky, shaking his head. "The divination indicates that she is still alive. However, beyond that, I cannot deduce further."
What?
Song Nuan's expression turned to one of shock. How could Lu Yuyu still be alive? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet, she had always placed her trust in her master. Ultimately, she leaned toward his judgment, contemplating. She wondered if Lu Yuyu's survival meant that her divine dragon hatchling might also be alive. Perhaps hidden away while the ordinary egg was consumed. Tentatively, she asked, "Master, if Lu Yuyu is still alive, could my divine dragon hatchling also be waiting for me somewhere?" Changheng cast a condescending glance at her. "The divine beast hatchling has perished. You are fated to have no further connection with divine beasts." A wave of sadness washed over Song. Hadn't her master previously said that she had a bond of master and servant with the divine dragon hatchling? Why then had it been devoured by Lu Yuyu? Changheng sighed. "The world is full of unpredictable changes. A duck that was within reach has flown away. Hearing that Lu Yuyu is still alive truly nauseates me." Clenching her small fists, she gritted her teeth, vowing, "The enmity of having my divine beast taken shall not go unpunished. The next time I encounter Lu Yuyu, I shall make her pay." Changheng paused momentarily, his narrow eyes narrowing as he spoke meaningfully. "I too am quite eager to know. Love, little dear, love life, love you all, moi." Chapter 59. Grandfather by S. Alchemy Furnace, perhaps not anticipating that even Master Changheng could be unaware of certain matters. Song Nuan, wishing to spare his pride, comforted him. "Master, you're human, not a deity. It's perfectly normal not to know everything. Don't be disheartened." "Haha." Changheng chuckled lightly, seemingly genuinely comforted by her words. "A Tihua Qing sect. Master, the elixirs you concocted are delicious." Little Tuanzi joyfully bounced around in Yuyu's courtyard, brimming with curiosity about everything. Although the spiritual energy outside the secret realm was thin, an indescribable joy filled the air. Little Tuanzi mused that if one had to describe it with a single word, it would be freedom. The green-haired turtle also exerted itself to scurry along with its short legs, playfully chasing after little Tuanzi. The two little creatures engaged in a delightful game of tag. Lu Yuyu, watching their joyful antics, couldn't help but smile. Today was yet another beautiful day. What should she do? As she contemplated the upcoming sect competition in 2 months, Lu Yuyu's gaze flickered. Currently, she could only concoct third-tier elixirs. She wondered if refining higher-tier elixirs would be equally simple. Now that she had reached the golden core stage, she was eligible to access the second floor of the library. IT would be perfect to explore what treasures lay there and see if she could find suitable higher-tier alchemy books or formulas. Moreover, she needed to find a good alchemy furnace. She had heard that ordinary furnaces could not withstand the process of refining fourth-tier or above elixirs and would explode. Upon arriving at the library, Lu Yuyu politely greeted Grandfather Bai. "Hello, Grandfather Bai. Yuyu has arrived. What book do you wish to borrow this time?" Manager Bai beamed at Lu Yuyu, his demeanor exceedingly warm. He had been thoroughly charmed by Lu Dingming's enthusiastic praise of his daughter during their recent drinking session. For an entire evening, Lu Dingming had extolled his daughter's virtues, recounting how she gifted him precious medicinal ingredients and doubled the sex resources for the year, all the while reiterating how exceptional she was. Lu Yuyu scratched her head. I'm not quite sure. Now that I've reached the golden core stage, I'd like to check out the second floor. Manager by then noticed that Lu Yuyu had indeed reached the initial stage of the golden core and nodded approvingly. Very good, very good. He handed her a black access card, advising her, you may only stay for a maximum of 2 hours. Once the time is up, you will automatically be teleported out. Make sure to manage your time wisely. Understood, Grandfather Bai. With the access card in hand, Lu Yuyu ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered a transparent barrier. She inserted the access card into a slot beside it, causing the barrier to dissipate, allowing her entry, while the card vanished from the slot. Witnessing this wondrous scene, Lu Yuyu found the formation barrier quite fascinating. However, she needed to focus. First, she should search for formulas or books pertaining to third-tier or higher elixirs. The space on the second floor was noticeably smaller than on the first, yet each compartment contained exceptionally precious items, rare treasures such as unique cultivation techniques, high-tier elixirs, advanced talismans, exquisite spirit swords, as well as mysterious fragments and rare natural treasures were all available here. Due to the remarkable contributions of Lu Yuyu, particularly her submission of the rare everlasting jade Fu Ling, the elders unanimously agreed to credit her identity token with a staggering 100 million contribution points. As long as she desires, she may claim anything that can be exchanged from it. Lu Yuyu's goal, however, was clear. Without a moment's hesitation, she made her way directly to the Alchemy District. The Alchemy District boasted an abundance of elixirs, the majority ranging from the 4th to the 7th tier. Almost blinded by the sheer variety, Lu Yuyu eventually managed to locate 2 recipes of unknown grade and 1 book on 4th tier elixirs. The 2 recipes could not be exchanged, so after quickly scanning their contents and committing them to memory, she set them aside and picked up the 4th tier elixir book, proceeding to explore other areas. She still needed an alchemical furnace capable of withstanding the rigors of 4th tier elixir refinement. Unfortunately, while the treasure pavilion had everything imaginable, it lacked alchemical furnaces. Quality alchemical furnaces were rare and often snatched up in the blink of an eye. Without a furnace, how could one refine elixirs? Glancing at the 4th tier elixir book in her hands, Lu Yuyu hesitated briefly before deciding to take it with her. Upon seeing her with the 4th tier elixir book, Steward Bai looked at Lu Yuyu in surprise. You? If memory serves me right, this child previously borrowed books on beginner elixirs, and now she has taken a 4th tier recipe. Could it be that she has self-studied to the point of being able to refine 3rd tier elixirs, and is now preparing to tackle 4th tier ones? The mere thought left him incredulous. Yet, Lu Yuyu simply winked at him, saying, Grandpa Bai, please keep this a secret. I want to surprise everyone. Steward Bai, realizing his earlier assumptions were superficial, kindly inquired, refining 4th tier elixirs requires a specific type of furnace. Do you have a suitable one? Lu Yuyu shook her head. I want to see if a regular alchemical furnace can suffice. Her spirit of experimentation and innovation was commendable, yet Steward Bai couldn't bear to see her take a misguided path. He called her aside, retrieving a deep black alchemical furnace from his spatial storage, expressing a hint of nostalgia and reluctance. This is the furnace I used in my youth. Named Abide. I believe you'll find it useful. Take it. Lu Yuyu was astonished. Grandpa Bai, you are an alchemist too? Steward Bai chuckled. I wouldn't say I was an alchemist. It was merely a hobby. However, my skills were lacking, and I ceased refining elixirs. Passing it on to you is but a way to put it to good use. Lu Yuyu, perceptive as always, could discern the unspoken regret and attachment in Steward Bai's demeanor towards the furnace. Thus, she politely declined. No, Grandpa Bai, I was just joking. You should keep this furnace. Few possess the discernment you do. He replied affectionately, You may take this furnace and return it once you find one that suits you. Feeling somewhat swayed and unable to refuse the kind offer, Lu Yuyu smiled brightly. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, Grandpa Bai. Once she had accepted the furnace, Steward Bai continued, Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Although I am not an expert in alchemy, I can certainly offer you some guidance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu surmised that Grandpa Bai must possess hidden depths of knowledge, perhaps even being a high-tier alchemist, and eagerly responded, Of course, since you call me Grandpa. We are family, and no need for formality. Hee hee. Glancing at the book on fourth-tier elixirs, the words mighty elixir caught her eye. The fourth-tier mighty elixir not only bestowed immense strength, but also enhanced one's physical condition. Suddenly inspired, Lu Yuyu resolved to attempt its refinement first. Taking out Grandpa Bai's furnace, she carefully examined this furnace called a Bai. The complex emotions in Grandpa Bai's gaze when he looked at it, combined with its feminine name, led her to wonder if it was a cherished keepsake from a beloved whom he had never met. Meanwhile, Xiao Tuanzi and the green-haired turtle were lounging lazily in their specially prepared nest in the courtyard, soaking up the sun. Upon seeing Lu Yuyu preparing to refine elixirs, they eagerly approached. "Master, are you starting to refine fourth-tier elixirs?" "You're amazing," chirped the green-haired turtle. Xiao Heiyun chimed in. "Not to be outdone, let me set off some fireworks for you, Master." "I'm ready to cheer you on." Lu Yuyu couldn't help but laugh at her three lively companions. She felt that, even if she were utterly clueless in the future, she could create a circus with these three, allowing them to showcase their talents, which would surely be profitable after a brief, playful interaction. Lu Yuyu focused intently on alchemy. She began by preheating the furnace with her spiritual energy, then sequentially added the herbs she had prepared, enhancing her spiritual energy compared to the third-tier elixirs. However, halfway through adding the ingredients, the furnace could not withstand the violent impact of the merging herbs and exploded with a loud bang. Caught off guard and standing too close, Lu Yuyu was left with a hairdo reminiscent of an explosion. Not only that, but Xiao Tuanzi and the green-haired turtle were also caught in the chaos. Xiao Tuanzi's fur was singed black, making it look like a small coal ball at first glance. The green-haired turtle, with its green shell, appeared as though it hadn't bathed in 500 years. "Ha, this is too funny. Master, you look like a feather duster." The green-haired turtle resembles a little beetle, and Xiao Tuanzi looks like a black coal ball. "Ha ha ha," Xiao Heiyun laughed unabashedly. It seemed that, even in her mind, there were moments of joy, at least in that instant. The large and two small creatures fell silent. Lu Yuyu pondered what had gone wrong. Ignoring Xiao Heiyun's mockery, however, Xiao Tuanzi and the green-haired turtle were having none of it. Without hindering Lu Yuyu, they began a unique form of communication to launch verbal attacks on Xiao Heiyun, hurling insults that varied widely, leading to a lively argument among the three. "You foul-mouthed cloud. Don't yell at me. If you have the guts, come out and face me. I swear I'll bite you to death," shouted Xiao Tuanzi, jumping up and down in anger. The green-haired turtle, despite its humble nature, couldn't tolerate the mocking, exclaiming, "Isn't it too much to say that a cloud is earthier than me?" At that moment, Xiao Heiyun was seething with rage. "Don't go too far, just wait until I get out. I will turn you both into a tidal wave. Come on out. I'll be waiting for you." Lu Yuyu, deep in thought, silently retrieved another new alchemical furnace and continued her attempts. Unsurprisingly, she failed again. Noticing the dwindling supply of herbs, she decided to give Grandpa Bai's ATRYAS. She placed the herbs into the furnace. She contemplated ways to compensate for the ordinary furnace's limitations. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What if she enveloped the herbs with her spiritual energy? If she could contain the violent reactions during the merging process, perhaps she could mitigate the damage to the furnace. With this thought in mind, the elixir in the A by furnace successfully formed. Observing the plump, round elixir, Lu Yuyu grinned from ear to ear. Indeed, she was a genius, achieving success on her first attempt with a perfect success rate. Xiao Tuanzi's mouth watered at the sight. Forgetting about the argument with Xiao Heiyun, it hopped eagerly towards Lu Yuyu, exclaiming, "Master, give me some. I want to try the elixir." Having heard stories of how the green-haired turtle had awakened its bloodline after trying an elixir, Xiao Tuanzi couldn't help but fantasize about becoming tall and powerful, capable of shaking the heavens. The green-haired turtle was also intrigued, but the thought of falling into a long sleep after consuming the elixir made it hesitant. It longed to stay by Lu Yuyu's side. Seeing Xiao Tuanzi's eagerness, Lu Yuyu's smile widened as she handed over a mighty elixir, patting its head encouragingly. "You're such a good little one, always thinking of your master." Xiao Tuanzi proudly puffed out its round belly, attempting to show off its non-existent abs, declaring, "I can do it." The green-haired turtle, unable to sit still, hurriedly crawled over, raising a paw high. "I can too." Lu Yu chuckled. All right, don't rush. Point one at a time." Understanding the effects of the mighty elixir, Xiao Tuanzi swallowed it eagerly. Almost instantly, It felt an influx of strength coursing through its body and mischievously bounded towards the green-haired turtle. Humph, now you want to compete with me? Watch me send you flying. With that, Xiao Tuanzi kicked the green-haired turtle's shell with all its might, sending it soaring out of the courtyard like a firecracker. A piercing scream echoed from a distance. Ah, help, we are under attack. Xiao Tuanzi stared at its hind legs in shock. Normally, it played around with a green-haired turtle, but it had never kicked it so hard that it flew that high in F.A.R.D. Luuu. 2 was taken aback, her urgency compelling her to rush outside the courtyard. The green-haired turtle is now unlike its former self, just moments ago, when it was kicked away by the little round one. It unconsciously grew larger. With its hefty physique, one must hope it doesn't inadvertently crush any good-natured individuals, particularly those disciples of lower cultivation, who could very well lose half their lives. After all, that shrill scream was undeniably chilling. Rubbing her ears to alleviate the shock from the piercing cry, Luyu pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped outside. By the sound, the commotion couldn't be far off as she reached the entrance. She spotted a massive turtle sprawled on the ground, cracks appearing on the surrounding stone slabs. Beneath one of its stout legs lay a person, clinging tightly to the green-haired turtle's limb, refusing to let go. Luyu. Quite some time had passed, and the individual, seemingly full of vitality, still did not release himself from the turtle's grasp. Could it be that he intended to extort her? Luyu's eyes flickered as she subtly slowed her pace. Rummaging through her ring space for something useful, that moment, the green-haired turtle was desperately trying to withdraw its claw, but the person below held on tenaciously, sneering maliciously, thinking of escaping. Let me tell you, today you won't be going anywhere. When your master arrives, you will suffer, and so will your master. Just wait until I extort him to the point of bankruptcy. Upon hearing this, the green-haired turtle struggled even harder. It absolutely would not permit anyone to extort its master. The turtle cried out, "Release my claws, I'll pull away, I'll pull away, I'll pull, pull, pull." Su Jinyan tightened his grip around its ankle, displaying a defiant determination. Don't think that just because you've grown larger, I wouldn't know whose turtle you are. Today, if I don't get 100 or 8,000 in compensation, this matter will not easily conclude. The green-haired turtle, upon hearing this, was unwilling to surrender, swaying its body as it attempted to break free, while tears welled in its little eyes, looking utterly pitiful. It meant to cause trouble. The little turtle wished to apologize, but this person simply couldn't understand its words. The little turtle didn't want its master to be embroiled in this mess. Please don't seek compensation for my master. Sob, sob. The little turtle cannot move. This person was wicked, truly wicked. Sob, sob. Due to the vigorous movements of both the person and the turtle, a distinct crack echoed through the air, the sound of a bone fracturing. Su Jinyan was taken aback, and then, with a pained expression, he kicked the green-haired turtle's claw away. The turtle, recalling that this person intended to extort its master, let its little eyes spin dramatically and exaggeratedly fell onto its back. Then, it flailed its limbs while wailing loudly. Given its enormous size, the tears it shed were equally large, drenching Su Jinyan completely. Ouch! The broken rib was now more painful than ever. This moment, Luyu had already hurried over. And upon witnessing the scene, she immediately understood the green-haired turtle's intentions. Thus, she rushed to its side in 3 quick steps, feigning deep concern as she exclaimed, "Green-haired turtle, what happened to you? Why have you grown so much? Who is the scoundrel that has beaten you? Are you in pain? Fear not. Your master will take you to see a veterinarian at once." Luyu, came a voice through gritted teeth. "Hurry, and help me up. My rib has been broken by your big green turtle." Luyu seemed to have just noticed Su Jinyan, and she swiftly grabbed his collar, her face a mask of anguish as she demanded, "Speak, did you beat my green-haired turtle to such a state? You truly have a heart of stone. Such a delicate little turtle has been beaten to this extent. Now it's swollen to the point where it can't even fit through my courtyard door. Tell me, how shall we resolve this matter?" Su Jinyan was genuinely furious. It was his first encounter with someone so shameless, turning the tables and being utterly unreasonable. What did she mean he had beaten it? Clearly, her spirit companion had suddenly fallen from the sky and crushed him. Just look, it had broken one of his ribs, and he was in agony. He patted his ribs, wincing with pain. Bio. Just as Su Jinyan finished his accusation, several peculiar sounds emerged from nearby. Both turned their gazes towards the colossal green-haired turtle, which had previously been flailing joyfully. Its limbs were now limp, blood spewing from its mouth. And it was rolling its eyes back in a state of distress. Liu Yu's heart sank. This didn't appear to be an act at all. She rushed over to check on it. Seizing the moment when Su Jinyan's attention was diverted, the turtle blinked its large eyes at its master, signaling her not to worry. Liu Yu quietly gave it a thumbs up, cradling its shell while soothing it with care. Casting an angry glance at Su Jinyan, no longer caring about his injuries, found himself paralyzed by the situation, unsure whether to continue extorting Liu Yu or to make a hasty retreat. He merely shook his head, attempting to disassociate himself from the matter. "It's none of my business." Liu Yu wasted no time. Her little mouth began to jabber. Su Jinyan, you may have looked down on me before, but now you even target my spirit companion. Just now, I saw you clinging to my green-haired turtle's leg without letting go, and later, when I saw my turtle struggling fiercely, in a fit of anger, you ruthlessly kicked it over. Look, it's sustained internal injuries and is losing so much blood. Is there any hope left? As more and more people gathered around, Su Jinyan found himself at a loss for words. His face growing crimson, he had been trying to explain to the onlookers that he hadn't pushed, but their expressions clearly indicated they were more inclined to believe Liu Yu, watching as he was unable to extort Liu Yu and now faced a counterattack. Su Jinyan ultimately decided to give up on explaining. Since no one had witnessed the incident, he simply denied everything. "I didn't kick it. I just happened to pass by. Yes, I was just passing by." As for his ribcage injury, he would chalk it up to bad luck. "You didn't kick it." Liu Yu shot him a skeptical glance. "Say it again. You didn't kick it?" Su Jinyan protested. "I didn't touch it at all. I just happened to pass by. Don't think you can extort me." Liu Yu retorted. "I saw it with my own eyes. You pushed it. You definitely pushed it." The two engaged in a back and forth like children squabbling, and the crowd only grew larger. Even Bai Li Wuqing and others arrived. Fearing exposure, Liu Yu quickly stowed the green-haired turtle into her spirit companion pouch, then turned to Su Jinyan with righteous indignation, asking once more, "Are you certain you were merely passing by?" Su Jinyan was on the verge of tears. In truth, aside from the pain from the impact, he had suffered no major harm, but he had suddenly developed ulterior motives, leaving him feeling trapped. However, acknowledging the truth at this juncture was out of the question. He would never concede. "Indeed, I was just passing by. Without any evidence. Don't even think about extorting me. I did nothing. It fell on its own and started spitting blood. It wasn't me." Liu Yu grinned ominously. "Evidence, you say? Su Jinyan, take a look at this." Chapter 62. The green-haired turtle wins big, Liu Yu declared, producing a recording stone. With a surge of spiritual energy, she activated it for everyone present to see, enthusiastically explaining, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to record the appalling scene of what he did to my spirit companion just now. Look here, my green-haired turtle tried to withdraw its paw, but Su Jinyan clung to it for dear life. Just see how much strength he used. My turtle's sturdy little leg was twisted like a corkscrew. It's utterly heartbreaking to witness." Her voice grew more impassioned. "And it doesn't end there. Su Jinyan also wickedly kicked it over, sending such a large turtle tumbling, causing internal injuries and continuous bleeding. It's just a little hatchling that has suffered such cruel persecution. As its master, all I want is justice for it." The more Liu Yu spoke, the more fervent she became, as she drew closer to Su Jinyan. Her words spewed forth like a torrent. Su Jinyan felt his scalp tingle, his head drooping lower and lower, truly at a loss. He began to doubt himself. Had he truly been that excessive? He had only given it a light kick. How could that possibly have caused such severe injuries to such a large turtle? Yet, looking at the large pool of blood on the ground, he couldn't help but feel guilt wash over him. So much blood was indeed alarming. The gazes surrounding him conveyed an unspoken reproach. That was someone else's spirit companion, their most loyal partner. It was said that Liu Yu had only managed to contract a turtle of mediocre talent, and she must have invested countless efforts to nurture it to such a size. Just looking at the blood on the ground was distressing. Oh, the heavens must have pity. Moreover, Su Jinyan still refused to admit fault. And thankfully, Lu Yu had the foresight to document the incident, leaving him no way to wriggle out of it. You all arrived late and didn't see it, but I did. That massive green turtle was howling and spitting blood. Rolling its eyes in agony, it seems. No need to say more. I can only imagine how heartbroken Lu Yu must be. From such a tiny little turtle to this size, it must have taken so much effort. Wait, brother, that's enough. How many spirit companions are raised with such care? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Lu Yu struggled to suppress her laughter, endeavoring to maintain her furious glare at Su Jinyan as her eyes twitched. Su Jinyan had merely intended to jest with Lu Yu, similar to how she had once extorted him, seeking some compensation for emotional distress or medical expenses, but he had not anticipated such a disastrous turn of events. Feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, he wished he could vanish, become invisible. Yet, Lu Yu's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing through him, making him want to slap himself. He truly was foolish to provoke Lu Yu. At that moment, after being struck on the foot, he thought it sufficient to kick the turtle twice to vent his frustration. However, things escalated unexpectedly. Not only did he end up with a broken rib, but he also found himself unjustly condemned, leaving him utterly speechless. With no other option, he resigned himself to his fate, hanging his head in defeat. Junior sister, what kind of compensation do you desire? Seeing him unable to bear the situation any longer, Lu Yu took the initiative to propose compensation, refraining from any further confrontational glares. The incident had occurred, and it was unreasonable to cling to it indefinitely. After all, the turtle's injury could not simply be overlooked. I would like you to wait until my green turtle has recovered somewhat, then offer an apology and perhaps express some kind words, like repenting for having harmed it. I asked that too much to ask. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan's eyes brightened. Was it truly that simple? He nodded vigorously in agreement, believing that as long as the large green turtle survived, it would prove that he was not as malicious as to harm even a giant hatchling. Not too much, not too much. It's merely an apology, right? Wait a moment, an apology? Was it the politeness of Li or the gift of Li? Upon hearing the mention of 200 high-grade spirit stones, the expressions of those present began to shift. What kind of injury warranted 200 high-grade spirit stones? Lu Yu was asking for an outrageous sum. Su Jinyan was infuriated, leaping 3 feet into the air. His eyes bulging like brass bells. 200 high-grade spirit stones. Does that giant hatchling turtle eat spirit stones? With 200 high-grade spirit stones, I could buy a moderately qualified adult spirit beast. Lu Yu frowned, letting out a cold laugh. I knew you looked down on my spirit pet. Just because it has ordinary qualifications, does that give you the right to harm it without a second thought? Not worth 200 high-grade spirit stones. To me, it is family, a partner, a comrade in arms. It is priceless. The spectators were instantly reminded of their own battle companions, the fierce spirit beasts that fought alongside them. And they felt a profound resonance. If it were them, they would rather see their little companions live than covet those 200 high-grade spirit stones, as spirit stones could be accumulated over time. But good spirit beasts were rare. Moreover, the green turtle had grown to such a size. Lu Yu must have expended considerable effort and valuable resources. Thus, they turned to Su Jinyan with disapproving glances. Su Jinyan sighed. All right, this is moral coercion, isn't it? He steeled himself to look at Lu Yu. I have no money left. The pocket money my family gave me has been nearly exhausted by you. How can I possibly produce 200 high-grade spirit stones? If it comes down to it, you might as well kill me and let your green turtle take my life. Oh my, really? Lu Yu suddenly regarded Su Jinyan with a newfound respect. However, someone as proud as Su Jinyan, if he were not genuinely broke, would have long since given her the spirit stones to escape this suffocating situation. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and sighed. The onlookers nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Under their eager gazes, Su Jinyan, with a tearful expression, handed over the nearly worn-out pouch of spirit stones. 100 high-grade spirit stones. No more, no less. Please check. I, Su Jinyan, am not one devoid of compassion or responsibility. Looking into the space of his storage, where only 3 high-grade spirit stones lay forlornly in the corner, Su Jinyan felt his heart bleed. Chapter 63. Junior brother, it's you again. To be honest, he had never encountered such shamelessness before. It seemed he would have to keep his distance from Lu Yu in the future. Otherwise, should any further friction occur, Given Lu Yuyu's temperament, he would surely end up stripped of everything. Cherish life. Avoid Lu Yuyu. As for treating the green turtle's wounds, sorry, it was thriving. The green turtle waved its flipper grandly, pretending to be a benevolent giant. I, green hair, am not a petty turtle. I forgive you, go enjoy yourself. Hee hee, I want to accompany my master in alchemy. The little dumpling initially intended to feign an apology for her master's sake. But upon witnessing the green turtle's generosity, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Hesitating, she added, "Turtle brother, from now on, I shall treat you better." The green turtle's small eyes twinkled with delight at this unexpected gain. And it waddled over, patting the little dumpling's round head like a loyal little brother. Good, turtle brother will protect you. Outside the courtyard, the little dumpling had not witnessed the entire exchange, but the little black cloud had observed everything. While it acknowledged the green turtle's impressive acting skills, it couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Little dumpling, you might not have seen it, but just now, green hair gained quite a bit of face for your sake and helped the master earn a tidy sum. To think this black-hearted turtle was so unscrupulous, only reporting grievances and not gratitude, completely disregarding your kindness and shamelessly accepting your apology. Alas, the world has fallen, and turtles no longer possess noble hearts. Both the little dumpling and the green turtle were taken aback. The little dumpling was confused, while the green turtle felt a hint of guilt. The little dumpling said, "Brother Yun, may we speak privately for a moment?" The green turtle thought, "Just made a little brother. And now he is being taken away." It soon realized it had been isolated, but it didn't mind. It obediently nestled by Lu Yuyu's feet, its eyes bright and shiny, as long as it had its master. It was content. Lu Yuyu felt she had basically mastered the technique for concocting the 4th grade strength pill and began to entertain the idea of using a regular alchemy furnace for her endeavors. She always believed that wrapping medicinal herbs with spiritual energy during the alchemical process should be feasible, if she could achieve wrapping the herbs with spiritual energy without damaging the furnace. Wouldn't that mean she could completely free herself from the alchemy furnace and rely solely on spiritual energy for alchemy? If she could accomplish this, it would be incredibly cool, while others struggled with cumbersome alchemy furnaces. She would merely need to gesture with her hands in the air, enveloping the herbs in spiritual energy, and a pill would be ready. She dared to say that at that moment, she would undoubtedly be the most dazzling presence in the room. This thought stirred Lu Yuyu's excitement, and she was eager to give it a try. Thus, she took out a new alchemy furnace and began her preparations. This time, she learned from her past mistakes and did not err midway. However, just as she was nearing completion, she failed once more due to the overly even distribution of spiritual energy. She understood that the potency of the herbs varied, and the energy released during their fusion required different amounts of spiritual energy. By the time Lu Yuyu realized this, the alchemy furnace had already exploded. The explosion this time was particularly intense. It did not affect the green turtle, which was positioned lower, but it sent Lu Yuyu, who was slightly higher, flying, immersed in the joy of self-indulgence. The green turtle looked up in confusion at the commotion. Where did my master go? It had just been standing right here. Su Jinyan, why do you never learn your lesson? What possessed you to provoke her? Feng Shao reproached, tapping Su Jinyan's shoulder with his fan, the force behind it carrying a hint of frustration. Su Jinyan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Shao was startled. What the heck? Su Jinyan, are you so deranged as to think of conning your second senior brother? Su Jinyan shot him a glare. Who wants to con you? I genuinely broke a rib. I have sustained serious internal injuries. That last hit you gave me must have knocked out some of the bruised blood. What bruised blood? How did your rib break? Feng Shao was bewildered, as were the others. Su Jinyan, on the verge of tears, explained, I don't know. I was just walking along the road when suddenly a giant turtle fell from the sky and knocked me over, though it had grown larger. I could tell it was Lu Yuyu's, so I thought to con her out of some money. That giant hatchling turtle tried to escape, and I clung to its leg, but it ended up stepping on my chest, breaking a rib. To his dismay, Lu Yuyu arrived and immediately turned the tables on him. The once lively giant hatchling turtle now appeared half dead, leading to the current situation you all see. Woe is me. I've lost both my dignity and my resources. Lu Yuyu is truly inhuman. All the spirit stones I've accumulated are nearly gone. Suddenly, a dark, elongated green object shot toward the group at high speed. Bai Li Wuchen and the others instinctively dodged, but Su Jinyan, who was injured, was not quick enough. He was not only struck, but sent flying several meters away. Su Jinyan felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood pouring from his mouth. When he finally identified the culprit as Lu Yuyu, he fell into a state of existential dread. First, the large one dropped on him, and now the small one was following suit. Was this humiliation truly necessary? As Lu Yuyu recognized the unfortunate soul she had struck, her heart sank. Rolling her eyes, she dramatically fell to the ground, feigning a weak demeanor, and lamented, "Oh no, my lumbar disc. My tailbone, my coccyx. I can't feel anything. Am I paralyzed? And who just ran into me? Is anyone going to help?" After her exaggerated cries, she seemed to finally notice Su Jinyan, her eyes lighting up as if she had found a long-lost relative. Junior brother, it's you again. Chapter 64. Then let us embarrass ourselves together. Su Jinyan, disregarding the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, protectively covered his storage pouch. "I have no money left. Please, find someone else to con." As he ran, tears streamed down his face. Not only was his rib aching from the strike, but his head was also throbbing from the con, and his heart ached from the indignation, while broken ribs could heal over time. He wondered how long it would take for the wounds in his heart to mend. Su Jinyan's panicked escape was completely unforeseen by Lu Yuyu. After all, everyone was watching this time, and it was she who had struck him first. She had intended to take the initiative and haggle for a lower compensation, quite perplexed by his sudden retreat. Nonetheless, it was for the best. It saved her some money. Lu Yuyu stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, only to find her hands covered in black soot. She twisted her neck and waist, finding no discomfort at all. Primarily, there was a cushion of flesh there, and coupled with the fact that the body of a cultivator is inherently resilient, the fall had not inflicted significant harm upon her. Lu Yuyu was acutely aware that her current appearance was quite unsightly, so she politely greeted the remaining few senior brothers, whose expressions were rather strange, and prepared to make her exit. Foam Xiao scrutinized her from head to toe and inquired, "Little Yuyu, are you learning alchemy again?" Lu Yuyu, knowing that the burnt scent of herbs on her was unmistakable, candidly admitted, "Yes." Foam Xiao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, saying, "You haven't given up after all this time, and you still managed to blow up the furnace. I truly admire you, little sister. Honestly, in my lifetime, I have never bowed to anyone, but you are the exception." Seemingly recalling something, he continued to chatter, "Alas, I advised you long ago. You lack the talent for this, yet you stubbornly refuse to listen. In the future, do not boast about having mastered it. One must not only learn to stop losses in a timely manner, but also understand the essence of humility. Do you understand?" Lu Yuyu patiently listened to his monologue and, with a beaming smile, extended an invitation. "I wonder if the two senior brothers have time to visit my humble abode and guide me. It would truly help me understand what talent is." Foam Xiao was somewhat taken aback by Lu Yuyu's invitation. After all, his previous comments had been laced with personal opinions and delivered with a rather sharp tone. Furthermore, since forming a bond with her, Lu Yuyu had rarely been amiable toward them, even withholding her usual affection from Bai Li Wuchen, and had been particularly harsh towards Su Jinyan. Naturally, she had also been rather sarcastic with her second senior brother, who had prompted her to enter the arena. Thus, Foam Xiao raised his eyebrows in delight at Bai Li Wuchen beside him and eagerly agreed to go. Bai Li Wuchen pondered for a moment before following suit. Li Cha and Gong Firen exchanged glances and also decided to join. In truth, they were all quite curious about how Lu Yuyu managed to blow up the furnace to such an extent. Given the uniqueness of the little group, Lu Yuyu was keen to keep their existence under wraps for the time being. Upon arriving at Yuyu's small courtyard, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Leaving them in silence, it turned out that the little junior sister had been working so hard in private. Especially considering her mediocre talent, she was now able to match the cultivation levels of those far more gifted than she. One could only imagine the amount of effort and sweat she had poured into this endeavor. It seemed they would need to reassess their views on this little junior sister, seeing that they had all followed her. Lu Yuyu grinned widely. Did they all enjoy the spectacle so much? Well then, let us make it a shared embarrassment. Lu Yuyu retrieved a standard alchemical furnace and placed it in the center of the courtyard. She then beckoned Foam Xiao to come a little closer, cheerfully stating, "I will demonstrate first. If there are any shortcomings, please guide me afterward." Foam Xiao noted her earnest demeanor and nodded in agreement. standing beside the furnace with a serious expression. Typically carefree and unruly, he only adopted such a solemnity when it came to matters of alchemy. Bai Li Wuchen and the others stepped forward as well. Although they were not particularly talented in alchemy, they possessed some knowledge. Liu Yu was unfazed by the number of spectators surrounding her. After preheating the furnace with her spiritual energy, she began to add the herbs one by one. As Feng Xiao observed, his brow furrowed deeper. The herbs she had just placed inside seemed somewhat familiar. Were they suitable for a first-grade elixir? As a fifth-grade alchemist, Feng Xiao had always looked down upon concocting mediocre elixirs, such as the fourth-grade strengthening pill, which held little value for cultivators. Otherwise, he would have recognized that the materials Lu Yuyu had just added were intended for crafting that very pill, little junior sister. Feng Xiao began to inquire about her intended concoction, but Lu Yuyu silenced him with a glance. Sure, don't disturb me, or it will all be in vain. Feng Xiao stepped back quietly, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next moment, the furnace erupted with a loud bang. The tremendous force of the explosion and the searing heat were unavoidable for anyone present, even Bai Li Wuchen, a cultivator at the initial stage of the nascent soul, was knocked back several steps, while the others fared even worse. Liu Yu, having sensed the impending explosion, swiftly retreated, but still found herself caught in the fallout, leaving her even more covered in grime. As for the remarkably talented and distinguished senior brothers, Bai Li Wuchen's pristine white attire had turned entirely gray. His once groomed face now covered in soot, and his stunned expression was quite comical. Feng Xiao, dressed in red, looked as though he had been through a rag pile. It was not only his face that was blackened, but even the 2 strands of hair hanging over his forehead had been singed. With a gentle tug, they crumbled into dust, erasing any trace of his former charm. Li Cha's expression was darker than his clothes and face combined. Casting a cold glance at Lu Yu before turning to leave, disregarding even his most esteemed senior brother, Gong Firen could only muster a wry smile, perhaps surprised that joining the fray could lead to such disarray. Before long, the group hastily departed, likely preoccupied with restoring their appearances. The loud explosion did not attract a crowd, as Lu Yu's frequent mishaps had long desensitized everyone. However, the sight of Bai Li Wuchen and the others emerging from Lu Yu's courtyard, covered in soot, sparked immense curiosity among the onlookers. Eager to witness the spectacle, regardless of familiarity, they greeted the four in various ways. Bai Li, what a coincidence. Feng, have you changed your style? Gong, I have a question about talisman techniques. Do you have a moment? Hey, why are you leaving so quickly, Li? A male disciple attempting to greet Li Cha was met with his icy gaze, prompting him to quickly redirect his attention to Bai Li Wuchen. Exclaiming in a panic, Bai Li, hello. Bai Li Wuchen pursed his lips, questioning his existence. After they had left, Lu Yu did not change her clothes. Instead, buoyed by her joyous mood, she resumed her closed-door alchemy. Unsurprisingly, she once again blew up the furnace. Gazing at the dwindling number of alchemical furnaces in her space, Lu Yu felt a pang of worry. She had nearly exhausted the supply of ordinary furnaces from the sect's storage. If she continued this way, she would truly run out of resources. Determined not to let her efforts go to waste, she gritted her teeth and resolved to approach her next attempt with a calm mind. As she infused her spiritual energy into the furnace, she boldly injected a thread of consciousness, allowing her to observe the changes in the energy produced by the fusion of the herbs. As time passed, Lu Yu's anticipation and excitement grew. Lying in her palm were 8 plump, adorable 4th-grade strengthening pills, nearly bringing her to tears of joy. She had thought that without a furnace, she would be unable to refine any pills at all, and even her typically reckless nature had almost led her to abandon the endeavor. Thankfully, she had succeeded. Grandfather Bai, I have returned your Bai. Manager Bai, seeing her returning 2 items, stroked his white beard and chuckled. Haven't you learned yet? Hee. Would you like this old man to guide you? Lu Yu flashed a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. I've already mastered the contents here. As for the alchemical furnace, I will find a suitable one in the future, so I am returning a Bai to you for now. Manager Bai was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe. You've learned to refine all these pills. His expression was quite remarkable. To be honest, he had doubted that Lu Yu could successfully refine these pills in such a short span of time, let alone master them all. However, Her eyes reflected a confidence devoid of vanity. Had it not been for their location in the library, he would have demanded she demonstrate a batch right then and there. Lu Yuyu, perceptive as she was, immediately sensed Manager Bai's curiosity and skepticism. Knowing he was not one to gossip, she produced a fourth-grade strengthening pill crafted with a Bai and handed it to him. Saying, "Grandfather Bai, this is the fourth-grade strengthening pill I refined." Manager Bai eagerly accepted the pill. Scrutinizing it closely, it appeared well-made, albeit slightly smaller than the average fourth-grade pill, but it was indeed a genuine fourth-grade strengthening pill with decent quality. Haha, I never expected you to become self-taught. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. By the way, are you planning to participate in the upcoming sect competition's alchemy contest? A fourth-grade alchemist is eligible to register for the alchemy competition jointly hosted by the 5 major sects. With promising rankings yielding substantial rewards, a young fourth-grade alchemist like her would surely catch the attention of the Alchemist Guild, and with further guidance, Lu Yuyu's future achievements might rival even Feng Zhao's. Lu Yuyu earnestly nodded. Indeed, I have already registered. She could vividly recall the astonished expression on the face of the senior sister handling registrations when she signed up for the alchemy competition. Assuming Lu Yuyu was merely there for a bit of fun, the senior sister hadn't even tested her alchemical skills before approving her registration, due to the widespread tales of her alchemical mishap. The entire sect has become aware of it. That optimistic senior sister even mused that if Lu Yuyu were to blow up her furnace during the competition, it might inadvertently distract her opponents, thereby increasing the odds of their Hucking Sect's victory. Well, one could say it is making the most of a situation. Elder Bai, with a kind smile that resembled that of a playful old man, encouraged her. I have heard that this time, the rewards for the grand competition prepared by the Tianyan sect are exceedingly generous. Grandpa Bai has high hopes for you. Lu Yuyu nodded fervently. I will certainly strive to secure the greatest honor for our Hucking sect. Elder Bai praised her warmly. Your father is quite fortunate. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the sect's grand competition is upon them. This event is being held at the Tianyan sect, one of the 5 great sects, hence Lu Dingming set off a few days earlier with a group of disciples. Such a grand contest naturally demands a display of grandeur. Thus, Lu Dingming took out his oversized spirit vessel. Typically reserved for special occasions, it not only soared swiftly, but also exuded an air of elegance. Among the 5 great sects, only their Hucking sect possessed the largest and most splendid spirit vessel. However, such luxury comes at a steep price, consuming a significant amount of spirit stones. Lu Dingming watched the vessel ascend further from the ground. A smile graced his face, yet his heart bled at the thought of the costs. What choice did he have? After all, they had been the perennial 5th place. While he had lost face, he must maintain some semblance of dignity. He glanced at his eldest disciple, Bailey Wuchan, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. If they were to break free from their long-standing 5th position, it would rely on the capabilities of his disciples, although it was the first time for Bailey Wuchan and the others to participate in the sect competition. Their talents and strength were evident. Even if they did not secure a commendable position for the sect, their individual standings would surely not be lacking. Dad, Lu Yu approached, her fingers delicately tracing the edge of the spirit vessel as she beamed. This vessel is truly beautiful. Seeing his daughter's delight, Lu Dingming's mood lightened further. Noticing her fondness for the vessel, he indulgently promised, once the competition concludes, I shall procure a smaller vessel for you. This one consumes too many spirit stones and is ill-suited for you. Upon hearing her father's promise, Lu Yuyu smiled widely, her eyes sparkling. Hee, my dad is the best. Lu Dingming affectionately ruffled her hair, thinking, with such a precious daughter, who else would he treat so kindly? Before their departure, your mother repeatedly expressed her concerns about you going far, cautioning you at every turn, almost as if she wished to engrave her worries onto your forehead. Lu Yuyu's thoughts drifted to Qin Mingyue, her mood slightly dimming. If only mother could come along too. I had to leave the sect, and she has to stay behind to take care of things. It's unavoidable. Lu Dingming cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yuyu, subtly suggesting, if you strive diligently to inherit my position in the future and find a capable husband to support you, your mother and I could have a much easier time. Lu Yuyu, frightened by such expectations, shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum, diverting the topic. Rather than exerting unnecessary effort on me, it would be better to focus on nurturing my younger brother. Why burden myself when I can trouble others? Oh, dear brother, I am so sorry, fearing that Lu Dingming might say something outrageous again. Lu Yu quickly shifted the conversation. Dad, how many spirit stones will it take for this vessel to reach the Tianyan sect? Lu Dingming, feeling the pinch, extended 5 fingers. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 66. Becoming accomplished. All know how to add to one's burdens with a smile. No wonder her father looked pained. If it were her, she would likely suffer from heartache as well. After a moment's thought, she took out the spirit stones she had cleverly acquired from her 5 senior brothers, added a bit of her own, and handed them to Lu Dingming. Father, consider this a sponsorship for our Hucking sect. Lu Dingming expected perhaps 200 or 300 high-grade spirit stones at most, but to his astonishment, there were a full 2,000. Unable to contain his surprise, he inquired, "How did you acquire so many? I recall your monthly allowance was only 100 high-grade spirit stones." Lu grinned. "Of course, it is because your daughter is quite adept at generating wealth." Then, gazing into the distant sky, she sighed wistfully. "If we could secure a spot among the top 3 in the overall rankings this time, as the hosts, we would receive additional rewards for the expenses incurred by our visiting sects, such as for food and lodging." Lu's eyes sparkled. 100,000, she waved her hand dramatically, exuding confidence. "Then let us strive for an excellent ranking, eating and drinking at the Tianyan sect's expense, and maybe even taking some goodies home." Lu Dingming could only stare in disbelief. As a sect leader, he would not dare to dream so grandly, yet his daughter seemed unrestrained in her aspirations. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Dingming turned to Lu Yu and asked, "I heard you plan to participate in the alchemy competition." Before their departure, Elder Bai had eagerly sought him out for drinks, usually seizing the opportunity to boast about his daughter. Unexpectedly, this time Elder Bai had beaten him to it, extolling the virtues of Lu Yu, claiming she had a remarkable talent for alchemy and advising him to find her a good mentor during the sect competition. With hopes of nurturing an alchemical prodigy, as for Lu Yu's self-taught ability to concoct 4th-grade elixirs in such a short time, Elder Bai had not disclosed this to Lu Dingming outright. Partly because Lu Yu had requested secrecy, and partly because he wished for Lu Dingming to discover the surprise on his OW and IN truth. Revealing this information had already breached his promise to Lu Yu. However, he felt that with Lu Yu's humble nature, it might take a long time for others to notice her talents, during which she could miss many invaluable opportunities and resources. Thus, he assumed the role of the villain. Gently nudging things along, Lu did not dwell on it too much and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lu Dingming gazed anxiously at his naive daughter, concerned for her pride, and tentatively advised, "Sometimes it's not necessary to push yourself too hard." Elder Bai's words did not convince Lu Dingming that his daughter possessed genuine talent in alchemy. He assumed she was merely pursuing her recent endeavor of learning alchemy, which had resulted in frequent mishaps. He felt moved by her perseverance, hence the desire to find someone to guide her and help her avoid unnecessary detours. In truth, she lacked confidence in achieving any remarkable ranking in this competition. Her primary goal was simply to gain experience. Additionally, she wished to witness how her 4 senior brothers, aside from Su Jinyan, would fare without having had too close of an interaction with Song Nuan, and whether they might still falter due to unforeseen circumstances, especially Bailey Wuchan. In the plot, Bailey Wuchan, at the late Golden Core stage, had the potential to triumph over the Yuanying stage Hong Gang of the Tianyan sect. However, he was distracted by Song Nuan's sudden exclamation and was ultimately knocked off the stage by Hong Gang. Nevertheless, he retained a semblance of honor, for no Golden Core cultivator had ever matched a Yuanying cultivator on equal footing until then. Now, having ascended to the Yuanying stage, he held no special regard for Song Nuan. She was eager to see how Song Nuan would influence him this time. Furthermore, she was curious about how Song Nuan would rise to fame during the sect competition, becoming a jewel in the eyes of the most outstanding prodigies, evoking envy and admiration among all female cultivators, and being hailed as the most beautiful woman by the charming male cultivators. At that moment, Bailey Wuchan approached, bowing respectfully to Lu Dingming. "Master, you should take a break. I will take over the control of the spirit vessel." Lu Dingming looked at his eldest disciple with pride, chuckling heartily. "My eldest disciple knows how to care for others. I shall rest my eyes for a while. You, and Yu can keep an eye on things here. Yu pointed to herself. Bewildered by the unexpected responsibility of spending time alone with the male lead, Liu Dingming winked at his daughter, signaling her to behave. Before departing, Liu Yu felt a pang of melancholy as she watched Liu Dingming's retreating figure. Such a wonderful father, such a commendable sect leader, should not meet such a fate. Could she truly alter both her own destiny and that of Liu Dingming and the Hucking sect while preserving her own life? What is the matter? Bailey Wuchan noticed her lingering gaze on her father's silhouette and inquired. Bailey Wuchan smiled brightly. Master is right. You have indeed grown up. However, you are still young. These matters are not for you to worry about. If the sky were to fall, your elder brother would bear the brunt of it. Liu chuckled. Then you must give it your all, elder brother. She did not want to overlook any factor that could alter the plot and naturally hoped that Bailey Wuchan would excel in this competition. Bailey Wuchan smiled. That goes without saying. Elder brother, I was looking for you for quite a while. Su Jinyan cheerfully approached, having just received a transmission from Song Nuan. She wants to extend a warm welcome to us and asked if you'd grace us with your presence. Su Jinyan beamed at Liu Yu, boasting, little junior sister is here too, but I won't be taking you along this time, as it seems that Sister Song does not hold you in high regard. Liu Yu narrowed her eyes playfully. Indeed, it seems that a few hours apart has led to your newfound sophistication. You now know how to add to others' burdens with a smile. Su Jinyan's gaze shifted. And she denied, not at all. I was merely stating facts or not. That has nothing to do with me. However, when will you publicly apologize for your family's green-haired turtle? Su Jinyan was taken aback. Instinctively asking, what apology? Chapter 67. Serving tea to the green-haired tortoise. Liu Yu wore a smile. Oh, what is there to apologize for? It is about that day when you kicked my green-haired tortoise and left it gravely injured. You promised that once it recovered, you would personally serve it tea and apologize. Su Jinyan. It seems there was indeed a mention of an apology, but did I ever say anything about serving tea? He looked at Liu Yu with difficulty and awkwardly said, Junior sister, a verbal apology should suffice. There's no need for the tea-serving ceremony, right? Liu Yu shot him a glance. What do you think? At this moment, Su Jinyan was in high spirits and did not wish to let this matter dampen his mood. Gritting his teeth, he said, Fine, then hurry up and bring out your giant baby tortoise. Once I apologize, we can consider this matter settled. Liu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Why the rush? Doesn't my green-haired tortoise deserve to be properly dressed before accepting an apology from someone who once harmed it? All right, whatever you say, my lady. I'll do as you wished. Su Jinyan, now wiser, decided not to contradict Liu Yu, lest he end up losing every last shred of dignity. Moreover, seeing how the other senior brothers fared after he left provided some balance to his heart. He now felt that he could not compete with Liu Yu. After all, it was merely an apology to a giant baby tortoise. A man must keep his word, so he would apologize after a while. Feng Xiao and the others arrived. Upon hearing Su Jinyan's intention to fulfill his promise and apologize to the green-haired tortoise, they eagerly volunteered to witness the event. The three of them still felt a lingering fear from the embarrassing incident that transpired that day. And they dared not provoke Liu Yu again. Instead, they enthusiastically supported her. Previously, Feng Xiao would offer a few words of advice when he saw Su Jinyan in trouble, but now he simply ignored it. Having someone to divert Liu Yu's attention was quite advantageous. As long as she didn't target him, he was fine with it, for he was rather thin-skinned. Before long, Liu Yu made her grand entrance with the green-haired tortoise, which had been dressed up beautifully in a custom-made outfit. This was undoubtedly the tortoise's moment of glory. Not only was it freshly washed and gleaming, but it also wore a lovely little outfit and a beautiful floral wreath around its neck. Exuding both cuteness and charm, the green-haired tortoise strained to stand upright on its hind legs, resembling a human awaiting Su Jinyan's apology. Seeing that it struggled to maintain its stance, Liu Yu promptly fetched a chair and placed it atop. Significantly elevating its stature, Su Jinyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle for an apology? Not only that, but Liu Yu also produced a recording stone. Intent on capturing this momentous occasion, realizing he had inadvertently provoked Liu Yu again, Su Jinyan felt a wave of regret, and oh wonder his second senior brother had advised him to be more mindful of his words. He truly lacked discretion. Following Liu Yu's instructions, Su Jinyan bowed deeply to the green-haired tortoise, offered it a cup of tea, and personally assisted it in drinking. Then, with a mournful expression, he recited the lines Lu Yuyu had prepared for him. I am deeply sorry. My dear green-haired tortoise, I should never have kicked you, nor should I have behaved so recklessly as to cause you to spit blood. Even more so, I should not have harmed your physical well-being and your tender heart in my misguided attempts to extort your master. I vow to mend my ways and strive to be a better person henceforth. By the end of his speech, Su Jinyan's face had turned green, and he shot Lu Yuyu a glare. Humph. You are quite relentless. Lu Yuyu merely regarded him with a faintly amused glance, placing her hand near her ear in a gesture of listening. What did you say? Please repeat that. Fearing further torment from Lu Yuyu. Su Jinyan quickly smiled and said, I meant to say you are impressive, truly impressive. I am genuinely in awe of you. Lu Yuyu chose to ignore him, focusing instead on engaging joyfully with her adorably dressed green-haired tortoise. Master, little tortoise has made great strides and can now help the master deal with the bad guys. The green-haired tortoise hopped off the chair and scurried around Lu Yuyu's feet, exuding an air of joy. Indeed, you have made progress this time. I shall commend you for it, Lu Yuyu exclaimed, showering the tortoise with praise until it seemed quite dazed. Little Black Cloud and Little Dumpling were on the verge of tears with envy. Especially Little Black Cloud, who yearned for the freedom to soar in the vast skies. Thus, it silently resumed its training, still possessing a trace of lightning power that needed to be absorbed. Once it succeeded, it would grow stronger, and when the master was struck by lightning again, it could shield her from even more. After fulfilling his promise, Su Jinyan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He then turned to Bai Li Wuqing and the others. Repeating what he had previously said to Bai Li Wuqing, Li Sha regarded Su Jinyan as if he were a fool, his voice cold. Who needs her to welcome us? Am I on familiar terms with her? Gong Firen shook his head. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's best to refrain. After all, we belong to different factions, and getting too close is unwise. Feng Xiao was too lazy to say much and simply uttered 2 words, not going. Bai Li Wuqing cast a faint glance at Su Jinyan and said, as disciples of Huaqing sect, we must discern what is appropriate and what is not. If all 5 of us go, will it bring honor to her or disgrace to our Huaqing sect? Feng Xiao understood that Su Jinyan's childlike nature often led him to seek amusement. Without malice, he sighed and said, your feelings for Song Nuan are your own affair. Don't drag us into it. If you wish to go, no one will stop you. However, if all 5 of us attend, the implications change entirely. All right, you may go and enjoy yourself. I have a few matters to discuss with a senior brother. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan suddenly realized his folly. Feeling ashamed, he quickly took his leave, acknowledging that he had indeed been inconsiderate. Since his senior brothers were not going, he would refrain as well. Lu Yuyu listened quietly from the side. Feeling somewhat reassured, Bai Li Wuqing and the others remained clear-headed. If, in the 9 Nether secret realm, they were to develop any intimate relationship with Song Nuan, it would be concerning. However, apart from Su Jinyan, the others had maintained a considerable distance from her. One could only say that she was indeed the heroine of a harem story, adept at drawing men in while keeping her distance. Wait, no. Now there were only 8 remaining. Remembering that she had devoured one of the male leads, Lu Yuyu felt a surge of hope for the future. With one male lead gone, how far could she be from altering her tragic fate? Chapter 68. A pair of star-crossed lovers. Lu Yuyu chuckled to herself, and Bai Li Wuqing looked at her with exasperation. Why do you always enjoy bullying the 5th disciple? Lu Yuyu shot him an incredulous glance. Do I even need to explain? It is obviously because he has a loose tongue. She thought to herself that she was merely exchanging playful banter with Su Jinyan for now, and she had yet to inflict any substantial harm upon him. Once she grew stronger, if Su Jinyan dared to speak out of turn, it would no longer be just playful banter. Among the 5, Lu Yuyu harbored the most disdain for Su Jinyan. He not only perfectly embodied the sycophantic character written for him, but had also amplified it tenfold. Bai Li Wuqing nodded in agreement. Su Jinyan's recent antics had indeed crossed the line, though his nature remained relatively innocent. Otherwise, as the eldest brother, he would not spare him. Regardless, he would always be your senior brother. How one behaves among friends is one thing, but remember to preserve some dignity in front of outsiders. Having said this, she departed with the green-haired tortoise in her arms. Once Lu Yu left, Feng Xiao approached with a playful grin, teasing, "Eldest brother, your attitude towards junior sister has noticeably shifted lately. Are you perhaps preparing to become the son-in-law of our master?" Bai Li Wuqing's gaze remained calm and unwavering. "I have no interest in romance. My sole pursuit is the Great Way, and I shall not be swayed by matters of the heart." Feng Xiao scrutinized Bai Li Wuqing's expression and found it still as resolute as ever. Previously, when junior sister clung to him, her clumsy attempts had irked him. Now, as she adopted a strategy of distance, it still failed to win him over. Oh, is there truly someone capable of warming his heart? Suddenly recalling something, Feng Xiao exaggeratedly shielded his chest with his fan. Adopting an expression of having stumbled upon a monumental secret, he exclaimed, "I've heard that some men dislike women because they have a preference for men." "Eldest brother, could it be that you?" Bai Li Wuqing cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you also in need of a lesson, like the fifth disciple?" Realizing he had struck a nerve, Feng Xiao quickly conceded, "Good elder brother. I see my error. Please spare me this time," and I shan't dare to do so again. At that moment, those passing by caught snippets of their conversation, words like preference for men, good elder brother, and please spare me, leading to a flurry of gossip. Wow, is it true? Does Bai Li Wuqing have feelings for the second disciple? Sure, we mustn't speak of this carelessly. However, upon closer observation, it seems the second disciple is indeed acting somewhat coy towards Bai Li Wuqing, even attempting to tug at his sleeve. You know what I mean? It's something that can be understood but not spoken of. I noticed that Bai Li Wuqing's attitude towards Lu Yu has improved significantly. I thought he was developing feelings for her, but it turns out that Feng Xiao is the greatest rival. Alas, how the moral fabric of society has declined. It seems that Lu Yu is destined for another fruitless hope. Under the eager yet lewd gazes of the crowd, even the usually upright Bai Li Wuqing found it somewhat unbearable, casting a disapproving glare at Feng Xiao, urging him to temper his frivolity. At that moment, Feng Xiao felt a tinge of awkwardness on his face. He had merely been joking with Bai Li Wuqing, yet the expressions of those around him left him feeling unsettled. "Li Chun, what did that glance of yours mean just now?" Feng Xiao exclaimed, pointing at the individual whose gaze was the most lascivious. Li Chun, caught off guard by the public attention, felt an immediate flush of embarrassment, compounded by his previously suggestive expression, rendering him rather comical. Amidst the daily gossip, to be singled out by the principal party was quite the surprise. Who could understand the family's plight? Ahem, I merely think that brother Feng and brother Bai share a strong bond. Envy-inducing for others, that's all, he stammered, the last chuckle causing his own face to redden. The surrounding crowd could no longer contain themselves, erupting into hearty laughter. Feng Xiao, fully aware of their misunderstanding, attempted to clarify. "You've got it all wrong. I was just joking with my senior brother." The more he explained, the more the others wore amused expressions. Bai Li Wuqing, with a stern countenance, interjected, "What? Do you all believe you possess the confidence to secure a ranking in this grand competition?" The moment Bai Li's temper flared, the laughter ceased, and the crowd hurriedly dispersed like startled birds. During the days spent aboard the spirit vessel, Lu Yu had the distinct impression that the way others regarded her had shifted. Their attitudes increasingly amicable. She could not fathom what event related to her had transpired, and driven by intense curiosity, she seized an opportunity to corner a particularly well-informed senior sister who was alone. Inquiring about the recent oddities, the senior sister's eyes flickered, and with a sigh, she replied, "It's probably for the best that you remain unaware of this matter. Trust me, dear sister, it's for your own good." The glimmer of gossip in Lu Yu's eyes only intensified. It must pertain to her, and it seemed to be quite a significant scoop. The thought of being involved thrilled her even more. "Sister Wen, just tell me, if I am to be kept in the dark for a lifetime, I might as well know early and possibly avert losses." Sister Wen, regarding the increasingly approachable Lu Yu with sympathy, finally relented. "Very well, but brace yourself. This news may come as a considerable shock. And oh worries, just lay it on me. I can handle it." Sister Wen glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before she began. "Lately, everyone has been gossiping that Brother Bai and Brother Feng share an intimate relationship, and the rumors are quite detailed." The sparkle of intrigue in Lu Yu's eyes blazed to life as she quickly produced a handful of spirit seeds, offering them to Sister Wen. "Come now, let us enjoy these seeds while you elaborate on the details. If I get thirsty, I have some fine tea as well." How detailed are these rumors? Please do share. Seeing that Lu Yuyu appeared undisturbed, Sister Wen accepted the spirit seeds, and the two of them nestled in a corner of the spirit vessel as she recounted the events of that day. I didn't catch all the nuances of their conversation, but phrases like intimate relationship and good senior brother were quite audible, especially when Brother Feng playfully tugged at Brother Bai's sleeve, while Brother Bai looked utterly flustered. Sigh. They do seem like a pair of star-crossed lovers. Lu Yuyu nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion!" Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter, scattering spirit seeds across the floor. Chapter 69. Is it possible that I am merely here to make up the numbers? Originally, Sister Wen had worried that her previous remark might imply support for the union of Bai Li Wuchen and Feng Xiao, fearing it would anger Lu Yuyu, but to her surprise, Lu Yuyu was not only unperturbed but appeared rather gleeful, behaving in a decidedly unusual manner. Concerned, Sister Wen gazed at her, wondering if she had been driven to madness. Indeed, moments later, Lu Yuyu's laughter turned to tears. Realizing she might have inadvertently caused trouble, Sister Wen quickly left to seek out Song Ro, who shared a close bond with Lu Yuyu, hoping her comfort would be more effective. Lu Yuyu, still chuckling through her tears, suddenly found herself bewildered. She had been so absorbed in contemplating the hidden feelings between Bai Li Wuchen and Feng Xiao that she momentarily lost sight of her gossiping sister. After Sister Wen's revelations, Lu Yuyu had indeed unearthed some clues within the narrative. It was evident that Feng Xiao, with his charmingly roguish demeanor and flirtatious nature, effortlessly navigated among various beautiful female cultivators. Logically, one might assume he was quite the expert in matters of the heart. Thus, why would he forsake such a wealth of admirers to share Song Wan with another man? In truth, Feng Xiao had never been particularly enamored with Song Wan. Having only learned of Bai Li Wuchen's humble plea for her affection, which she had heart-wrenchingly rejected for numerous reasons, it was only after this that Feng Xiao had inexplicably developed a fervent love for Song Wan. Curiously enough, Song Wan had later reconciled with Bai Li Wuchen, subtly indicating that Feng Xiao had played a role in their reunion. During Bai Li Wuchen's intense confrontations with Chang Heng, Feng Xiao frequently offered advice, such as how to win a woman's affection, proving instrumental in Bai Li Wuchen's success, which ultimately made Song Wan increasingly enamored with him. Thus, a multitude of signs suggested that Feng Xiao's feelings for Song Wan were not as profound as they appeared. But then, why would he enter Song Wan's harem? Could it be that his affections truly lay with Bai Li Wuchen? Realizing she had stumbled upon a significant secret, Lu Yuyu's mouth fell agape. Her expression filled with astonishment as she grasped the implications of her newfound knowledge. When Sister Wen arrived with Song Ro, they were met with this scene. Sister Wen's heart sank further, convinced that Lu Yuyu's laughter was not one of joy, but rather a reaction to her own conflicting emotions. After leaving Song Ro with Lu Yuyu, Sister Wen cast an apologetic glance before silently departing, only to chastise herself for her loose tongue around the corner. How had she failed to consider how deeply this would affect Lu Yuyu? "Song sister, you've arrived," Lu Yuyu greeted, her confusion evident. "What's wrong?" Song Ro inquired, shaking her head as she struggled to find the right words to comfort Lu Yuyu. Finally, with a slight blush, she hesitantly stated, "Well, matters of love cannot be forced. Relationships between men can be the same." Lu Yuyu responded with a bewildered expression. Men can be what? Haha, Song sister, you're quite adorable." Realizing her earlier expression might have misled Song Ro, Lu Yuyu quickly clarified, "You need not comfort me. I understand well enough. Love cannot be forced. Regardless of who loves whom or who takes the lead, I will always respect and bless their union." Song Ro appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering, what does who takes the lead mean? Suddenly, she blushed furiously, casting an accusatory glare at Lu Yuyu. "I knew you were carefree, but I didn't realize you were such a little trickster." Understanding all these absurdities. Well, in any case, as long as you're all right, in truth, Song Ro herself was rather naive regarding the intricacies of such matters. She had only learned during this excursion that relationships could exist between men as well. Lu Yuyu flashed her bright smile. What could possibly be wrong? If they truly can be together, I'd be delighted. As Song Ro observed Lu Yuyu's demeanor, she noted her lack of sorrow. In fact, Lu Yuyu seemed almost gleeful, which put her mind at ease. However, seeing Lu Yuyu become increasingly unabashed, Song Ro felt compelled to interject. Actually, I suspect there may be a misunderstanding. I genuinely believe Brother Bai is not that kind of person. While Brother Feng may be flirtatious, he is quite sincere towards female cultivators. This must simply be the result of overactive imaginations. Lu Yu wore a mischievous grin. Hee, perhaps you're right. Song Ro, uncertain about the depth of the rumors, chose not to pursue the topic further, fearing it might lead Lu Yu astray, especially since she was still just 16, a mere child. By the way, I heard you signed up for the formation competition? Song Ro shifted the conversation, recalling that a fellow sister had mentioned Lu Yuyu's entry. Lu Yuyu's expression turned blank. She had signed up for spirit power, pill refining, and talisman crafting, and had noticed multiple registration spots along the way. The enthusiastic seniors had encouraged her to participate, claiming that the experience was what mattered most, and she had reluctantly agreed. One of those competitions indeed pertained to formations. Lu Yu nodded, to which Song Ro shot her a glance. How come I never knew you were versed in formations? Lu Yu looked somewhat sheepish. To be honest, I'm not really knowledgeable about formations. Song Ro blinked in disbelief. Then how did you manage to pass the selection? Lu Yu was genuinely perplexed. No one informed me of any selection process. They simply told me to ensure I didn't miss the competition. Chapter 70. Lu Laodai engages in a battle of wits with scholars as Lu Yu reflected on the seniors and brothers of Huaqing sect. She felt a deep sense of connection to the narrative, although the original character had been somewhat spoiled and domineering when Bai Li Wuchen and others stood in opposition to Huaqing sect. The members within the sect looked down upon their treacherous actions, viewing them as ungrateful and dishonorable. Before the imposing arrival of Bai Li Wuchen and others, Lu Dingming managed to lead them to escape from the back mountain, ensuring that not a single person was left behind. Even Lu Yena, who had initially opposed her most fiercely, resolutely stood at the forefront, vowing to defend Huaqing sect to the death, ultimately falling beneath the blade of Feng Xiaojian, whom she had clung to with a glimmer of hope. Reflecting on this, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. In critical moments, distinguishing between friend and foe becomes nearly impossible. Why this sudden wave of despondency? Song Ro, being perceptive, immediately sensed that Lu Yu's mood was somewhat off. It was merely a matter of participation, a formality, without the need for excessive anxiety. Lu Yu replied, "It's nothing, just suddenly reminded of some unpleasant memories, and my heart feels a bit constricted." Song Ro gently advised, "If it's an unpleasant memory, then try not to dwell on it. Living in the present is what truly matters." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Sister Song was right. Living in the present was indeed paramount, for only by continuously striving to grow stronger in the present could she hope to prevent such tragedies in the future with her own power. This was a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Their strength would lead to their love being celebrated and envied by the world, while if they were weak, their so-called forbidden love would merely be seen as a trivial affair. As Song Ro's gentle words of comfort echoed in her ears, Lu Yu suddenly felt a wave of reluctance. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out and embraced Song Ro, who was sitting shoulder to shoulder with her on the deck. "Sister Song, if one day I find your sister, and she does not like me, will you ignore me?" Song Ro had become Lu Yu's first true friend in this world, a kindness she had never before encountered. Song Ro would prepare delicious food for her, play with her, and comfort her. Lu Yu couldn't help but hug her a bit tighter. Song Ro was unsure why Lu Yu had said such things, but she could sense the profound unease emanating from her. Thus, she gently patted her head and reassured her, "That won't happen. If my sister knows it was you who saved me and that you have become good friends with her sister, she surely won't dislike you. Besides, with me as your sister, even if she doesn't like you, she wouldn't dare to bully you. That's called bloodline suppression. You see, when we were young, my sister always listened to me. The moment I wore a serious expression, she would immediately behave. Her sister might have been a bit playful, but she was definitely not the kind of girl who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. In any case, it would not affect the bond between her and Lu Yu. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with warmth. This time, she was willing to trust Song Ro, both for the variables that had emerged from her rescue and for the friendship they had cultivated through their daily interactions. At Tianyan sect, she had already humbled herself and actively sought reconciliation with them, yet none had shown her any respect. It was a disappointment, especially since she had held them in such high regard. Song Wan's eyes were reddened with frustration. Seeing her downcast demeanor, Shen Xingchen approached to offer comfort, saying, "It's better that they didn't come. After all, the competition is meant for rivalry, and this way, we can avoid any misunderstandings." Song Nuan gazed at him with a look of innocence. "Is it wrong for me to feel this way? Do you think they feel the same, which is why they so mercilessly rejected me?" Shen Xingchen's body stiffened, averting his gaze, afraid that the unsavory desires lurking in his heart might be revealed to her. Recently, he couldn't quite grasp why he felt an irresistible allure emanating from Song Nuan, making him subconsciously want to draw closer to her, even to possess her, especially when she gazed at him with her glistening, beautiful eyes. An unusual impulse surged within him, not daring to let his thoughts continue down that path. Shen Xingchen offered a few more words of comfort to Song Nuan before hastily departing. Witnessing Shen Xingchen's growing impatience towards her, Song Nuan was left questioning her own worth. Had she truly transformed from a beloved figure to one that was detested? "Master, why do you furrow your brow again? You've been frowning quite frequently lately. Is there something troubling you?" Upon seeing Chong Hang, Song Nuan instantly perked up, flitting over to his side like a joyful little bird, expressing her concern. Chong Hang shook his head gently and replied, "I still have matters to attend to. You should go amuse yourself for now." "All right." Song Nuan's smile remained, yet her heart felt as bitter as gall. Shen Xingchen was dismissive towards her, and it seemed her master was too. What was happening to everyone as she watched her disappearing figure? Chong Hang sighed, his expression turning somber. Since she was still young, he had kept her sheltered on this desolate Wuji mountain, severing all her ties to the outside world. Was that truly what was best for her? He could see that her innate pure-in constitution was becoming increasingly difficult to contain, and could he truly protect her alone? After spending 3 days aboard the spirit vessel, Lu Yuyu and her companions finally arrived at the competition venue established by Tianyan sect. Albeit rather late, as members from the other 3 sects had already gathered. Among the 5 great sects, apart from Huaqing sect and Tianyan sect, there were also Piao Miao sect, Hongmeng sect, and Wuji sect. It could be said that while the name of Huaqing sect was relatively modest, the names of the other 4 sects exuded an air of grandeur and prestige. Upon spotting the emblematic spirit vessel of Huaqing sect, the 4 sect masters, who had already congregated and were exchanging pleasantries, approached with smiles. The sect master of Tianyan sect, Fu Tingfeng, greeted Lu Di. "How have you been?" In truth, Fu Tingfeng was a few years younger than Lu Dingming, and seeing the other 3 sect masters address Lu Dingming as old brother Lu, he casually followed suit. Given that Huaqing sect had always been seen as the perennial 5th, Lu Dingming clasped his hands in greeting. "Fu sect master, it has been many years. You have grown even more formidable." Fu Tingfeng's expression flickered slightly. He had indeed gained some weight recently, but it could hardly be described as robust. The jovial Yun Hongbo, the sect master of Piao Miao sect, laughed heartily. "Haha, old brother Lu, you have finally arrived. We were just discussing whether you would feel embarrassed to participate in this sect competition." Lu Dingming smiled warmly. "For the sake of brother Yun, Huaqing sect cannot abstain. Otherwise, it would be ungracious of me to let my brother take the last place." Yun Hongbo's smile instantly faltered. The sect master of Hongmeng sect, Lin Shichong, chuckled wryly. "Old brother Lu, your tongue remains as sharp as ever." Lu Dingming humbly replied, "I have always been somewhat blunt, often speaking the plain truth. I hope you do not find it amusing." Meanwhile, Feng Zongming of Wuji sect, who rarely spoke, merely nodded at Lu Dingming in acknowledgement. Lu Yu stood not far away, observing the exchange, noting how the first 2 had already adopted a tone of banter. It seemed they were teasing her father without a hint of shame. However, she was surprised by her father's formidable prowess in verbal sparring, holding his own against the learned assembly. Feeling Lu Yuyu's gaze upon him, Lu Dingming smiled and beckoned her over. "This is my daughter, Yuyu. Come and greet your esteemed uncles." Lu Yuyu's eyes brightened, instantly grasping her father's intention. Pointing at Fu Tingfeng, Lu Dingming said, "This is Fu sect master of Tianyan sect. You can call him Uncle Fu." Lu Yuyu, with a charming smile, sweetly addressed, "Hello, Uncle Fu. My father has always praised you as possessing an ethereal aura. It seems he was not mistaken. You appear radiant and amiable. I can only imagine a true celestial being would resemble you." Hearing her words, Fu sect master's expression was one of surprise, though he concealed it well. observing that her eloquence surpassed even that of Lu Dingming. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You are quite the silver-tongued lass. I have nothing to offer you for our first meeting, but please accept this jade pendant, which can withstand the mightiest blow from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator 3 times. Take it and enjoy." Lu beamed as she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Fu." Without waiting for Lu Dingming to introduce her, having already gleaned information about the other sect masters, Lu Yu turned her attention to Yun Hongbo. Grinning as she greeted, "Hello, Uncle Yun." Yun Hongbo, taken aback, inquired, "How do you know who I am?" Lu Yu feigned innocence, replying, "Because my father mentioned that the most approachable person here is Uncle Yun. And since you have been smiling all along, it must be you." Yun Hongbo's face flushed with embarrassment. While he enjoyed smiling, he had often been nicknamed the Smiling Tiger. This was the first time someone had called him approachable. Truly, she was just a child, her pure heart seeing the good in everyone. Since Fu Sect Master had already presented a gift, he felt he couldn't be empty-handed, considering what to give this delightful child. He rummaged through his space for a while before suddenly brightening, producing a teleportation scroll to present to Lu Yu. "While I cannot match Uncle Fu's treasures, this is the best I can offer. When you encounter danger, running away is far better than confronting it head-on. This teleportation scroll can whisk you thousands of miles away in an instant, ensuring that even a god transformation cultivator would be unable to catch you." Fu Sect Master discreetly cast a glance at Yun's Sect Master, feeling somewhat disdainful at the subtle comparison in gifts. However, he was surprised that Yun Hongbo would part with such a valuable item. Clearly quite fond of the charming and endearing young Lu Yu, Lu's eyes sparkled with delight. She was aware of Piao Miao Sect's mastery of talismanic arts, and that Yun Hongbo was among the few in the Divine Enlightenment continent who had comprehended the laws of space. Moreover, a teleportation scroll was significantly superior to a simple teleportation talisman, capable of transporting someone thousands of miles away. Even a gifted cultivator like Yun's Sect Master would require considerable effort to create one. This gift was not merely precious. It was akin to granting a life-saving opportunity to someone in peril. Lu's smile became genuinely heartfelt as she expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Yun." Not lingering too long, she turned her beaming gaze towards Lin Shichong, the sect master of Hongmeng Sect, and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Lin." Lin Shichong, without needing her to sing his praises, took out a small bag of mustard seeds. "Since they have gifted you something to preserve your life, I shall bestow upon you some trifles. Young ladies often indulge in shopping. Here are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Spend them wisely." Lu immediately smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Father always says Uncle Lin is adept at making wealth. But I did not expect him to be so considerate towards his juniors." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Feng Zongming of the Wujizong observed that everyone was presenting gifts, and after Lu Yu greeted him, he handed her a small porcelain vial. "This is a 9-turn revival pill. As long as a breath remains, your life will be untroubled." The 9-turn revival pill is an 8th-grade elixir, crafted from exceedingly rare materials, and is a treasure exclusive to Wujizong. Lu solemnly accepted the vial, her voice resolute. "Thank you, Uncle Feng." Seeing the escalating value of the gifts exchanged, Master Fu felt a twinge of discomfort. He was the head of the 5 major sects, yet the offerings from his peers overshadowed his own, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, he beckoned to Lu Yu. "Yu, come here." Although puzzled, Lu Yu approached obediently. Master Fu then produced a small green umbrella, smiling as he said, "Uncle Fu wishes to gift you one more fine item. This is not an ordinary umbrella. It is a spirit-gathering umbrella. When opened, it can draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, making your cultivation efforts significantly more effective. This spirit-gathering umbrella is beneficial only to cultivators below the transformation stage. Originally, he intended to reserve it for his future children. But as he had yet to find a compatible partner, and it seemed unlikely he would have descendants, he decided to bestow it upon Lu Yu, regardless of how she survived the bloodthirsty python. Her life was indeed fortunate. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities must have future blessings. She is a child of good fortune and charm. Thus, it is a chance to cultivate a kind connection. Initially, upon seeing the small green umbrella, Lu Yu's expression turned pale, but after hearing his explanation, her eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a precious artifact for cultivation. Swiftly accepting the spirit-gathering umbrella, she beamed. Uncle Fu. You are truly kind. Master Fu stroked his beard, clearly pleased by Lu Yuyu's flattery. The other three sect leaders exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly, realizing that this Fu Tingfeng was indeed one to engage in comparisons. Meanwhile, Lu Dingming was almost bursting with joy, surprised by his daughter's eloquence and the generosity of the gifts presented. After Lu Yuyu finished receiving the gifts, he cleared his throat and said, "All right. You may go play now." Once Lu Yuyu had departed, he clasped his hands towards the others. "Thank you, dear friends, for your kindness towards my daughter." Yun Zongzhu glanced at him. "Feel free to laugh. Don't restrain yourself." Liu Dingming immediately burst into laughter, for among them, he was the only one with a daughter, delicate, soft, and utterly adorable. Truly, she brought him honor as an elder. In the world of cultivation, progeny are often scarce. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to bear offspring. However, he was fortunate to have both a son and a daughter. Liu Yuyu shot him a glance. "Why do you look at me like that? Do you want to eat me?" Su Jinyan awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "Little junior sister, what are you saying? I wouldn't dare to eat anyone, especially not you, my most cherished little junior sister. Hee, do show me what treasures the esteemed sect leaders have given you, so I too may feast my eyes." Chapter 72. Can I always please my master? Lu Yuyu smiled sweetly. Perhaps it's best not to look. I fear you might see something you like and suddenly say, "Oh, this is wonderful. If only I could give it to Sister Song, that would be even better." Su Jinyan instantly felt a pang of guilt, his expression becoming awkward. "Little junior sister, please don't mock your senior brother. Ever since I declined Sister Song's welcome dinner, she has not spoken to me. Alas, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." Lu Yuyu regarded Su Jinyan with newfound respect, surprised that this thoughtless little sycophant dared to criticize Song Nuan. Seeing her expression brighten, Su Jinyan quickly adopted a playful demeanor. "Good junior sister. Do show me, won't you? Let me also expand my horizons, especially that little green umbrella. Is it the legendary spirit-gathering umbrella?" Lu Yuyu did not deny it. Indeed, Su Jinyan knew it was inappropriate to make such a request. Yet, he couldn't help himself. "May I borrow it for a few days? I promise to return it to you later." Liu Yu chuckled. "What a fanciful idea, such a fine treasure, and I have yet to use it myself." "Not a chance." Su Jinyan's shoulders slumped, his expression that of a pitiful puppy. Liu Yu, unfazed, turned to seek out Song Ro. Feng Xiao approached and, noticing Su Jinyan's crestfallen demeanor, couldn't resist teasing. "What happened? Did your love proposal get rejected?" Su Jinyan gave a weak glance, dejectedly replying, "Sister Song hasn't acknowledged me in ages. I was hoping to borrow the spirit-gathering umbrella from little junior sister to cheer her up. But she wouldn't lend it." Seeing Feng's eyes narrow in reproach, Su Jinyan hastily added, "I don't blame little junior sister for not lending me the umbrella. I know that request was unreasonable. Yet, I can't help it. I always want to do good for Sister Song. When she ignores me, it feels like a cat is scratching at my heart. It's unbearably painful." Feng Xiao observed Su Jinyan, troubled by love, and remarked, "Perhaps little junior sister is right. You are indeed the sycophant she described. When faced with a beloved master, one cannot help but wag their tail, just as you always seek to please Song Nuan." Su Jinyan glanced at Feng Xiao, weary. "Senior brother, please spare me the mockery." Suddenly, Feng Xiao's expression grew serious. "I am not mocking you. Your current state is deeply concerning. You are on the verge of losing yourself. Heed my advice. After this sect competition, enter seclusion until you reach the nascent soul stage." Lu Yuyu was not far off and overheard their conversation clearly. Upon reflection, Su Jinyan's infatuation with Song Nuan did not seem to align with the charming narrative. Rather, it appeared exceedingly distasteful. Could it be that since Bai Li Wuchen and others had yet to fall for Song Nuan, all the love they lacked had been heaped upon Su Jinyan? Thus, he loved with such abandon, as if lost in himself. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but click her tongue, deeming her thoughts absurd. Shaking her head to dispel the fanciful notions, she moved away. Moments later, she spotted Song Ro approaching her, excitement radiating from her. "Yuyu, I just saw her. I won't mistake her. She is my biological sister." Seeing the uncontainable joy on Song Ro's face, Lu Yuyu felt happiness for her. "Did you recognize each other?" Song Ro shook her head. "There were too many people around her, and I want to wait until it's less crowded before I go to find her." Liu Yuyu genuinely congratulated her. "Congratulations, Sister Song. Song Ro's expression suddenly turned tense. She was surrounded by so many admirers. She must be very popular within the sect. I wonder if she will resent me for being her sister. Lu Yu comforted her. She won't. When she sees that you are alive, she will surely be overjoyed. Song Ro carried a wound that Song Nuan had buried deep within her heart, unwilling to share with anyone. Surely, upon discovering her sister was alive, Song Nuan would be immensely surprised. Will you accompany me to meet her? Song Ro asked Lu Yu. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then declined. Perhaps it's best if you two sisters reunite alone. You surely have many secrets to share. We can gather again when we have time. Song Ro found her reasoning sound and smiled gently. All right, I will follow your lead. The sect competition was set to officially commence the following day. Lu Yu and the others were arranged in a spacious courtyard. Lu Yu shared a room with Song Ro, and after they had settled in, encouraged by Lu Yu, Song Ro went to find Song Nuan. Master, you said you disliked that person named Song Nuan. Why do you still support your good friend in seeking her out? Little Black Cloud suddenly inquired. Lu Yu gazed out at the sky, her expression somewhat distant. Whether she seeks out Song Nuan is not for me to decide. As her friend, I naturally hope for her happiness. If it brings her joy, I must encourage her to pursue it. This is the only thing I can do for her as a friend. Little Black Cloud replied. What if Song Nuan doesn't like you and forbids her sister from continuing to be friends with you? Lu Yu's gaze darkened slightly. Whether or not she chooses to be friends with me is her prerogative. However, if she chooses to oppose me, I will not hesitate or show mercy. Little Black Cloud chuckled. Then Little Cloud will rest easy. Just be sure not to show kindness and end up getting hurt. Lu Yu shot at a glance. Why are you speaking so sweetly today? This isn't like you. Have you been possessed? Little Black Cloud rolled its eyes dramatically. Who would dare possess Little Cloud? They would be doomed to 800 lifetimes of misfortune, hee. The reason I share this with you is due to my innate perceptive abilities. I sense that this Song Nuan is fated to clash with you, and the outcome may very well be one of mutual destruction. I fear that if your senior sister supports that woman, you may suffer greatly. Lu Yu looked at Little Black Cloud in astonishment. You possess such abilities. Little Black Cloud proudly puffed out its chest. The Black Cloud clan is capable of all things. Upon witnessing its audacious behavior, the diminutive deer, Lu Yu, enthusiastically raised her thumb in support, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed, the Black Cloud clan is truly formidable. Delighted by the master's praise, the Little Black Cloud felt elated and refrained from further disturbing Lu Yu. Instead, gracefully swimming through the sea of consciousness, exuding an air of satisfaction and joy. Meanwhile, the small round creature, having overheard the exchange, rolled its round eyes and, utilizing the unique communication method of spirit pets, sweetly implored, Brother Yun, could you perhaps sense if my future holds the prospect of leading all realms? The green-haired turtle, with its beady eyes also darting around, chimed in with a playful grin. Brother Yun, do help little turtle brother predict if I will become exceptionally powerful and continue to win the master's favor. Chapter 73. Never speaking of possession, nor afraid of loss. No exception for anyone immediately. The Little Black Cloud appeared somewhat awkward. As a noble member of the Black Cloud clan, it was not akin to the soothsayer Chong Hang from the Tianyan sect, and thus had no inkling of what the future held for the small round creature and the green turtle. However, seizing such an excellent opportunity to charm them was an opportunity it would not let slip by. Clearing its throat twice, the Little Black Cloud mimicked Lu Yu by placing its hands behind its back and gazing at the small round creature, saying, The master is correct. Your future is indeed bright. Not only will you lead all realms, but with the master by your side, the world shall be at your feet. After a brief pause, its expression shifted to one of hesitation as it continued. However, there lies a formidable obstacle in your path. The small round creature eagerly inquired, Brother Yun, what obstacle? Please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. The Little Black Cloud then shook its head and stated, Your destiny requires not only the master, but also a benefactor. More accurately, a noble cloud. As long as you maintain a good relationship with a certain cloud and heed its counsel, you shall turn peril into safety and misfortune into fortune, thus avoiding many detours. This obstacle shall be easily overcome. Then, turning to the green turtle, it advised, As for you, remember this 14-word mantra. What is meant to be will be, what is not meant to be should not be forced. Do not aspire to the throne of the first spirit pet. Rather, You can strive for the position of the second. The green turtle was taken aback. Does it truly believe me to be simple-minded? The beads of my abacus are nearly clattering on my shell. As long as I, the little turtle, exist, you shall only be the second. The throne of the first spirit pet is mine for the taking. You might as well give up on that dream. I refuse to listen to your nonsensical chatter. I shall seek the master to converse about poetry and songs to deepen our bond. Not only the green turtle, but even the small round creature began to sense something amiss. Quickly realizing that the little black cloud was delivering a veiled message, clearly treating them as fools. Though lacking the green turtle's refined sarcasm, it was no pushover either, and indignantly declared, "Fine. While I empathize with you. You plot against me. Our previous alliance is hereby dissolved. The small round creature shall also confide in the master. Farewell, deceitful Yun Yun." The little black cloud felt somewhat embarrassed. It merely wished to solidify its superior status, but found these too difficult to deceive and genuinely angry. For several days, it attempted to befriend the green turtle and the small round creature, but all efforts ended in failure. IT soon discovered itself isolated. IT needed to make them understand that as the master's spirit pets, unity was essential for harmonious coexistence and to unleash their maximum potential in critical moments. After all, the green turtle was the master's first spirit pet and must ensure that these little subordinates remained obedient. Sparing the master any worries, of course. The subtle rivalry among the three was unknown to Lu Yuyu, and even if she were aware, she would not intervene excessively, though they were her spirit pets. They were also independent individuals, and as long as their nature was not malicious, she would not restrict their interactions. After all, competition fosters growth. Seeing the joy radiating from her face, Lu Yuyu inferred that the recognition between her and her sister had been smooth, prompting her to smile and say, "I presume you and your sister have recognized each other." "Congratulations," Song Ro approached, sitting beside Lu Yuyu, and smiled softly. Indeed, she has changed significantly in appearance, yet her temperament remains unchanged. She mentioned that her master had foreseen her fate, indicating that she no longer had any kin, leading her to believe I was no longer among the living. However, her master was not entirely correct. "Had you not saved me, I would likely have long been buried beneath the earth." What Song Ro did not mention was that her sister seemed to harbor significant resentment towards Yuyu. Although she acknowledged that Yuyu had saved her, her sister's expression only grew more sullen. Nonetheless, Song Ro had no intention of burdening Lu Yuyu with such trivial matters, choosing instead to mediate her sister's prejudice against Yuyu through her own methods. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuyu hesitated and asked Sister Song, "Is it because you were saved by me that you are willing to befriend me? After all, no female cultivators were willing to associate with me back then." Song Ro chuckled, admitting, "Indeed, it was your act of saving me that compelled me to express my gratitude. I initially thought you would be, as the rumors suggest, a spoiled young lady, disdaining to mingle with disciples like us. However, as we spent time together, I discovered your character to be exceptionally kind, unmistakably so, you know. My world was once quite monotonous, but you have infused it with countless colors and joy. I am truly grateful that you are willing to befriend me and hope this bond can endure." Though Song Ro felt her words might be overly sentimental, they were genuinely reflective of her thoughts, devoid of any pretense. She could sense that Lu Yuyu was a person lacking in security. And she recognized that Yuyu encouraged her to reconcile with her sister while harboring a mindset of anxiety over potential loss. During their conversation, Song Ro could perceive the friction that had undoubtedly existed between Yuyu and her sister in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. And Yuyu could not possibly be unaware of it. With a charming smile, Song Ro gazed at Lu Yuyu, thinking to herself that despite Yuyu's seemingly carefree exterior, her heart was, in fact, quite soft and kind-hearted. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu broke into a somewhat foolish grin, exclaiming, "Hooray, now that you say this, I feel relieved." Song Ro seemed to recall something, cautioning, "If my sister deliberately provokes you in the future, do not feel the need to spare my feelings. If you suffer because of me, I shall be upset." Despite having interacted only once, she deeply sensed that her long-lost sister had become quite self-centered and stubborn, as long as everyone acquiesced to her whims. It was acceptable. However, should anyone utter a word that displeased her, she would not hesitate to show her displeasure. With a slight sigh, Song Ro considered that perhaps her sister's current position being the center of attention, had contributed to her sense of entitlement, leading her to become somewhat lost in herself. Liu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, pondering the possibility that their friendship might indeed endure. As for Song Wan, she would not hesitate to stand her ground if provoked. That was simply her nature. She would never compromise for anyone. If someone witnessed her being wronged without offering assistance and expected her to endure it, then apologies, but they were strangers to her. Initially, even knowing Song Ro's sensitive identity, Liu Yuyu chose to befriend her without fear of future betrayal. She never spoke of possession nor feared loss. This principle applied to everyone without exception. Chapter 74. Not lacking your trivial matters, the sect competition finally commenced. Liu Yuyu arrived at the venue early. With no match scheduled for Su Jinyan that day, he was assigned to accompany her as she strolled about. Liu Yuyu suddenly, a delicate yet indignant female voice called out. Liu Yuyu turned towards the source of the voice, her expression one of confusion. What do you want? There stood Song Wan, flanked by two female cultivators, marching towards her with an imposing demeanor. Ignoring Su Jinyan, who seemed invisible to her, Song Wan approached Liu Yuyu and bluntly questioned, "Is it because I did not invite you that you are preventing Su Shidi and the others from associating with me?" Liu Yuyu burst into laughter, replying, "You come here accusing me of stealing your man, yet may I ask, how well do we know each other?" Beside her, Su Jinyan awkwardly attempted to clarify, "Sister Song, you're mistaken. This has nothing to do with junior sister. It was our collective decision not to attend. You are truly misunderstanding the situation." Seeing Su Jinyan, who was typically exuberant around her, now meekly explaining to Song Wan, only fueled her anger further. Without a shred of doubt, she believed Liu Yuyu had threatened them. A daughter of the sect, could she arbitrarily strip others of their right to friendship? Initially merely a guess, it became a certainty, and she hastily accused Liu Yuyu without evidence. Su Jinyan's right to choose friends was his own. She should not interfere with that, just because her father was the sect leader. It did not grant her the authority to treat others as mere extensions of herself. Recalling the previous night when her long-deceased sister unexpectedly reappeared, a complex mix of emotions flickered in Song Wan's eyes. Though she had been overjoyed, hearing her sister mention being saved by Liu Yuyu left her feeling quite uncomfortable, as if events should not have unfolded in such a manner. The more her sister praised Liu Yuyu, the angrier she became, resulting in a bittersweet reunion with her sister. Regardless of who or what was involved, anything connected to Liu Yuyu invariably displeased her, even if Liu Yuyu had saved her sister's life. It did nothing to diminish her disdain for her. Liu Yuyu, perceiving her as somewhat foolish, remarked, "Is your brain not functioning properly? Su Jinyan has already explained. Are you deaf? Moreover, it was they who rejected your invitation." Instead of confronting them directly, "You dare to question me, their nominal partner. You truly have some audacity." At this moment, Bai Li Wuchen, who had just achieved a resounding victory in his first match, heard the voice of Liu Yuyu and walked over in its direction. Upon seeing Bai Li Wuchen, Song Wan's eyes brightened slightly. However, recalling how he had barely acknowledged her in the secret realm, she decided not to press her luck further. With a tone of indifference, she said, "It's nothing. I merely believe that Su Shidi and your group are not mere appendages to Liu Yuyu. I was simply standing up for Song Shidi, nothing more." The last few words left Su Jinyan's face flushed, yet he refrained from speaking out for fear of hurting Song Wan's feelings. Only then did Bai Li Wuchen turn his gaze toward Song Wan. His eyes shallow, yet his words devoid of warmth. "It was I who forbade it. Given our differing statuses, it is prudent to avoid misunderstandings. After all, we are all quite busy." Song Wan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and the female cultivators accompanying her exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting amusement. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the outstanding talents in this grand competition and had unanimously agreed that the 5 brothers from Huaqing sect were the most striking in appearance. Subsequently, Song Wan had boasted about her close relations with those exceptionally handsome men, lamenting that Liu Yuyu, due to her status, forbade them from associating with her. However, observing the expressions and words of these 2 men, it appeared that the situation was not as she had portrayed. Humiliated in front of everyone, Song Wan wished she could find a hole to hide in. Yet, retreating now would mean total defeat. It was one thing to endure this in the Jiu's secret realm, but here, in her own territory, how could she possibly fear Liu Yuyu? Nevertheless, with Bai Li Wuchen openly defending Liu Yuyu, Any further argument would only make her seem unreasonable. Moreover, given the setting of Tianyan sect, fixating on a single issue would only portray her as petty. After coming to this realization, Song Wan forced a smile and, with an apologetic demeanor, addressed Lu Yuyu. I apologize. I misunderstood the situation and wish to extend my sincerest apologies. Seeing her finally act with some intellect, Lu Yuyu raised an eyebrow, amused by the awakening of the heroine's consciousness. How amusing it was previously. She had been mindlessly fawning over by Li Wuqian, and now she seemed to have regained her sense of dignity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yuyu could not afford to lose her composure. It's all right if you misunderstood. Just ensure you don't misjudge people. After all, not everyone is as generous and accommodating as I am. Songwon had long learned from Su Jinyan about Lu Yuyu's penchant for swindling others, and she suspected that Lu Yuyu was trying to extort something from her. With a glimmer of calculation in her eyes, she responded with utmost politeness. Indeed, I was in the wrong. If you desire any form of compensation, feel free to mention it, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. The initiative to propose compensation. How delightful. Lu Yuyu smiled cheerfully at Song Wan, leaving her to decide for herself. Instinctively, Song Wan covered the pink bracelet on her wrist. Biting her lip, her expression one of distress. Since I am apologizing, it is certainly sincere. Unfortunately, I possess nothing of value. This pink bracelet is all I have, a birthday gift from my master. I noticed you were eyeing it earlier. Well, if it comes to that, I will part with it. The two female cultivators beside her, well aware of the bracelet's origin, were initially eager to watch Song Wan suffer, but they could no longer maintain their composure. Having flattered Song Wan for so long, they had never even touched the bracelet. How could they let it go so easily to an outsider? If they managed to save Song Wan from this compensation, would she lend them the bracelet for a few days? Thus, one girl with high cheekbones stepped forward, adopting a protective stance in front of Song Wan and disdainfully looking down at Lu Yuyu, as the daughter of the sect leader. Who would have thought you would be so shallow as to covet my junior sister Song as precious bracelet? Chapter 75. Oh dear. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? A gust of cool wind swept through, and Lu Yuyu's abrupt voice captured everyone's attention, redirecting their gazes toward her. With a sigh, she dramatically retrieved a beautiful pink cloak from her spatial ring and draped it over herself. Then, casting a glance at Song Wan and the others, she inquired, "What were you just saying? Coveting your precious treasures?" She then turned her gaze to the bracelet Song Wan was tightly guarding, her expression one of incredulity. Surely, no one could be so impoverished as to consider such trifles as family heirlooms. The moment Lu Yuyu revealed the cloak, everyone distinctly sensed that its material was of the same origin as Song Wan's bracelet. The expressions of those present turned peculiar, especially Song Wan and Lin Huakai, whose faces displayed a range of emotions. Song Wan's eyes flickered, and an awkward smile crept onto her face as she scrutinized Lu Yuyu's cloak, suddenly noticing a slight disparity in color compared to her bracelet. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "Lu Shimi, your cloak appears to be newly crafted. It seems the material differs from that of my bracelet." Lu Yuyu had not anticipated that Song Wan would possess such audacity. Still refusing to acknowledge that her cloak was made from the silk of the mutated celestial silkworm, thus, she replied with a hint of mockery, "What else could it be made of but the silk of the mutated celestial silkworm? It's brand new." With a shift in her tone, she continued, "Now, let us clarify what just transpired, as being wrongfully accused is truly unpleasant. First, you, Song Wan, slandered me. Second, it was you who proposed compensation. Lastly, what you hold dear, the bracelet, is to me merely a second-hand trinket, and I could readily create countless brand new ones if I so wished. I must mention that I didn't even glance at it earlier. You have no idea how comical your expression was just now." Haha, as Lu Yu spoke, she could no longer contain her laughter. After she had her fill, she disregarded the fact that Song Wan was blushing in embarrassment and tightened her own cloak, turning her gaze toward Lin Huakai, who had just claimed that Huaqing sect was impoverished. In a cold tone, she remarked, "As for you, no matter how poor Huaqing sect may be, it is not your place as a mere female cultivator to speak out so freely. Regarding your disrespectful remarks about my sect, I will report this to my father, and he may inquire with your sect leader whether your disrespect was a personal affront or sanctioned by Tianyan sect." Lin Huakai visibly panicked, her earlier sharpness evaporating as she looked at Lu Yuyu with feigned sweetness, forcing a smile. It was merely a playful exchange among us girls. Let us not escalate it to the sect leader. Lu Yuyu, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, replied, "Who are us? Are we familiar?" She regarded Lin Huakai with a mocking glimmer in her eyes. "Is this your way of apologizing? You feign indignation over others supposedly coveting your trinket, while your friends mock me, and you not only fail to stop them but seem quite pleased. When one is in the right, why should they show leniency? Must only those like you, who casually slander and insult others, be allowed to refuse to forgive?" Each of Lu Yuyu's words struck like a hammer against Song Nuan's face, leaving her flushed and teary-eyed. Dizzy and on the verge of collapse, Bai Li Wuchen stood behind Lu Yuyu, feeling an odd sense of pride. It must be said, her tongue was indeed sharp, seeing Song Nuan in such a predicament. Su Jinmian felt a pang of sympathy and tugged at Lu Yuyu's sleeve, whispering, "Junior sister, that's enough." Lu Yuyu cast a fleeting glance at him, her brows furrowing coldly as she said, "Get lost." Her words were a merciless attack on the foolish and brainless. Su Jinmian's face flushed crimson, feeling that Lu Yuyu was exceedingly disrespectful. However, with his senior brother present, he dared not speak too harshly and could only glare at Lu Yuyu in frustration. Song Nuan, observing Lin Huakai cowering behind her in fear, looked at Lu Yuyu with indignation and asked, "What do you intend to do? Must you push senior sister Lin to her demise?" Chapter 76. Master. "My sister, she is still alive." Upon hearing the voice, Song Nuan looked towards the newcomer with delight, resembling a child who, having endured much hardship, finally sees a parent. Her eyes were swollen as she exclaimed, "Master, I inadvertently offended Lu Yuyu just now, and senior sister Lin spoke a few words for me, yet she remained relentless. Disciple, disciple." As she spoke, Song Nuan could not help but tear up, her voice choking as the latter part of her sentence became stuck in her throat. Lu Yuyu paid no heed to Song Nuan's petty schemes, but instead turned her gaze to the figure of Chong Heng, one of the male leads who had taken her under his wing since he learned of her emotional ties with Song Nuan. Chong Heng appeared to belong to the same archetype as Bai Li Wuchen, both exuding an air of serene detachment and cold elegance. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Chong Heng's first glance fell upon Bai Li Wuchen, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Only then did he cast a downward glance at Lu Yuyu, and that single look caused a frost to form between his brows, while he could faintly gauge some fate trajectories concerning Bai Li Wuchen. Lu Yuyu's future remained a complete enigma. Noticing her master's unwavering gaze on Lu Yuyu, Song Nuan felt a pang of discomfort and tugged at his wide sleeves, saying, "Master." Seeing Chong Heng eyed Lu Yuyu with ill intent, Bai Li Wuchen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Yu. He bowed respectfully to Chong Heng and stated, "Chong Heng, regarding this matter, I have a few words to convey. My junior sister was first slandered by your disciple, and then humiliated by the disciples of your sect. I implore you, esteemed one, to discern the truth and restore justice for my junior sister." Since Chong Heng had intervened, it was no longer a matter that could be resolved through the trivial banter of young maidens. Bai Li Wuchen felt it necessary to clearly establish the rights and wrongs. Lu Yuyu regarded the upright figure standing before her with raised brows, genuinely surprised that Bai Li Wuchen dared to confront Chong Heng. In response, Chong Heng's expression remained devoid of emotion as he turned to Song Nuan and gently admonished, "If you have erred, then you must apologize." The tenderness in his tone elicited envy from the onlooking female cultivators, who yearned for such a handsome and gentle master. Feeling bolstered, Song Nuan, accompanied by Lin Huakai and another female cultivator, approached Lu Yuyu with a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Junior sister Lu, I should not have slandered you. I am truly sorry." With that, she performed a deep bow, her sincerity palpable, instantly transforming from the defiant goddess into a soft and endearing maiden. The first female cultivator to speak followed suit, "Junior sister Lu, I apologize." Meanwhile, Lin Huatsai's expression was laced with indifference, as if believing that with Chong Heng's backing, everything would be resolved, her tone dripping with insincerity. "I am sorry, junior sister Lu." Lu Yu nodded, "Since Chong Heng has personally intervened, I shall grant you this favor. As for their humiliation of me, let it be for now." Before Lin Huakai could revel in her triumph, Lu Yu continued, "However, regarding the humiliation of my Huaqing sect by your disciples, I request that Chongheng provide an explanation. Unanticipatedly, Lu Yuyu held her ground, causing Lin Huatsai's complexion to pale. Though Chongheng protected Song Nuan, it did not guarantee her safety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Huakai immediately knelt before Chongheng, begging, "Chongheng, I only argued with Lu Yuyu because she would not relent against senior sister Song. I had no intention of humiliating Huaqing sect. It was merely a slip of the tongue. I beseech you to forgive me." Chongheng did not even glance at the kneeling Lin Huakai, his voice devoid of emotion. "You are no longer connected to the Tianyan sect. Leave." Lin Huakai stared at Chongheng in shock, unable to comprehend why she was being expelled from the Tianyan sect. Fearful, she repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. "Chongheng, I beg you, spare me this time. I only sought to support senior sister Song." Lin Huakai understood the finality of her fate, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at the seemingly helpless Song Nuan, who had done nothing to advocate for her despite the fact that Lin Huakai had acted for her sake. The look sent a chill down Song Nuan's spine. She had no desire to offer comforting words, but instead shifted her focus to Lu Yuyu. "Lu, you have caused senior sister to suffer so greatly. Are you satisfied now?" Lu Yu showed no leniency towards Song Nuan, unfazed by Chongheng's support. With a hint of sarcasm, she retorted, "Whether I am satisfied is not for me to decide, as this concerns the matters between sections. If you truly wish to know, perhaps I should inquire with my father whether he is satisfied with this resolution. Moreover, you are fully aware of why this has transpired, for it is a consequence of your own making. One must admit, your heart is indeed rather ruthless. Your senior sister has been expelled from the sect for standing up for you, yet you choose to feign innocence. Given your master's indulgence towards you, a single kind word on behalf of this senior sister would have sufficed to prevent her expulsion from the sect. Lastly, allow me to advise you, refrain from provoking me, for I shall not indulge you." Having expressed herself, Lu Yuyu felt content and departed. Bai Li Wuchen observed Lu Yuyu's cheerful retreat, a flicker of admiration and amusement crossing his eyes. Her unwavering stance against the powerful, coupled with her bold defense of her rights and the honor of her sect, left him increasingly intrigued by her. Su Jinyan glanced at Bai Li Wuchen following Lu Yuyu, then turned to the inconsolable Song Nuan, whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his expression troubled, seeing his demeanor. Song Nuan could not help but lash out. "What are you still standing there for? Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself?" Desiring to keep her connection with Su Jinyan a secret from those around them, she averted her gaze, saying, "I do not know what you are talking about." With that, she turned and hurried towards Chongheng, eager to seize the opportunity to converse with her master, for she had much to discuss, after having seen so little of him in recent days. "Master, master." Upon hearing Song Nuan's voice behind him, Chongheng paused. Song Nuan quickly caught up, initially intending to tug at his sleeve but refrained, remembering they were in public, as they were master and disciple. Such familiarity in front of others might be inappropriate. Gazing at Chongheng, her eyes filled with admiration, she implored, "Master, there are matters I cannot comprehend. I seek your guidance." Chongheng looked down at her, his expression inscrutable, and gently replied, "Speak." Song Nuan carefully considered her words, meeting Chongheng's gaze. Her lips pressed together as she said, "Master, you once divined for me, stating that my familial ties had been severed. Yet, just last night, I saw my sister. She is still alive." Chapter 77. The competition of talismans. At her words, Chongheng, who had been lost in thought, suddenly turned to Song Nuan, his eyes filled with an astonishment that was uncharacteristic of him. The calm demeanor he maintained began to falter, as so many things had surpassed his foresight, whether it was Lu Yuyu's entirely blank future or the sister, who was supposed to be deceased. "Are you certain your sister is alive? What is her name, and where is she?" Chongheng concealed the tumult of emotions in his gaze, appearing once more as the aloof and serene figure he was known to be. Though the urgency in his tone betrayed his inner turmoil, his eyes narrowed slightly, confirming that the variable in this situation was indeed Lu Yu. He lifted his gaze towards the distant void, his expression both shallow and profoundly deep. "Master, master?" Song Nuan's expression shifted to one of mild displeasure, feeling that her master had once again drifted off while she was talking, wondering if he had truly been listening to her all along. Meanwhile, Bai Li Wuchen silently walked alongside Lu Yuyu before suddenly speaking. "I heard you signed up for the alchemy competition. His sentence remained unfinished as a fellow disciple rushed over, excitement lighting up her face as she exclaimed, "Junior sister Lu, we finally found you." Lu Yuyu regarded her with curiosity. Chu Ting appeared somewhat embarrassed, seemingly apprehensive about being rebuffed, yet she mustered the courage to express her intentions. "Actually, I do not wish to trouble you unless absolutely necessary. But we are dreadfully short of participants for the talisman competition. Could you come help us round up the numbers? Otherwise, our sect will appear understaffed compared to the others." Clearing her throat, she added, "When we reach the competition venue, just follow along, will you?" Lu Yu found herself at a loss for words, bemused by the situation. She had been wondering why, despite having signed up multiple times, no one had informed her of the competition dates. It seemed they were all like Chu Ting, hesitant to approach her unless absolutely necessary. Bai Li Wuchen frowned slightly. Every year, the number of participants only increases. Why would junior sister Lu, who knows nothing about this, be necessary? Chu Ting sighed, glancing at Bai Li Wuchen. Bai, you are new to the sect and may not understand the specifics. Did I end the sect competitions? Each participant is allowed to compete only once, after the last grand competition. Many senior brothers and sisters were so disheartened that they could hardly recover, which directly impacted the new juniors, resulting in a meager turnout for this year's contest, were it not for the significant disparity in numbers that would make it look unseemly. I would not have dared to trouble junior sister Lu. Bai Li Wucheng's gaze was shallow and contemplative. When did I decide to participate? Chu Ting was utterly astonished, seemingly not expecting Bai Li Wucheng to possess skills in talismanic arts. Thinking he was merely keeping a low profile, she exclaimed with delight. So Bai Li's senior brother also practices talisman drawing, truly worthy of being a prodigy of our Huaqing sect's new generation. Bai Li Wucheng's expression turned slightly awkward. I cannot draw talismans. Chu Ting's face was filled with confusion, as if to say, then why are you going? Bai Li Wucheng glanced at Lu Yuyu. After all, junior sister is the daughter of the sect leader and represents the sect's dignity. It would be best if she refrained from participating in the competition. Fortunately, I have the time to assist. In other words, he intended to substitute for Lu Yuyu to avoid embarrassment. Chu Ting's expression grew somewhat troubled. She genuinely did not want Bai Li Wucheng to participate, for he was undoubtedly a standout among his peers in both talent and cultivation. He had a significant chance of contending for the title of top spiritual power. Would it not be too jarring for him to appear as a mere substitute elsewhere, and would it tarnish his image in the eyes of others? Bai Li's senior brother, focus on your own matters. I can manage, Lu Yuyu remarked, surprised that Bai Li Wucheng would suggest such a thing. Yet, she understood that he should not waste his time on trivialities, as his current talent and cultivation far better represented the Huaqing sect than her, the sect leader's daughter. Moreover, she had originally intended to participate in the talisman drawing herself, needing no substitute. Noticing that Lu Yuyu did not appear too troubled, Bai Li Wucheng gently nodded. No need to force yourself. Just go through the motions. Bai Li Wucheng did not follow along. He had no aptitude for talisman drawing and had given it up at the first encounter. Even if he were to observe the proceedings, it would not significantly contribute. It was better to seize the time to enhance himself further, thereby increasing his chances of claiming the top spot. Indeed, this time, he aimed for the title of champion in spiritual power, with the intent to obliterate the long-standing disgrace of Huaqing sect's fifth-place ranking. Lu Yuyu accompanied Chu Ting to the venue for the talisman competition, where the contest had yet to commence. Observing the disciples representing Huaqing sect, Lu Yuyu counted and found only 5 participants, including herself, making a total of in contrast. The other 4 sects had 10 contestants each, revealing a significant disparity. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Yuyu greeted the 5 individuals. Hello, senior brothers. Gong Firen immediately understood that Lu Yuyu had been drafted to make up the numbers and smiled warmly. When it's your turn, there's no need to be overly anxious. Just go through the motions. Lu Yuyu nodded. Although she had some confidence in her abilities, she would not push herself too hard. Doing her best was sufficient. Lu Ting was responsible for compiling the participant list and leading the team, and she did not partake in the talisman competition before the group took the stage. Hoping to alleviate any tension, she cheerfully stated, regardless of victory or defeat, it's not important. Just perform steadily. Good luck. Then she turned her gaze towards Gong Firen. Gong junior brother, you must give it your all. Evidently, all her hopes were pinned on Gong Firen. he smiled and confidently stepped forward. Given the unsatisfactory results of previous Huaqing sect talisman competitions, where, for decades, not a single participant had broken into the top 10, the moment the Huaqing sect contestants took the stage, jeers erupted from the audience. Huaqing sect has sent someone to participate in the talisman competition. They directly have their numbers. Are the rest too frightened to come? Haha, I watched the last competition live. They sent 10 people, and not one made it to the top 10. You wouldn't believe it. One of them accidentally activated an explosion talisman and blew up his own teammates. That scene was truly explosive. Not only that, but their sect always comes in last, yet they continue to show up. One must commend their courage. Gong Firen frowned but chose to ignore the mockery. For mere words were futile. He intended to silence them with his strength. Lu Yuyu, of course, heard the jeers. Her gaze swept across the faces of those reveling in misfortune, mentally noting each one, before following her senior brother to the designated spot for Huaqing sect. Each sect was allotted 10 spots, and thus, Huaqing sect had 10 small tables set up for talisman drawing, complete with talisman paper and wolf hair brushes, while all 10 spots from the other sects were occupied. Huaqing sect had 4 empty tables, unable to even muster sufficient participants, creating a particularly desolate and pitiful scene. Lu Yu found herself at the end of the line, right next to the 4 vacant tables. At that moment, an elderly chief examiner approached, delivered a few formal remarks, and introduced the rules and rewards for the competition. This contest required the drawing of explosion talismans, with a time limit of 1 hour. After the competition, results would be determined based on the quantity and quality of the finished products, and in cases of equal quality, time would be the deciding factor and vice versa. Each participant would be allocated 1 wolf hair brush and 10 sheets of talisman paper. Of course, if more were needed, one could come to him for additional supplies after exhausting the 10 sheets. As for the rewards for this competition, the top 10 would each receive a Bai Li Shan Yi talisman provided by Tianyan sect. The first place winner would receive 3 days of personal guidance from Elder Qi of Tianyan sect. Upon hearing the reward for first place, all present gasped in astonishment. Elder Qi of Tianyan sect is of the same caliber as the sect leader of the Piao Miao sect in the realm of talisman arts. Receiving his personal guidance would undoubtedly lead to great accomplishments in the future. Lu Yuyu's eyes brightened. This Elder Qi had not made an appearance for quite some time, and was one of the few individuals in the God Awakening continent who comprehended the laws of space. In the storyline, although Gong Firen secured second place, he gained Elder Qi's favor and received a few pointers, which proved immensely beneficial when Gong Firen was close to Song Nuan and the Chonghang family. Elder Qi offered him further guidance, allowing him to grasp the power of spatial laws and draw an instantaneous talisman on the spot, leading to his meteoric rise as the youngest prodigy capable of comprehending spatial laws. Now, let the competition begin. As the chief examiner's voice resonated, everyone picked up their wolf hairbrushes, taking a moment to gather their thoughts before earnestly beginning to draw on the talisman paper. Within moments, one contestant, overwhelmed by nerves, caused the talisman paper to catch fire due to uneven distribution of spiritual energy, prompting raucous laughter from the audience. This caused several others, whose composure was shaken, to glance over. Resulting in similar blunders, the laughter from the audience grew louder. Fortunately, it did not happen at the final step, or it would have been truly embarrassing. What is there to be embarrassed about? Isn't there the esteemed Huaqing sect to set an example? Hey, did you notice? That exceptionally beautiful girl from Huaqing sect has not even glanced at the commotion. Her composure is truly remarkable. That is no ordinary girl. She is Lu Yuyu, the daughter of the sect leader of Huaqing sect. I just saw her being drafted to fill in the numbers. She's merely putting on a show. Those who had burned their talisman paper out of distraction were utterly frustrated. They quickly composed themselves, took another sheet of talisman paper, and reminded themselves not to lose focus again. Although it was possible to replenish the paper, if all 10 sheets were wasted, no one would have the face to ask for more. From the moment Lu Yuyu picked up her wolf hairbrush, she was exceptionally focused, diligently drawing on the talisman paper. In fact, upon hearing that they were to draw explosion talismans, she had been overjoyed. She had drawn explosion talismans no less than thousands of times, not to mention that her skill was second nature. When it came to speed alone, she harbored no fears. Even so, Lu Yuyu did not dare to be complacent. As the competition commenced, she wielded her wolf hair brush with a fluid grace, her movements remarkably smooth, her speed reminiscent of a master at work, left the audience in awe, nearly dropping their jaws. Oh my. Lu Yu doesn't even bother to pretend. While others deliberated deeply for each stroke of their brushes, she moved with unwavering focus and intent. Is it possible that she is a hidden expert? Drawing at such a speed? Cough, cough. I am not well versed in talisman drawing, so if I misspeak, please forgive me. Impossible. I have some understanding of talisman drawing. The distribution of spiritual energy, and each stroke must be meticulously consistent. Each mark must be made with caution. Any slight error could ruin everything. Therefore, based on my experience, Lu Yu is not drawing talismans. She is merely seeking to attract attention. Wait, Lu Yu has finished all 10 sheets of talisman paper. Has she given up on the competition? I can't believe it. What is she doing? Why has she moved to the adjacent empty table to grab another wolf hair brush? Oh my goodness. She truly is. Not only is she taking it, but she is also drawing. Doesn't she have enough talisman paper at her table? Although Chu Ting felt that Lu Yu was perhaps wasting talisman paper. She could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of the members of Hua Qing sect. Thus, she directly retorted, "Where's my little junior sister wasting talisman paper? Aren't the 10 tables prepared for us to draw talismans? If Lu junior sister runs out of her own talisman paper, why can't she use the others? Did you drink vinegar from your wine cellar or something? The chief examiner hasn't said anything yet." "Who are you to speak so sourly?" The chief examiner's expression grew slightly awkward upon hearing Chu Ting's words. He was not silent out of indifference, but rather was rendered speechless by Lu Yu's actions. Having yet to gather his thoughts, however, since she has said it that way, if he were to speak up to stop her, it would only make their Tianyan sect appear petty, as if they were quibbling over a few pieces of talisman paper. Thus, he allowed Lu Yu to proceed, as long as it did not affect the other participants. The few men who had been retorted by Chu Ting did not wish to argue with her. Given that she was a woman, though their expressions were far from pleasant, seeing Lu Yu quickly finish one table and then rush to another, the onlookers were left in awe. Was Lu Yu planning to win by sheer quantity? Did she really think that casually scribbling on each talisman would suffice? "Junior brother, support me. I am about to burst with laughter," she exclaimed, as Hucking Sect shifted strategies and decided to pursue a comedic route. Before long, Lu Yu had completed all 4 sets of idle talismans and then turned her gaze toward the stack held by the chief examiner, seemingly hesitating whether to approach it. The chief examiner felt a chill run down his spine under her penetrating gaze and pretended to tuck his hand behind his back, causing the stack of talismans to vanish from Lu Yu's sight. Chapter 79. Excuse me, but there's still a contestant missing, seeing that the proctor was unwilling to provide her with more talisman paper. Lu Yu turned her wrist in disappointment. After a flurry of sketches, she felt a bit restless not to continue drawing. Beside her, a fellow disciple appeared somewhat anxious, having wasted 3 sheets of talisman paper in succession. Lu Yu understood that she could not speak up to disturb him at that moment, as it would only heighten his tension, and the rules prohibited any noise. She could only silently cheer him on in her heart. The person next to this disciple was Gong Firen, who seemed remarkably composed, already working on his 4th piece. If all went as expected, he would likely produce 8 talismans, just like in the narrative. Lu Yu then shifted her gaze to a gentleman in the central position, Feng Zhixing, whose demeanor was as gentle as jade. He was a direct disciple of Yun Hongba, the sect leader of the mysterious Cloud sect. And in the story, he, like Gong Firen, also succeeded in crafting 8 talismans, albeit with slightly superior quality, making him the first in this talisman competition. In the audience, Chu Ting noticed Lu Yu's gaze drifting again towards the talisman paper in the examiner's hands and felt her face flush with embarrassment. Fearing that if Lu Yu took more sheets, the gossipers would become irate once more. Fortunately, Lu Yu seemed to have a sense of propriety, and Chu Ting gradually relaxed her previously tense demeanor. For some reason, witnessing all 4 vacant tables visited by Lu Yu stirred an extraordinarily complex emotion within her, as if there had originally been participants at those tables, suggesting that Hucking Sect was indeed there to match the count of 10. Not lacking in comparison to other sects. Looking again at Lu Yu, Chu Ting thought that the sight of her standing there quietly observing others craft talismans was exceedingly endearing and innocent. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in her mind. If only Lu Yu hadn't been idly doodling, shaking her head with a wry smile at this thought, she dismissed it as impossible, and no matter how skilled a talisman master might be. It was unlikely they could produce so many pieces in such a short time, let alone Lu Yuyu, who was entirely unfamiliar with the craft. Pulling herself from these unrealistic fantasies, Chu Ting focused intently on Gong Firen, evidently placing all her hopes upon him. If they failed to secure a good ranking this time, the next sect competition might not even gather 6 participants, which would not only dampen the overall morale but also place unprecedented pressure on the competitors. Moreover, with fewer participants, their chances of achieving a high rank would diminish significantly. Finally, an hour passed, the chief examiner began inspecting the explosion talismans crafted by the contestants of Chanyan sect, followed closely by a record keeper noting down the results. Tianyan sect Lu Mingho, 7 explosion talismans, for superior quality, 3 medium quality. Tianyan sect Ning Jingya, 7 explosion talismans, 3 superior quality, for medium quality. Hongmeng sect Lu Yutao, 6 explosion talismans, 1 superior quality, 5 medium quality. Wuji sect Li Chunhua, 7 explosion talismans, all medium quality. Mysterious cloud sect Feng Jixing, 8 explosion talismans, 6 superior quality, 2 medium quality. Hucking sect Gong Firen, 8 explosion talismans, 5 superior quality, 3 medium quality. When the audience heard that Gong Firen from Hucking sect was closely trailing Feng Jixing from Mysterious Cloud sect, their expressions transformed dramatically. It seemed they could no longer mock Hucking sect. As having a second-place finisher was already quite impressive, Gong Firen, upon hearing his results, frowned slightly, appearing dissatisfied with such an outcome. At that moment, the chief examiner cleared his throat and announced, "In this sect competition for talismans, the first place goes to Mysterious Cloud sect's Feng Jixing, second place to Hucking sect's Gong Firen, and third place but there is still a contestant missing." An awkward female voice rang out, jarring in the otherwise quiet arena. The chief examiner, evidently displeased with the interruption, cast an annoyed glance at Lu Yuyu, who was raising her hand with an embarrassed expression. This contestant should respect the chief examiner. Interrupting someone is a rather rude act. The chief examiner's tone was stern, and his demeanor showed no signs of softening due to Lu Yuyu's status as the sect leader's daughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu's previously awkward expression tightened. She had spoken courteously and had shown him respect, hadn't she? Thus, she pointed to the talisman paper in front of her, retorting coldly, "Then may I ask the chief examiner to respect me as a contestant? I too am here to compete, yet you overlook my work entirely and skip over me to announce the results. Isn't that somewhat lacking in rigor?" The chief examiner's eyes flashed with impatience. "I didn't mention you earlier," which was already a considerable concession. Treat this competition with such disregard and show such an improper attitude. Must I spell it out for you? He shot her a glance. "I don't even need to look. For even if our esteemed Elder Qi from Tianyan sect were present, he would not have the confidence to complete an explosion talisman in such a brief period. Or, do you believe you surpass Elder Qi?" Lu Yuyu straightened her back, unperturbed by his lofty comments, responding with dignity, setting aside the notion that there are always greater heights and greater individuals beyond our reach. "Is it too much to ask for equal treatment as a contestant? Simply because I stand here, your immediate dismissal of another's achievements due to your biases is rather unjust." The chief examiner, taken aback, huffed in anger, his age showing as he stormed up to Lu Yuyu, snatching the talisman paper from her desk, exclaiming in a flustered tone, "I must see how you can possibly claim there are greater heights beyond." As he trailed off, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he examined the talisman paper he had taken. The onlookers from other sects regarded Lu Yuyu with scornful eyes, believing she was making a fool of herself. "Look, the chief examiner is so flustered, he can't speak." Gong Firen furrowed his brow as he looked at Lu Yuyu, his expression even more tense than when he had learned of his second-place finish. This was not Hucking sect. It was in front of representatives from all major sections for Lu Yuyu to openly confront the chief examiner. Disregarding the opportunity he had extended seemed rather unreasonable. In his mind, the chief examiner choosing not to evaluate Lu Yuyu's talismans was a gesture to protect her and Hucking sect's dignity. Of course, it was also possible he did not wish to waste time on her. Contrary to Gong Firen's thoughts, the other 4 disciples stood in solidarity with Lu Yuyu. They understood that she was there to help meet the participant count. And regardless, she was indeed a contestant. To declare the results without even glancing at her work was undeniably disrespectful. While the chief examiner claimed to be preserving Lu Yuyu's reputation, his expression and tone conveyed nothing but disdain. Recognizing that Lu Yuyu, a sect leader's daughter, was willing to lower herself to assist them, they felt compelled not to let her face this alone. Thus, the four quietly positioned themselves behind Lu Yuyu Chapter 80. It's all because the young lady is too exceptional. Startling a few brothers as Lu Yuyu and her four companions gathered together, Gong Firen stood out distinctly in the distance, appearing isolated. His frown deepened as he contemplated whether to approach, ultimately deciding to remain where he was. Awaiting the chief examiner's announcement, the audience was eager to witness the spectacle of Lu Yuyu's humiliation. Indeed, the young lady from Hucking Sect was extraordinary. The chief examiner had offered her an out. Yet she insisted on digging her own grave. Didn't she realize her situation? Why waste the chief examiner's and everyone's time? Look at how furious the chief examiner is. I wonder if Lu Yuyu scribbled something nonsensical on that talisman paper? Chu Ting was infuriated, believing firmly that Lu Yuyu was in the right. Thus, she confronted the last speaker, arguing passionately, since my junior sister has stepped up, she is a contestant. Regardless, skipping over her to announce the results is a blatant disrespect to her as a participant. This isn't merely a matter of offering her a way out, it's about the fundamental respect owed to a contestant. Clearly, Chu Ting was backing Lu Yuyu. What followed left the crowd in stunned silence. The chief examiner, tightly gripping the talisman paper he had taken from Lu Yuyu's desk, swiftly approached the nearby and used tables, collecting the talismans that Lu Yuyu had previously handled, scrutinizing each one closely. Then, trembling, he turned to Lu Yuyu, disbelief written across his face as his aging cheeks flushed with excitement. Did you draw all of these? Lu Yuyu raised an eyebrow. Is it possible to cheat in this? The chief examiner, realizing that his question was rather foolish, recognized that these talisman papers had been specially crafted by the Tianyan sect for the grand competition, making any form of cheating utterly impossible. Especially under his very nose. Acknowledging his own narrow-mindedness, his expression turned serious and remorseful as he bowed deeply to Lu Yuyu. I apologize. It was my mistake. I extend my sincerest apologies to you. In the face of the crowd's astonishment and confusion, the chief examiner publicly announced the results. Huaqing Sect's Lu Yuyu, 50 explosive talismans, all of the highest quality. She is undoubtedly the rightful first-place winner of this talisman competition. At this proclamation, the audience was thrown into a state of shock. Some individuals were so taken aback that they stood up from their seats, while Feng Zixing and Gong Firen stared in disbelief. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, the chief examiner continued, following this logic, the second place is... Before he could finish, Lu Yuyu interjected. The chief examiner, still caught up in the excitement of witnessing the birth of an extraordinary talent, was not the least bit annoyed by Lu Yuyu's interruption. With a friendly demeanor, he encouraged her, please go ahead. Meanwhile, several sect leaders were seated in the grand hall, casually sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Naturally, Lu Dingming found himself the target of their jests. There was little he could do. After all, he consistently ranked at the bottom, and being last meant he had to develop a thick skin. Thus, even in the face of their mockery, he remained unfazed, occasionally retorting with remarks that left his detractors speechless. These were merely small competitions, so none of the leaders felt the need to intervene. They would only make an appearance for significant contests such as alchemy or spiritual power competitions. The talisman competition had likely concluded, but the results remained unknown. Suddenly, Lin Shichong, the leader of the Hongmeng sect, spoke up. I wonder how the talisman competition turned out. Young Hongba, the leader of the Miao Miao sect, cast a glance at Lu Dingming and chuckled. I remember the last time, your sect's disciples didn't even make it into the top 10. I wonder if this time will yield any surprises. Oh, my mouth. Regarding the talisman competition, Lu Dingming held some confidence, not to mention, his fourth disciple, Gong Firen, would easily place in the top 3, at that moment. A young attendant entered the grand hall to report the results of the competition. Esteemed sect leaders, the results of the talisman competition have been announced. What are the results? Who is in first place? Young Hongba asked, stroking his beard with confidence. Feng Zixing was his most favored disciple, and he had come to this grand competition with intention of claiming first place. What? The first and fifth places are both Lu Yuyu from the Huaqing sect. What does this mean? Young Hongba felt his mind momentarily falter, staring blankly as he questioned the announcement. Not only young Hongba, but Lu Dingming was equally astonished. Did he just hear his precious daughter's name? The young attendant proceeded to recount the scene with as much detail as possible, vividly describing the events as if the 5 leaders were witnessing it firsthand, by the time the attendant finished. The grand hall was enveloped in a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. To his surprise, the attendant was rewarded for his report, and he beamed with joy, repeatedly thanking Lu Dingming. "Thank you, sect leader Lu. I shall take my leave now." Once the attendant had departed, Lu Dingming adjusted his robes and, feigning helplessness, addressed the still-dazed leaders. "It is all due to my daughter's exceptional talent that you are all taken aback." Although his tone was one of resignation, his smile stretched from ear to ear. Even the normally formal address of brother felt too distant, and he directly referred to them as brother. In truth. Lu Dingming found it hard to believe, yet the results were undeniable. If he did not take this opportunity to revel in his daughter's triumph, he might not have another chance. Casting a disappointed glance at young Hongba, he lamented, "Brother Young, is it so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence?" Young Hongba looked at Lu Dingming, who seemed to be relishing the moment, his frustration evident on his face as he questioned the accuracy of the news. He would not believe anyone's words unless they came directly from Elder Zhang. Until Elder Zhang arrived, he would remain silent. Lin Shichang and Feng Zongming exchanged glances, remaining noncommittal. Not long after, Elder Zhang arrived. His face aglow with excitement, he greeted the sect leaders and then turned to Lu Dingming, offering his congratulations. "Congratulations, sect leader Lu. Perhaps we should have our Yu become my disciple." Elder Zhang's suggestion prompted a realization among Fu Tingfeng and the others that the earlier report from the attendant was likely true. While it was one thing for Lu Yu to claim first place due to her exceptional talent, how could it be that she swept the top 5? Elder Zhang, who had initially been radiant with the thrill of witnessing an extraordinary talent, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Fu Tingfeng's question and discreetly glanced at Lu Dingming. At this point, Elder Zhang paused momentarily, feeling an increasing sense of shame. "I initially thought she was merely there to fill a spot due to Huaqing Sect's lack of participants. Adhering to the principle of preserving her dignity and not wasting everyone's time, coupled with some arrogance and prejudice on my part, I announced the results without even glancing at her talismans." Upon hearing the earlier part, Lu Dingming instinctively nodded, as he too had thought his daughter was merely there to make up the numbers. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, his expression shifted to one of discontent. To announce the disqualification of a participant's work without even a glance was indeed disrespectful. Elder Zhang recognized his mistake and acknowledged the 5 talismans drawn by Lu Yu, equating them to the contributions of 10 participants from Huaqing Sect. As a form of recompense for her, this was how the so-called top 5 from Huaqing Sect had come to be. However, young Hongba showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he approached Lu Dingming, placing an arm around his shoulder. Teasing, hiding such a gifted daughter from me. Are you afraid I might take an interest? Haha, look, I have some expertise in talisman arts as well, so why not have our Yu become my disciple? In less than 10 years, I shall return you a genius that the entire divine enlightenment continent will admire. Young Hongba chuckled. That would be splendid. It's all thanks to you, my dear brother. Within the grand hall, the two exchanged compliments, creating a harmonious atmosphere, while the other 3 remained relatively silent. Although talisman arts may not be as revered as alchemy, Lu Yuyu's current talent suggested that her future accomplishments would rival those of any alchemist. Before long, Lin Shichang, who was usually quite talkative, joined the discussion, expanding the conversation from Lu Yuyu to talisman arts and the future development of the divine enlightenment continent. The topic grew broader, eventually prompting Fu Tingfeng and Feng Zongming to join in. The atmosphere in the grand hall regained its liveliness, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. After stepping down from the competition stage, Gong Firen felt a sense of disorientation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu, whom he had always deemed lacking in skill and merely good at boasting, found herself surrounded by fellow disciples of Huaqing Sect, receiving congratulations from all sides. Every face radiated joy, while he appeared distinctly forlorn. Feng Zhixing approached him, patting his shoulder with a smile. I must say, your junior sister is truly impressive. This time, I concede defeat with grace. After saying this, he left with a sense of ease. Feng Zhixing's words were clearly intended to console Gong Firen, who had been feeling insecure. Gong Firen gazed at Feng Zhixing's carefree figure, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, he acknowledged his own narrow-mindedness. Slowly, he walked over to Lu Yuyu and offered his congratulations. Junior Sister Lu, congratulations. I apologize for having previously underestimated your knowledge of talisman arts. Indeed, when Lu Yuyu had asked him about the teleportation talisman, he had outwardly shown no sign of doubt, yet inwardly, he believed she was deliberately posing such a challenging question to trip him up. Feng Xiao made her way over, playfully teasing Gong Firen. Fourth junior brother, I see you beaming with joy. Surely, you have received good news? Gong Firen, expressionless, replied. Are you blind? Su Jinyan chimed in with a grin, seeing everyone so joyous. Fourth senior brother must have clinched first place, right? Congratulations. Bai Li Wuchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile of shared pride in his eyes. Gong Firen shook his head. I only placed 7th. However, first place is still from our Huaqing sect. We should say the top 5 are all from our Huaqing sect. Su Jinyan's expression turned one of disbelief. Wait, how can that be? Fourth senior brother only placed 7th. Who else could possibly have made it into the top 5? By this point, Gong Firen's mindset had improved considerably, and he briefly recounted the events of the competition to his companions. Su Jinyan's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Feeling as though he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed, unable to comprehend the news. Yet, seeing Gong Firen's earnest demeanor, he could not help but lament, oh no, in the past. Lu Yuyu bullied me mercilessly with nothing but her words. Now that she has become so formidable, will I be flayed alive? Bai Li Wuchen ignored Su Jinyan's exaggerated tone, scanning the crowd and inquiring. Where is junior sister? Gong Firen looked towards a throng. She was just over there. She was just chatting and laughing with him a moment ago. Certainly the primary reason is that she has also signed up for the spiritual power competition. And it is nearly time for her turn. Unlike the talisman competition, she does not possess much confidence in the spiritual power contest, and Lu Yuyu fears being eliminated too early and becoming a subject of ridicule. Therefore, she asked her senior sister, who registered her, to discreetly inform her of her match time, without specifically mentioning to others that she had entered the spiritual power competition. That's just how she is, boisterous when basking in glory, and striving to stay low-key when facing potential embarrassment. As she arrived at the competition venue, her name was just being called. Today's final match features Lu Yuyu from the Huqing sect versus Jiang Shui from the Wuzhizong. Chapter 82. Which proper alchemist always blows up their cauldron? Since this is merely a preliminary elimination round, the audience is relatively sparse. The spiritual power competition is the most significant event of the sect competition. Offering generous rewards, every sect sends its eligible members with some capability to try their luck, and even those fortunate enough to enter the top 100 will receive substantial prizes. Lu Yuyu is currently at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and she has concealed her true strength to that of the early Golden Core stage. Although the difference is not vast, at a critical moment, it may allow her to catch her opponent off guard. Jiang Shui, her opponent, is only at the early Golden Core stage. Lu Yuyu quickly concluded the match, emerging victorious with ease. Seeing Song Ro waiting eagerly at the entrance, Lu Yuyu smiled brightly. As soon as she opened the door, she was taken aback to find the small room crowded with people. Father, senior brother Bailey, what are you doing here so late? In truth, she knew why they were looking for her. However, it was already quite late, and having several men waiting in her room while her senior sister stood outside felt somewhat awkward. Today, Lu Dingming had outshone himself in front of the other 4 sect leaders and could be said to be reveling in glory. All of this prestige was brought to him by his precious daughter. Regardless of the late hour, he was determined to see his daughter and shower her with praise. Moreover, he suspected he would be too elated to sleep that night. Rendering the time irrelevant, Lu Dingming gazed at Lu Yuyu with pride and remarked, "There's nothing particularly special. I just wanted to come and see you." In the blink of an eye, 16 years have passed. You've truly blossomed, surpassing all expectations. As your father, I can finally see the fruits of my labor. If your mother knew of your accomplishments, she would likely shed silent tears until dawn. What a disjointed and nonsensical commentary. The more Lu Yu listened, the more she wanted to laugh. Observing her father's grin stretching nearly to his ears, it was clear he was overjoyed. so she decided to hold back her amusement for the time being. Lu Dingming continued his praises for a good half hour, ultimately summarizing, "In short, you have brought great honor to our Hucking sect today. Your father is immensely proud of you. He was indeed quite curious about the sudden surge in his daughter's talent for talisman crafting." When he was about to inquire, he recalled her having been struck by lightning, which not only elevated her cultivation level but seemed to have enhanced her innate abilities. He assumed this was a divine blessing. And given the crowded environment, he refrained from asking further. Yet, someone else did ask. After Master finished speaking, Su Jinyan finally voiced his curiosity. "Little junior sister, when did your talent for drawing talismans become so formidable?" In reality, Lu Yuyu had anticipated such a question and had already prepared her answer. Thus, she delivered the answer she had rehearsed countless times. "I'm not quite sure. It feels as though ever since I was struck by lightning, I've had a sudden epiphany. Not only have my senses sharpened, but I also find great ease in doing various tasks. I tried drawing talismans, and it felt quite good." She didn't elaborate further. But the implication was clear. Her newfound prowess was due to being struck by lightning. Strictly speaking, it indeed was. Su Jinyan listened with envy, pondering if he should try it himself, seeing that it was getting late. Lu Dingming stood up, patted Lu Yuyu on the shoulder, and maintained his beaming smile throughout. "It's getting late. You should rest early." Lu Yuyu cheerfully replied, "All right, father, take care." With Lu Dingming having left, the others felt it inappropriate to linger and followed suit. Once they had departed, Lu Yuyu quickly closed the door, grasped Song Ro's hand like a close friend, and advised, "Next time, if father and the others come looking for me, just tell them to wait for me elsewhere. Don't stand outside looking foolish by yourself." To be honest, had it not been for her father's presence, Lu Yuyu would have directly kicked them out. It was one thing for her father to come in, but for Bailey Wuchen and the others to intrude upon her and senior sister Song's room was rather audacious. Song Ro understood that Lu Yuyu was looking out for her. And with a gentle smile, she replied, "It's all right. They were just too excited and didn't pay much attention. However, I genuinely did not expect you to secure first place in the talisman competition. I had prepared many compliments for you, but it seems the sect leader has already conveyed them all." Lu Yuyu flashed her little white teeth and grinned. Stay humble. If you keep praising me, I might just become arrogant." Song Ro shot her a knowing glance, her expression devoid of pretense. "With such remarkable talent, it is only natural for you to take pride in it. Not only does the sect leader feel proud of you, but as your friend, I too share in that honor." "Hey, flattery suits you, Lu Yuyu." Buoyed by the compliments, and Song Ro shared a bed that night, whispering secrets until dawn. The following day, Lu Yuyu rose early. Although she had barely slept, her heart brimmed with joy. Watching the sun rise in the east, she felt the future growing ever brighter and more splendid. As Feng Xiao stepped outside, he spotted Lu Yuyu squinting at the sun, appearing utterly content. Indeed, one's spirit shines when joy abounds. Even the second senior brother felt envious of Lu Yuyu's state. "Do not strike a smiling face." Lu Yuyu squinted at him and asked, "What are you envious of?" Feng Xiao chuckled. "Naturally, I envy your victory in the talisman competition. I too shall participate in the alchemy contest later, hoping to share in a bit of your good fortune. However, I've heard that Su Che from Wujizong is on the verge of breaking through to a 6th grade alchemist, so first place may be a challenge." Upon hearing about the alchemy competition, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but smile like a little fox. During the alchemy competition, the Alchemist Guild generously provides various formulas of different grades, which participants can use to concoct corresponding pills based on their abilities. The rankings are then determined by the quality, grade, and success rate of the pills produced. Lu's decision to join the alchemy competition was not only to secure a good position but also to benefit from the formulas. Second senior brother is indeed fortunate, as he can bask in good fortune until the end of the alchemy competition. Feng Xiao, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" For some reason, looking at Lu Yuyu's smile made him uneasy, as if something unfavorable was about to transpire. With a grin revealing her pearly whites, Lu Yuyu cheerfully stated, "It's simply because I have signed up for the alchemy competition as well." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's heart, which had been tense, suddenly relaxed. While he knew not about her talent in talisman crafting, he was certain that alchemy was not her forte. After all, which proper alchemist constantly blows up their cauldron? Chapter 83. Again, I've misspoken, causing Brother Fu to smirk. Feng Xiao smirked slightly, teasingly remarking, I hope little junior sister shows mercy and spares your second senior brother from further embarrassment. Clearly, he was poking fun at Lu Yuyu's previous mishap that left him and Bailey Wuchen in a state of disarray. Lu Yu shot him a knowing glance, conceding, I'll do my best. Feng Xiao fanned himself with his bone fan and performed a courteous bow, appearing quite dashing. Then I thank you, little junior sister. Seeing his confident demeanor, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. It seems second senior brother is quite assured of his performance in this alchemy competition. Your smile nearly reaches your ears. Feng Xiao replied with unwavering confidence. I can't guarantee first place, but securing second should be well within my reach. When he first arrived at the Tianyan sect, he had already gathered information indicating that aside from Su Che from Wuzhizong, none of the others were his match. With a bit of luck, competing for first place was not out of the question. As the two reached the alchemy competition venue, they found it bustling with spectators, packed both inside and out. Even the 5 sect leaders were seated in a special VIP section, underscoring the importance of the alchemy contest. If possessing an unparalleled cultivation genius is a sect's pride, then having a master-level alchemist is its foundation, as an exceptional alchemist can provide countless elixirs to nurture numerous talents. Feng Xiao observed the alchemy furnace prepared by the organizers with eager ambition in his eyes. This was his battleground. Once he proved himself here, he would be the center of attention. While Lu Dingming engaged in casual conversation with several sect leaders, he also glanced around to see if his second disciple had arrived. Upon spotting Lu Yu beside Feng Xiao, a fatherly smile instantly lit up his face. This child had already made a remarkable name for herself while remaining true to her roots and still enjoying her brother's company. Yun Hongba, following Lu Dingming's gaze, quickly recognized his future little disciple and leaned closer to Lu Dingming, asking, Brother Lu, have you mentioned my desire to take her as my disciple to our Yu? Lu Dingming's smile faltered. Oh no, he had been so busy praising his daughter yesterday that he forgot to inquire about her thoughts regarding Yun sect leader's proposition. Noticing Lu Dingming's expression, Yun Hongba realized he had not asked at all. However, he did not exhibit any anger, instead smiling and saying, I merely inquired. No need to rush. Feel free to ask whenever convenient. Upon witnessing his understanding nature, Lu Dingming found him quite agreeable and replied with a smile, Rest assured, Brother Yun, I shall find an opportunity to have a good talk with you. Yun Hongba clasped his hands in a courteous manner, stating, I appreciate your efforts, Brother Lu. Observing the exchange of compliments between the two, Fu Leitang, who sat in the middle, could not help but clear his throat twice and join their conversation. Oh, Brother Lu, will your daughter also be participating in the alchemy competition? Lu Dingming shook his head. Though my daughter enjoys alchemy, her talent is rather average. She is likely only here to watch her second senior brother compete. Fu Leitang nodded earnestly, expressing his thoughts. That is indeed a pity. Perhaps it is my preconceived notion, but I always feel that this child possesses extraordinary talent in talisman crafting. Surely her other abilities must be commendable as well. Lu Dingming cast him a sidelong glance, acknowledging that he could not quite match Fu's well-rounded skills. Just as it seemed the two were about to engage in a verbal spar, Lin Shichong hastily diverted their attention. Brother Lu, it appears your daughter is also participating in the alchemy competition. Both Lu Dingming and Fu Leitang turned their gaze toward the competition area, where they indeed spotted Lu Yu walking alongside the other contestants from the Huaqing sect, heading toward the competition stage. This... Yun Hongba looked at Lu Dingming in confusion. Lu Dingming too was somewhat perplexed, unsure how his daughter had ended up on the competition stage. In response to Yun Hongba's inquiry, he stroked his beard and remarked, Children are naturally drawn to excitement. There is no need to overthink it. The closest junior disciple to Lu Yu chuckled and said, Sister Lu, if your furnace explodes later, do not worry. We have all been informed to prepare ourselves mentally, so it won't affect us. Haha, Lu Yu. During registration, a senior sister had indeed teased her about this, suggesting that if her furnace were to explode during the competition, it might inadvertently disrupt other sex participants, perhaps leading to unexpected victories, as there had been precedents in the past. Lu Yu smiled gently at the junior disciple, her tone affectionate. Sister will do her best. The junior disciple was momentarily dazzled by her smile, a hint of awe flickering in his eyes, before he blushed and quickly lowered his head, continuing forward with his companions. Sister Lu is truly stunning. Upon reaching the competition stage, to ensure that Lu Yuyu's potential furnace explosion would benefit the other sex, she was positioned at the far end, right next to the contestant from the Yun Tianyan sect. Not wanting to be affected by her potential mishap, Feng Xiao deliberately chose a position closer to the edge and prepared to block out sound as the competition commenced. For if he wished to secure second place, he must focus intently and spare no effort, without allowing any distractions. With a stroke of luck, he might even surpass his own limits. Lu Yuyu, unfazed by his obvious disdain, understood that her reputation for furnace explosions was well known within the Huaqing sect, so his apprehension was quite understandable. As the competition had yet to begin, Lu Yuyu began examining the alchemical furnace before her. The quality of the furnace directly influenced both the efficiency and quality of the alchemical process. To avoid discrepancies in the assessment of the concocted pills due to variations in furnaces, a uniform type was chosen for all participants. These furnaces were generously provided by the Alchemist Guild, which also served as a means to scout for promising talents, potentially recruiting a few as honorary disciples to offer guidance, thereby fostering goodwill with the 5 major sections observing this. Fu Tingfeng, aware that his comment might be unwelcome, couldn't help but interject, "Brother Lu, if I recall correctly, that young man in red is your Yuyu's partner. Is he not? Why does he appear so disdainful? Could it be that you are forcing them into a reluctant arrangement?" Lu Dingming's expression soured slightly. Fu's incessant nitpicking was truly irksome, as he consistently made remarks that struck a nerve. Nevertheless, Lu Dingming's retort was animated. "Brother Fu, you jest. This is merely the innocent banter of 2 young ones. However, it is no surprise that you may not comprehend, having never experienced love yourself. Alas, look at me." Blundering with my words again, causing Brother Fu to smirk, Yun Hongba, not oblivious to the underlying tension, seized the opportunity to curry favor with Lu Dingming. "Might I inquire what requirements our Yuyu has for her future partner?" "My eldest disciple, Feng Zhixing, is quite commendable, devoid of any ulterior motives. Once Yuyu becomes my apprentice, I could arrange for them to get to know one another. Should a romance blossom, it would be a delightful affair." Chapter 84. Is it possible that she is not even practicing alchemy? Lu Dingming observed Yun Hongba's fervent promotion of his eldest disciple with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It seemed Yun Hongba genuinely wished for Yuyu to become his apprentice, even going so far as to flatter her father. Setting aside other considerations, Yun Hongba was indeed quite skilled in the realm of talismans, not at all inferior to Elder Qi from the Tianyan sect. If Yuyu were inclined to take him as her master, it would certainly be preferable to selecting Elder Qi. Ultimately, however, it would depend on Yuyu's wishes. Should she express a desire to study under Yun Hongba, he would wholeheartedly support her. If not, he would not impose that. In any case, it all hinged upon Yuyu's decision. On the competition stage, an elderly man with a white beard began to announce the rules and rewards of the contest. Each participant was provided with an alchemical furnace, uniformly supplied by the Alchemist Guild, which they could use without concern. As for the various grades of pill formulas before you, they range from 1st to 7th grade. A friendly suggestion: do not aim too high. Choose a formula that suits your abilities, as this opportunity is singular and failure will result in immediate disqualification. The higher grade pills will prevail, and among those of the same grade, quality and success rate will be the determining factors. As for the rewards, the top 20 participants will each receive a 7th grade pill, the top 3 will each receive an 8th grade pill, and the first place winner will be awarded a tome of alchemical recipes containing dozens of ancient formulas. Lu Yuyu felt little enthusiasm for the first 2 rewards, but was quite intrigued by the ancient formulas offered to the first place winner. Important reminders: participants should refrain from loud noises to avoid disturbing others. 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. Upon hearing the signal, the participants immediately began sifting through the formulas to find one suitable for their alchemical endeavors. Lu Yuyu did not rush. Instead, she picked up several formulas, scrutinizing each one carefully, and using her remarkable memory to commit them all to memory. The Huaqing sect had a limited selection of formulas. Even talented disciples like Feng Xiao had only a few to practice repeatedly. The majority of formulas remained in the hands of the Alchemist Guild. Therefore, when Lu Yu studied alchemy, she preferred to search for formulas in the library rather than seek a mentor, as she believed that even a mentor would not be of great help. After memorizing the unfamiliar formulas, Lu Yuyu hesitated between the 6th and 7th grade pills. Currently, the highest grade pill she had concocted was a 4th grade one. However, in this setting, a 4th grade pill was clearly insufficient if she wished to win. She could only opt for a higher grade pill. Although she had never crafted 6th or 7th grade pills, her experiences in creating 1st to 4th grade pills indicated that the principles were generally similar. Moreover, even if some methods varied, most formulas would specify such differences. Ultimately, Lu Yuyu selected a formula from the table and turned to hand it to the attendant responsible for gathering the necessary ingredients for the participants. The attendant, trained to maintain a neutral expression upon seeing the formula, accepted it without any particular reaction and proceeded to gather the required materials. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with the necessary ingredients. Lu Yuyu accepted the materials and began methodically adding them to the alchemical furnace in the correct order. Initially, she had considered showcasing her skills without a furnace, but decided it was not the time for such bravado and opted to use the furnace diligently instead. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao remained furrowed in thought, uncertain whether to choose his best 5th grade pill or take a risk with a formula for a pill close to 6th grade, yet still within the 5th grade range. A casual glance revealed Lu Yuyu already hard at work, while others carefully added each herb. She seemed to treat the process lightly, tossing in a few herbs whenever she felt it was about right. As if the quantity depended solely on her mood. Perhaps that was the reason for her frequent furnace explosions. Her approach was too casual. It is essential to recognize that each herb possesses its own spirit. If you do not treat them with seriousness, they will not yield favorable results. After some contemplation, Feng Xiao decided to take a chance and submitted the formula for the pill nearing 6th grade to a nearby attendant. Lu Yuyu soon completed her concoction and, noticing that everyone else was still busy, decided to take out a small stool from her storage space, sitting beside the alchemical furnace and daydreaming quietly. Doing her best not to disturb others in the VIP area, Yun Hongba found himself increasingly charmed by Lu Yuyu. Seeing her sitting obediently on the small stool made him long for a soft, adorable daughter of his own. Thus, he leaned toward Lu Dingming and whispered, "Brother Lu, do you have any secrets to having daughters?" Lu Dingming was utterly speechless by this question. He had no knowledge of such secrets. Relying entirely on his wife's prowess and could hardly suggest, "Why not ask my wife?" All he could do was shake his head helplessly, unable to assist. Fu Tingfeng was nearly driven mad by the sight of Yun Hongba wanting to take Lu Yuyu as his disciple. He found such sycophantic behavior utterly disgraceful and couldn't help but interject, "Brother Lu, could it be that your daughter is yet another prodigy in alchemy? Look at her sitting there with such composure, radiating confidence. What surprises might she bring us this time?" Lu Dingming had been observing Lu Yuyu concocting elixirs, and it was evident that she was carelessly tossing a few herbs into the furnace. Lacking the appearance of genuine alchemical practice, it seemed more like a way to pass the time. Fu Tingfeng's shameless flattery aimed to elevate his daughter, seemingly reveling in the prospect of her potential embarrassment. However, Lu Dingming was not about to grant him that satisfaction and simply stated, "For my daughter, it is already a stroke of luck that the furnace hasn't exploded during her usual practices. Clearly, today she is quite fortunate." This remark conveyed both the mediocrity of his daughter's alchemical skills and his unwavering pride in her. Regardless of her shortcomings, Fu Tingfeng stroked his beard and chuckled. "Brother Lu, you are far too modest. Nevertheless, when it comes to fortune, your little girl indeed possesses great blessings." Hearing Fu Tingfeng praise Lu Yuyu, Lu Dingming's smile became genuinely brighter. Lin Shichong noticed that Feng Zongming had been staring intently at the competition stage. His brows furrowed as if he were grappling with a perplexing issue and could not help but inquire, "Brother Feng, do you sense something amiss?" Feng Zongming, still gazing in Lu Yuyu's direction, replied, "Her sequence of herb disposal is not incorrect. Yet the proportions of the spiritual herbs are clearly off. Given the violent energies that could arise from the herbs she has chosen, the furnace should have already shown signs of turbulence. Why then is there no movement at all?" Lin Shichong pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Could it be possible that she isn't actually practicing alchemy, but merely tossing herbs for fun?" Feng Zongming replied, "Well, that would be the only explanation." Chapter 85. The fragrance of success. A few individuals had rushed over from the talisman competition to witness the spectacle, having seen Lu Yuyu effortlessly sketching 50 superior explosive talismans. They could not restrain their chatter. No way could Lu Yu truly be a concealed genius in the realm of alchemy. Hee. That's what I was thinking too. During the talisman contest, she genuinely astonished me. You all can speculate all you like, but I won't utter a word until the results are revealed, lest I be caught off guard. Hearing the fervent discussions among the onlookers, others could not help but mock. It seems you few have little experience with alchemy. To say nothing of other aspects, it is an undeniable fact that when an elixir is successfully concocted, the fragrance will surely waft forth. Look at Lu Yu's furnace. It remains unchanged from the beginning, devoid of any scent, not even the slightest hint of burnt herbs. Clearly, she is not practicing alchemy at all, merely putting on a show. The group of talisman enthusiasts bristled at this dismissal to show. What kind of show? Are you in a position to offer rewards or treasures? Remember, there are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond the horizon. Perhaps she is a hidden gem, and the elixir she concocts will dazzle you for a millennium. One individual, visibly irked, retorted, "Nonsense. This is absurd. I, Wang Ergu, will state this unequivocally. If there are any elixirs in Lu Yu's furnace, I shall devour the furnace itself." After half an hour, Su Che from the Wujizong was the first to succeed, releasing a captivating fragrance from his elixirs. Lu Yu, who had been feeling drowsy, turned her gaze towards Su Che. Drawn by the alluring scent, just inhaling it invigorated her, prompting her to think, is this truly the fragrance of a successful elixir? I must admit, it is indeed far more fragrant than any I have produced. The green turtle seemed to sense Lu Yu's thoughts and, wishing to spare her feelings about the lack of fragrance in her concoctions, chimed in with a soft and adorable voice. Little Turtle believes that Master-S elixirs are the finest. Understated, yet luxurious with depth, the turtle, lacking eloquence, could only convey the sentiment that silence might precede a stunning revelation, perhaps referring to Master-S elixirs. After contemplating for a while, Lu Yu realized that the green turtle was attempting to comfort her. She couldn't help but smile. Good little one. The little round creature, seeing the green turtle's adept speech, became anxious and flustered, unsure of how to respond. In the end, it simply nestled into the spirit pet pouch. Sulking in frustration, everyone claimed to be tongue-tied, yet it had no mouth at all, which only fueled its irritation. Little Black Cloud appeared dismissive on the surface, but was internally grumbling, "Cunning turtle, always making it seem like it has a voice. And what's worse, it knows how to flatter master. It seems Little Black Cloud, must also learn some verbal finesse before long." The fragrance from Feng Zhao's alchemical furnace wafted through the air, equally refreshing and delightful. The previously tense Feng Zhao finally exhaled deeply, his brows revealing an uncontrollable excitement. Luckily, his gamble paid off. As long as Su Che had not produced a 6th-grade elixir, he had a significant chance of competing for first place. At this moment, filled with anticipation, Feng Zhao glanced towards Lu Yu, appreciating her presence with renewed favor. Having previously concocted the 5th-grade Tianyuan pill, he knew that his success rate was only 3 out of 10 attempts. Today, however, his luck was exceptional, with both quality and success rate being remarkably pleasing. Perhaps his earlier jest about sharing her good fortune had indeed borne fruit. As time passed, other competitors also began to succeed in their endeavors. This competition remained unusually harmonious, with no unusual occurrences, as the diverse alchemical recipes allowed everyone to select their most proficient ones, seeking merely to avoid failures rather than striving for glory. Observing this, Lu Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Positioned almost centrally, she was likely the last to be evaluated. Each time a pair of evaluators assessed an elixir, the assistant would record the results aloud for all to hear. Shai Wenglong from the Piaomiao sect produced 5 4th-grade purifying heart pills, all of medium quality, with a success rate of 50%. Zhang Hao from the Tianyan sect produced 6 5th-grade spirit power pills, 2 of superior quality and 4 of medium quality, with a success rate of 60%. Li Jiehui from the Hongmeng sect produced 5 5th-grade blood recovery pills, 2 superior and 3 medium quality, with a success rate of 50%. Su Che from the Wujizong produced 7 6th-grade heart-protecting pills, 3 superior and 3 medium quality, with a success rate of 70%. Feng Zhao from the Huaqing sect produced 9 5th-grade Tianyuan pills, 4 superior and 5 medium quality, with a success rate of 90%. Upon hearing that Su Che had successfully produced 6th-grade elixirs, Feng Xiao narrowed his elongated eyes. He hadn't expected Su Che to possess the ability to concoct sixth-grade elixirs, indicating that he had been concealing his true skills. Yet, the challenge of producing fifth-grade Tianyuan pills was not inferior to that of sixth-grade heart-protecting pills. The outcome would hinge upon the evaluator's judgments. Of course, even if Feng Xiao were to lose, he would still retain dignity, as a 90% success rate foretold a promising future that could only surpass Su Che's, as anticipated, when the results of Feng Xiao's elixirs were announced. Even Feng Zhongming from the Wujizong couldn't help but cast an admiring glance. Brother Liu, your disciple possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. Nurture her well, and her future is boundless. The contestants from the Tianyan sect lacked exceptional performances. Leaving Fu Tingfeng's expression dim, he sought to provoke others. What a pity that the top alchemist title remains out of reach for the Huaqing sect, as the evaluation criteria predominantly rely on the quality of the elixirs. Alas, what a disappointment! Liu Dingming merely shot him a sidelong glance, refraining from retorting, as he shared the same sentiment. Indeed, a great pity. Feng Xiao was 2 years younger than Su Che. Even granting him an additional year, he would still find it difficult to surpass Su Che. The two evaluators approached Lu Yuyu simultaneously, recognizing merely by scent that there were no successful elixirs in her furnace, for reasons unknown. They began to push each other to take the lead in the evaluation. Brother Chongming, let the capable take on more work. You go first. Brother He, you are the most meticulous. Why don't you take the lead? In the midst of this back and forth, Lu Yuyu interjected softly. If both of you find it inconvenient, I can evaluate it myself. The two evaluators paused, exchanging apologies with Lu Yuyu before sharing a knowing smile. Without further ado, they lifted the lid of the furnace and casually glanced inside. Yet, that fleeting glance became eternal, as their eyes remained fixated on the contents of the furnace for an extended duration. The onlookers below, noticing the evaluator's reluctance to assess Lu Yuyu's elixirs, erupted in ridicule. However, considering Lu Yuyu's father was present, they refrained from being too boisterous, resorting instead to subtle gestures. Yet, as they observed the two evaluators staring intently at the furnace in silence, an unsettling premonition crept into their minds. Chapter 86. The jester is Mi Fu Tingfeng, and the others were equally puzzled, unable to comprehend the astonishment and existential doubt reflected on the faces of the two seasoned evaluators. Then, they witnessed both individuals simultaneously reach into the furnace, emerging with 5 elixirs. Countless question marks floated above the heads of the spectators. 5 plus 5 equals 10, right? Therefore, not only had Lu Yuyu successfully concocted elixirs, but her success rate was also a perfect 100%. The individual named Wang Ergu, witnessing this, wasted no time in fleeing the scene. Fu Tingfeng and his companions turned their gazes towards Liu Dingming, their expressions questioning how much longer he intended to keep them in the dark. Liu Dingming, however, was genuinely clueless. Despite everything, his daughter had indeed produced elixirs. Liu Dingming smiled enigmatically at a few individuals, shaking his head with a blend of humility and helplessness. Low profile, low profile. The grinding of Fu Tingfeng's teeth was distinctly audible, his frustration nearing a boiling point. However, everything was still uncertain. What if that elixir was merely a first-grade pill? After all, others had successfully refined low-tier pills with a perfect success rate. Upon discerning the grade of the elixir, the two alchemy appraisers wore solemn expressions. Fearing a misstep, they conducted additional time assessments, confirming that this elixir had indeed been recently concocted. Exchanging glances, one of them boldly announced the results, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. Huaqing Sex Lu Yuyu, 6th grade Tianqian pill, 10 pieces. All of exceptional quality, with a perfect success rate. The declaration left everyone present, whether in the competition arena, the audience, or the special guest section, utterly stunned. Subsequently, the two appraisers compiled the results of all competitors' concocted elixirs, and the rankings swiftly emerged. The results of this alchemical competition were as follows. First place, Huaqing Sex Lu Yuyu. Second place, Wuji Sex Su Che. Third place, Huaqing Sex Feng Xiao. Fourth place. Awakening from a near-death stupor, he realized the joke was on himself. Initially hoping to bask in some good fortune, he found himself crushed under its weight. Meanwhile, Lu Dingming couldn't contain his joy, his smile blooming like a flower. Oh my, whose little girl is this? Not only did she excel in the talisman competition, but her alchemy skills are also unparalleled. As he chuckled, he felt a chilling gaze piercing through him. Following the source of the gaze, he saw the usually taciturn Feng Zhongming breaking into a rare smile, exposing his gleaming teeth, self-satisfied as he said, "Brother Liu, may I have a word?" Yun Hongba, aware of Feng Zhongming's intentions, seized Liu Dingming's sleeve, asserting his claim. "One must respect the order of precedence. I was the first to propose taking Lu Yuyu as a disciple. You can wait in line." Feng Zhongming's expression returned to normal. Nodding slightly, his words minimal. Liu Dingming gazed at the sky, feeling the azure blue and pure white clouds, his posture inadvertently straightening. Were it not for the occasion and his status, he would have exclaimed, "What a beautiful world." When it was announced that Lu Yuyu had secured first place, the disciples of Huaqing sect erupted in jubilant cheers. With both competitions yielding first-place victories for their sect, how could they not feel pride? Huaqing sect was rising. Finally, they would no longer endure the scorn and disdain of others. Lu Yuyu, well done. Descending from the competition platform, Lu Yuyu looked at the throng of her senior brothers and sisters rushing towards her, their faces radiant with joy and pride, as if they themselves had won first place. This, perhaps, was the essence of collective honor. In that moment, Lu Yuyu felt a profound sense of security, as if all her previous anxieties and uncertainties had dissipated, and a sense of belonging quietly took root in her heart. Feng Xiao, observing the crowd surrounding Lu Yuyu, felt an otherworldly sensation, imagining that at that moment, Gong Firen must have experienced a similar mindset. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Feng Xiao's eyes. Indeed, only first place could command such attention. Second and third were nothing but trifles. Su Jinyan, standing behind Feng Xiao, patted his shoulder, seemingly conveying, "Second brother, you still have me." The melancholy on Feng Xiao's face vanished, as if the self-deprecation he had just experienced was merely an illusion. He retrieved his bone fan and lightly tapped Su Jinyan's head. "The little junior sister is indeed impressive. If she bullies you again, I won't be able to help you." Su Jinyan rolled his eyes, retorting, "As if you ever helped me before. I thought you'd be upset and came to comfort you." Feng Xiao chuckled. "What is there to be upset about? The little junior sister's victory is our Huaqing sect's glory. I am proud of her, moreover. Without the little junior sister, there is Su Che. First place isn't solely mine." From the last statement, Su Jinyan sensed a trace of disappointment in his tone and patted his shoulder. "Second brother, in my eyes, you will always be the first. Let us not compare ourselves to freaks." He glanced at Lu Yuyu, his tone dripping with envy. The little junior sister is now enjoying heaven's favor, seemingly excelling at everything. Feng Xiao suddenly recalled Lu Yuyu's multiple failures in alchemy and shook his head. "In truth, the little junior sister has always worked hard. It's just that we pretended not to see it. Whether on the sex arena, where she used spirit stones to hone her skills, or diligently practicing alchemy in her courtyard. She seems indifferent to others' gazes and opinions. Such a person is truly formidable." Su Jinyan nodded in agreement. Deeply moved, surrounded by fellow disciples of Huaqing sect, he soon found himself swept up in their exuberance. Laughing and celebrating alongside them, not far away, Song Wan stood beside Chong Heng, her gaze lingering on Lu Yuyu, who was basking in the spotlight. Upon learning that Lu Yuyu had achieved first place in the talisman competition, she had been seething with indignation. Now, witnessing her triumph in the alchemical contest, her frustration reached new heights. Why did such an insufferable person possess such extraordinary talent? It seemed profoundly unjust, noticing that her usually aloof master was fixated on Lu Yuyu. Song Wan felt a pang of jealousy and, with a hint of grievance, tentatively asked, "Master, do you also think Lu Yuyu is exceptional and wish to take her as a disciple?" Only then did Chong Heng shift his gaze to Song Wan, seeing her on the verge of tears, and replied with affectionate exasperation, "Do not overthink. In my eyes, even if she is outstanding, she cannot compare to you in the slightest." Chapter 87. Yuyu, father is proud of you evidently. Chong Heng's assertion that Lu Yuyu could not compare to Song Wan brought immense joy to Song Wan, her tears transforming into smiles as she playfully flirted with Chong Yen. She gently tugged at Chong Heng's wide white sleeves, cooing sweetly, "Master is so kind." Chong Heng was quite charmed by her little antics, a hint of a smile surfacing in his eyes, reminiscent of melting mountain snow. breathtakingly beautiful. He cast another meaningful glance at Lu Yuyu before leaving with Song Wan. At that moment, Lu Yuyu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, a strong sense of being watched. Yet, when she turned to look, there was no one there. Xiao Heiyun, did you notice anyone unusual in that direction? Lu Yuyu felt that this ominous sensation was not unfounded and hurriedly inquired of Xiao Heiyun. The little black cloud floated leisurely in her consciousness, reveling in her triumph, and responded with confusion. Huh. Realizing she could not rely on it, Lu Yuyu let it be and scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of Song Nuan, who usually thrived in the limelight. This sparked her curiosity. Such a significant event as the alchemical competition had drawn even the 5 sect leaders, making Song Nuan's absence conspicuous. However, as far as she knew, Song Nuan would likely disdain her, so it was unlikely that she would evoke the same sense of foreboding that had recently unsettled her. Before she could ponder further, her name echoed from the high platform. Unlike the talisman competition, where rewards were distributed later, the prizes for the alchemical contest were awarded on the spot, to Lu Yuyu's delight. It was her father, Lu Dingming, who presented her award, causing her to smile involuntarily as she ascended the stage amidst the cheers of the crowd. Lu Dingming gazed at his daughter approaching him, his face aglow with pride and contentment. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of a sect leader in front of so many eyes, he would have grinned ear to ear. As Lu Yuyu reached him, Lu Dingming looked at his increasingly remarkable daughter with moist eyes, nearly moved to tears. Given her unfortunate background, his greatest wish had always been for Lu Yuyu to grow up safely. Everything else was secondary. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, continuously surprising him. He solemnly placed the ancient alchemical formula into Lu Yuyu's outstretched hand, unable to resist the urge to affectionately ruffle her hair, saying with heartfelt warmth, "Yuyu, your father is proud of you." Instantly, Lu Yuyu's eyes sparkled, exuding a soft and healing charm. Unfortunately, the disciples of Tianyan's sect could not share in that joy, as they would have to wait for the spiritual power competition before they could hope to surpass Lu Dingming. After all, talismans and alchemy were merely supplementary. One's own strength was paramount. As she opened the door, she encountered Feng Xiao standing at the entrance, preparing to enter. Bai Li Wuchen, aware of Feng Xiao's capabilities, greeted him with a smile. Has the alchemical competition concluded? Feng Xiao replied, "Yes, it has." Noticing Feng Xiao's lackluster demeanor, Bai Li Wuchen felt a sense of foreboding, wondering why he appeared so despondent. Had he not performed well? Feng Xiao sighed. On the contrary, I performed exceptionally well. It's just that. Bai Li Wuchen looked at him quizzically, urging him to continue. Bai Li Wuchen furrowed his brow. Another first place? Feng Xiao affirmed, not just first place, but 6th grade Xiantian pill, with a perfect success rate, all of exceptional quality. Bai Li Wuchen fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It seems she truly did not act recklessly. We all misunderstood her. Feng Xiao understood what Bai Li Wuchen was implying. Indeed, at that time, they all mocked her for her lack of talent, yet she diligently persevered behind closed doors, never giving up even when faced with failures. It is this unwavering spirit that has culminated in her present glory. Bai Li Wuchen recognized the profound impact this matter had on Feng Xiao and offered a comforting pat on his shoulder, saying, "Your alchemical talent is already exceedingly remarkable." Bai Li Wuchen nodded, casting a glance at the grinning Lu Yuyu, whose smile was so radiant it obscured her eyes, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. I wonder what other surprises she might bring us. Feng Xiao seemed to have a sudden realization, his previous melancholy dissipating as he speculated with keen interest. "Senior brother, do you think our junior sister will also shine brilliantly in the spiritual power competition?" After voicing this thought, he quickly shook his head, dismissing it. Alchemy and talisman crafting could be concealed, but one's true strength cannot be fabricated. At best, she could only reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, which was incomparable to the nascent soul stage. I have been deeply affected by our junior sister, he lamented, tapping his head, yet suddenly finding clarity, his eyes regaining their brightness. Gong Firen, upon learning that Lu Yuyu had secured first place in the alchemy competition, felt an inexplicable sense of balance within himself. Thus, Lu Yu spent a splendid day amidst the adoration and praise of the crowd. The senior brothers and sisters were exceedingly enthusiastic, showering her with compliments that never repeated. leaving her slightly embarrassed, her smile stretching to the point of exhaustion. Song Ro beamed with joy, as everyone now regarded Lu Yuyu as a model to emulate, clamoring to strive harder and compete. If the former waste daughter of their sect could achieve such excellence, they too could not afford to lag behind, could they? With 2 first-place victories under her belt, Lu Yuyu invigorated the morale of the disciples of Huaqing sect, leading to extraordinary performances in subsequent competitions, thus contributing her share to the sect. Chapter 88. Song 1. I will allow you 3 moves. Having already secured 2 first-place finishes, Lu Yuyu had no intention of participating in any other events aside from the spiritual power competition. This was an opportunity for practical combat experience, enhancing her abilities. As for whether she could achieve first place, she held no illusions, as it largely depended on Bailey Wuchen, if he could claim the top spot. Coupled with her previous 2 significant victories, Huaqing sect would finally rise from its long-standing 5th place to take the lead. Just the thought of it filled her with delight. As the various competitions concluded, the most prestigious spiritual power contest drew the attention of all. At this point, the initial pool of over 1,000 participants had been narrowed down to the top 50. The next match was between Tianyan sect's Song Wan and Huaqing sect's Lu Yuyu. Upon hearing Lu Yuyu's name, those aware of her participation fell silent. They had been too focused on her victories in the talisman and alchemy competitions to realize she had stealthily secured a place among the top 50 in the spiritual power competition. Remarkable. Even Fu Tingfeng, who typically enjoyed teasing Lu Dingming, was taken aback, his mouth agape as he gave Lu Dingming a thumbs up, saying, "Your daughter truly excels in every endeavor." This statement bore no hint of sarcasm. It was a sincere expression of admiration and respect. Indeed, exceptional individuals shine in all aspects, and what's more, she remains diligent and low-key. This is not mere luck. She embodies the essence of a diligent and talented child from another family. Su Jinyan, noticing Lu Yuyu's matchup against Song Wan, felt a flicker of concern. "Second brother, who do you think will win, our junior sister or Song Wan?" Feng Xiao had fully regained his composure, looking playfully at the anxious Su Jinyan, teasingly replying, "Well, that depends on whom little Jinyan wishes to see win." Feng Xiao then earnestly analyzed, "Our junior sister is currently at the early stage of the Golden Core, and so is Song Wan. Although Song Wan reached the Golden Core stage earlier, and thus has an apparent advantage, I still feel that our junior sister will triumph." Su Jinyan found himself somewhat bewildered, but after a moment's thought, he grasped the implication. "You mean our junior sister might be hiding her true capabilities?" Feng Xiao shook his head. "Cultivation cannot conceal one's prowess. We all know how our junior sister reached the Golden Core stage. I simply believe she won't lose to Songwon." Su Jinyan was thoroughly confused now, asking blankly, "Second brother, what makes you say that?" Feng Xiao cast him a disdainful glance. "Is there nothing else in that head of yours besides romantic entanglements? Haven't you noticed that our junior sister dislikes Song Wan? She would certainly find a way to best her." Su Jinyan sighed, finally understanding. "Alas, when will this cycle of vengeance end? Our junior sister is simply too vengeful." Feng Xiao nodded in empathy. "Exactly. So it's best not to offend her in the future, or you might end up with nothing left." Su Jinyan's face shifted between shades of white and black, as he already felt the consequences of his previous actions weighing heavily upon him. On the competition stage, Song Wan regarded Lu Yuyu with an air of unwavering confidence. She was on the cusp of reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core, while Lu Yuyu had only recently entered the early stage. Defeating her would be a trivial matter, even if Lu Yuyu excelled in talisman crafting and alchemy. Without those, she was nothing. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. External skills are merely embellishments, and one must possess solid abilities to earn true respect. In her heart, Song Wan understood the significance of Lu Yuyu's talents, yet she refused to acknowledge it. Regardless, today she was determined to trample Lu Yuyu beneath her feet and erase her past humiliation. Tianyan sect, Song Wan. She introduced herself with a formal bow. Huaqing sect, Lu Yuyu, she replied, knowing that exchanging sect names was a basic courtesy. To demonstrate that she would not bully the weak, Song Wan graciously offered, "I understand you've only recently reached the early stage of the Golden Core. I will allow you 3 moves." Lu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with delight at this unexpected boon. Her smile became even more amiable. "Then I shall take you up on that." With that, she launched her offensive toward Song Nuan. Song Nuan, isn't there supposed to be any politeness involved? However, this was preferable. Once she defeated Lu Yuyu, no one would dare to voice any grievances on her behalf. Easily dodging Lu Yuyu's attack, Song Nuan lifted her chin slightly, encouragingly stating, "Come on, just 2 more moves." As an exceptional water spirit root cultivator, she had requested her master to find her a technique that was both practical and aesthetically pleasing for combat. Thus, as she evaded Lu Yuyu's strikes, her movements appeared graceful and ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. The audience's reaction confirmed her self-perception. After elegantly dodging another of Lu Yuyu's attacks, gasps of admiration erupted from the crowd. Not only is Sister Song beautiful and kind-hearted, but her martial ethics are also commendable. Indeed, she is the only disciple of our esteemed Chongheng. Naturally excelling in every aspect, Sister Song has become increasingly beautiful. She was once a shy young girl, and now she has blossomed into a graceful and kind-hearted fairy. However, amid the excitement of the competition, some whispered, "But this is a sect competition. Do such trivialities even matter?" What do they mean by trivialities? Our Sister Song possesses strength. Is it not acceptable for her to show some courtesy to Lu Yuyu, who is evidently new to the early stage of the Golden Core? This way, she grants Lu Yuyu some face without compromising her victory. This is called having a broader perspective. The disciple who had been criticized fell silent, somewhat speechless. If one wishes to show off, at least do it without referencing broader perspectives. And on the competition stage, Lu Yuyu feigned exerting every ounce of her strength as she attacked Song Nuan once more. Song Nuan effortlessly dodged again, this time twirling gracefully, her skirt billowing and hair flowing, her stunning face resembling that of a celestial being. The audience erupted into further gasps of admiration, showering her with praises one after another. Song Nuan smiled joyfully, yet kindly reminded, "Only 1 more move, and then it will be my turn to counter." Lu Yuyu, acknowledging her landing position, cupped her hands in thanks. "Thank you for your kindness." Chapter 89. Su Jinyan. Are you here to witness my misfortune? Song Nuan remained oblivious until she found herself face down in the dirt, unable to comprehend how she had lost. The audience fell into an unsettling silence. Then, someone could no longer contain themselves and let out a pft. Immediately, the last vestiges of decorum crumbled, and unrestrained laughter filled the air. "Oh my, I am dying of laughter. What a grand display of arrogance. Haha, I usually pity the beauties, but I can't hold it in any longer. My goodness, I am laughing so hard I could cry. Is this a light-hearted moment prepared for us by Tianyan sect? Ha ha ha, I'm losing my composure. One could even say that I had been constipated for days, but now I finally feel something. Ha ha ha, brothers, I am leaving first. I can't hold it in any longer." Shin Xingqian cast a sharp glance at several individuals who were the most entertained and loudest in their laughter. Under his icy gaze, they immediately fell silent. While the law may not punish the masses, one must not stand out too much. Standing out makes one a target. Clearing his throat, he turned to Song Nuan, who was still sprawled on the ground, shaking his head in resignation as he approached to help her up. Finally, Shin Xingqian squatted down and lifted her in his arms, departing the competition arena amidst the gazes of the crowd. Not far away, Chongheng observed the scene, his expression darkening slightly as he watched Shin Xingqian's retreating figure, a flicker of displeasure passing through his eyes. Then, his profound gaze shifted towards Lu Yuyu, a chilling aura enveloping him. As if he could extinguish her existence with a mere lift of his hand, the sensation of being scrutinized felt like a thorn in her side. Startled, Lu Yuyu turned to the source of the gaze, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a white garment vanishing around the stone pillar. Chongheng? Huh. It was indeed him. And the narrative. Chongheng was akin to an aloof sage, detached from worldly concerns, viewing everyone as mere ants. Save for Song Nuan, who could stir his emotions and desires. Was his scrutiny a result of her triumph over Song Nuan, reducing her to a state of humiliation? A playful smile danced on Lu Yuyu's lips as she resumed engaging with her enthusiastic seniors. She held no fear of Chongheng, for those who could perceive the machinations of fate were bound by the principle of non-interference in others' destinies, lest they incur divine retribution. At the foot of Wuji Mountain, Su Jinyan finally encountered Song Nuan. Noticing her apparent reluctance to see him, After a moment's hesitation, he approached her. Song Wan was in no mood to behold anyone associated with Lu Yuyu, and upon seeing him standing there vacantly, she couldn't help but mock herself with reddened eyes. What? Even you have come to witness my humiliation. Su Jinyan initially had much to convey to Song Wan, but upon seeing her swollen eyes, all that remained was concern. After a moment's thought, he replied, Song Shiji, I care for you too much to mock you. Song Wan, perceiving his feigned ignorance, felt tears welling in her already red-rimmed eyes. I detest you. Su Jinyan, with that, she turned to flee up Wuji Mountain. In a moment of panic, Su Jinyan grasped her sleeve, flustered. Song Shiji, you've misunderstood me. I had no intention of ridiculing you. I merely wished to offer some comfort. Song Wan glared at him. Who needs your comfort? It's all your junior sister Lu Yuyu's fault. You are in league with her. Leave. I do not wish to see you again. Realizing her agitation, Su Jinyan knew it was not the opportune moment for a heart-to-heart and reluctantly conceded. Very well, I shall take my leave. Please do not despair. I apologize on behalf of my junior sister. Do not be overly distressed. What was he doing here? Shin Xingchen, who had come to bring some items for Song Wan, happened to catch sight of Su Jinyan's retreating figure and frowned, unable to contain his curiosity. Handing the items to Song Wan, he spoke gently. Do not dwell on it. Losing the competition is nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, everyone has eyes. It was evident you intentionally let Lu Yuyu win. If my senior brother encounters her in the competition, would you like him to exact revenge for you? Song Wan's face lit up with anticipation as she gazed at Shin Xingchen, feeling grateful for his kindness. Unable to restrain herself, she embraced him tightly and softly murmured, Thank you, Shin Xixiang. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. However, he silently vowed to protect Song Wan diligently, eradicating any source of her unhappiness. Casting a wary glance towards the direction of Su Jinyan's departure, he fervently hoped that he would not encounter any members of the Huaqing sect at this moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly take it upon himself to fiercely avenge his junior sister. Just moments ago, amidst the crowd, Lu Yuyu had not paid close attention to whether Song Ro would be angered by her kicking Song Wan, and since the relationship between Song Ro and Song Wan was still unknown to everyone, she had kept her thoughts to herself until now. However, broaching the subject was easier said than done. How could she begin without appearing contrived? Noticing Lu Yuyu's hesitant demeanor, Song Ro couldn't help but chuckle. Are you afraid I might be angry? Clearing her throat, Lu Yuyu's gaze became somewhat evasive as she earnestly nodded. After all, she's your biological sister. Song Ro shook her head. You are overthinking it. I am not only unperturbed, but even wish to express my gratitude to you. Lu Yuyu's face was a portrait of confusion. With her eyes cast down, Song Ro sighed before speaking slowly. In this encounter, I have discerned that her temperament has somewhat altered. Perhaps her masters at Tianyan's sect have indulged her too much. Regardless, her arrogance and tendency to belittle others will inevitably lead her to great misfortune one day. I hope she learns a lesson from this incident and refrains from employing such petty tricks in the future. It must be said, Song Ro truly exemplified a clear-headed individual. Balancing her allegiances between friends and sister, Lu Yuyu tugged at Song Ro's sleeve, her smile bright and innocent. I was once concerned that if a conflict arose between me and Song Wan, you, as her sister, would inevitably side with her. It seems I was merely overreacting. Chapter 90. Do not wish to trouble oneself, but trouble others instead. Song Ro smiled and shot her a sidelong glance. I judge based on actions, not individuals. If you were in the wrong, I would speak against you as well. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuyu's smile gradually faded, just as Song Ro was about to tease Lu Yuyu for her inability to handle criticism. She noticed the latter's serious expression directed at her, her brows furrowed in earnestness. Song Shiji, if one day I were to lose my way and become unable to discern right from wrong, please be sure to awaken me. Lu Yuyu had always been acutely aware of her own identity. Although she had acted on impulse since arriving here, she remained guiltless. However, there were moments when she could not help but revert to her original self, contemplating how she would handle certain situations were she still the former Lu Yuyu, including whether she would forgive those like Bai Li Wuchen for their transgressions. Nonetheless, after careful analysis, she would still choose to follow the path she deemed right. Yet, being immersed in this reality, she could not escape the influence of the original narrative. She feared that one day, she might completely succumb to the plot, transforming into a heartless instrument of vengeance. Song Ro did not understand why Lu Yu said such things, but she solemnly promised, "As long as you do not find me bothersome," Lu Yu's eyes brightened, her smile soft and endearing. She currently possessed a clear sense of self, regardless of the circumstances. While inhabiting another's body, the one thing she could ensure was that she would not simultaneously forgive those who had harmed the original owner of this body, be it by Li Wuchen or the puppeteer orchestrating it all. Indeed, Lu Yu firmly believed that this entire affair was likely being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, such as the mysterious figure who initially provided the method for Lu Dingming to forge a bond with the dragon egg. She instinctively felt that he was the key. Understanding Lu Yu's perspective, Song Ro would not make things difficult for her either, voluntarily broaching the subject. "It seems that Song Nuan has suffered quite a blow this time. Aren't you going to offer her some comfort?" Song Ro cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Lu Yu, a hint of sorrow etched between her brows. That day, when I recognized her, she mentioned that Changheng had predicted her severed familial ties. And her brothers and sisters were all aware of this, believing I had passed away. She said this secret should remain undisclosed for now, intending to surprise everyone after the sect competition concludes. Thus, when she collapsed beneath the arena today, I initially intended to help her up, but seeing Xin Xingchen approach, I refrained from doing so. I sensed that she harbored certain reservations, perhaps not wishing everyone to know of my existence. Lu Yu's expression momentarily froze, clearly taken aback that Song Nuan was not in a hurry to acknowledge Song Ro as her sister, observing Song Ro's lightly troubled demeanor, reminiscent of a beautiful fairy experiencing worldly sorrow for the first time. Lu Yu racked her brain for comforting words. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "I believe I might have an inkling of Song Nuan's concerns." Song Ro looked at her in confusion. Lu Yu elaborated. "Previously, in the Juyo secret realm, Changheng had divined that there was a dragon egg within the secret realm that shared a master-servant bond with Song Nuan. Given Changheng's uncanny predictions, that dragon egg was essentially destined for her. However, on that day, I found the egg ahead of time. It appeared to be a miraculous treasure, so I roasted and consumed it, cough, which led to Song Nuan missing her chance with the dragon egg and nullified their supposed bond. Moreover, since Changheng had also predicted that Song Nuan's familial ties were severed and you are still very much alive, the intertwining of these two events would likely cast doubt on Changheng's divinatory abilities. Hence, Song Ro likely wishes to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, intending to announce her existence at a more suitable moment. It must be said, Lu Yu had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, Song Nuan had harbored such thoughts. Even after the initial joy of seeing Song Ro, she recalled Changheng's divination and her master's reputation, which left her feeling somewhat conflicted, prompting her to suggest waiting until after the sect competition to reveal their relationship. After hearing this, Song Ro felt somewhat reassured, as long as it was not the case that Song Nuan did not wish to recognize her as a sister, as for when to announce their relationship. She was not particularly concerned. After a day of matches, half of the initial 50 participants had been eliminated, leaving 25 contenders. These remaining individuals would participate in a drawing system, pairing numbers 1 through 25. 2 against 24, 3 against 23, and so forth, continuing until 12 faced 14. Due to the uneven numbers, the 13th position was a lucky draw, granting those who drew it an automatic advancement. Everyone harbored a faint hope, even if they could not draw the 13th number, to face a weaker opponent to enhance their chances of victory. Consequently, after the draw, some wore smiles while others bore bitter expressions. Those who smiled had drawn opponents they could easily handle, while those who grimaced typically faced adversaries significantly stronger than themselves. When it was Lu Yu's turn, she rubbed her hands together, hoping to draw the by number, allowing her to skip a round. Spotting a particularly prominent slip, she seized it, only to find it was indeed the 13th number. Lu Yu was so taken aback by her own beauty that she momentarily lost her bearings, exclaiming that the manifestation of one's desires was truly delightful. Observing this, Su Jinnian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It must be said, his junior sister's fortune was indeed remarkable. He cast a glance at his own draw. Number 12. Realizing he was merely a stroke away from number 13, the crux of the matter was that the counterpart to his draw was none other than Xin Xingchen, the senior of Song Nuan. Shin Xingqian had long since entered the Golden Core stage and was on the verge of a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm, indicating that Su Jinyan's journey in this competition would likely end here. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Su Jinyan, leading him to discreetly approach Lu Yuyu, intending to whisper something in her ear, only to be disdainfully pushed away by her. Lu Yuyu shot him a glare, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why all this unnecessary fuss?" Su Jinyan couldn't help but feel that his thoughts were rather absurd, but it was undeniable that Lu Yuyu's luck was exceptional. Whenever she faced an opponent, her defeat was a foregone conclusion. He, on the other hand, still had a fighting chance. Hesitating for a moment, Su Jinyan mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. "Junior sister, I have a rather unusual request. Would you consider it appropriate to discuss?" Lu Yuyu couldn't even be bothered to roll her eyes at him, knowing full well that he recognized the nature of his request. "You realize it's an imposition, yet you still bring it up. Why burden others to alleviate your own discomfort?" Without needing to think, Lu Yuyu knew exactly what Su Jinyan was scheming, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though his intentions were for the sect to have another contender in the top 10, the proposal was indeed difficult to articulate. Not far away, Feng Xiao noticed the two of them seemingly bickering and approached with a teasing remark. "You two really can find a reason to argue anywhere." Su Jinyan pulled Feng Xiao aside, seeking his opinion. Once at a reasonable distance from Lu Yuyu, he blushed and said, "Second brother, junior sister has drawn a bye. Before it's announced, I wish to exchange my draw with her. Do you think that would be feasible?" Upon hearing Su Jinyan's desire to swap draws with Lu Yuyu, Feng Xiao's playful demeanor vanished, and he replied, "Little Jinyan, that statement is rather audacious," seeing his second brother's lack of support. Su Jinyan felt a surge of displeasure and muttered, "Regardless, giving it to Lu Yuyu would be a waste. And the next round, she is bound to lose, while I might still have a chance to struggle." Feng Xiao suddenly perceived a flaw in Su Jinyan's reasoning, his expression turning serious. "It's no wonder junior sister bullies you. I almost feel inclined to give you a few punches myself, after neglecting you for a few days. You've begun to act recklessly, disregarding the lives of others. In the future, think before you speak, all right?" Feeling both wronged and ashamed, Su Jinyan lowered his head. He was aware that his request was somewhat excessive. But wasn't he merely attempting to secure another competitor for the sect? Feng Xiao shot him a warning glance, urging him to behave, before leading him to register their respective draws, upon discovering that Feng Xiao's opponent was Hong Gang from the Tianyan sect. Su Jinyan felt a sense of camaraderie, no longer harboring resentment toward his second brother for not aligning with him. Well, being eliminated alongside the second brother is not such a disgrace. After the draw numbers were announced, many competitors wore expressions of astonishment. How fortunate was Lu Yuyu to draw a bye. Indeed, she had previously survived being dragged to the lake's depths by a bloodthirsty python in the Jiuyo's secret realm. And now she had drawn a bye again. Her luck was unparalleled. Jiuyo's secret realm? Bloodthirsty python? Please do elaborate. That's a long story. Meanwhile, at the VIP section, Lu Dingming wore a persistent smile that seemed to transform into a grin. Yun Hongba exhibited a sense of pride, occasionally leaning in to whisper to Lu Dingming, his laughter infectious. Fu Tingfeng wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiment that Lu Yuyu was exceptionally lucky, even beginning to ponder whether she had been favored by the goddess of fortune. Otherwise, how could she excel in everything while enjoying such extraordinary luck? Unable to contain his thoughts, he shared his musings with Lu Dingming, his tone dripping with envy. "Lu brother, your Yuyu is indeed a blessed child. Her fortune is simply remarkable. You'll have much to boast about in the future." Lu Dingming recalled Lu Yuyu's misfortune and sighed. "Alas, this child has always been a source of worry. I never anticipated her growth into such an outstanding individual." Perhaps this is the turning of fortune. He believed it was the result of several good disciples bringing luck to Lu Yuyu, and thus resolved to treat them with greater kindness, allocating more resources for their training from his own share. At that moment, the battle commenced between Feng Xiao and Hong Gang. Feng Xiao understood he was no match for Hong Gang, so after exchanging a few token moves, he promptly conceded. And the third match. Shin Xingqian from the Tianyan sect faced Su Jinyan from the Huaqing sect. Upon hearing his name, Su Jinyan specifically scanned the crowd for Song Yuan, only to be met with disappointment as he failed to spot her. It seemed the setback had weighed heavily on her, causing her to miss the spectacle on the stage. Shin Xingqian and Su Jinyan stood opposite each other, aware of Shin Xingqian's good rapport with Song Yuan. The two exchanged names, after which Su Jinyan tentatively inquired, "How is senior sister Song doing?" The mention of Song Yuan ignited a surge of anger within Shin Xingqian, who retorted with scorn, "With your junior sister humiliating her like that? How could she be well? Do you still have the audacity to approach her and reopen her wounds? Just the sight of you, Huaqing sect members, reminds me of the disgrace she suffered." Enough talk. Let us begin with that. He launched an attack on Su Jinyan. Having a wood-type spiritual root, which naturally countered earth, coupled with having advanced to the Golden Core stage 2 years prior, Shin Xingqian was far beyond Su Jinyan's capabilities. As Su Jinyan was pressed back to the edge of the stage, he contemplated conceding. Shin Xingqian, perceiving his intent, mocked him with a sneer. "Want to give up, with such little backbone? How dare you have feelings for senior sister Song?" "Su Jinyan, you are unworthy of her affection," he chuckled, refusing to let Su Jinyan escape before he had his FU, and Su Jinyan, stung by the words, hardened his resolve and glared at Shin Xingqian. "Do you wish to continue?" "Very well, I shall oblige." The two resumed their fierce engagement. Initially, Su Jinyan still had some fight left in him, but soon he found himself overwhelmed, determined not to appear weak before Song Yuan Sr. He grit his teeth and resolved to endure until he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Just as he contemplated conceding, Shin Xingqian struck his shoulder with a powerful blow, resulting in a sickening crack as Su Jinyan's arm dislocated. Simultaneously, Shin Xingqian continued to taunt him. Pathetic. The combination of pain and derision ignited a flicker of defiance in Su Jinyan, and with bloodshot eyes, he attempted to retaliate, only to be met with an even harsher beating. Shin Xingqian delivered a swift kick to his face, knocking out a tooth and leaving Su Jinyan spitting blood. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, most of which came from the Tianyan sect. Bai Li Wuchen furrowed his brow. Feng Xiao, usually smiling, wore an expression of confusion. What is little Jinyan doing? Knowing he cannot win, why persist? The usually taciturn Li Cha scoffed, a few words of provocation, and he becomes reckless. Fifth junior brother is increasingly lacking in judgment. Gong Firen wore a concerned expression. If fifth junior brother refuses to concede, the match will continue indefinitely. Coupled with Shin Xingqian's wood-type spiritual root, the damage inflicted on him will escalate. This is not the way to seek a fight on the stage. Su Jinyan began to sense something was amiss. Just as he attempted to call for surrender, Shin Xingqian swiftly struck his mute point, rendering him unable to speak, his eyes wide with terror. Did Shin Xingqian intend to kill him on stage? Witnessing Su Jinyan's fear, Shin Xingqian found it amusing. Truly, he was a fool, regardless of how much he despised him. He would never kill him in front of everyone. In a tone barely audible to anyone but Su Jinyan, Shin Xingqian warned, "In the future, do not bother Song Junior sister without cause. Consider this a lesson. Next time, I will take your life." With that, he unleashed half of his power, delivering an ostensibly errant blow that shattered Su Jinyan's right leg. At the same time, he released Su Jinyan from his mute point. The sound of splintering bone accompanied Su Jinyan's anguished scream as he was sent crashing off the stage. Quite coincidentally, he fell precisely where Song Yuan had tumbled the previous day, perhaps due to the excruciating pain. Su Jinyan collapsed unconscious. Chapter 92. Su Jinyan is ruined. Victory for Shin Xingqian of the Tianyan sect. Shin Xingqian cast a somber glance at the unconscious Su Jinyan before shifting his gaze to Lu Yuyu. An eyebrow raised as if to say, "You are next." Lu Yuyu met his gaze without a hint of fear, even managing a mocking smile. "Bring it on. Whoever flinches is a coward." Shin Xingqian, seeing her unyielding demeanor, snorted derisively and departed the stage. The members of the Huaqing sect hurried to carry Su Jinyan to the healer, with Lu Yu pondering for a moment before following suit. The healer's quarters. Feng Zhao's lips were tightly pressed, his expression darkening. Before arriving, he had examined Su Jinyan's right leg, concluding it was a comminuted fracture. If nothing unforeseen occurred, that leg would be permanently disabled. Indeed, after the examination, the healer shook his head and sighed. The bones in the entire lower leg are shattered beyond repair. He will have to live with a limp from now on. Sigh, what kind of enmity drives one to such brutality? Feng Zhao's face was etched with guilt. It was all his fault. When Su Jinyan had wished to exchange draws with Lu Yuyu, he should have agreed. if the sign were to be swapped. Would the outcome be different? Lu Yu found it rather peculiar to see Feng Xiao occasionally glance at her with a look of frustration. However, after a moment's reflection, it became clear, although Su Jinyan hadn't explicitly stated it at the time. It was evident he had intended to swap signs with her, a notion likely dismissed by Feng Xiao. Unable to suppress a cold laugh, Lu Yu mused, what was there to be frustrated about? Frustrated that Su Jinyan hadn't exchanged signs with her? Shen Xingchen, this grand sycophant, was ruthless even towards Su Jinyan, a lesser sycophant. Had she truly taken the stage, it might have resulted in more than just a broken leg. It could have been fatal. Truth be told, while Su Jinyan's plight was indeed tragic, Lu Yu felt no sympathy whatsoever. He was fully aware that Shen Xingchen was deliberately provoking him, yet instead of retreating promptly, he chose to engage in a futile struggle spurred by a few taunting words. It was only after the harsh reality set in that he wished to regret his actions, yet alas, Shen Xingchen offered him no chance, even taking the opportunity to cripple him. Lu, possessing some knowledge of lip-reading, recalled Shen Xingchen's final words to Su Jinyan and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Initially, she had assumed Shen Xingchen's ire towards Su Jinyan stemmed from her having humiliated Song Wan. But it turned out to be because Su Jinyan's affection for Song Wan was perceived as harassment. Thus, he had issued a warning through the brutal severing of a leg. One could only wonder how Song Wan would feel upon discovering that one of her male leads had been incapacitated by her first admirer. As Su Jinyan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze remained clouded with confusion. Instinctively, he glanced at his right leg, which was tightly wrapped in white bandages, apart from a pain that rendered it nearly numb. He felt nothing. Turning towards Feng Xiao, his voice trembled with fear. As senior brother, my leg. Feng Xiao's expression darkened as he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Rest assured, senior brother will find a way to heal your leg. For now, focus on recuperating. If it were merely a fracture, they could mend it, but the bones were shattered beyond recognition. Su Jinyan's heart sank as he pressed on. Is there truly no way to treat it now? Am I destined to be a cripple? Feng Xiao's face was grave. This is only a temporary situation. There will surely be other solutions. Su Jinyan found it hard to accept this outcome. His eyes rolling back as he fainted once more, Feng Xiao tucked him under the covers and instructed the other disciples who had come along to leave, assuring them he would keep watch. Lu Yu had no intention of lingering. Just as she was about to depart with the others, Feng Xiao called out to her. Junior sister, please wait a moment. Lu replied, very well. Observing Su Jinyan's pallid complexion, Feng Xiao shifted his gaze to Lu Yu and pondered before voicing the question that weighed heavily on his heart. If fifth junior brother had offered to swap signs with you, would you have accepted? Lu Yu resolutely shook her head. No. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's disappointment was palpable as he lowered his eyes, letting out a bittersweet chuckle. I suppose I was expecting too much. Lu Yu had no desire to shoulder this blame. Regardless of what he anticipated, the decision to not swap signs was hers alone. Furthermore, exchanging signs was tantamount to cheating. Should others discover it, how would they regard the Huaqing sect? Most importantly, she simply did not wish to swap. Although Feng Xiao understood Lu Yu's reasoning, he couldn't help but lash out. Are those baseless reputations truly more important than fifth junior brother's leg? Lu Yu found his anger amusing. Am I the one who injured his leg? Did I force him to recklessly confront Shen Xingchen? Seeing her still attempt to counter his arguments, Feng Xiao's disappointment deepened. And he regarded Lu Yu with cold eyes. You must realize that fifth junior brother has been targeted by Shen Xingchen entirely because of you. Do you not feel the slightest guilt? Awoken by their voices, Su Jinyan opened his eyes again, glaring at Lu Yu with fury, his emotions unraveling. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be suffering like this. Get out. I don't want to see you. With all blame thrust upon her, Lu Yu refused to indulge him. Me? Huh. Su Jinyan, have you lost your memory? Did you conveniently forget the warning you received when Shen Xingchen crippled you? The suffering you endure is a direct result of your own actions. You know that better than anyone else. Do not disturb Song Junior sister in the future. Consider this a lesson next time. I will take your life. Do not disturb her. But when had he ever harassed Song Wan? His first approach had been just yesterday, and only when they were alone together. Su Jinyan fell silent. Observing his stoic demeanor, Feng Xiao felt a pang of pity and glared at Lu Yu. Fifth junior brother is in this state, and you still seek to provoke him. Lu Yuyu regarded Feng Xiao as though he were a fool, with grievances rooted and debts owed. Who is to blame for his current state? He knows it better than anyone. Yet here he is, attempting to lay all the blame at my feet. It was one thing to have been blind and foolish before. But now he is merely deceiving himself. Shouldn't I help him see the truth? And you, she continued, I understand your bond with Su Jinyan, but by continually indulging him, allowing him to dwell in his delusions. Do you truly believe you are protecting him? No, you are only leading him to ruin. Chapter 93. He will become a little cripple in the future. Lu Yu's counterattack of moral coercion left Feng Xiao questioning himself. The room fell into a heavy silence, with none of the three daring to utter another word. At that moment, Bai Li Wuchen, fresh from his match, entered to visit Su Jinyan. Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed the strange atmosphere. Liu Yu appeared furious, Feng Xiao looked somber, and Su Jinyan was covering his ears, seemingly having heard something unbearable. All necessary words had been exchanged, and Lu Yu had no intention of lingering. Standing up, her expression frosty, she declared, I merely spoke some truths, unwilling to be a scapegoat. If Su Jinyan insists on placing all blame upon me, so be it. It was undeniable that this incident bore some relation to her. Yet Su Jinyan could not expect to cast all the dirty water upon her. Given the plot and her own disdain for Su Jinyan, her previous remarks were already quite generous. Were it not for her need for Su Jinyan's assistance in averting disaster and Feng Xiao's recent moral coercion, she wouldn't have bothered to waste her breath at all. It is truly self-inflicted. Only the inept wish to deflect their faults onto others. With this thought, Lu Yuyu's eyes narrowed dangerously. If Su Jinyan could come to terms with the reality, it would suffice. But should he persist in his delusions and continue to provoke her, she would not hesitate to sever their fateful bond, even if it meant inviting misfortune upon herself. Bai Li Wuchen observed Lu Yuyu's retreating figure, deep in thought, before finally turning his attention to Feng Xiao. With a rueful smile, Feng Xiao admitted, Junior sister is right. I have indeed misdirected my anger at her. Fifth junior brother's current condition has left me flustered. After learning the details, Bai Li Wuchen fell into an unusual silence. Approaching Su Jinyan, he gently brushed aside the hand covering his face, revealing a once cheerful visage now hollowed out, his eyes red and teary. With a sigh, Bai Li Wuchen reassured him, There is no need to despair. Your leg can indeed heal. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Su Jinyan's eyes as he cautiously looked up at Bai Li Wuchen, his lips trembling as he stammered, Senior brother, is that true? Bai Li Wuchen nodded. At present, you are merely flesh and blood. Should you cultivate to the transformation stage, you will be able to reconstruct your bones. And by then, you will be fully healed. However, upon hearing this, the flicker of hope within Su Jinyan's gaze swiftly morphed into profound despair. Transformation stage, who among them had not turned into a frail, elderly figure? By that time, would he even care whether his leg was crippled? Unable to cope with the oscillating emotions between hope and despair, he finally broke down and wept uncontrollably. Feng Xiao had not anticipated that the solution offered by the senior brother would be this. It left him feeling both amused and helpless as he hurried to console Su Jinyan. Bai Li Wuchen, unlike Feng Xiao, did not attempt to comfort Su Jinyan. Instead, he spoke sternly. You may cry to your heart's content now, but once you step outside this door, you must rise as a man. A leg can be healed, but a broken spirit, once fractured, will never allow you to stand again. Even after Bai Li Wuchen departed, Su Jinyan continued to sob loudly, as if he were trying to expel every ounce of confusion, fear, and injustice from his heart. His life had been nothing short of smooth sailing. To suddenly face such a calamity left him utterly despondent. He would forever be an incomplete person. Wherever he went, others would cast him with strange looks. He would become a little cripple. Furthermore, having blamed all his woes on Lu Yuyu, he was certain she would mock him, ridiculing his disability. The mere thought of this sent him into a deeper fit of tears, his sorrow echoing through the room like a wailing ghost. Feng Xiao, at a loss for how to comfort him, could only silently stand by, occasionally sacrificing his own sleeve to help wipe away Su Jinyan's tears. Bai Li Wuchen exited the medical facility and headed straight for Lu Yuyu. Upon seeing him standing before her, Lu Yuyu's eyes filled with suspicion and wariness as she bluntly asked, What is it? Are you here to blame me for not swapping signs with Su Jinyan? Bai Li Wuchen observed her, resembling a tiny hedgehog, and chuckled softly. "You are overthinking it. I am here to extend apologies on behalf of our second and fifth junior brothers." He pressed his lips together and continued. "The injury sustained by the fifth junior brother may haunt him for a lifetime. The second junior brother, driven by his affection for you, spoke those impulsive words. I have reprimanded them, and I hope you can take it lightly. In the future, should such occurrences arise again, do not hesitate to inform me. I will advocate for you." Lu's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. "Thank you, senior brother." "Lu, what a coincidence." A voice feigned surprised. Lu glanced around at the crowd, noting that nearly all the participants were present. What a coincidence. Is this a blatant attempt to strike up a conversation? Upon closer inspection, the speaker was Feng Zhixing, who had also participated in the talisman competition. He appeared to be from the Miao Miao sect. Little was mentioned about Feng Zhixing in the narrative, primarily because he had no special connection with Songmon. He was merely a fervent talisman enthusiast, his talent rivaling that of Gong Fei Ran, yet overshadowed by Gong Fei Ran's leading aura. "Is there something you wish to say?" Lu Yu teased, noticing his reddened face, which he seemed reluctant to speak. Feng Zhixing, devoid of any jealousy towards Lu Yu's talent, admired her instead and sought an opportunity to learn from her. If he could persuade her to become his little junior sister, it would be splendid. However, he pondered how to charm her, as his master had not imparted such knowledge. After a lengthy pause, his face flushed. He managed to utter a complete sentence. Hello, I am Feng Zhixing from the Miao Miao sect. May I get to know you?" Lu Yu beamed. "Of course, I am Lu Yu from the Huaqing sect." Seeing her smile, Feng Zhixing felt his embarrassment dissipate remarkably, and the words he had rehearsed in his mind tumbled out naturally. "I would like to consult you regarding talisman matters." "May I inquire when you might have some time?" Lu Yu, displaying great modesty, replied. "There is no need for formality. I welcome discussions at any time," Feng Zhixing countered. "Junior sister Lu, you are far too humble." With your talent and abilities, the two engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Bai Li Wuchen, observing Lu Yu's cheerful exchange with another man, felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within him, a feeling of discontent. Chapter 94. A second round of Bai's Li Sha approached and noted the animated discussion between Lu Yu and Feng Zhixing, contrasting it with the intriguing expression on the neglected senior brother's face. With his usual stoic demeanor, Li Sha seemed to have stumbled upon a revelation, his gossiping instincts ignited. Was Feng Zhixing attempting to steal a march on them? Had the senior brother grown jealous? Silently positioning himself beside Bai Li Wuchen, Li Sha endeavored to create a sense of presence, greeting him in a voice that carried. "Senior brother." To capture Lu Yu's attention, Li Sha initiated a discussion about martial techniques with Bai Li Wuchen, intentionally raising his voice, particularly when addressing him as senior brother. Lu Yu, seemingly annoyed by the noise, opted to move to another area with Feng Zhixing, continuing their exploration of talisman arts. Li Sha. Bai Li Wuchen noticed the unusual behavior of Li Sha and, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, remarked, "Why the loudness? Are you trying to scare away our junior sister?" Li Sha. He had merely intended to draw Lu Yu's attention to Bai Li Wuchen, yet his intentions were misunderstood. What had gone awry? Li Sha pressed his lips together, glancing at Lu Yu and Feng Zhixing, and inquired, "Is Feng Zhixing trying to undermine us?" Currently, Lu Yu shone brightly. Ranked first in talismans and first in alchemy, her looks were equally commendable. It was only natural for others to take notice. Upon hearing the phrase "undermine us," Bai Li Wuchen's expression momentarily faltered. Li Sha, keenly observant of Bai Li Wuchen's reactions, discerned his confusion regarding the term undermine and clarified. Undermining refers to Feng Zhixing's intention to take Lu Yu away. "I just saw the leader of the Miao Miao sect speaking to Feng Zhixing, after which he approached her. He likely aims to recruit Lu Yu as his disciple due to her remarkable talent." There was no denying that Li Sha had struck a chord. After saying this, he cleared his throat and, with a rare hint of mockery, added, "Senior brother, if Lu Yu develops feelings for Feng Zhixing, will he become one of our brothers?" The phrase "become one of our brothers" held a deeper significance. Bai Li Wuchen shot him a sidelong glance. "You seem to be quite talkative today. Instead of indulging in idle chatter, why not check on the fifth junior brother?" Li Sha quickly shook his head. "I shall not." Bai Li Wuchen, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" His gaze flickered slightly. Even he had initially assumed that the fifth junior brother's injury at the hands of Shin Xingchen was due to the little junior sister. It turned out that it was actually because the fifth junior brother harbored feelings for Song Nuan, inciting jealousy in Shin Xingchen, who clearly had affections for Song Nuan, and oh wonder the little junior sister had been so furious. Disregarding the fifth junior brother's injury to confront him, reflecting on how everything was intricately linked to Song Nuan, a flicker of disdain appeared in Bai Li Wuchen's eyes after Li Sha departed. Bai Li Wuchen's gaze lingered on Lu Yuyu's figure, unable to tear himself away. That evening, due to Shin Xingchen's overly aggressive tactics during the competition, he was sternly ordered by Fu Tingfeng to apologize to Su Jinmian. Although entering the competition stage was akin to signing a death warrant, the five major sects had always prioritized friendship over competition. This was the first time such a situation had arisen. Lu Dingming believed that Shin Xingchen had intentionally crippled Su Jinmian's leg, and his face darkened with displeasure, insisting that the Tianyan sect provide an explanation. Shin Xingchen, unfazed, admitted to having deliberately injured Su Jinmian, but he had executed the act flawlessly. Even if everyone suspected his intent, they could not pinpoint a mistake. Under pressure from Fu Zongzhu, Shin Xingchen reluctantly went to apologize to Su Jinmian, only to provoke him to the point of jumping out of bed, demanding a fight. "I didn't mean to do it. I've already apologized, so I'll take my leave." Shin Xingchen, disinterested and lingering, declared this with an air of arrogance before departing, resulting in Su Jinmian fainting from anger once more. The spiritual energy competition had determined the top 13, among which was Lu Yuyu. The subsequent matches would also be decided by drawing lots. And once again, there was a buys slot available. During the drawing, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Haha, having been lucky previously, it can't be that luck will continue, can it? I believe Lu Yuyu may only reach the top 15. For whoever she faces, she shall lose. Not necessarily. What if she is just fortunate? If she draws a buy, will you be surprised and bewildered? Bro, stop imagining things. If Lu Yuyu draws a buy again, I will gnaw on the competition stage. Wait, bro. You aren't the one who said if Lu Yuyu could concoct pills, you'd gnaw on the alchemy furnace, are you? I really need to excuse myself for a moment. Haraha, he's anxious. He's made a run for it. Laughing so hard, my merit has been drained. After escaping by gnawing on the alchemy furnace last time, how dare he show his face again for attention? Haha. Bai Li Wuchen watched Lu Yuyu rub her little hands together. Her adorable expression filled with prayerful hope for a buy, and he couldn't help but smile. When she drew her lot, he quickly glanced over, only to be taken aback. He initially thought she hadn't drawn the buy. Recalling how she had been wronged by Feng Xiao and Su Jinmian, Bai Li Wuchen stepped forward to console her. Even if it is not a buy, it is of no consequence. However, he could not finish his sentence. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the large red number 7 on the slip in Lu Yuyu's hand, the very buy for this drawing. She had drawn it again. Even Bai Li Wuchen, typically composed and unflappable, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "What luck!" as the audience erupted in excitement upon realizing that Lu Yuyu had drawn the buy again. The commotion reached a fever pitch. Goodness, has she just secured a spot in the top 10? This luck is simply extraordinary. I'm beginning to suspect that Lu Yuyu is the illegitimate daughter of the goddess of fortune. Her identity, talent, and luck are all beyond measure. Amidst the chaos below, Bai Li Wuchen glanced at the slip in his hand, which corresponded to Shin Xingchen, and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Chapter 95. This time, the lots were all leftover choices. Lu Yuyu, positioned nearby, sensed the cold aura emanating from Bai Li Wuchen. Stealing a glance, she confirmed that the slip in his hand bore the name Shin Xingchen. It appeared that Bai Li Wuchen intended to exact revenge for Su Jinmian on the competition stage. A playful glint danced in Lu Yuyu's eyes as she thought, although Shin Xingchen is a lovesick fool, he is not foolish enough to stand there and allow Bai Li Wuchen to take his revenge. Thus, Bai Li Wuchen's plan for retribution may very well fall through. The first match, Tianyan Sec Shin Xingchen against Huaqing Sec's Bai Li Wuchen. Bai Li Wuchen ascended the competition stage first and waited for quite some time before Shin Xingchen finally arrived. Bai Li Wuchen announced, "Huaqing Sec's Bai Li Wuchen." To his astonishment, Shin Xingchen replied, "I concede." A profound silence enveloped both the stage and the audience, followed by a cacophony of curses. What in the world? Shin Xingchen has just conceded before the match even began. This is the first time in the history of the spiritual energy competition that someone has voluntarily conceded before a match. Whoever is complaining about losing face, I don't recognize you. Are you from our Tianyan sect? What have you lost face over? I believe Shin Xingchen's actions are not misguided. Knowing he would lose and be retaliated against, why should he foolishly step forward? Indeed, I stand with Shin Xingchen during this round. For life is paramount. However, I cannot help but scoff at his act of rendering Su Jinyan's leg unusable, as it is evident that he has brought personal grievances into the arena. Nonetheless, I still yearn to witness their confrontation. Haha, yet alas, Shin Xingchen is too timid. Shin Xingchen hears the murmurs from the audience, but he remains unfazed. For him, achieving his goals is the utmost priority. As for the process? He certainly would not be foolish enough to stand there and endure blows. Bai Li Wuchen casts a cold gaze at Shin Xingchen, and after his victory is announced, he scorns the pleasantries and turns away from the contest stage. Shin Xingchen gazes longingly at Bai Li Wuchen's frosty silhouette. As for this Bai Li Wuchen, who perpetually causes distress to Song Shimi, he will not be spared either. Liu Yu observes from the sidelines, her expression one of inevitable anticipation. In the narrative, Shin Xingchen consistently targets Bai Li Wuchen due to Song Nuan. Yet it proves futile, as Song Nuan scolds him multiple times upon discovering his actions. Despite this, he remains deeply enamored with Song Nuan, harboring a near-obsessive infatuation. Ultimately, his demise for her sake stirs a flicker of emotion within her heart, embedding him deep within her thoughts as a unique and warm presence, thus becoming the bittersweet second male lead cherished by the readers of this tale. After the contest concludes, Shin Xingchen deliberately approaches Song Nuan to inquire about her well-being. Upon learning that he has incapacitated Su Jinyan, thoughts of Liu Yu bring a sense of exhilarating satisfaction to Song Nuan. After all, Su Jinyan is Liu Yu's senior, and she must surely feel a profound sense of guilt. Right? Given that Shin Shixiang's actions will undoubtedly lead others to believe he is avenging her. Soon after, another peculiar sense of anxiety arises within Song Nuan, reminiscent of the time when Liu Yu consumed the dragon egg. Shaking her head to dispel this untimely feeling from her mind, she looks at Shin Xingchen, her face adorned with a rare display of affection and dependency. Shin Shixiang, did you do this for me? Shin Xingchen could not allow his goddess to bear such a burden of guilt. Thus, he quickly denied it. Song Shimi, you are overthinking. It was truly an oversight on my part. I never anticipated Su Jinyan would be so fragile, like a porcelain doll, and would break so easily. A hint of concern graces Song Nuan's face. You have harmed Su Jinyan. Will Liu Yu and Bai Li Wuchen seek revenge against you? Shin Xingchen offers a reassuring smile. There is no need to worry about me. Such matters rarely lead to personal vendettas outside the contest arena, of course, even if they do seek retribution. I am unafraid. At this moment, Song Nuan gazes at Shin Xingchen, feeling as though he radiates light. After the humiliation she suffered, not even her master showed concern, yet Shin Xingchen has remained by her side, tirelessly attempting to lift her spirits. As she gazes at Shin Xingchen's handsome visage, a blush creeps into her heart. In truth, she is aware of Shin Xingchen's enduring affection for her, yet she has always felt that something was lacking. Now, however, that feeling has finally arrived. If only Shin Xingchen could continue to treat her this way, she would not mind being with him. Suddenly, two figures clad in white like snow flash through her mind, causing her eyes to dim with disappointment. Why can they not be like Shin Shixiang, always prioritizing their own desires? The spiritual power contest continues, and now only 7 contenders remain. Liu Yu, having received a bye, has successfully advanced. Naturally, the previous method of drawing lots remains, and one individual will still receive a bye. To ensure fairness and transparency, this time Liu Yu's drawing order has been placed last, even before the drawing commences. Many are already discussing the matter, with some even placing bets on whether Liu Yu will draw the bye. More precisely, the question is whether Lady Luck will once again smile upon Liu Yu. As this time she has no control over her fate, she can only choose from what remains. If Liu Yu were allowed to choose first, many might have wagered on her victory, but alas, she is too passive. Consequently, people are betting against Liu Yu drawing the bye. Li Cha, standing nearby, notices that there are only a few mid-grade spirit stones left on the left side. considering she is his junior sister. He feels compelled to support her, and thus bets 20 high-grade spirit stones that Lu Yuyu will draw the die. Gong Firen recalls that during the talisman contest, he had not stood by her side. And feeling guilty, he too pulls out 20 high-grade spirit stones to bet on Lu Yuyu's victory, seeking a sense of peace. On the contest stage, Lu Yuyu, having been assigned to draw last, does not feel upset. Her luck had simply been extraordinary, leaving her a bit astonished. Some speculate that there must be some hidden agenda behind it, claiming it to be unfair, which is why she has been placed last. Of course, this arrangement was made with Lu Yuyu's consent, and she agreed. Master, this is far too unfair to you. Why must you be left to choose from what remains? Xiao Heiyun protests on Lu Yuyu's behalf. Those who cannot draw well blame others for their good fortune, which truly frustrates Yun initially. He feared that his own misfortune might bring Lu Yuyu down with him, yet he was overjoyed to see her draw the die twice in a row. Perhaps this is what the master referred to as a negative yielding a positive. Chapter 96. She is the illegitimate daughter of Lady Luck. Little Tuanzi echoes in agreement, while others may be satisfied. It is undeniably unfair to the master. Xiao Heiyun and Little Tuanzi exchange knowing glances. They must admit that the green-haired turtle is quite articulate. Even they feel an immense sense of comfort. In response to the three little ones' indignation and consolation, Lu Yuyu's face breaks into a knowing smile. If the remaining lots are by lots, then it will be quite amusing, for she has an inexplicable feeling that she might still draw the die. She cannot quite explain why, but there is a peculiar intuition within her. Lu Yuyu stands at the end of the line, waiting for the 6 contestants ahead of her to finish drawing lots, so she can scoop up the leftovers. The first to draw is Hong Gang. Upon drawing, he immediately reveals the lot to the audience. Lot number 3. Next, a senior sister from the Piamiao sect draws a lot. Lot number 5. Finally, it is by Li Wuchen's turn. He steps forward and casually picks one of the remaining 2 lots. Upon seeing the number on the lot, Bai Li Wuchen instinctively glances at Lu Yuyu. The audience below shifts anxiously, especially those who bet against Lu Yuyu drawing the bai, feeling a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Bai Li Wuchen displays the lot to the audience, his voice tinged with delight. Lot number 1. As he reveals the number, all eyes turn to the solitary lot remaining in the box. Then, they all shift their gaze to Lu Yuyu. Some cannot contain their disbelief. What the heck? Another bai lot. Is there any justice in this world? I can't bear to watch. My envy has blinded me. If only I had such luck back then, perhaps I could have made it to the top 5. Truly, it is infuriating. I, Wang Ergu, am genuinely envious. Haha, they didn't let her draw first, and yet the remaining lot is still a bai. I ask you, does that not sting? It's impossible to envy. This must be heaven feeding her. In the special guest section, Lu Dingming had been wearing a sour expression due to Su Jinyan's incident, but upon witnessing this, his smile returns. His daughter is remarkable. Even among the leftovers, she can secure the best. Yun Hongba, ever the comedic foil, chimes in. Lu Xiaodi, our Yuyu is truly extraordinary. With this luck, she is unparalleled. Lu Dingming nods in agreement, stroking his beard with pride, reflecting. This child has turned adversity into fortune. Her fortunes have shifted, and the clouds have parted to reveal the moon. Although he does not fully grasp what turning adversity into fortune means, Yun Hongba does not pursue the matter further. After all, every family has its own hardships. It seems Lu Yuyu has not always been optimistic, but thankfully, she is now exceptional, and that is what matters most on the contest stage, although everyone is already aware of the outcome. Lu Yuyu still symbolically draws the remaining lot, turning to the audience with a beaming smile. Lot number 4, a by Lot. Lu Yuyu is undoubtedly the favored child of fortune, effortlessly advancing into the top 4. This time, Huaqing sect has also regained its dignity. Not only is Lu Yuyu the center of attention, but other disciples have also performed admirably, if Bai Li Wuchen secures first place in the spiritual power contest. Huaqing sect will undoubtedly rise from mediocrity to prominence. Tio put it bluntly, what does it mean to rise from mediocrity? They are already one of the 5 major sects. Is it appropriate to use the term mediocre? Lu Yuyu is undoubtedly the illegitimate daughter of Lady Luck. However, there are always those who, unable to partake in the grapes, criticize them as sour. Haha, what does it matter how lucky she is? She can only reach 4th place. She cannot even break into the top 3. in the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Relying solely on luck cannot sustain one. Yet, she simply possesses good fortune, effortlessly making her way into the top 4. If you have the ability, then enjoy your own good luck, or if you're strong, fight for first place, but stop complaining here. Even when it comes to strength, Lu Yuyu is not lacking. She has secured first place in both talismans and alchemy. Is this merely simple luck? Why is it so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Meanwhile, those who bet against Lu Yuyu drawing the bye are utterly dumbfounded. Li Cha, who bet on Lu Yuyu due to his affection for his junior sister, and Gong Firen, who bet out of guilt, look at the pile of spirit stones in their bags, their expressions filled with complexity that nearly becomes palpable. Then, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Yuyu emerged as the grand victor. They both basked in her glory, filling their coffers to the brim. How delightful it was for the first time. They appreciated having Lu Yuyu as their junior sister on the competition stage. Bai Li Wuqing effortlessly dispatched his opponent. He had now reached the Yuanying stage, rendering him invincible against anyone below that level. Presently, the sole threat to him was Honggang, although they had clashed in the Nine Nether secret realm. The passage of time had left him somewhat unable to gauge Honggang's true strength on Honggang's side. The battle concluded swiftly as well. He met Bai Li Wuqing's probing gaze with a slight smile, exuding confidence and composure. In contrast to the quick resolutions of the previous two pairs, the final match was fiercely contested, with both participants evenly matched, making it the most thrilling duel witnessed thus far. Neither combatant was willing to concede, for the third place was tantalizingly within reach. It is crucial to note that the distinction between third and fourth place, though only one position apart, bore entirely different implications. Given that both Bai Li Wuqing and Honggang belonged to the Yuanying stage, whoever claimed third place would be acknowledged as the foremost among the younger generation in the Jindan stage. It was a prize worth fighting for. They would contest with every ounce of their strength, exhausting their last vestiges of spiritual energy if necessary. Clearly, both had little regard for Lu Yuyu, regardless of the outcome between the two. There was no doubt who would emerge victorious against Lu Yuyu. Ultimately, one of them, drained of energy, was struck down from the stage by the other with a final, desperate blow, concluding this tightly contested skirmish. However, the triumphant combatant was also on the brink of collapse, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Third place was within his grasp. At this moment, the top 4 contenders in the spiritual energy competition stood as follows: Honggang from the Tianyan sect, Chen Shua from the Hongmeng sect, Bai Li Wuqing from a Huaqing sect, and Lu Yuyu. Just then, the official brought forth the drawing box, allowing the 4 to draw lots to determine their opponents for the following day's matches. The final results were Bai Li Wuqing of the Huaqing sect versus Honggang of the Tianyan sect, Lu Yuyu of the Huaqing sect against Chen Shua of the Hongmeng sect. In this 2-on-2 contest, the victors would vie for first place, while the vanquished would contend for third. Chapter 97. How many times have we said to stop here? Alas, Lu Yuyu's luck was indeed remarkable. However, she could only settle for fourth place, reflecting on how unhappy Song Wan had been these past few days. Xin Xingchen, while revealing the competition results to her, suggested, why not go see how Lu Yuyu loses? Song Wan appeared conflicted. She certainly wished to witness Lu Yuyu's defeat, but, recalling her own humiliation during the competition, she feared the scorn of others, leaving her somewhat disinterested. Xin Xingchen, well aware of her concerns, smiled and said, why concern yourself with the opinions of others? You are Song Wan, the sole disciple of the esteemed Chonghang from the Tianyan sect. No one would dare to underestimate you. Initially, Song Wan had intended to watch the spiritual energy competition, especially since tomorrow marked the ultimate showdown between her senior brother Honggang and Bai Li Wuqing, an event she did not want to miss. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. All right, I will go support senior brother Hong. The two departed together. Chongheng observed their seemingly well-matched figures through the window. His hands, concealed within his voluminous sleeves, tightened slightly, causing the floor to tremble, revealing the turmoil within his heart. On the competition stage, Lu Yuyu was eagerly warming up, knowing that Chen Shua had already reached the end of his tether yesterday. Without miraculous pills, he surely could not regain his peak condition today. Perhaps she had a chance to catch him off guard and defeat him. The first match, Chen Shua of the Piaomiao sect versus Lu Yuyu of the Huaqing sect. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yuyu eagerly stepped forward. waiting for Qinshua to ascend the stage. However, after a considerable wait, there was still no sign of Qinshua. Eventually, a disciple from the Piaomiao sect approached the elderly host of the competition and whispered a few words. The elder, wearing a look of regret, nodded. Then, glancing at Lu Yuyu and addressing the crowd, he announced, due to severe injuries, Qinshua has forfeited the match. The first contest goes to Lu Yuyu of the Huaqing sect, whether from the Huaqing sect or other sects. Everyone looked at Lu Yuyu with mixed feelings. This was no longer merely a matter of luck. It was a miracle. Standing at the periphery, Song Wan felt a whirlwind of emotions, her eyes betraying a hint of unspoken regret as she nearly ground her small silver teeth to dust. Secretly lamenting, if she had not allowed Lu Yuyu an opportunity, would she not have been the one effortlessly advancing into the top three? The ever-devoted Shin Xingqian quickly sensed Song Wan's discontent and attempted to console her, saying, I witnessed yesterday's match as well. Qinshua from the Piaomiao sect was utterly incapable of continuing. Lu Yuyu indeed possesses remarkable luck. However, she can only go so far, whether by Li Wuqing or senior brother Hong wins. Lu Yuyu is bound to meet her demise. Stop here, stop here. How many times have we said to stop here? Yet Lu Yuyu continued to advance smoothly into the finals, even if Lu Yuyu failed to claim first in the spiritual energy competition. What of it? She had already garnered immense attention, shining even brighter than the champion. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan, persuaded by Feng Xiao's advice, had come to witness by Li Wuqing's match. He sat in a specially crafted wooden wheelchair, his right leg heavily bandaged from the knee down. Initially, he had feared that others would mock him for his condition, but to his surprise, the crowd was rather kind, offering more sympathetic remarks than scornful ones. Naturally, their focus was drawn to the exciting battles about to unfold on the competition stage. Su Jinyan's discomfort began to dissipate, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Song Nuan not far away, engaged in intimate conversation with the very man who had rendered him a cripple, Shin Xingqian. Instantly, his eyes turned crimson with rage. What heinous act had he committed to warrant such a drastic warning from Shin Xingqian? Recalling Shin Xingqian's words, Su Jinyan shifted his gaze to Song Mon. Had she truly said such things to Shin Xingqian regarding his supposed harassment? Feng Xiao quickly noticed the change in Su Jinyan's demeanor. Following his line of sight, her expression cooled slightly. I in the future, do not act foolishly for someone unworthy. Su Jinyan lowered his gaze, responding softly, Second senior brother, I understand. However, once the sect competition concluded, he intended to confront the matter directly. Was Shin Xingqian's treatment of him truly connected to Song Nuan? Had he genuinely harassed her to the point of her disdain? On the competition stage, upon hearing that Qinshua had forfeited, Lu Yuyu was utterly stunned. She felt as though the world had become a dream, entirely surreal. Master, you might have been right. My unfortunate cloud and your unfortunate self have somehow balanced each other out. Just as we were once cursed with misfortune, now we are doubly blessed with luck. Lu Yuyu found this reasoning quite agreeable, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gleefully descended from the competition stage. The feeling of fortune falling from the sky was simply exhilarating. To facilitate her combat, Lu Yuyu had fashioned a simple hairstyle. The ponytail swayed playfully as she walked, reflecting her current elation, making her even more endearing to those who admired her. Next came the pinnacle of this spiritual energy competition, featuring the only two Yuanying-level contenders, Bai Li Wuqing and Han Gang. Bai Li Wuqing was devoid of his usual calm demeanor, bracing himself for the battle ahead. He sensed that Han Gang seemed stronger than before, even more formidable than yesterday. The two exchanged polite introductions of their sex and names, and in the next moment, launched into merciless attacks against one another. In mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Such a clash of experts. Those below the Yuanying stage could hardly comprehend or discern the intricacies. Lu Yuyu's gaze remained fixated on the two combatants on the stage, particularly as she noted Han Gang's increasingly fierce techniques. Her eyes filled with confusion. And the storyline. Bai Li Wuqing had previously been able to match Han Gang in combat with merely a late-stage Jindan cultivation, even gaining the upper hand as the fight progressed. Now that Bai Li Wuqing had reached the early Yuanying stage, logically, he should have had no trouble overpowering Han Gang. How could it be that he was being pressed hard by Han Gang? As a pivotal male lead in the narrative, upon realizing that Han Gang's cultivation far surpassed his own, Bai Li Wuqing ceased to withstand the onslaught and began to evade and maneuver. Han Gang, relentless in his offense, sought a decisive blow. Bai Li Wuqing was forced into a defensive position, yet he seized every opportunity to attempt a counterstrike against Han Gang. Thus, they circled each other for half an hour. Locked in a stalemate, making it difficult to ascertain who might emerge victorious, though Han Gang was undeniably strong, there lingered an impression of a lack of confidence and stamina. Chapter 98. Lu Dingming stood up in terror after this deadlock persisted for half an hour. A hint of anxiety flickered in Han Gang's eyes. If this continued, he would surely face defeat. Resolving to abandon all defense, he decided to channel all his energy into attacking Bai Li Wuqing. Confronted with such a reckless strategy, Bai Li Wuqing furrowed his brow, finding himself in a position of continuous assault. Ultimately, when faced with an unavoidable fatal strike, Bai Li Wuqing had no choice but to concede and voluntarily leap off the stage. Tianyan sect's Han Gang emerged victorious. The crowd from the Tianyan sect erupted into cheers. Indeed, every sect competition, the first place in spiritual energy must belong to them. The Huaqing sect members did not take the opportunity to kick a man when he was down. As Bai Li Wuqing descended from the stage, they offered him words of consolation. Bai Li Shixiang, you are already impressive. We all take pride in you. Indeed, Han Gang merely reached the Yuanying stage a few years before you. Given time, you will surely surpass him, but haha, in this trial of spiritual prowess, our Huaqing sect has secured 2 of the top 3 positions, which is truly delightful. Originally, Bai Li Wuchen was supposed to compete against Chen Shua for the 3rd and 4th places. But regrettably, Chen Shua withdrew from the contest, allowing Bai Li Wuchen to claim the 3rd spot effortlessly. However, even if Chen Shua were unscathed, Bai Li Wuchen would still have easily triumphed over him. The final match is set to commence in an hour, with Lu Yuyu and Han Gang vying for the first position. Of course, there is little suspense to be had, as it is almost certain that Lu Yuyu will lose. Even Lu Yuyu herself perceives the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. She barely stands a chance against Han Gang's prowess. It seems that history is doomed to repeat itself, with Han Gang once again destined to claim victory in this trial of spiritual strength. At this moment, the voice of Xiao Heiyun echoed in her mind, filled with perplexity. Master, I find Han Gang rather peculiar. Lu Yuyu sensed something amiss and promptly inquired, what seems strange? Xiao Heiyun pondered for a moment before replying, at the onset of his match against your senior brother. He radiated remarkable fortune, as if aided by the heavens. Yet, following the conclusion of the contest, he became shrouded in a heavy aura of misfortune, as if his peak must inevitably decline. Lu Yuyu's expression grew grave. Recognizing that Xiao Heiyun could perceive phenomena beyond the ken of ordinary mortals, she probed further. Is there anything else that seems out of place? Xiao Heiyun scrutinized intently and after a pause murmured, his cultivation is also plummeting rapidly. Late Yuaning, mid Yuaning. Lu Yi refrained from interrupting and patiently awaited Xiao Heiyun's observations. Early Yuaning, late Jin Dan. Master, his cultivation has stagnated at late Jin Dan. This occurrence felt eerily familiar to Xiao Heiyun. Please allow me to delve into the repository of inherited memories. As Xiao Heiyun spoke, Lu Yuyu's eyes brightened with anticipation, remaining silent and holding her breath. I've found it, Master. Han Gang must have consumed forbidden substances that temporarily elevate one's cultivation by 2 realms. However, the cost is exorbitant. Not only will it cause his cultivation to drop by 1 entire realm, but it will also damage his spiritual root. As for why it doesn't manifest on the surface, he must have employed a treasure to conceal his cultivation, attempting to deceive everyone upon hearing this. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. The use of forbidden substances in the sect's grand competition is a grave transgression. If discovered, not only would all his achievements be annulled, but he would also face public disdain and scorn. Yet, how could she articulate this suspicion in a rational manner? Surely, she couldn't just accuse Han Gang of consuming drugs to enhance his cultivation outright. Casting her gaze towards Han Gang, she observed Xin Xingchen approaching him. Engaging in conversation with a smile and casting a meaningful glance in her direction, Lu Yuyu raised an eyebrow. It appeared Xin Xingchen intended to employ the same trick again, hoping Han Gang would take the opportunity to incapacitate her as well. How naive. Did he believe he was the only clever one, that he would concede, while she would not? Lu Yuyu had initially contemplated conceding directly, as she lacked confidence in battling someone at the Yuaning stage. However, circumstances had changed. Now, she stood at the mid-Jin Dan stage, and she felt she could hold her own against the currently unstable Hong Gang. Having devised a strategy in her mind, Lu Yuyu calmly awaited the commencement of the finals. As she prepared to take the stage, Song Ro urged her earnestly. Heed my advice, surrender immediately, do not be overly ambitious. Clearly, she had witnessed the exchange between Xin Xingchen and Hong Gang and feared Lu Yuyu would meet the same fate as Su Jinyan. Lu Yuyu replied cheerfully, Sister Song, I am aware of my limits. Upon noticing Lu Yuyu's determination, Song Ro's expression turned grave. In truth, I saw Xin Xingchen whisper something to Hong Gang just now. He likely harbors ill intentions. Once you ascend the platform, do not even announce your name, just concede. Do you understand? Lu Yuyu was uncertain how to explain her intentions to Song Ro, so she merely nodded. Sister Song, I understand. Believing Lu Yuyu had taken her words to heart, Song Ro permitted her to ascend the platform. Before stepping onto the stage, Lu Yuyu draped the cloak made of mutated silkworm silk over her shoulders, securing it tightly without regard for aesthetics. Although she felt confident in her ability to contend against the currently unstable Hong Gang, she recognized that his combat prowess far surpassed her own, and a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. After some contemplation, Lu Yuyu fastened the jade pendant given to her by Fu Tingfeng at her waist. This talisman could prove invaluable for her survival. If Hong Gang were to lose his reason and seek to eliminate her, triggering the jade pendant's protective barrier would serve as a means of depleting her adversary's strength. Lu Yuyu donned the pink cloak. Song Nuan bit her lip in embarrassment, instinctively concealing the bracelet on her wrist. Meanwhile, Fu Tingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the jade pendant Lu Yuyu had affixed to her waist. It must be said, Lu Yuyu truly valued her life. With this pendant, it was certain that Hong Gang would not be able to take her life. When Lu Yuyu stepped onto the contest stage, Hong Gang was already confidently waiting there, arms crossed. Recalling what senior brother Shen had advised him, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Hong Gang's eyes. He could no longer allow Lu Yuyu to continue growing unchecked. After all, he had already become a pariah. Let him bear the burden of guilt, as the announcement, "The match begins," resounded. Hong Gang wasted no time granting Lu Yuyu the opportunity to speak, launching an immediate assault upon her. Clearly intent on delivering a swift and decisive blow, a gasp arose from the audience below. Bai Li Wuchen's eyes widened in astonishment, Shen Xingchen smirked, Song Wan's gaze brightened, and Lu Dingming stood up in terror.